Story number 1. Echoes in the Cypress Shadows. I've always been fascinated by the stories that lurk in the shadows, the whispers of the past that refuse to fade away. So when I heard about the mysterious treehouse deep within the dense cypress forests near New Orleans, Louisiana, my curiosity was instantly piqued. Nestled on the outskirts of the city, where the bayous intertwine with the remnants of old plantations, the treehouse stood as a haunting relic of forgotten rituals and untold tragedies. It was a humid August evening when I decided to investigate. Armed with my camera, a sturdy flashlight, and a notebook, I set out with a sense of purpose. The locals spoke of eerie songs carried by the wind and strange symbols etched into the wood of the treehouse, warning outsiders to stay away. But for me, the allure of uncovering the truth was too strong to resist. The journey to the treehouse was treacherous. The narrow paths obscured by overgrown vegetation and the thick fog that rolled in from the bayou. As I trekked deeper into the forest, the sounds of New Orleans faded, replaced by the symphony of nocturnal creatures and the distant croak of frogs. The air was thick with moisture, the scent of moss and decay permeating every breath. After what felt like hours, I finally caught sight of the treehouse, a small, handcrafted structure perched precariously among the gnarled branches of an ancient cypress tree. The wood was dark and weathered, covered in intricate carvings of symbols that seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy. The windows were shuttered tight, but the dim light filtering through suggested someone or something was inside. I approached cautiously, the crunch of dry leaves underfoot the only sound that broke the oppressive silence. As I drew closer, the unmistakable sound of singing reached my ears, a haunting melody that seemed to emanate from the very heart of the treehouse. The song was ethereal, beautiful yet sorrowful, pulling me towards the structure with an irresistible force. Summoning my courage, I reached out to knock on the door, but before my hand could make contact, the singing ceased abruptly. The sudden silence was deafening, the air growing colder as if the forest itself was holding its breath. I hesitated, my instincts screaming at me to turn back, but something deep within pushed me forward. I pushed open the door, the hinges creaking loudly in the stillness. The interior was dimly lit, shadows dancing across the walls as my flashlight beam swept the room. The treehouse was sparsely furnished, with a single wooden chair facing a small altar adorned with candles and strange artifacts. The symbols from the exterior were etched into every surface, their meanings lost to time but their power undeniable. As I stepped inside, a chill ran down my spine. The atmosphere was thick with an oppressive energy, the air heavy with the scent of burning wax and something far more sinister. I began to document the space, my camera capturing every detail, every symbol that seemed to hold a piece of the town's dark history. That's when I heard it, the sound of footsteps echoing through the treehouse. Slow and deliberate, my heart raced as I turned towards the source, the flashlight beam darting across the room. There was no one there, only the lingering scent of incense and the faint trace of blood on the altar. Panic set in as I realized I wasn't alone, that something malevolent was watching me from the shadows. I decided to leave, but as I turned to exit, the door slammed shut with a force that sent me sprawling to the ground. The room erupted in chaos. Candles flickered wildly, casting grotesque shadows that twisted and writhed along the walls. The symbols on the surfaces began to glow with an eerie light, the air vibrating with dark energy that threatened to pull me back into the depths of the treehouse. Desperate to escape, I scrambled to my feet, my mind racing as invisible forces pressed against me from all sides. The temperature dropped further, my breath visible in the icy air as the malevolent presence intensified. The symbols on the walls began to pulse, the light growing brighter, illuminating the room in a blinding flash that momentarily obscured everything. When my vision cleared, I was no longer inside the treehouse. Instead, I found myself standing in the midst of a long-abandoned plantation, the air thick with the echoes of past horrors. The sounds of the singing had returned, louder and more sorrowful, mingling with the distant cries of unseen beings. I wandered through the decaying buildings, each step bringing me closer to the heart of the darkness that had consumed this place. In the center of the plantation stood a grand mansion, its windows shattered, the roof caved in from years of neglect. As I approached, the singing reached a fever pitch, the melody now a cacophony of pain and despair. I entered the mansion, my flashlight illuminating the grand foyer where portraits of stern-faced ancestors stared down at me with hollow eyes. At the end of the hall, I found the source of the haunting song, a small, decrepit music room where a grand piano stood covered in dust. The keys moved on their own, playing the sorrowful melody without any human touch. As I watched in horror, ghostly figures began to materialize around the room, families long dead, their faces etched with anguish and regret. One spirit, a woman in a tattered dress, stepped forward, her eyes pleading for help. "You must free us," she whispered, her voice echoing through the room. "We are bound by the darkness that consumed our souls." I realized then that the treehouse was more than just an abandoned structure. It was a gateway, a portal that held the trapped spirits of those who had suffered in this cursed land. The symbols were part of a dark ritual that had gone horribly wrong, trapping the souls of the innocent and the wicked alike in an eternal state of torment. Determined to break the curse and release the spirits, I began to search for clues within the mansion. I found old journals and letters that detailed the rise and fall of the plantation, the tragedies that had befallen the families, and the dark practices that had led to their undoing. It became clear that the only way to free the spirits was to confront the source of the darkness, an ancient altar hidden in the basement, where the final ritual had been performed. As I descended the creaking stairs, the oppressive energy intensified, the air thick with the weight of countless souls yearning for release. The basement was vast, filled with relics of dark rituals, candles, pentagrams, and blood-stained cloths that told a story of desperation and malevolence. In the center stood the altar, its surface covered in ancient symbols that pulsed with dark energy. I knew what I had to do. Drawing from the journals, I began to recite the incantations that would reverse the ritual, the words flowing from my lips with a mix of fear and determination. The symbols on the altar began to glow, the dark energy swirling around me as the spirits watched with hope and trepidation. The air grew colder, the ground beneath me trembling as the power of the ritual took hold. The spirits began to chant alongside me, their voices merging with mine in a harmonious plea for peace. The symbols on the altar flared brightly, the darkness breaking apart as the light of the incantation pierced through the shadows. A blinding flash enveloped the basement, the dark energy dissipating as the curse was lifted. The spirits, now free from their torment, began to fade, their forms dissolving into the light that now filled the room. The oppressive atmosphere lifted entirely, replaced by a serene stillness that signaled the end of their suffering. Exhausted but fulfilled, I made my way back to the treehouse, the memory of the night's events etched into my very soul. The singing had ceased, the dark symbols now dull and lifeless. The treehouse stood silent, its purpose fulfilled, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the enduring power of compassion and understanding. Driving away from the cypress forest, the first light of dawn breaking through the mist, I felt a profound sense of accomplishment and peace. The spirits of Centralia were finally at rest, their stories honored and their suffering ended. The legends of the haunted treehouse had been more than just ghost stories. They were a reminder that some places hold secrets too dark to be forgotten. Yet, with the right intent, even the most tormented souls can find their peace. Years have passed since that fateful night in the Black Hills, but the memory of the treehouse and the spirits I helped set free remains vivid in my mind. I often find myself reflecting on the thin veil that separates our world from the supernatural, and the responsibility we bear to honor the memories of those who came before us. The treehouse stands as a silent sentinel, its haunting beauty a testament to the lives lost and the spirits that were finally liberated from their eternal torment. And sometimes, when the wind rustles through the cypress trees and the morning light filters through the branches, I can almost hear the faint echoes of the children's laughter, a lingering whisper that ensures their stories are never forgotten, forever etched into the heart of Black Hills. Story number 2. Echoes in the Oak. I've always believed that the past has a way of clinging to places, seeping into the very soil and whispering through the leaves. Growing up in suburban Oregon, surrounded by the comforting predictability of modern life, I found solace in nature's timeless embrace. So when my wife, Laura, and I decided to build a treehouse for our 2 children, Emma and Jake, it felt like the perfect blend of childhood nostalgia and creating lasting memories. Little did we know, our quaint oak tree in the backyard held secrets darker than we could ever imagine. The project began in late spring, the air warm and fragrant with blooming wildflowers. Emma and Jake were ecstatic, their eyes gleaming with excitement as we sketched out the plans. The old oak, sturdy and majestic, stood sentinel in our garden, its branches sprawling out like protective arms. We envisioned weekends filled with laughter, games, and the simple joy of climbing to our private sanctuary among the leaves. As summer rolled in, the treehouse took shape. Laura and I worked tirelessly, sawing, hammering, and nailing, while Emma and Jake eagerly handed us tools and fetched supplies. By midsummer, the structure was complete, a charming wooden retreat with a small porch, sturdy railings, and enough space for the kids to let their imaginations run wild. The first night we spent there was magical, the stars twinkling above and the sounds of the evening forest creating a symphony of natural lullabies. But as the days turned into weeks, subtle changes began to unsettle our peaceful routine. It started with the knocking. At first, it was faint, almost imperceptible soft taps that seemed to come from the treehouse itself. We dismissed it as the wind playing tricks on our ears, the sounds of branches rubbing against the wooden planks. Yet, night after night, the knocking persisted, growing slightly louder and more deliberate. Laura, ever the pragmatic one, attributed it to settling wood or perhaps small animals seeking refuge. I tried to remain skeptical, focusing instead on the joy our children found in their new play space. However, the unease began to gnaw at me, a persistent shadow that refused to be ignored. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and darkness enveloped our backyard, Laura shared something that sent chills down my spine. "I saw them," she whispered, her voice trembling. "Children, waving from the window of the treehouse." My heart skipped a beat. The idea of ghosts was laughable, a figment of horror novels and late-night movies. Yet, Laura's expression was one of genuine fear and confusion, determined to understand. I approached the treehouse, the fading light casting long shadows that seemed to dance with a life of their own. The window was dark, the curtains drawn tightly shut. I knocked gently, the sound echoing ominously through the silent night. No response. I stepped inside, the familiar scent of wood and summer air mingling with an inexplicable chill. The interior was as we had left it, cozy and inviting, adorned with colorful cushions and handmade decorations. But something felt off, an intangible presence that made the hairs on my neck stand on end. As I explored, the knocking ceased, replaced by an eerie silence that pressed down on me. I decided to leave, but as I turned to exit, I caught a fleeting glimpse of movement out of the corner of my eye, a shadowy figure darting across the room. My breath hitched, and I spun around, but the treehouse remained empty. Panic surged through me as I rushed out, Laura's worried gaze meeting mine. "We need to figure out what's happening," I declared, trying to mask my fear. Laura nodded, her face pale but resolute. We spent the next few days researching, scouring old records and local archives for any mention of our oak tree or previous residents. What we discovered was a grim history buried beneath layers of time and neglect. The land our house stood on had once been home to a small, thriving community in the early 1900s. Among the many stories was one that stood out, a tragic account of a family who had lived in a house adjacent to what would later become our backyard. The patriarch, a miner named Henry Caldwell, had been found dead under mysterious circumstances one winter night. The official report cited natural causes, but whispers of foul play and dark rituals had long persisted among the locals. Determined to get to the bottom of the mystery, we decided to dig deeper. We visited the local historical society, speaking with elderly residents who remembered stories passed down through generations. One name kept surfacing: Eleanor Caldwell, Henry's wife. According to legend, Eleanor had been a recluse, rumored to dabble in forbidden practices in her quest to save her family from the relentless hardships of mining life. Her obsession had driven her to the brink of madness, culminating in a night of terror that had left the town scarred. Armed with this new information, Laura and I felt a mix of dread and responsibility. We returned to the treehouse, determined to confront whatever presence lingered within. That night, as the wind howled outside and the moon cast an otherworldly glow through the broken branches, we sat together in the treehouse, Emma and Jake sleeping peacefully below. The familiar knocking began, louder and more insistent than ever. This time, we didn't dismiss it. Instead, we braced ourselves, ready to face whatever lay beyond the wooden walls. As the clock struck midnight, the room grew inexplicably cold, frost forming on the window panes despite the mild weather. The air thickened with an oppressive energy, making it difficult to breathe. Suddenly, the door to the treehouse slammed shut, the sound reverberating through the silent night. We exchanged fearful glances as the room plunged into darkness, the only light coming from the eerie glow of the moon. The whispers returned, their voices overlapping in a desperate plea. "Leave, leave now." Laura reached out, taking my hand in hers, her grip steady despite the fear in her eyes. "We need to help her," she whispered, her voice trembling. "Eleanor Caldwell. She's still here, trapped by her grief and madness, determined to bring peace to the restless spirit." We began to recite the prayers and protective incantations we had found in the historical records. The air shimmered with a palpable tension as the spirits of the past converged around us, their forms flickering like candle flames in the wind. The shadowy figure of Eleanor Caldwell materialized before us, her eyes hollow with sorrow and rage. "Why won't you leave us alone?" she demanded, her voice echoing through the treehouse. "I did everything for my family. I couldn't bear to lose them." Laura stepped forward, her voice soft but firm. "We understand your pain, Eleanor. We're here to help you find peace, to let go of the torment that binds you to this place." The spirit hesitated, the anger in her eyes slowly giving way to a deep, unending sorrow. "Peace, how?" We continued the ritual, our voices blending with the whispers of the past, creating a harmonious symphony of healing and closure. The room grew warmer, the oppressive energy lifting as Eleanor's form began to soften, the lines of pain and desperation smoothing into a serene expression. Tears welled up in her spectral eyes as she reached out once more. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice now filled with genuine gratitude. "You've freed us from our suffering." With those final words, Eleanor dissolved into a cascade of light. The treehouse bathed in a peaceful glow that signaled the end of the torment. The oppressive silence was replaced by a tranquil stillness, the air clear and warm as if the very essence of peace had settled within the wooden walls. We sat together in the aftermath, the weight of the night's events settling comfortably around us. The treehouse, once a place of fear and mystery, now stood as a beacon of hope and healing. The knocking had ceased, the whispers silenced by the newfound peace that enveloped our home. In the days that followed, the atmosphere in our backyard transformed. The air was lighter, the sounds of the forest more harmonious, and the treehouse seemed to radiate a gentle warmth that invited joy rather than fear. Emma and Jake returned to their play with renewed enthusiasm, their laughter a sweet melody that filled the air with life once more. Reflecting on our experience, Laura and I realized that the past, no matter how dark, could be acknowledged and healed through understanding and compassion. The spirits of those lost souls, like Eleanor Caldwell, had found the peace they so desperately sought, their stories finally heard and honored. Years later, the treehouse remains a cherished part of our family, a symbol of resilience and the enduring power of love and empathy. The legends of our haunted treehouse have faded into the background, replaced by the happy memories created within its walls. Yet, on quiet nights, when the wind rustles through the oak's branches and the stars twinkle brightly above, I can still feel the lingering echoes of the past, a gentle reminder that some stories never truly fade, but live on in the hearts of those who remember. And sometimes, when I watch Emma and Jake play under the canopy of the old oak, I catch a fleeting glimpse of laughter carried by the breeze, a whisper of gratitude from the spirits we helped set free, forever grateful for the peace we brought to their restless souls. Story number 3. Stranger in the Treehouse. I've always found solace in the quiet corners of Georgia's sprawling forests, where the whispers of the past mingle with the rustling leaves. Growing up in a small town nestled on the edge of these woods, my childhood was defined by adventures and secrets shared among friends. Among the many memories that linger, one stands out: the treehouse we built together, affectionately known as the Haven. It was our sanctuary, perched high in an old oak, offering a panoramic view of the endless canopy below. The Haven was more than just a structure. It was the heart of our friendship. Summers were spent crafting elaborate stories. Nights were filled with whispered dreams, and every creak of the wooden planks beneath us felt like a promise of eternal camaraderie. But one fateful night changed everything, leaving scars that time couldn't erase. It was late August, the air thick with the scent of blooming jasmine and the distant hum of cicadas. My friends Tom, Sarah, and Mike and I had gathered in the Haven for one last sleepover before summer's end. The sky was a canvas of twilight hues, the first stars beginning to twinkle as dusk settled in. We laughed and reminisced, sharing stories of our grandest adventures, oblivious to the darkness that was about to descend. As midnight approached, a heavy fog began to roll in, enveloping the forest in an ethereal blanket. The temperature dropped sharply, the once warm air now biting cold. We huddled together, the flickering light of a single lantern casting long shadows around us. It was then that we heard it, a faint scratching sound coming from below, as if someone or something was clawing at the entrance of the Haven. Probably just a raccoon, Tom suggested, trying to steady his voice, but the scratching persisted, growing louder and more deliberate. Sarah, always the bravest, peered out of the small window, her eyes straining to pierce the thickening mist. "There's someone out there," she whispered, her voice trembling. Before any of us could react, a figure emerged from the fog. A man, tall and gaunt, his clothes tattered and stained, his eyes burned an unnatural red. Glowing eerily in the dim light, he stood motionless for a moment, staring up at us with an intensity that sent shivers down my spine. "Who are you?" Mike called out, his bravado faltering. The man didn't respond. Instead, he lifted a hand, palm outward, and we felt an invisible force pressing down on us, making it hard to breathe. The air around us seemed to thrum with a dark energy, the lantern flickering violently as if caught in a whirlwind. "We need to leave," Sarah urged, her voice edged with fear. But as we scrambled to climb down from the Haven, the man began to move, his movements slow and deliberate. His eyes never left ours, the red glow intensifying, casting a sinister light on his hollow face. "Leave now," the whispers seemed to say, carried by a wind that wasn't there. Panic set in as we descended the rickety ladder, the ground beneath us obscured by the thick fog. The man followed, his presence unnerving, his gaze piercing through the darkness. We ran blindly, the forest around us a maze of shadows and uncertainty, the sounds of our frantic footsteps echoing like desperate pleas. Branches whipped against our faces, the cold biting into our skin as we stumbled through the underbrush. The man's laughter, low and menacing, resonated through the trees, a haunting melody that chased us relentlessly. My heart pounded in my chest, each beat a reminder of the nightmare unfolding around us. We didn't stop until we reached the edge of the forest. The town lights a distant beacon of safety. Gasping for breath, we collapsed onto the grass. The man standing at the edge of the trees, watching us with those hellish eyes. As quickly as he had appeared, he vanished into the fog, leaving behind an oppressive silence that pressed down on us like a physical weight. In the days that followed, the memory of that night haunted us. Sleep eluded me, dreams filled with the man's red eyes and the echo of his sinister laughter. We tried to rationalize what had happened, but the fear lingered, constant shadow in our lives. The haven stood silent, its once vibrant spirit now tainted by the darkness we had encountered. Driven by a need for answers, I delved into the town's history, uncovering tales of unexplained disappearances and tragedies that had plagued the area for decades. Legends spoke of a spirit, a restless soul seeking vengeance or perhaps peace, trapped between worlds. His appearance a harbinger of doom for those who crossed his path. The symbols etched into the haven's walls matched those described in old folklore. Their meanings lost but their power undeniable. Determined to confront the darkness, I organized a group meeting with Tom, Sarah, and Mike. We need to go back, I insisted, to the haven, to understand what happened and maybe put things to rest. Reluctantly, they agreed, the bond of our friendship stronger than the fear that still gripped us. One night, under a moonless sky, we returned to the haven, the air heavy with anticipation and dread. Armed with candles, protective charms, and a newfound resolve, we prepared to face the entity that had terrorized us. As we entered the haven, the atmosphere shifted, the air thick with an oppressive energy. The symbols on the walls seemed to pulse with life, their dark meanings awakening as we began our ritual. We lit the candles, their flickering flames casting dancing shadows around us, and recited the incantations we had painstakingly uncovered. The temperature plummeted, the lanterns casting long, ghostly shadows as the room seemed to close in around us. The man's laughter echoed through the space, his red eyes appearing once more, burning with an intensity that threatened to consume us. "Leave now," he whispered, his voice a chilling breeze that sent shivers down my spine. But we stood our ground, our voices unwavering as we continued the ritual. The symbols on the walls glowed brightly, the dark energy breaking apart as the light of our incantations pierced through the shadows. The man's form began to shimmer, his presence weakening as the ritual gained strength. A surge of energy filled the room, the oppressive weight lifting as the spirit was finally confronted. "Peace," I commanded, my voice strong despite the fear that still lingered. "We honor your memory and release you from this place." The man's figure began to dissolve, his red eyes fading as the darkness that bound him was shattered by our collective will. The room brightened, the symbols losing their ominous glow as the spirit found the peace he had long sought. With a final, haunting smile, he vanished, leaving behind a serene stillness that enveloped the haven. Exhausted but victorious, we left the haven behind, the bond of our friendship strengthened by the ordeal we had endured. The haven stood silent once more, its dark history acknowledged and its restless spirit finally at peace. The memory of that night lingered, a reminder of the thin veil that separates our world from the unknown and the enduring power of friendship and courage in the face of darkness. Years have passed since that fateful night, but the story of the haven and the stranger's red eyes remains a cautionary tale in our town. We speak of it in hushed tones, a reminder to respect the past and the unseen forces that dwell within the shadows. And sometimes, when the wind rustles through the trees and the moon casts a silver glow on the forest floor, I can almost hear the faint echoes of laughter, a lingering whisper that ensures the spirit of the haven is never forgotten, forever watching over the place that was once our sanctuary. Story number 4. The second room. I've always been drawn to the forgotten places, Those hidden corners where time seems to stand still and secrets lie buried beneath layers of neglect. So when my partner, Emily, and I stumbled upon the old treehouse nestled in the heart of a massive oak in rural Maine, felt like destiny. We had been exploring the dense woods behind her family's farmhouse, seeking adventure and a break from our monotonous routines. Little did we know, the treehouse held more than just memories of childhood play. It harbored a darkness that would forever change our lives. It was a crisp autumn afternoon when we first discovered the treehouse. The sun filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor. The oak stood tall and imposing, its branches sprawling like the arms of a giant. Perched high above, the treehouse was a quaint structure, weathered by years of exposure to the elements. Its wooden planks were splintered, and the roof sagged under the weight of moss and lichen. Despite its dilapidated state, there was an undeniable charm to it, a relic of simpler times when Emily's siblings and I had spent countless hours there, dreaming up fantastical worlds. As we approached, a sense of unease settled over me. There was something different about the treehouse today, something that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. The air grew colder, the vibrant colors of fall muted by an inexplicable gloom that seemed to emanate from the structure itself. Emily, ever the curious one, reached out to touch the worn railing, her fingers brushing against the rough wood. "Do you feel that?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I nodded, the chill in the air sending shivers down my spine. "Yeah, it's like the temperature just dropped." We decided to investigate, pushing open the creaky door that protested with a loud screech. The interior was dark, the only light filtering through the gaps in the walls and roof. Dust motes floated in the beam of Emily's flashlight as we stepped inside, our footsteps echoing ominously in the empty space. The treehouse was cluttered with remnants of past occupants, old toys, faded photographs, and scattered papers that seemed to tell fragmented stories of laughter and joy long gone. As we explored, Emily's flashlight caught something peculiar on the far wall. A door, slightly ajar, concealed behind a tattered curtain. My heart pounded in my chest as we exchanged nervous glances. Without a word, we approached the hidden door, the air growing colder with each step. I reached out to push it open, my hand trembling, revealing a narrow passageway leading to a second room. The room was small and cramped, the walls lined with shelves holding an array of odd artifacts, candles, bones, and strange symbols etched into the wood. In the center stood a dusty wooden table, upon which lay a collection of old photographs. I picked one up, my eyes widening in horror as I realized the faces of the children had been deliberately cut out, leaving blank, empty spaces where their expressions once were. My stomach churned, the unsettling sight gnawing at my sense of comfort. "Emily, look at this," I said, my voice strained. She stepped closer, her eyes scanning the photographs. Why would someone do this? Before we could ponder further, the silence was shattered by the sound of footsteps. Fast, frantic footsteps that seemed to be running beneath the tree. Yet the surrounding area was completely deserted. My blood ran cold as I turned to Emily, who looked equally terrified. "We need to get out of here," she whispered, grabbing my arm tightly. But as we turned to leave, the door slammed shut with a force that knocked us both to the ground. The room plunged into darkness, the only illumination coming from the eerie glow of the candles flickering on the table. The temperature plummeted, our breaths visible in the frigid air as an oppressive weight settled over us. Desperate to escape, I pushed against the door, but it wouldn't budge. The footsteps below grew louder, closer, accompanied by faint, ghostly laughter that sent chills down my spine. I felt an invisible presence pressing down on us, the air thick with an unspoken menace that made it impossible to move. The blank spaces in the photographs seemed to stare back at us, their emptiness a reflection of the void that now filled the room. "Emily, stay calm," I tried to reassure her, though my own fear was palpable. "We'll find a way out." As I searched the room for another exit, My eyes landed on an old book lying on the table. It was bound in cracked leather, its pages yellowed and brittle. I picked it up, flipping through the pages until I found an entry that sent a chill through my entire body. In the depths of this sanctuary, we seek to bind the restless spirits to our will. The second room will ensure they remain, trapped in eternal silence. My heart raced as the realization dawned on me. We had uncovered a place where dark rituals had been performed, a place that sought to control and imprison the souls of children. The faces cut out of the photographs were not just vandalism. They were a symbol of the torment inflicted upon these innocent lives. Suddenly, the room began to shake, the symbols on the walls glowing with a sinister light as the oppressive energy intensified. The footsteps outside turned into a cacophony of screams and cries, the sounds of suffering that pierced through the night. I clutched the book tightly, feeling its dark power resonate with the room's malevolent energy. There's got to be a way to break this curse, I muttered, flipping through the book's pages in search of answers. Somewhere here, it must say how. Emily, trembling beside me, pointed to a passage that spoke of redemption and release, a way to free the spirits bound within the second room. It required a sacrifice, a letting go of our own fears and the pain that held us back. I looked into Emily's eyes, seeing the determination that mirrored my own. "Let's do it," I said, my voice steady despite the chaos around us. "We have to help them." Following the instructions, we began to recite the incantations written in the book, our voices intertwining with the haunting sounds of the forest outside. The symbols on the walls responded, their light dimming as the dark energy began to dissipate. The oppressive weight lifted, replaced by a sense of calm that enveloped the room. As we reached the final words of the ritual, the photographs on the table began to transform. The blank spaces filled with the faces of the children, their expressions no longer empty but filled with gratitude and peace. The ghostly presence that had tormented us softened, the malice giving way to a serene light that bathed the room in warmth. "Thank you," the spirits seemed to whisper, their voices now filled with relief and happiness. "You've set us free." With those final words, the door to the second room swung open, the path to freedom now clear. We stood up, the room around us shimmering with a residual light as the spirits departed, their souls finally finding the peace they had long sought. We descended the ladder, the oppressive energy completely gone, replaced by the gentle rustling of leaves and the soft glow of twilight filtering through the trees. As we left the treehouse behind, the feeling of unease that had plagued us was replaced by a sense of accomplishment and relief. We had faced the darkness and emerged victorious, the spirits of the second room no longer bound to our world. Driving back to the farmhouse, the first light of dawn breaking through the horizon, I reflected on the night's events. The treehouse, once a symbol of childhood joy, had transformed into a place of redemption and closure. Emily squeezed my hand, her eyes reflecting the same sense of peace that now settled over us. "Do you think it will stay like this?" she asked, her voice filled with wonder. "I believe so," I replied, the memory of the spirits' gratitude etched into my heart. We gave them the peace they deserved. Years have passed since that night in Maine, but the memory of the second room and the spirits we helped remains vivid in my mind. The treehouse stands as a testament to the enduring power of compassion and the ability to confront and overcome the darkness that resides within forgotten places. And sometimes, when the wind rustles through the leaves and the first light of dawn filters through the branches, I can almost hear the faint echoes of laughter and whispers, a lingering reminder that some stories never truly fade, but live on in the hearts of those who remember. Story number 5. Whispers from the Canopy. I've always been fascinated by the tales that linger in the shadows, the stories whispered among the rustling leaves of ancient forests. So when I heard about the treehouse deep within Black Hills, South Dakota, a relic of childhood joy turned into a site of unspeakable tragedy, I knew I had to uncover its secrets. As a freelance writer with a penchant for the paranormal, The story of the vanished children and the eerie laughter that still echoes from the abandoned structure called to me like a siren's song. It was a crisp October morning when I set out for Black Hills, the air tinged with the scent of pine and the promise of autumn. My destination was a secluded area within the dense forest, far from the well-trodden trails and into the heart of nature's embrace. The treehouse, once a vibrant playground for local children, now stood as a hollow testament to a day that changed everything. The drive was long, the landscape shifting from rolling hills to thick woodlands where the sunlight struggled to penetrate the canopy. As I ventured deeper into the forest, the world around me seemed to grow quieter, the sounds of civilization fading until only the whispers of the wind through the trees remained. I navigated my way to an overgrown path, the remnants of the trail barely visible beneath layers of fallen leaves and encroaching underbrush. After hours of trekking, I finally reached the clearing where the treehouse stood. It was perched high in a sturdy oak, its wooden planks weathered and worn by years of neglect. The structure, once vibrant with laughter and life, now loomed ominously against the gray sky, its windows dark and empty. A chill ran down my spine as I approached, the memory of the vanished children's laughter echoing in my mind. I set up my camera and notebook, the tools of my trade ready to capture whatever mysteries lay within. The forest around me was silent, the only sounds the distant call of an owl and the soft rustling of leaves. As I climbed the rickety ladder to the treehouse, the air grew colder, the atmosphere thick with an unspoken tension that made every step feel heavier than the last. Inside, the treehouse was a shadow of its former self. Dust lay thick on every surface, and cobwebs adorned the corners like delicate lace. The small space felt suffocating, the walls closing in with the weight of untold stories. I began to explore, my flashlight cutting through the darkness, illuminating remnants of childhood, faded drawings on the walls, old toys scattered across the floor, and a single, broken window that offered a glimpse into the stormy sky outside. As I delved deeper, the temperature seemed to drop even further, my breath visible in the icy air. It was then that I heard it, a faint, eerie laughter that echoed through the treehouse, bouncing off the walls with a haunting resonance. My heart pounded in my chest as I spun around, searching for the source of the sound. But the room remained empty. The laughter lingered, a ghostly reminder of the lives that once filled this space with joy. Determined to document the phenomenon, I set up my equipment, positioning my camera to capture any signs of activity. I sat down on the creaky floorboards, my notebook open to record my observations. As the minutes ticked by, the laughter continued, growing louder and more distinct. Yet no form materialized to accompany the sound. It was as if the very walls were crying out in sorrow, their voices blending with the whispers of the forest outside. Suddenly, the air grew thick with an oppressive energy, the atmosphere charged with a malevolent presence that made my skin crawl. Shadows seemed to dance at the edges of my vision, fleeting shapes that vanished when I turned to look. The laughter transformed into desperate whispers, their words indistinct yet filled with anguish. "Leave, leave now." Panic set in as I realized that something unnatural was unfolding within the treehouse. The oppressive energy pressed down on me, making it difficult to breathe. As the whispers grew louder, their message clear and insistent, I tried to rationalize the experience, telling myself it was just the wind or the remnants of old memories. But the fear gripping me left no room for doubt. Desperate to escape, I rushed to the window, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. Outside, the forest was a swirling vortex of shadows and snow, the trees seemingly alive with unseen forces. The laughter and whispers followed me, their voices echoing through the night like spectral entities seeking refuge. I scrambled down the ladder, my heart racing as I fled the treehouse, the sounds of torment chasing me into the cold embrace of the forest. As I stumbled through the underbrush, the whispers persisted, their voices a relentless reminder of the tragedy that had befallen the town. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone, that the spirits of the lost children were still bound to the treehouse. their suffering etched into the very fabric of the forest. The moon cast a pale glow on the snow-covered ground, guiding me back to the safety of my car. But the memories of that night lingered like a shadow, haunting my every step. Back in civilization, I reviewed the footage, my hands trembling as I watched the eerie laughter captured on camera. There was no sign of movement or apparitions, only the sound that defied explanation. A ghostly echo of lives lost to the unforgiving wilderness. The notebook was filled with frantic scribbles, the words barely coherent amidst the fear and adrenaline that had consumed me. In the days that followed, I couldn't shake the feeling that the spirits of Garnet's lost children were still reaching out, their whispers echoing in my mind as I tried to piece together the events that had unfolded. The story of the treehouse became more than just a tale of abandoned structures and lost lives. It was a haunting reminder of the thin veil that separates the living from the dead, and the enduring power of unresolved sorrow. Determined to give the spirits a voice and honor their memory, I returned to Black Hills, seeking out the families of the lost children and delving deeper into the town's tragic history. The more I learned, the more I understood the depth of the curse that had claimed Garnet. A curse born from despair and the unrelenting grip of nature's wrath. The treehouse stood as a symbol of that tragedy, a beacon for restless souls seeking closure that could never be found in life. One night, driven by a sense of duty and compassion, I returned to the treehouse, armed with offerings of candles and personal mementos, hoping to provide a semblance of peace to the tortured spirits. As I arranged the items, the oppressive energy lifted slightly, the whispers softening into a harmonious chorus of gratitude. The laughter transformed into a gentle melody, the spirits acknowledging my presence and my attempt to honor their memory. As the first light of dawn broke through the stormy sky, the treehouse seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, the darkness receding as the spirits found the peace they had long sought. The oppressive atmosphere lifted entirely, replaced by a serene stillness that enveloped the forest. The whispers had ceased, the laughter now a distant echo of the joy that once filled the treehouse with life. Driving away from Black Hills, the memory of that night remained etched into my soul, a testament to the enduring power of compassion and understanding in the face of tragedy. The treehouse stood as a silent sentinel, its haunting beauty a reminder of the lives lost and the spirits that had been finally set free. The legends of Garnet were no longer just ghost stories but a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the enduring connection between the living and the dead. Years have passed since my encounter with the haunted treehouse, but the whispers of Garnet's lost children still echo in my mind, a lingering reminder of the night I helped them find their peace. And sometimes, when the wind rustles through the forest and the snow blankets the earth in silent stillness, I can almost hear their faint laughter, a haunting echo that ensures their stories are never forgotten, forever etched into the heart of Black Hills. Story number 6. Whispers in Devil's Den. I've always been captivated by the allure of the unknown, the secrets that lie hidden beneath the veneer of everyday life. So when my friends Mark, Lisa, and Jason and I decided to embark on a weekend camping trip to Devil's Den Forest in Arkansas, felt like the perfect adventure. Nestled deep within the Ozarks, Devil's Den is infamous for its rugged terrain, stunning rock formations, and a myriad of local legends that speak of restless spirits and unexplained phenomena. Little did we know, our excitement would soon give way to a nightmare we couldn't escape. It was late September, the air crisp with the first hints of autumn, when we arrived at the forest's edge. The sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows that danced across the dense foliage. We had spent the afternoon hiking through the winding trails, the sounds of our laughter and conversation blending with the symphony of the wilderness around us. As dusk turned to night, we decided to set up camp near a particularly large oak tree, its branches sprawling like the arms of a giant, providing ample shade and a perfect vantage point for stargazing. Building our makeshift treehouse had been a project we'd tackled together, a blend of excitement and creativity that left us with a sturdy structure high above the forest floor. with the basics secured: sleeping bags, a small camping stove, and a few personal items. We settled in for the night, the flickering light of our lantern casting eerie shadows on the treehouse walls. The first night was peaceful, the sounds of the forest lulling us into a sense of calm. We shared stories, laughed at old memories, and marveled at the clarity of the night sky. But as midnight approached, an unsettling stillness descended upon the forest, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves and the distant hoot of an owl. It was then that we heard it, a faint scratching sound, rhythmic and deliberate, coming from outside the treehouse. Mark, ever the curious one, grabbed his flashlight and peered out the window. "Probably just a raccoon or something," he muttered, though his voice betrayed a hint of unease. Lisa and Jason nodded in agreement, trying to shake off the creeping sense of dread that was beginning to settle in. But the scratching didn't stop, continued, growing louder and more insistent, as if someone or something was desperately trying to get our attention. I felt a chill run down my spine, the air growing colder despite the warm layers we had worn for the evening. Mark stepped away from the window, determination etched on his face. "I'm going to check it out," he declared, grabbing his jacket and heading towards the door. "Stay here, guys." I exchanged worried glances with Lisa and Jason, both of us silently pleading for him to reconsider. But Mark was resolute, his curiosity overpowering any sense of caution. We watched as he disappeared into the darkness, the scratching sound following him until he was just a shadow among the trees. Minutes passed, each one stretching longer than the last. The scratching persisted, now accompanied by a low, mournful whine that seemed to emanate from the very earth beneath us. My heart pounded in my chest, every instinct urging me to follow Mark. But fear held me back. Lisa grabbed my arm, her eyes wide with terror. "We should go after him," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the eerie sounds outside. Before I could respond, a loud crash echoed through the treehouse, the sound of something large and heavy striking the structure. Mark emerged from the darkness, his face pale and his breath shallow. He looked around, eyes darting nervously as the scratching ceased abruptly. "There's nothing out there," he said, his voice shaky. "Just trees and rocks." But the relief was short-lived. As we settled back into our positions, the silence was shattered by a chilling sight. Through the window, we saw a figure standing just beyond the tree line, a woman in a flowing white dress, her face obscured by the shadows. She stood motionless, staring directly at our treehouse with eyes that seemed to burn with an unnatural light. "Who is she?" Jason breathed, his voice trembling. Before anyone could respond, the figure began to move, slowly advancing towards us with deliberate steps. The temperature plummeted, frost forming on the edges of the windowpane as the woman drew nearer. Panic surged through me as I grabbed my flashlight, aiming it towards her. But the beam barely penetrated the darkness surrounding her. As she reached the base of our tree, her face became visible, a pale, expressionless visage with eyes that glowed like embers in the night. She raised a hand, pointing directly at us, her fingers elongated and claw-like. Without warning, she vanished, the air around us growing still once more. Mark, Lisa, and Jason stared in stunned silence, the gravity of the situation sinking in. The local legends had warned us about Devil's Denver, about the spirits that haunted its depths, but we had dismissed them as mere folklore. Now, faced with the reality of a restless spirit, fear took hold of us. "We need to leave," I said, my voice barely more than a whisper. We began to pack up our belongings, the sense of urgency propelling us into action. But as we descended from the treehouse, the ground beneath us began to tremble, cracks spiderwebbing through the once solid earth. From these fissures, dark smoke billowed, carrying with it the acrid scent of burning coal and decay. The forest around us seemed to come alive, the trees twisting and contorting as if responding to an unseen force. "What's happening?" Jason cried, his eyes wide with terror. Before we could react, The treehouse began to sway violently, the structure creaking and groaning under the immense pressure. We stumbled backwards, the ground shifting beneath our feet as the air filled with the sound of distant, tormented wails. It was as if the forest itself was crying out in pain, the spirits of Devil's Den seeking release from their eternal torment. Desperate to escape, we ran through the forest, the path we had taken earlier now unrecognizable, swallowed by the encroaching darkness and shifting terrain. The sounds of our footsteps were drowned out by the cacophony of spirits crying out for help, their anguish a constant presence that haunted our every step. Hours seemed to pass as we navigated the maze of the haunted forest, the fear and exhaustion driving us forward. Just as hope began to wane, we emerged from the dense trees, the first light of dawn breaking through the horizon and dispelling the shadows that had held us captive. We looked back, but Devil's Den had returned to its former stillness, the treehouse nowhere to be seen, as if it had never existed. Breathing heavily, we collapsed onto the soft grass, the memories of that night etched into our minds like a dark scar. The legends of Devil's Den were no longer just stories to us. They were a terrifying reality that we had narrowly escaped. As we made our way back to civilization, the forest stood silent once more, the spirits of the lost bound to its depths, their whispers lingering in the air as a haunting reminder of the night we faced the unknown and survived. Years have passed since that fateful trip, but the memory of Devil's Den remains vivid, a testament to the thin veil that separates our world from the supernatural. Sometimes, when the wind rustles through the trees and the first light of dawn casts long shadows across the land, I can almost hear the faint echoes of laughter and the desperate whispers of restless spirits, a lingering reminder that some places are meant to be forgotten, their secrets buried deep within the heart of the wilderness. Story number 7. Whispers of the White Shadow. I've always been drawn to the mysteries that lie hidden within nature's embrace, the secrets that forests guard under their thick canopies and the stories that time forgets. So when I heard about the abandoned treehouse deep within the Colorado wilderness, I couldn't resist the urge to explore. Nestled in the heart of a dense pine forest, the treehouse had become the stuff of local legend, a place where the veil between the living and the dead seemed impossibly thin. It was a crisp autumn morning when I set out for the treehouse. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows that danced across the forest floor. I packed my essentials, a sturdy flashlight, a notebook, my camera, and a few snacks. The idea was simple enough: document the treehouse, uncover the truth behind the tales of the White Shadow, and perhaps debunk the myths that frighten the locals. As I drove along the narrow, winding roads that led into the wilderness, the landscape transformed from rolling hills to towering pines that seemed to stretch endlessly toward the heavens. The air was cool, tinged with the scent of pine and the earthy aroma of fallen leaves. Birds chirped overhead, their songs a stark contrast to the silence that awaited me deeper in the forest. After hours of hiking, I finally reached the clearing where the treehouse stood. It was perched high in an old oak tree, its wooden planks weathered and worn by years of neglect. Vines crept up the sides, and the once vibrant paint had faded to a dull, peeling gray. The structure looked fragile, as if it could collapse under the slightest pressure. Yet it stood resilient against the test of time. I approached cautiously, my flashlight cutting through the dappled sunlight that filtered through the branches. The treehouse seemed almost out of place in its serene setting, a relic of happier times now overshadowed by the whispers of the past. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for what lay ahead, and began to climb the rickety ladder. As I ascended, the forest seemed to hold its breath, the usual sounds of wildlife subdued as if the trees themselves were watching. Reaching the top, I pushed open the creaking door and stepped inside. The interior was dimly lit, the air thick with the scent of mildew and decay. Dust particles floated in the beam of my flashlight, creating an ethereal glow that added to the eerie atmosphere. The treehouse was small but cozy, furnished with remnants of its former life, old toys scattered across the floor, a tattered blanket draped over a makeshift bed, and faded drawings on the walls. It was a snapshot of childhood innocence now tainted by abandonment. I set up my camera and notebook, eager to document every detail, but an unsettling feeling settled in the pit of my stomach. As I explored further, the whispers began. At first, they were faint, almost imperceptible, a soft murmur that seemed to come from the walls themselves. "Leave, leave now," the voices seemed to chant, their tone urgent and pleading. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. The air grew colder, and the shadows deepened, as if the darkness itself was pressing in around me. Determined to uncover the source, I followed the whispers to a small window overlooking the forest. It was there that I saw her, a figure clad in a flowing white dress, standing motionless in the treehouse below. Her presence was both haunting and beautiful, her eyes hollow yet filled with a sorrow that pierced through me. She raised her hand, pointing directly at me, her gaze unwavering. I took a step back, my mind racing with questions. Who was she? Why was she here? The local legends spoke of a woman who had vanished without a trace, her spirit forever bound to the treehouse. Some said she was a mother who lost her children in a tragic accident. Others believed she was a victim of foul play, her restless soul seeking justice. The truth was shrouded in mystery, and now I was face to face with the embodiment of those unanswered questions. As I stood there, trying to make sense of what I was witnessing, the whispers grew louder, the voices overlapping in a cacophony of fear and despair. The woman began to move, her form becoming more translucent, her presence more ethereal. I reached out, my fingers trembling as I tried to touch her, but my hand passed through her like mist, leaving me cold and empty-handed. Panic surged through me as the treehouse seemed to come alive, the walls pulsating with dark energy. The temperature dropped further, my breath visible in the freezing air as the whispers turned into agonized cries. "Help us! Release us!" the voices echoed, their pleas intertwining with the sorrowful wails that filled the space. Desperate to help, I began to recite a prayer I remembered from childhood, hoping to offer solace to the tormented spirit. The words felt heavy on my tongue, the act of speaking them a beacon of light in the enveloping darkness. As I continued, the oppressive energy began to lift, the whispers softening into a harmonious chorus of gratitude and peace. The woman's form began to shimmer, her features softening as the sorrow in her eyes gave way to a serene expression. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice now filled with relief and hope. "You've set us free." With those final words, her figure dissolved into the light, the treehouse bathed in a warm, golden glow that dispelled the lingering darkness. The air grew lighter, the cold replaced by a gentle warmth that wrapped around me like a comforting embrace. The whispers ceased, replaced by the soothing sounds of the forest that now seemed alive with a renewed sense of peace. I sat down, overwhelmed by the experience, my heart swelling with a mixture of relief and reverence. The treehouse, once a place of fear and mystery, now stood as a testament to the power of compassion and understanding. The spirits had found the peace they had long sought, their stories finally heard and honored. As dawn broke, casting its first light through the trees, I packed up my gear, the memory of that night etched into my very being. The treehouse had revealed its secrets, and I had played a part in bringing closure to restless souls bound by tragedy. Driving away from the forest, the sun rising over the horizon, I felt a profound sense of accomplishment and peace. Years later, the story of my encounter with the white shadow of the treehouse became a defining moment in my life, a chilling reminder of the thin veil that separates our world from the supernatural. I often find myself reflecting on that night, the whispers of the past that still linger in my mind, and the enduring power of empathy in the face of darkness. And sometimes, when the wind rustles through the trees and the first light of dawn filters through the leaves, I can almost hear the faint echoes of laughter and gratitude, a lingering whisper that ensures the spirits of the treehouse are never truly forgotten, forever free from the shadows that once held them captive. Story number 8. Eastern State Penitentiary, the most notorious haunted prison. I've always been fascinated by places steeped in history and mystery, locations where the veil between the past and present seems unnaturally thin. So, when I heard about the haunted legends surrounding Eastern State Penitentiary in Philadelphia, I knew I had to experience it for myself. Built in 1829, Eastern State was once the most expensive and progressive prison in the world, known for its radical system of solitary confinement. Notorious inmates like Al Capone walked its corridors, and over the decades, countless stories of restless spirits have emerged, making it the most famous haunted prison in America. The night I decided to visit Eastern State was colder than usual for early October. A thick fog rolled in from the Schuylkill River, wrapping the imposing Gothic structure in an eerie silence. The penitentiary's towering spires and sprawling wings loomed against the darkening sky, their stone walls casting long, sinister shadows. Armed with my camera, a flashlight, and a voice recorder, I felt a mix of excitement and trepidation as I approached the grand entrance. The gate creaked open with a reluctant groan. As if protesting my entry, I stepped onto the grounds, the gravel crunching under my boots. The air was heavy with the scent of damp earth and decay, a stark contrast to the bustling city just a few miles away. As I walked through the deserted courtyard, the silence was almost oppressive, broken only by the distant hoot of an owl and the occasional rustle of leaves stirred by the night breeze. Inside, the penitentiary was a labyrinth of narrow corridors and dimly lit cells, each one holding its own story of despair and punishment. The oppressive atmosphere was palpable, the weight of centuries of suffering pressing down on me. My flashlight flickered intermittently, casting fleeting shadows that danced on the walls, making it hard to discern reality from imagination. I made my way to the infamous solitary confinement block, the heart of Eastern State's punitive system. The cells here were small, with thick stone walls and heavy iron doors, designed to isolate inmates completely. As I approached, I felt a chill run down my spine. It was as if the very walls were whispering secrets of the tormented souls who had endured unimaginable isolation within these confines. Setting up my equipment in the center of the corridor, I began to speak into the recorder, detailing my observations and experiences. The only sound was my own voice echoing through the empty halls. Minutes turned into hours as I wandered through the penitentiary, exploring different sections and documenting any unusual occurrences. Each step seemed to take me deeper into the prison's dark history, unraveling tales of punishment, rebellion, and restless spirits. Around midnight, I found myself in the infamous Al Capone cell, a place rumored to be one of the most haunted areas in the penitentiary. The cell was small, barely larger than a closet, with a single window barred and barely letting in any light. As I entered, the temperature dropped noticeably, my breath visible in the frigid air. I felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow and anger, emotions that seemed to emanate from the very walls. I decided to conduct a séance, hoping to communicate with any lingering spirits. Sitting cross-legged on the cold, hard floor, I began to chant softly, my voice barely above a whisper. The air grew thick with tension, and the silence was broken by the faint sound of footsteps echoing through the corridor. My heart raced as I strained to hear any response, but the footsteps faded as quickly as they had appeared. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the cell block, followed by a chorus of distant screams and muffled cries. My flashlight flickered violently, casting erratic shadows that seemed to reach out towards me. I grabbed the recorder, hoping to capture any supernatural voices, but it only picked up static and distorted noises. The oppressive atmosphere intensified, making it hard to breathe, as if the very walls were closing in on me. Determined to uncover the truth, I moved deeper into the penitentiary, heading towards the old exercise yard where numerous violent incidents had taken place over the years. The yard was eerily silent, the moonlight casting long, ghostly shadows on the ground. As I walked along the perimeter, I heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps behind me. Slow and deliberate, I turned around, but no one was there. My heart pounded in my chest as I quickened my pace, the footsteps matching my every move. I decided to split up, taking different paths to cover more ground. As I ventured into the west wing, the temperature continued to drop, my breath forming small clouds in the air. The walls here were adorned with graffiti and old, faded messages left by inmates long gone. I felt a presence nearby, an intangible force watching my every move. My flashlight illuminated a cell where a shadowy figure stood, his form wavering like smoke in the wind. I froze, unable to move as the figure extended a hand towards me, eyes hollow and filled with anguish. Panic surged through me as I backed away, stumbling over the uneven floor. The figure dissipated into the darkness, leaving me alone with my racing thoughts and the sound of my own heartbeat. I pressed on, desperately trying to shake off the feeling of being hunted. As I reached the central hub of the penitentiary, I heard the faint sound of a piano playing somewhere in the distance, a melancholic melody that seemed out of place in the abandoned prison. Compelled by curiosity, I followed the music, winding my way through a series of narrow corridors until I found myself in what once was the penitentiary's grand ballroom. The room was vast, with high ceilings and ornate decorations now covered in dust and cobwebs. An old grand piano sat in the center, the keys moving as if played by an invisible hand. I approached cautiously, the music growing louder, more sorrowful. As I reached out to touch the piano, the room plunged into darkness, my flashlight extinguished by an unseen force. I heard the sound of glass shattering, followed by the chilling laughter of a child echoing through the hallways. My heart raced as I fumbled to turn the flashlight back on, but it remained dark, the only light coming from the faint glow of the moon filtering through the broken windows. In the darkness, I felt a cold hand grasp my shoulder, spinning me around. There, in the beam of my flashlight, stood a figure dressed in old-fashioned prison garb, face twisted in rage and despair. His eyes bore into mine, filled with a longing for release from the eternal torment that bound it to this place. I tried to speak, but no words came out, only a strangled gasp as the figure reached out towards me, fingers clawing at my skin. I turned and fled, running through the labyrinthine corridors with no sense of direction, the sounds of pursuit growing louder. Screams, whispers, and the relentless pounding of footsteps chased me through the darkened prison, each turn leading me deeper into a nightmare from which there was no escape. My mind raced, trying to make sense of the chaos, but all I could focus on was the overwhelming fear that something was hunting me, feeding off my terror. Finally, I burst through the main gates, the cold night air hitting my face like a slap. I didn't stop running until I was several blocks away, gasping for breath and shaking uncontrollably. The penitentiary stood silent behind me, its dark silhouette a stark reminder of the horrors I had just experienced. I glanced back, half expecting to see the spirits still roaming the grounds, but the fog had thickened, swallowing the prison in a blanket of white. In the days that followed, I couldn't shake the memories of that night. Strange occurrences plagued me, objects moving on their own, whispers in the dead of night, and shadows flitting just out of sight. My camera and recorder, once symbols of my curiosity, now served as grim reminders of the darkness that lurked within Eastern State Penitentiary. Determined to understand what I had encountered, I delved into the prison's history, uncovering stories of brutality, rebellion, and untimely deaths. Each tale of suffering and injustice seemed to echo the spirit's lingering presence, their unfinished business anchoring them to the mortal realm. I realized that Eastern State was not just a building of stone and iron, but a repository of pain and vengeance, where the past refused to stay buried. One evening, unable to bear the haunting memories any longer, I decided to return to Eastern State, hoping to find some form of closure. Armed with renewed determination and a deeper respect for the souls that inhabited the prison, I approached the gates once more. The penitentiary stood as imposing as ever, but there was a sense of acceptance in the air, as if the spirits were ready to move on. Inside, I walked the familiar corridors with a sense of purpose. Setting up my equipment in the central hub, I spoke aloud, acknowledging the suffering and asking for peace, hoping to bridge the gap between the living and the dead. The air was still, the oppressive weight lifting slightly as I continued to communicate with the spirits. Minutes passed in silence, the atmosphere calm and respectful. Then, the grand piano began to play again, but this time the melody was gentle, almost soothing. I felt a presence nearby, not one of anger, but of gratitude. The spirits were finally heard, their stories acknowledged. The oppressive darkness seemed to lift, replaced by a serene energy that filled the room. As the last notes of the piano faded, a profound silence settled over Eastern State Penitentiary. I felt a sense of peace, knowing that I had honored the memories of those who had suffered within these walls. The spirits, once restless and vengeful, had found their closure, their stories finally told. Leaving the penitentiary that night, the fog had lifted, revealing the penitentiary in a new light. It stood as a monument to both the horrors of the past and the resilience of the human spirit. My experience had changed me, deepening my understanding of the thin line between the living and the dead, and the importance of remembering and respecting the stories that shape our history. Eastern State Penitentiary remains a place of dark history and lingering spirits, a testament to the atrocities that can occur when humanity is stripped away. My journey there taught me that every place has its stories, some too painful to forget, and sometimes, those stories demand to be heard, so that the past is never forgotten, and the echoes of suffering can finally find peace. If you ever find yourself drawn to the remnants of Eastern State, remember the tales of those who endured its walls. Approach with respect and understanding, for the spirits of the past linger still, yearning to share their stories and seek the justice they never received. Eastern State is not just a relic of history. It's a living memory of the human capacity for both cruelty and resilience, and the haunting reminders that some places hold secrets better left undisturbed. Story number 9. Holmesburg Prison, the dreaded experiments. I've never been one to believe in ghosts, skeptical by nature. I always dismissed tales of the supernatural as mere figments of overactive imaginations. That was until I stepped foot inside Holmesburg Prison. Nestled in Philadelphia, Holmesburg stood as a relic of a bygone era, its crumbling walls and iron-barred windows whispering secrets of the past. Little did I know, those secrets would haunt me long after I left. As a writer obsessed with uncovering the hidden and the mysterious, Holmesburg was the perfect setting for my next project. The prison, operational from 1896 to 1995, had a dark history that extended beyond its oppressive atmosphere. It was infamous for the unethical medical experiments conducted on inmates, experiments that blurred the lines between science and cruelty. Stories of prisoners subjected to painful procedures without consent circulated for years, fueling rumors of lingering spirits seeking vengeance. My journey began on a gloomy October evening. The sky was overcast, and a steady drizzle set the mood as I approached the imposing gates of Holmesburg. The rain seemed to dampen not just the surroundings but also my resolve. With a deep breath, I pushed open the heavy iron gates and stepped into the foreboding compound. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decay, a stark contrast to the bustling city nearby. Inside, the prison loomed large, its architecture a blend of utilitarian harshness and Gothic despair. The corridors were narrow and dimly lit, shadows dancing eerily on the walls. My flashlight barely pierced the darkness, but I pressed on, determined to uncover the truth. Each step echoed through the silent halls, a constant reminder of the isolation and suffering that once filled this place. I made my way to the old medical wing, the epicenter of the heinous experiments. The door creaked open, revealing a room frozen in time. Rusted medical equipment lay scattered across the tables, and faded diagrams adorned the walls. The air was colder here, almost unnaturally so, sending shivers down my spine. I set up my camera and began documenting the space, hoping to capture any anomalies. As I delved deeper into the room, an overwhelming sense of unease settled over me. It felt as though the very walls were watching, listening. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. My flashlight flickered, casting fleeting shadows that seemed to move of their own accord. I tried to rationalize it. Old buildings often have electrical issues, but deep down, I knew something was wrong. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the silence. My heart raced as I spun around, flashlight darting to pinpoint the source. The sound had come from the far end of the room, where an old operating table stood. I approached cautiously, every instinct screaming to flee. As I drew closer, the temperature plummeted, my breath visible in the frigid air. There, on the table, was the apparition of a man. His eyes were hollow, filled with an unbearable sorrow and rage. His mouth moved, but no sound emerged, only silent pleas for help. I froze, unable to tear my eyes away. The room seemed to close in around me, the oppressive atmosphere suffocating. I wanted to run, but my legs refused to move. The ghostly figure began to convulse, his form distorting as if caught in an invisible torment. I could feel the weight of his suffering, the injustice of his fate pressing down on me. Desperately, I tried to communicate, calling out his name, but he remained silent, trapped in his eternal agony. A sudden gust of wind extinguished my flashlight, plunging me into darkness. Panic surged through me as I fumbled to turn it back on, but the device remained stubbornly dead. In the pitch black, I heard footsteps, rapid, frantic, chasing me through the labyrinthine corridors. My breath quickened, each step a desperate attempt to escape the nightmare unfolding around me. I stumbled through the halls, the sounds of pursuit growing louder. Whispers echoed in my ears, voices from the past reliving their torment. Doors slammed shut on their own, and shadows lengthened and twisted, blocking my path. My mind raced, trying to make sense of the chaos, but logic abandoned me, replaced by sheer terror. Finally, I burst through a set of double doors, gasping for breath. Sunlight streamed in, a stark contrast to the darkness I had fled. I glanced back, expecting to see my pursuers, but the prison stood silent once more. My heart pounded in my chest as I made my way to the exit, every step a struggle against the lingering fear. Outside, the rain had eased, leaving the world washed clean. I looked back at Holmesburg Prison, its silhouette dark against the fading light. A sense of relief washed over me, but it was tempered by the haunting memories of what I had experienced. The screams, the ghostly apparitions, the relentless pursuit, they were etched into my mind, a constant reminder of the horrors that transpired within those walls. In the days that followed, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Strange occurrences plagued me, whispers in the night, fleeting shadows at the edge of my vision. It was as if the spirits of Holmesburg had followed me, unwilling to let their stories fade into obscurity. My sleep was restless, haunted by dreams of the tormented souls seeking justice. Determined to put an end to the nightmare, I returned to Holmesburg, this time with a deeper understanding of the suffering that occurred there. Armed with new equipment and a resolve to document the truth, I delved into the prison's darkest corners once more. This time, I wasn't just a visitor, I was a witness, determined to honor the memories of those who endured unimaginable pain. As I navigated the familiar corridors, the air grew heavy with anticipation. I reached the medical wing, where the previous horrors had unfolded. Setting up my recording devices, I began to speak, recounting the stories of the prisoners who had been subjected to cruel experiments. My voice echoed through the empty halls, a solemn tribute to their suffering. Minutes passed in silence, the oppressive atmosphere hanging thick. Suddenly, the room came alive with whispers, voices intertwining in a sorrowful chorus. The apparitions materialized once more, their presence more tangible than before. This time, however, there was a sense of peace, as if they were finally being heard. One by one, the spirits shared their stories, their voices blending into a tapestry of pain and resilience. I listened, captivated by their tales of endurance and the desperate search for redemption. It was a powerful reminder of the human capacity for both cruelty and survival, a testament to the strength of the human spirit even in the face of unimaginable suffering. As the last voice faded, a profound silence settled over the room. The oppressive weight lifted, replaced by a sense of closure. The spirits had found their peace, their stories finally told. I felt a deep sense of gratitude, honored to have been a conduit for their memories. Leaving Holmesburg that night, the rain had ceased, and the air felt lighter, as if a burden had been lifted. The prison stood silent, no longer a place of torment but a monument to the resilience of those who endured its horrors. My experience had changed me, deepening my understanding of the thin veil between the living and the dead. Holmesburg Prison remains a place of dark history and lingering spirits, a reminder of the atrocities that can occur when humanity is stripped away. My journey there taught me that every place has its stories, some too painful to forget, and sometimes, those stories demand to be heard, so that the past is never forgotten, and the echoes of suffering can finally find peace. If you ever find yourself drawn to the remnants of Holmesburg, remember the tales of those who suffered within its walls. Approach with respect and understanding, for the spirits of the past linger still, yearning to share their stories and seek the justice they never received. Holmesburg is not just a relic of history, it's a testament to the enduring human spirit and the haunting memories that refuse to fade. Story number 10. Lackawanna County Jail, Shadows Below. I've always been intrigued by places where history and darkness intertwine, where the echoes of the past resonate through the present. So, when I heard about the abandoned Lackawanna County Jail, notorious for its oppressive atmosphere and the mysterious occurrences in its basement, I knew I had to investigate. The jail, built in the late 19th century, had been shuttered for decades, its stone walls now crumbling and overgrown with ivy. Locals whispered about the shadows that lurked beneath and the eerie sounds that pierced the stillness of night. Determined to uncover the truth, I organized a small team of fellow paranormal enthusiasts to explore the infamous basement, known as the Isolation Wing. We arrived just as the sun began to set, casting long, ominous shadows across the dilapidated structure. The main entrance loomed before us, its heavy wooden doors hanging precariously on rusted hinges. With flashlights in hand and cameras ready, we pushed the doors open, the creak echoing through the empty halls like a warning. The air inside was thick with the scent of mildew and decay, every step we took stirring up clouds of dust that danced in our flashlight beams. Our goal was the basement, a place few dared to venture. The Isolation Wing was once used to house the most dangerous and uncontrollable inmates, but after numerous reports of unexplained phenomena, it had been sealed off and forgotten. As we ascended the narrow staircase leading to the basement entrance, the temperature dropped noticeably, our breaths visible in the cold air. The walls around us were adorned with faded graffiti and the remnants of old signage, a testament to the jail's grim history. Reaching the bottom of the stairs, we found the heavy metal door slightly ajar, the darkness beyond seeming to swallow our light. I took a deep breath and pushed the door open, the hinges groaning in protest. The basement was a vast, shadowy expanse, the only illumination coming from our flashlights slicing through the blackness. Rows of old, rusted cells lined the walls, their iron bars cold and imposing. The air was thick with a sense of despair, as if the very walls held onto the suffering of those who had been confined here. We set up our equipment in the center of the basement, each of us taking turns to document the space. As I began to speak into the recorder, narrating our presence and intentions, a palpable tension settled over the room. The silence was almost suffocating, broken only by the distant drip of water echoing through the corridors. I glanced around, feeling the weight of unseen eyes watching our every move. Minutes turned into hours as we explored the basement, our flashlights revealing glimpses of the jail's dark past. We examined old cells, discovering remnants of personal belongings and makeshift beds that once held the inmates' meager possessions. The oppressive atmosphere seemed to grow heavier with each passing moment, the shadows around us deepening and shifting in ways that defied explanation. Then, without warning, the temperature plummeted further, our breaths visible in the freezing air. I felt a sudden, overwhelming sense of dread, a presence pressing in on me from all sides. My flashlight flickered violently, casting erratic shadows that danced on the walls. I turned to my teammates, only to find them staring blankly ahead, their faces pale and eyes wide with fear. "Did you feel that?" one of them whispered, his voice barely audible over the pounding of my heart. Before anyone could respond, a loud bang echoed through the basement, the sound reverberating off the stone walls like a gunshot. We all froze, eyes darting around the room, trying to locate the source of the noise. Then, we heard it, a series of heavy footsteps approaching, slow and deliberate, despite there being no one else in the basement. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice trembling, but there was no response, only the relentless sound of footsteps drawing closer. The shadows seemed to converge around us, forming indistinct shapes that moved with a life of their own. Panic set in as we realized we were not alone. Suddenly, the door to the basement slammed shut, the impact sending a shiver down my spine. We rushed to the door, pulling and banging against it, but it wouldn't budge. The footsteps halted, replaced by a low, guttural growl that resonated through the room. The air grew thick with an unspoken menace, the shadows now clearly forming twisted, ghostly figures that hovered just beyond the reach of our flashlight beams. One of my teammates, Jake, began to back away slowly, his face contorted in terror. "We need to get out of here," he stammered, but the door remained firmly closed, trapping us inside the basement with whatever haunted presence resided here. Desperate, I grabbed my camera, hoping to capture some evidence of the supernatural activity. As I pointed it towards the shadows, the lens fogged up, the images becoming distorted and blurry. The ghostly figures moved closer, their presence oppressive and malevolent. I could feel their sorrow and rage, the anguish of countless souls who had been wronged within these walls. A sudden, sharp coldness enveloped me, and I felt an invisible hand grip my shoulder, pulling me towards the center of the room. I tried to resist, but the force was overwhelming, dragging me into the heart of the darkness. The other members of the team reached out, but their hands passed through the ghostly figures as if I were made of mist. The whispers grew louder, a chorus of anguished voices pleading for release. "Remember us. Remember our pain." I struggled to break free, but the shadows tightened their grip, their presence suffocating. The basement seemed to close in around me, the walls pulsating with the weight of their suffering. I screamed, the sound swallowed by the oppressive darkness, my vision narrowing to a single point of light as the ghosts engulfed me. When I finally regained consciousness, the door to the basement swung open with a loud crash, the first sign of dawn casting weak light into the room. I gasped for air, my heart pounding in my chest, and looked around to find my teammates huddled together, eyes wide with fear but unharmed. The oppressive atmosphere had lifted, replaced by an eerie calm that felt both comforting and unsettling. "We need to leave," Jake said, his voice shaky but resolute. We gathered our equipment quickly, the shadows of the basement now nothing more than mere darkness, the ghostly figures having vanished as mysteriously as they had appeared. As we ascended the staircase, the sense of being watched lingered, a silent reminder of the night's horrors. Once outside, the first rays of sunlight began to break through the lingering fog, casting a hopeful glow over the abandoned jail. We glanced back at the building, its stone facade standing silent and still, hiding the dark secrets that lay beneath. The experience had left us shaken, the memories of the shadows and whispers etched into our minds forever. In the days that followed, strange things began to happen. I would catch glimpses of dark figures out of the corner of my eye, fleeting shadows that vanished when I turned to look. The sound of footsteps echoed through my home, and whispers filled the silence of the night, as if the spirits of Lackawanna County Jail had followed us, unwilling to let their stories fade into obscurity. My camera and recorder, once symbols of curiosity and adventure, now served as grim reminders of the night we faced the restless souls beneath the jail. Determined to find peace and help the lingering spirits, I delved deeper into the jail's history. I uncovered accounts of brutal punishments, overcrowded cells, and countless lives lost within those walls. Each story added another layer to the haunting legacy of Lackawanna County Jail, revealing the human cost of a system built on fear and retribution. I realized that the shadows we had encountered were not just figments of our imagination but manifestations of the unresolved pain and suffering of those who had been confined here. One evening, unable to bear the haunting memories any longer, I decided to return to the jail's grounds, armed with new equipment and a resolve to communicate with the spirits. I approached the site once more. The building stood silent, its dark presence still looming over the area. But there was a sense of anticipation in the air, as if the spirits were waiting for us to return. I set up my equipment in the same clearing, determined to give voice to the forgotten souls trapped within the jail's dark history. As I began to speak, recounting the stories I had uncovered and acknowledging their pain, the air grew thick with an unspoken energy. The shadows around me began to stir, their forms becoming more defined as the spirits responded to my call. The whispers returned, softer and more harmonious, as if the voices were finally finding a way to communicate. The temperature normalized, the oppressive weight lifting from the area as the spirits began to share their stories. I listened intently, capturing every word and every plea for remembrance and justice. The shadows no longer felt menacing but instead seemed to emanate a sense of longing for closure. Minutes passed in a serene silence, the atmosphere calm and respectful. Then, a single voice emerged from the darkness, clear and unwavering. "Thank you." The shadows faded, their presence dissipating into the morning light, leaving behind a profound sense of peace. I felt a deep sense of fulfillment, knowing that I had honored the memories of those who had endured unimaginable pain. The voices in the darkness had been heard, not through fear or confrontation, but through understanding and respect for the stories that shaped Lackawanna County Jail's dark legacy. Leaving the site that morning, the air felt lighter, the oppressive weight lifted from my shoulders. The remnants of the jail stood silent, no longer a place of torment but a monument to resilience and the enduring human spirit. My experience had changed me, deepening my understanding of the thin line between the living and the dead, and the importance of remembering and respecting the stories that shape our history. Lackawanna County Jail remains a place of dark history and lingering spirits, a testament to the atrocities that can occur when humanity is stripped away. My journey there taught me that every place has its stories, some too painful to forget, and sometimes those stories demand to be heard, so that the past is never forgotten, and the echoes of suffering can finally find peace. If you ever find yourself drawn to the remnants of Lackawanna County Jail, remember the tales of those who endured its walls. Approach with respect and understanding, for the spirits of the past linger still, yearning to share their stories and seek the justice they never received. The jail is not just a relic of history, it's a living memory of the human capacity for both cruelty and resilience, and the haunting reminders that some places hold secrets better left undisturbed. Story number 11. Moyamensing Jail, Echoes of the Damned. I've always been captivated by places where history and the supernatural intertwine, where the echoes of the past seem to linger, refusing to fade into obscurity. As a freelance journalist with a penchant for uncovering the hidden stories of Philadelphia, the remnants of Moyamensing Jail called to me like a siren's song. Although the jail had been razed decades ago, the shadow still loomed over the area, a dark cloud that no amount of progress could dissipate. Locals spoke in hushed tones about the strange occurrences that plagued the vicinity. Screams piercing the night, pleas for help that seemed to come from nowhere, and an unsettling feeling of being watched. Intrigued and determined to uncover the truth, I decided to investigate the haunted grounds of Moyamensing Jail. The night I chose to explore the site was colder than usual for early October. A thick fog rolled in from the Schuylkill River, enveloping the area in an eerie silence that was both calming and unnerving. Armed with my camera, a digital recorder, and a flashlight, I arrived at the outskirts of where Moyamensing once stood. The remnants of the jail were now just charred foundations and scattered debris, but the air around it felt charged with an inexplicable energy. As I approached the site, the first signs of unease began to settle in. The wind whispered through the skeletal remains, creating a symphony of creaks and moans that seemed almost human. I set up my equipment in what used to be the main entrance, now nothing more than a gaping hole in the earth. The sky was a canvas of dark clouds, threatening rain, and the only light came from the crescent moon struggling to pierce through the mist. I began by documenting the area, capturing images of the destroyed walls and the overgrown vegetation that had reclaimed the land. My recorder picked up the usual sounds of nature, crickets chirping, leaves rustling, but beneath them lay a subtle undertone of something else. Faint whispers, almost indistinguishable, seemed to float on the breeze, growing slightly louder as the night deepened. Deciding to delve deeper, I ventured towards the heart of the jail's former location. The ground was uneven, with remnants of old stone pathways now cracked and overgrown. My flashlight flickered intermittently, casting long shadows that danced eerily around me. Every step I took felt heavier, as if the very ground was resisting my intrusion. As I moved further in, the temperature began to drop noticeably. My breath became visible, puffing out in front of me despite the mild temperature outside. The oppressive chill was unlike anything I had felt before, sending shivers down my spine. The whispers grew more coherent, forming fragmented sentences that sent chills through my entire body. "Help us! Don't leave! Justice!" I stopped, heart racing, trying to locate the source of the voices. There was no one around, just the remnants of the jail and the encroaching darkness. My flashlight illuminated a small clearing where the ground had been flattened, possibly the site of the old execution block. The air here felt thicker, almost suffocating, and the whispers seemed to converge, creating a chorus of desperate pleas. I set up my recorder here, hoping to capture more substantial evidence of the paranormal activity. As I began to speak into it, narrating my observations and intentions, the atmosphere shifted. The whispers intensified, swirling around me like a vortex of lost souls. The temperature plummeted further, and I felt an invisible presence pressing in on me, making it hard to breathe. Suddenly, the ground beneath me seemed to pulse, and the air was filled with the sound of agonized screams. I looked around frantically, trying to make sense of the chaos. Shadows twisted and elongated, taking on forms that resembled the inmates who had once been confined within these walls. Their eyes, hollow and filled with sorrow, seemed to bore into my very soul. One figure emerged from the darkness, a tall, gaunt man with hollow eyes and a face twisted in eternal anguish. His mouth opened in a silent scream, and I could feel the weight of his suffering pressing down on me. I tried to speak, to ask who he was or what he wanted, but no words came out. The recorder continued to capture the cacophony of whispers and screams, the voices of the damned unable to find peace. Panic set in as the apparitions multiplied, surrounding me with their sorrowful presence. I grabbed my flashlight, hoping to use it as a tool to fend off the spirits, but the beam barely made a dent in the surrounding darkness. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, filling my mind with their desperate pleas for justice and remembrance. Desperate to escape, I turned to leave the clearing, but the ground seemed to shift beneath my feet, pulling me deeper into the heart of the jail's dark legacy. The screams intensified, merging with the whispers to create a symphony of pain that echoed through the night. I felt the invisible hands reaching out to me, pulling me back, trying to keep me from leaving, summoning every ounce of courage. I forced myself to keep moving, pushing against the invisible forces that sought to hold me captive. My flashlight flickered violently, casting fleeting images of the tormented souls that had been trapped within these walls. Each step felt like a battle against the oppressive weight of their sorrow, their pain, and their longing for release. As I reached what used to be the central courtyard, the most haunted part of Moyamensing jail, the atmosphere changed once more. The whispers softened into a mournful hum, and the temperature began to rise, the chill receding like a tide pulling back from the shore. The apparitions seemed to sense my determination, their forms becoming less defined, their presence less threatening. In the center of the courtyard stood a single, cracked stone bench, a remnant of the old recreational area where inmates had spent their last moments of relative peace. I sat down, exhausted and overwhelmed, trying to make sense of the night's events. The recorder continued to play back the sounds I had captured, a haunting reminder of the spirit's lingering presence. As dawn approached, the fog began to lift, revealing the extent of the destruction that had befallen Moyamensing jail. The whispers faded into the background, replaced by the sounds of the waking city. The oppressive atmosphere had lifted, leaving behind a sense of calm and closure. I felt the presence of the spirits ebbing away, their stories finally being acknowledged. Packing up my equipment, I took one last look at the site of Moyamensing jail. The shadows had receded, the darkness now a distant memory. The spirits had found a semblance of peace, their voices finally heard and their suffering recognized. As I walked away, the first rays of sunlight broke through the clouds, casting a hopeful glow over the haunted grounds. In the days that followed, the experience at Moyamensing jail remained etched in my mind. Strange occurrences continued to plague me, whispers in the dead of night, fleeting shadows at the edge of my vision, and the constant feeling of being watched. My camera and recorder, once tools of curiosity, now served as grim reminders of the night I spent facing the restless spirits of Moyamensing. Determined to honor their memories and find a way to help the lingering souls, I delved deeper into the jail's history. I uncovered stories of brutal punishments, overcrowded cells, and countless lives lost within those walls. Each account added another layer to the haunting legacy of Moyamensing jail, revealing the human cost of a system built on fear and retribution. I realized that the voices I had heard were not just echoes of the past but pleas for remembrance and justice. One evening, unable to bear the haunting memories any longer, I decided to return to the jail's site, armed with new equipment and a resolve to communicate with the spirits. I approached the grounds once more. The area was quiet, the remnants of the jail now overgrown and reclaimed by nature. I set up my recorder and camera in the same clearing, determined to give voice to the forgotten souls. I began to speak softly, recounting the stories I had uncovered and acknowledging the pain and suffering that had transpired within those walls. The air grew thick with anticipation, the oppressive weight lifting slightly as I continued to communicate. The whispers returned, but this time they were softer, more harmonious, as if the spirits were finally finding peace. Minutes passed in silence, the atmosphere calm and respectful. Then, a single voice emerged from the darkness, clear and unwavering. "Thank you." The temperature normalized, and the oppressive presence dissipated, leaving behind a serene stillness. I felt a deep sense of fulfillment, knowing that I had honored the memories of those who had endured unimaginable pain. The voices in the darkness had been heard, not through fear or confrontation, but through understanding and respect for the stories that shaped Moyamensing jail's dark legacy. Leaving the site that night, the air felt lighter, the oppressive weight lifted from my shoulders. The remnants of Moyamensing jail stood silent, no longer a place of torment but a monument to resilience and the enduring human spirit. My experience had changed me, deepening my understanding of the thin line between the living and the dead. and the importance of remembering and respecting the stories that shape our history. Moyamensing Jail remains a place of dark history and lingering spirits, a testament to the atrocities that can occur when humanity is stripped away. My journey there taught me that every place has its stories, some too painful to forget, and sometimes those stories demand to be heard, so that the past is never forgotten, and the echoes of suffering can finally find peace. If you ever find yourself drawn to the remnants of Moyamensing Jail, remember the tales of those who endured its walls. Approach with respect and understanding, for the spirits of the past linger still, yearning to share their stories and seek the justice they never received. The jail is not just a relic of history, it's a living memory of the human capacity for both cruelty and resilience, and the haunting reminders that some places hold secrets better left undisturbed. Story number 12. Old Allegheny County Jail whispers in the walls. I've always been drawn to places where history lingers in the air, where the past refuses to be forgotten. As a freelance journalist specializing in uncovering the hidden stories of Philadelphia, I thought converting the old Allegheny County Jail into government offices would be a fascinating subject. Little did I know, the building harbored secrets that would haunt me long after I left its cold stone corridors. The old Allegheny County Jail, now repurposed as administrative offices, stands as a stark reminder of a bygone era. Built in the early 19th century, its imposing facade of dark bricks and iron bars exudes an aura of intimidation. Despite renovations, the building retains its original layout: narrow hallways, small barred windows, and cells that once held desperate souls. My curiosity was piqued by numerous reports from current employees about unexplained phenomena. Fleeting shadows, metallic clangs echoing through empty corridors, and an inexplicable chill that blankets the office spaces even on the warmest days. Determined to get to the bottom of these eerie accounts, I arranged to spend a night inside the jail, equipped with my notebook, a digital recorder, and a camera. As dusk settled over Philadelphia, I arrived at the building, its towering presence casting long shadows in the fading light. The automatic doors slid open with a soft hiss, revealing a grand but decaying lobby. The air was thick with the scent of aged wood and something else, something metallic and unsettling. I made my way to the administrative offices, where the transformation from jail to workplace was evident. Desks replaced cells, and fluorescent lights hung where torches once burned. Yet, the atmosphere remained oppressive, as if the walls themselves still held onto the suffering of the past. I set up my equipment in a corner, the digital recorder capturing the faint hum of modern electronics juxtaposed against the building's ancient architecture. Hours passed with nothing out of the ordinary. I reviewed my notes, scribbling down observations and formulating questions about the jail's history. Then, just as midnight approached, the first sign of unease made itself known. A sudden drop in temperature swept through the room, causing my breath to fog in the air. I glanced around, noticing my breath visible despite the warm summer night outside. The digital thermometer on my desk confirmed it, a chilling 50 degrees Fahrenheit in the midst of a 75-degree evening. Before I could process the anomaly, a loud clang echoed from the hallway. My heart raced as I grabbed my camera and cautiously approached the door, peering into the dimly lit corridor. I saw nothing but the interplay of shadows cast by the flickering overhead lights. I called out, "Hello? Is someone there?" My voice sounded small and tentative in the vast, empty space. No response came, just the lingering sound of my own footsteps as I retreated to my setup. Minutes later, the phenomenon repeated. A series of metallic bangs reverberated through the building, synchronized with the flickering lights. Each clang seemed deliberate, almost as if someone or something was trying to communicate. I decided to follow the sounds, my curiosity overpowering my growing sense of dread. The corridors felt endless, each turn leading me deeper into the heart of the old jail. As I walked, the temperature continued to drop, and the oppressive silence was broken only by the intermittent clangs and the distant sound of footsteps. heavy, deliberate steps that seemed to follow me, quickened my pace, trying to outdistance the invisible presence. But the sounds only grew louder, echoing off the stone walls in a cacophony of fear. Turning a corner, I found myself in front of what used to be the warden's office. The door was slightly ajar, revealing a room filled with old wooden furniture and dusty archives. I pushed the door open, the hinges protesting with a loud creak. Inside, the air was thick with history, and the temperature plummeted further. My recorder picked up faint whispers, indistinct voices that seemed to emanate from the very walls. I set my equipment down, feeling an overwhelming urge to document everything. As I began to speak into the recorder, narrating my experiences, the room seemed to come alive with energy. The whispers grew louder, more coherent, as if the spirits of former inmates were sharing their stories. I listened intently, trying to make sense of the fragmented sentences. Justice denied. Never leave. Pain. A cold draft swept through the room, extinguishing the candle I had lit earlier for light. I fumbled in the darkness, turning on my flashlight, only to see a shadowy figure standing at the far end of the room. It was tall and gaunt, with hollow eyes that seemed to pierce through my very soul. My breath caught in my throat as I stared, unable to move or speak. The figure began to move towards me, each step deliberate and slow. I backed away, my heart pounding in my chest. But the room seemed to expand, the walls stretching outward, trapping me in a nightmare. The whispers turned into anguished cries, echoing around me as the temperature continued to drop. I could feel the presence pressing in, a manifestation of the jail's dark past, demanding recognition and release. Desperate to escape, I turned and ran, the sound of my own footsteps mingling with the spectral echoes chasing me through the labyrinthine corridors. The walls seemed to close in, the oppressive atmosphere suffocating me as I navigated the maze-like structure. Every door I opened led to more shadows, more whispers, more fear. Finally, I burst through the main entrance, gasping for air as the cool night breeze hit my face. The building stood silent and still behind me, the haunting sounds fading into the distance. I looked back, half expecting to see the shadowy figures still roaming the grounds. But the old Allegheny County Jail remained as it always had, silent, imposing, and full of secrets. In the days that followed, I couldn't shake the experience. Strange things began happening in my home, whispers in the dead of night, unexplained cold spots, and fleeting shadows that vanished upon closer inspection. My camera and recorder, once symbols of my investigative passion, now served as grim reminders of the night I spent in the jail, facing the restless spirits that refused to be forgotten. Determined to understand what I had encountered, I delved deeper into the jail's history. I discovered accounts of brutal punishments, overcrowded cells, and countless lives lost within those walls. The old Allegheny County Jail had been a place of suffering and despair, where justice was often a distant concept, and the cries of the wronged still echoed through time. One evening, unable to bear the haunting memories any longer, I returned to the jail, armed with new equipment and a resolve to confront the spirits. I entered the building once more. The familiar corridors greeted me with an eerie silence, the oppressive atmosphere unchanged by the passage of time. I made my way to the warden's office, setting up my recorder and camera with a renewed sense of purpose. This time, I was determined to communicate, to give voice to the suffering souls trapped within the walls. I began to speak, recounting the stories I had uncovered, acknowledging their pain and seeking to honor their memories. The air grew thick with anticipation, and the whispers returned. But this time they were softer, more hopeful. As I continued to speak, the shadowy figures began to materialize, not with anger, but with a sense of release. The oppressive darkness lifted, replaced by a serene energy that filled the room. The spirits, once restless and tormented, found solace in finally being heard. The temperature normalized, and the chilling presence dissipated, leaving behind a peaceful stillness. Leaving the old Allegheny County Jail that night, I felt a profound sense of closure. The building, once a symbol of oppression and suffering, now stood as a testament to resilience and the enduring human spirit. My experience had changed me, deepening my understanding of the thin veil between the living and the dead, and the importance of remembering and respecting the stories that shape our history. The old Allegheny County Jail remains a place of dark history and lingering spirits, a reminder of the atrocities that can occur when humanity is stripped away. My journey there taught me that every place has its stories, some too painful to forget, and sometimes those stories demand to be heard, so that the past is never forgotten, and the echoes of suffering can finally find peace. If you ever find yourself drawn to the remnants of the old Allegheny County Jail, remember the tales of those who endured its walls. Approach with respect and understanding, for the spirits of the past linger still, yearning to share their stories and seek the justice they never received. The jail is not just a relic of history, it's a living memory of the human capacity for both cruelty and resilience, and the haunting reminders that some places hold secrets better left undisturbed. Story number 13. Philadelphia County Jail, Voices in the Darkness. I've always been fascinated by places where history and mystery intertwine, where the echoes of the past seem to linger just beyond the veil of the present. As a freelance journalist specializing in uncovering the hidden stories of Philadelphia, I found myself irresistibly drawn to the abandoned Philadelphia County Jail. Built in the mid-19th century, the jail had been left to decay for decades, its imposing stone facade now a haunting silhouette against the city skyline. But it wasn't just the architecture that intrigued me. It was the myriad of accounts from brave souls who had ventured inside and never quite left the same. Local legends spoke of voices echoing through the darkness, as if the very walls were whispering secrets long forgotten. Some visitors claimed to feel invisible hands gripping their shoulders, pulling them deeper into the jail's labyrinthine corridors. Determined to uncover the truth behind these chilling tales, I decided to spend a night within its cold, stone confines. I arrived at the jail just as dusk began to settle, the sky painted in hues of orange and purple. The building stood silent, its windows like dark, unblinking eyes watching my every move. Armed with my camera, a digital recorder, a sturdy flashlight, and a notebook, I pushed open the heavy iron gates. They creaked ominously, protesting my entry as I stepped onto the gravel path leading to the main entrance. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of mold and decay. The grand foyer, once bustling with activity, was now a desolate space where shadows danced on the walls. I set up my equipment in what had once been the warden's office, a room dominated by a large, ornate desk now covered in dust and cobwebs. The only light came from my flashlight, its beam cutting through the darkness in narrow, shaky swaths. As midnight approached, I began to feel the oppressive weight of the jail's history pressing down on me. The silence was almost tangible, broken only by the occasional drip of water echoing through the halls. I decided to start my exploration, moving cautiously through the narrow corridors that twisted and turned like the veins of a forgotten beast. The further I ventured, the more I felt an unsettling presence surrounding me. My flashlight flickered intermittently, casting fleeting shadows that seemed to move of their own accord. Every step I took echoed loudly, each footfall a stark reminder of my solitude in this forsaken place. I reached the old cell block, a section of the jail notorious for housing some of the most dangerous criminals of its time. The cells were small and claustrophobic, their iron bars rusted and worn. As I entered one of the cells, I felt a sudden drop in temperature, my breath visible in the frigid air despite the warm night outside. I set up my recorder, hoping to capture any unusual sounds. Minutes passed in tense silence until I began to hear it, a faint murmur, like distant voices whispering just out of earshot. At first, I dismissed it as the wind or the building settling. But the whispers grew clearer, forming fragmented sentences that sent chills down my spine. Justice, never forget. I leaned closer to the recorder, trying to make sense of the disjointed words. Suddenly, a cold sensation swept over me, and I felt an invisible hand grasp my shoulder, pulling me backward. I spun around, but there was nothing there, no one to see, no one to blame. My heart pounded in my chest as I struggled to steady my racing thoughts. Determined to stay rational, I continued my exploration, moving deeper into the jail's bowels. The voices followed me, their whispers growing louder and more insistent. As I approached the old solitary confinement wing, the atmosphere became even more oppressive, the air thick with the weight of countless untold stories. Inside one of the solitary cells, I set up my camera and recorder, hoping to document any paranormal activity. I sat down, staring into the darkness, and began to speak softly into the recorder, recounting my experiences and observations. The only response was the distant drip of water and the faint rustling of debris in the corners of the room. Then, without warning, the whispers intensified, swirling around me like a cacophony of restless spirits. The temperature plummeted further, and I felt another invisible hand grasp my shoulder, this time with a force that nearly knocked me off my feet. I screamed, the sound echoing through the cell block, but no one was there to hear me. Panic set in as I scrambled to my feet, grabbing my equipment and fleeing the cell. The corridors seemed to stretch endlessly, twisting and turning in impossible ways, leading me deeper into a maze of darkness and despair. The voices followed, now joined by disembodied footsteps that echoed my every move, creating a symphony of fear that played relentlessly in my mind. I found myself back in the warden's office, the room now feeling like a different place entirely. The air was thick with an unnatural stillness, and the shadows seemed to writhe and twist around me. I tried to shake off the feeling of being watched, but the whispers grew louder, more urgent. "Remember us!" Desperate to escape, I made a beeline for the exit, but the path seemed blocked by an impenetrable darkness. The voices surged around me, their whispers turning into anguished cries that filled the room with despair. I felt the invisible hands again, pulling me back, dragging me deeper into the jail's haunted heart. In a final act of desperation, I turned to face the darkness, shining my flashlight into the abyss. The beam flickered and steadied, revealing the ghostly apparitions of former inmates, pale, translucent figures with hollow eyes and sorrowful expressions. They reached out to me, their hands passing through my flesh as if I were made of mist. One figure stepped forward, a man in old-fashioned prison garb, his face twisted in eternal anguish. His eyes met mine, and I felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow and pain emanating from him. He raised his hand, pointing towards the exit, and the oppressive atmosphere began to lift. The voices softened, their cries turning into whispers of gratitude. I backed away, stumbling through the corridors as the apparitions faded into the darkness. Their presence no longer a source of fear, but a reminder of the lives lost and the stories left untold. The temperature began to normalize, the oppressive weight lifting from my shoulders as I made my way to the main entrance. Bursting through the gates, I gasped for breath, the cool night air a stark contrast to the suffocating atmosphere I had left behind. The jail stood silent once more, its dark secrets hidden within its stone walls. I looked back, half expecting to see the spirits still watching, but the building remained still, as if nothing had happened. In the days that followed, strange occurrences plagued me, whispers in the dead of night, fleeting shadows at the edge of my vision, and the constant feeling of being watched. My camera and recorder, once tools of curiosity, now served as grim reminders of the night I spent in the Philadelphia County Jail, facing the restless spirits that refused to be forgotten. Determined to find peace, I delved deeper into the jail's history, uncovering accounts of brutal punishments, overcrowded cells, and countless lives lost within those walls. Each story added another layer to the haunting legacy of the Philadelphia County Jail, revealing the human cost of a system built on fear and retribution. I realized that the voices I had heard were not just echoes of the past but pleas for remembrance and justice. One evening, unable to bear the haunting memories any longer, I decided to return to the jail, armed with new equipment and a resolve to honor the memories of those who had suffered. I approached the building once more. The gates opened without resistance, and I stepped into the familiar yet foreboding grounds. This time, I wasn't seeking answers for myself but striving to give voice to the forgotten souls trapped in the penitentiary's dark history. I walked through the corridors with a sense of purpose. Setting up my equipment in the warden's office once more, I began to speak, recounting the stories I had uncovered, acknowledging the pain and seeking to honor their memories. The air grew thick with anticipation, and the oppressive atmosphere seemed to lift slightly as I continued to communicate. Minutes passed in silence, the atmosphere calm and respectful. Then, the whispers returned, softer and more harmonious, as if the spirits were finally finding peace. The temperature normalized, and the heavy presence that had once dominated the room dissipated. Leaving behind a serene stillness, the apparitions appeared once more. But this time, there was a sense of gratitude in their eyes. They nodded slowly, a silent acknowledgement of the closure they had long sought. As the last whispers faded, a profound silence settled over the penitentiary. I felt a deep sense of fulfillment, knowing that I had honored the memories of those who had endured unimaginable pain. The voices in the darkness had been heard, not through fear or confrontation, but through understanding and respect for the stories that shaped the jail's dark legacy. Leaving the penitentiary that night, the air felt lighter, the oppressive weight lifted from my shoulders. The building stood silent, no longer a place of torment but a monument to resilience and the enduring human spirit. My experience had changed me, deepening my understanding of the thin line between the living and the dead, and the importance of remembering and respecting the stories that shape our history. The Philadelphia County Jail remains a place of dark history and lingering spirits, a testament to the atrocities that can occur when humanity is stripped away. My journey there taught me that every place has its stories, some too painful to forget, and sometimes, those stories demand to be heard, so that the past is never forgotten, and the echoes of suffering can finally find peace. If you ever find yourself drawn to the remnants of the Philadelphia County Jail, remember the tales of those who endured its walls. Approach with respect and understanding, for the spirits of the past linger still, yearning to share their stories and seek the justice they never received. The jail is not just a relic of history, it's a living memory of the human capacity for both cruelty and resilience, and the haunting reminders that some places hold secrets better left undisturbed. Story number 14. Western Penitentiary, The Curse of the Executioner. I've always been drawn to places with dark histories, locations where the past whispers through the walls and the shadows seem to hold secrets too heavy to bear. So, when I heard about the Western Penitentiary's notorious reputation, I knew I had to investigate. Located on the outskirts of town, the penitentiary had been abandoned for decades, its imposing facade now a relic of a bygone era. But it wasn't just the architecture that intrigued me. It was the story of the curse that had plagued the prison ever since the execution of a particular inmate, a tale that sent chills down the spines of locals. Western Penitentiary was built in the late 19th century, designed to house the most dangerous criminals. Its execution block was the heart of the facility, a place where lives were ended in a final, irrevocable manner. Among the inmates, there was one man who stood out, not for his crimes, but for the legend that followed his execution. Jeremiah Blackwood, a hardened criminal with a reputation for cruelty, had been executed in the penitentiary's gas chamber. On the night of his death, something went terribly wrong. The gas leaked, leading to a series of catastrophic failures. Fires erupted without warning. Explosions shattered the silence, and the screams of inmates echoed through the night. After that night, the penitentiary was plagued by unexplained phenomena, leading to its eventual closure. Determined to uncover the truth, I decided to spend a night inside the old penitentiary. Armed with my camera, a voice recorder, and a notebook, I arrived just as the sun began to set, casting long, ominous shadows across the crumbling grounds. The main gate creaked open, protesting my entry, and I stepped into the decaying lobby. The air was thick with the scent of mold and decay, a stark contrast to the bustling city I had left behind. As I wandered through the deserted corridors, the oppressive atmosphere pressed down on me. The walls, once pristine white, were now stained and peeling, covered in graffiti and the remnants of past struggles. My flashlight flickered intermittently, casting eerie shadows that danced along the narrow hallways. Every step I took seemed to echo louder than the last, the sound reverberating through the empty prison like a haunting reminder of its dark past. I made my way to the execution block, the epicenter of the penitentiary's malevolent energy. The door to the gas chamber was ajar, the heavy metal bars rusted and worn. Pushing it open, I stepped inside, the room eerily silent except for the distant drip of water. The chamber itself was a cold, metallic space, with the remnants of old gas equipment scattered about. I set up my camera and recorder, the anticipation building as I prepared to document any signs of the supernatural. Minutes turned into hours as I explored the room, my equipment capturing nothing but the oppressive silence. Just as I began to lose hope, a sudden chill swept through the chamber, causing my breath to fog in the air. I glanced around, noticing the temperature had plummeted despite the warm night outside. My recorder picked up a faint whisper, indistinct but undeniably present. I leaned in, trying to make out the words, but the sound dissipated as quickly as it had come. Determined to get to the bottom of the mystery, I continued my exploration, moving deeper into the penitentiary. The further I went, the more the atmosphere seemed to change. Walls seemed to close in, and the air grew heavier with each passing moment. As I approached the old cells, I felt an overwhelming sense of dread, the weight of countless untold stories pressing down on me. I decided to enter one of the cells, the door swinging open with a loud creak. Inside, the space was cramped and claustrophobic, the iron bars cold to the touch. I set up my equipment, hoping to capture any paranormal activity. As I sat there, the silence was shattered by the sound of heavy footsteps echoing down the hallway. My heart raced as I turned off the recorder, the only light coming from my flickering flashlight. The footsteps grew louder, more deliberate, as if someone or something was approaching. I held my breath, trying to remain still, but the fear was overwhelming. Suddenly, the door to the cell burst open, slamming against the wall with a force that sent tremors through the room. I jumped to my feet, my flashlight slipping from my grasp and clattering to the floor. In the brief moment of darkness, I heard a blood-curdling scream, a sound that seemed to emanate from the very soul of the penitentiary. Panic surged through me as I scrambled to my feet, grabbing my equipment and fleeing the cell. The corridors seemed endless, twisting and turning in impossible ways, leading me deeper into the labyrinthine prison. Every shadow seemed to move, every sound amplified, creating a symphony of fear that played relentlessly in my mind. The screams followed me, echoing through the halls, a constant reminder of the curse that haunted Western Penitentiary. I reached the entrance hall, desperate to escape, but the door was nowhere to be found. Instead, I found myself in front of the gas chamber once more, the room pulsating with a dark energy. The whispers grew louder, turning into anguished cries that filled the air with despair. I backed away, but the door slammed shut, trapping me inside. The temperature plummeted further, frost forming on the windows as I struggled to catch my breath. In the center of the room stood a figure, dark and imposing, his presence overwhelming. Jeremiah Blackwood, or the specter that bore his name, materialized before me, his eyes hollow and filled with rage. He raised his hand, pointing directly at me, and the room seemed to shake with his anger. Flames ignited around the chamber, engulfing everything in a fiery blaze that defied logic and reason. The heat was unbearable, yet the cold persisted, creating a paradox that left me disoriented and terrified. I tried to speak, to reason with the apparition, but no words came out. The screams intensified, surrounding me from all sides, a chorus of the damned that echoed the chaos of that fateful night. The flames grew higher, the smoke thickening, making it hard to breathe. I felt the walls closing in, the very structure of the penitentiary bending under the weight of the curse. In a desperate attempt to escape, I ran towards where I thought the exit should be, but the room seemed to shift, the layout changing to trap me within its fiery embrace. The screams morphed into chants, a dark incantation that reverberated through my very being. I collapsed to the ground, the heat and cold battling within me, my vision blurred by tears and smoke. Just as I felt my strength waning, a blinding light pierced through the darkness, momentarily halting the chaos. The flames subsided, the temperature stabilized, and the screams faded into a haunting silence. Jeremiah Blackwood stood before me, his form flickering like a dying flame. He looked into my eyes, a silent plea for release evident in his gaze. Slowly, he began to dissipate, the darkness around him lifting as if a burden had been lifted. I lay there, breathless and shaken, as the room returned to its former state, cold, silent, and empty. The door to the gas chamber reopened, allowing me to stumble out into the dimly lit corridor. The oppressive atmosphere had lifted, replaced by an eerie calm that felt both comforting and unsettling. I made my way to the exit, the weight of the penitentiary's history pressing down on me, but with a sense of closure that I hadn't anticipated. As I stepped outside, the first light of dawn began to break, casting a pale glow over the abandoned penitentiary. The gates swung open effortlessly, as if inviting me to leave. I glanced back one last time, the building standing silent and still, its dark secrets finally laid to rest. The curse of Jeremiah Blackwood had been lifted, but the memories of that night would linger with me forever. In the days that followed, strange occurrences became a part of my daily life, objects moving on their own, whispers in the dead of night, and shadows that seemed to flicker just beyond my vision. It was as if the spirits of Western Penitentiary had followed me, unwilling to let their stories fade into obscurity. My camera and recorder, once tools of curiosity, now served as grim reminders of the night I faced the curse head-on. Determined to find peace, I delved deeper into the penitentiary's history, uncovering accounts of brutality, desperation, and the relentless pursuit of justice. Each story added another layer to the haunting legacy of Western Penitentiary, revealing the human cost of a system built on fear and retribution. I realized that the curse wasn't just a supernatural phenomenon. It was a manifestation of the collective pain and suffering that had transpired within those walls. One evening, unable to bear the haunting memories any longer, I decided to return to Western Penitentiary, armed with new equipment and a resolve to honor the memories of those who had suffered. I approached the building once more. The gates opened without resistance, and I stepped into the familiar yet foreboding grounds. This time, I wasn't seeking answers for myself, but striving to give voice to the forgotten souls trapped in the penitentiary's dark history. I walked through the corridors with a sense of purpose. Setting up my equipment in the gas chamber once more, I began to speak, recounting the stories I had uncovered, acknowledging the pain and seeking to honor their memories. The air grew thick with anticipation, and the oppressive atmosphere seemed to lift slightly as I continued to communicate. Minutes passed in silence, the atmosphere calm and respectful. Then, the whispers returned, softer and more harmonious, as if the spirits were finally finding peace. The temperature normalized, and the heavy presence that had once dominated the room dissipated, leaving behind a serene stillness. Jeremiah Blackwood's apparition appeared once more, but this time, there was a sense of gratitude in his eyes. He nodded slowly, a silent acknowledgement of the closure he had long sought. As the last whispers faded, A profound silence settled over the penitentiary. I felt a deep sense of fulfillment, knowing that I had honored the memories of those who had endured unimaginable pain. The curse of Western Penitentiary had been lifted, not through fear or confrontation, but through understanding and respect for the stories that shaped its dark legacy. Leaving the penitentiary that night, the air felt lighter, the oppressive weight lifted from my shoulders. The building stood silent, no longer a place of torment but a monument to resilience and the enduring human spirit. My experience had changed me, deepening my understanding of the thin line between the living and the dead, and the importance of remembering and respecting the stories that shape our history. Western Penitentiary remains a place of dark history and lingering spirits, a testament to the atrocities that can occur when humanity is stripped away. My journey there taught me that every place has its stories, some too painful to forget, and sometimes those stories demand to be heard, so that the past is never forgotten, and the echoes of suffering can finally find peace. If you ever find yourself drawn to the remnants of Western Penitentiary, remember the tales of those who endured its walls. Approach with respect and understanding, for the spirits of the past linger still, yearning to share their stories and seek the justice they never received. The penitentiary is not just a relic of history, it's a living memory of the human capacity for both cruelty and resilience, and the haunting reminders that some places hold secrets better left undisturbed. Story number 15. Echoes of Garnet. I've always been drawn to abandoned places, those silent testaments to bygone eras where stories linger in the air like the dust settling on forgotten relics. So when I heard about Garnet, Montana, a deserted gold mining town with a reputation for inexplicable phenomena, I knew I had to visit. Nestled deep within the rugged Montana landscape, Garnet stood as a ghostly reminder of the dreams and despair that once fueled its existence. It was late September when I decided to make the trip. Armed with my camera, a sturdy notebook, and a restless curiosity, I set out on a crisp morning, the scent of pine and earth filling the air. The drive was long, winding through dense forests and over barren hills where the remnants of old mines peeked through the underbrush. As I approached Garnet, the landscape transformed into a desolate expanse of abandoned buildings, their facades weathered by time and nature's relentless grip. Parking my truck near the old general store, I took a moment to absorb the eerie silence that enveloped the town. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows that danced across the snow-covered ground. I stepped out, the crunch of gravel under my boots the only sound breaking the oppressive stillness. My first destination was the heart of Garnet, the once bustling main street now reduced to a series of hollowed-out structures standing as silent sentinels to the past. I wandered through the streets, my flashlight cutting through the growing dusk, illuminating the remnants of lives abruptly halted. The general store, with its broken windows and empty shelves, seemed to beckon me inside. Pushing open the creaking door, I was greeted by a rush of cold air and the faint scent of mildew. I set up my camera, determined to capture any signs of activity. But the store remained stubbornly still. As night descended, the temperature dropped sharply, the cold seeping into my bones despite my layered clothing. I decided to explore further, drawn by the tales of music and shadowy figures that locals claimed to witness. My footsteps echoed through the empty streets as I made my way to the old theater, its marquee lights long extinguished. Inside, the grand stage lay bare, the seats covered in a thick layer of dust. I sat down, pulling out my notebook to jot down observations. When I first heard it, a faint melody drifting through the air, soft and melancholic, emanating from the darkness beyond the stage. I froze, listening intently as the music swelled, filling the vast, empty space with a haunting beauty. It was the sound of a piano, each note resonating with a sorrow that tugged at my heart. I grabbed my flashlight and cautiously approached the source of the music, the beam cutting through the darkness to reveal an old, dust-covered piano sitting center stage. My fingers trembled as I lifted the lid, but the keys were motionless. the melody seemingly playing itself in the depths of my imagination. Shaking off the unease, I continued my exploration, my path leading me to the outskirts of town where the old cemetery stood. The gravestones, worn and weathered, were barely visible through the encroaching snow. As I walked among the tombstones, the air grew colder, and the silence was broken only by the distant howl of a lone wolf. It was then that I saw them, shadowy figures in old-fashioned attire moving silently between the graves, their forms flickering like candle flames in the wind. My heart raced as I watched the apparitions disappear and reappear, their presence both mesmerizing and terrifying. I fumbled for my camera, hoping to capture evidence of the supernatural. But the figures dissolved before I could get a clear shot. The whispers began, a soft, indistinct murmur that seemed to emanate from the very ground beneath my feet. "Leave, leave now," the voices echoed, their tone urgent and pleading, determined to understand what was happening. I delved deeper into the town's history. Local archives and old newspaper clippings revealed the tragic tale of Garnet's decline. The gold mines that once brought prosperity had become cursed, plagued by accidents and unexplained disappearances. Stories spoke of miners vanishing without a trace, their families left to mourn in silence. Some believed that the spirits of those lost souls haunted the town, trapped in an eternal loop of their final moments. As midnight approached, I decided to return to my truck, the oppressive energy of the night weighing heavily on me. But as I turned the corner towards the main street, the whispers intensified, surrounding me with their desperate pleas. The shadowy figures reappeared, now forming a procession that moved towards the center of town. My breath caught in my throat as I followed, the cold biting into my skin, each step heavier than the last. We reached the old church, its steeple piercing the night sky like a dark sentinel. The figures congregated outside, their presence drawing me closer despite the fear gripping my heart. Inside, the sanctuary lay empty, the pews abandoned and the altar covered in dust. But as I stepped into the church, the temperature plummeted, frost forming on the edges of the stained glass windows. The whispers crescendoed into anguished cries, the voices of lost souls filling the space with their sorrow. The shadowy figures began to move, their forms coalescing into recognizable shapes: families, miners, children, all frozen in moments of despair. I stood in the center of the sanctuary, overwhelmed by the weight of their suffering and the palpable presence of their spirits. One figure stepped forward, a miner with hollow eyes and a sorrowful expression. He reached out a spectral hand, his voice a mere whisper carried by the wind. "Help us, free us from our torment." His plea resonated deep within me, a call to action that I couldn't ignore. The realization hit me: these spirits were bound to Garnet, their anguish perpetuating the curse that had doomed the town to eternal silence. Determined to honor their memory and lift the curse, I began to recite prayers of remembrance, my voice steady despite the fear that still lingered. The whispers softened, transforming into a harmonious chorus of gratitude and peace. The apparitions began to fade, their forms dissolving into the light that now filled the sanctuary. The oppressive energy lifted, replaced by a serene stillness that enveloped the church. Exhausted but fulfilled, I packed up my gear, the weight of the night's events settling comfortably around me. As I left Garnet, the first light of dawn breaking through the clouds, I felt a profound sense of accomplishment and peace. The spirits of Garnet were finally at rest, their stories honored and their suffering ended. Driving away from the ghostly town, I glanced back one last time, the buildings now bathed in the soft glow of morning light, their haunted past finally acknowledged and respected. The legends of Garnet were no longer just ghost stories, but a testament to the enduring power of compassion and understanding in the face of darkness. Years have passed since that fateful night in Garnet, but the memory of the town and its restless spirits remains vivid in my mind. I often reflect on the thin veil that separates our world from the supernatural, and the responsibility we bear to honor the memories of those who came before us. Garnet stands as a silent sentinel, its haunting beauty a testament to the lives that once thrived within its walls and the restless spirits that now roam its deserted streets. And sometimes, when the wind rustles through the abandoned buildings and the morning light dances on the snow-covered ground, I can almost hear the faint echoes of Garnet's lost souls, a lingering whisper that reminds me of the night I helped them find their peace, forever free from the shadows that once held them captive. Story number 16. Echoes of Texola. I've always been fascinated by the ghostly remnants of America's past, the silent whispers of stories long forgotten yet eternally echoing through time. So when I heard about Texola, Oklahoma, a deserted town once bustling along the iconic Route 66, I knew I had to uncover its mysteries. Nestled on the border between Oklahoma and Texas, Texola was once a vital stop for travelers seeking opportunity and adventure. But as the highway waned and modern roads took precedence, Texola was left to decay, its buildings succumbing to the relentless passage of time and nature's unforgiving grasp. It was a chilly October morning when I decided to visit Texola, equipped with my camera, a notebook, and a deep-seated curiosity. I set out for the forgotten town, eager to document its eerie silence and uncover the legends that had shrouded it in darkness. The drive was long, the road winding through vast plains where the wind seemed to carry the ghostly echoes of bygone days. As I approached Texola, the landscape transformed into a desolate stretch of abandoned buildings, their facades weathered and windows shattered. Staring blankly into the vast expanse, parking my truck near the old gas station, I stepped out into the biting cold, the air thick with the scent of dust and decay. The town lay silent, the only sounds the howling wind and the distant call of a lone coyote. I began my exploration, my footsteps crunching on the gravel as I wandered through the deserted streets. Each building told a story: a dilapidated diner where families once gathered, a crumbling motel that hosted weary travelers, and storefronts that now served as empty shells, holding secrets only the wind dared to whisper. As the day progressed, the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows that seemed to dance with a life of their own. I decided to visit the old Texola Hotel, the heart of the town's former vibrancy. The entrance was imposing, the sign above the door creaking in the wind. Pushing open the heavy door, I was greeted by a musty scent and the dim light filtering through the broken windows. The lobby was frozen in time, the once elegant furnishings now covered in layers of dust and cobwebs. I set up my camera, capturing the haunting beauty of the abandoned space. When I first heard it, a faint whisper, barely audible, yet unmistakably present. "Leave, leave now." I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. The voice was soft, almost ethereal, but its message was clear. I scanned the lobby, but there was no one in sight, only the remnants of a lively past now silenced by abandonment. Shaking off the unease, I continued my exploration, documenting each room and corridor, the whispers fading as I moved further into the hotel. As dusk turned to night, the temperature plummeted, the cold seeping into my bones despite my layered clothing. I decided to set up camp in the hotel's old lounge, a large room with a grand piano that stood as a silent sentinel. I sat down, pulling out my notebook to jot down observations. When the whispers returned, this time louder, more insistent. "Leave, leave now." The voices seemed to emanate from every corner of the room, their desperation palpable. I tried to rationalize it, telling myself it was just the wind or my imagination running wild. But the sensation of being watched lingered, an invisible presence that made my skin crawl. Determined to capture evidence of the paranormal activity, I began recording, my camera capturing fleeting shadows and unexplained movements just beyond the edge of my vision. Around midnight, the whispers reached a crescendo, their voices overlapping in a chaotic symphony of fear and sorrow. The temperature dropped further, frost forming on the edges of the windows and my camera lens. I felt a cold hand brush against my shoulder, turning around to see nothing but the darkness that enveloped the room. My breath quickened, each exhale a visible puff in the frigid air, as the oppressive energy pressed down on me, summoning every ounce of courage. I stood up and began to speak, my voice barely above a whisper. "Who are you? What do you want?" The room responded with a chilling silence, the only sound the relentless howl of the wind outside. Then, without warning, the grand piano began to play, a haunting melody that filled the room with a sense of profound loss. The keys moved of their own accord, fingers invisible but moving with deliberate intent, the music echoing the sorrow of lost souls. I felt a presence behind me, a figure emerging from the shadows, a man in old-fashioned attire, his face gaunt and eyes hollow with eternal sadness. He extended a hand towards me, his expression pleading, "Help us, set us free." Tears welled up in my eyes as I realized these were the spirits of the travelers who had lost their lives in Texola's tragic decline. Their voices, their cries, were not malevolent but filled with a desperate longing for peace and acknowledgement. The curse of Texola was not just the abandonment of the town, but the unresolved pain and suffering of those who had perished seeking opportunity and a better life. Determined to honor their memory and lift the curse that bound them to this forsaken place, I delved into the town's history. I discovered records of unexplained disappearances, tragic accidents, and stories of travelers who had vanished without a trace. The legends spoke of a dark energy that consumed the town, trapping the souls of the lost in an endless cycle of torment and despair. Armed with this knowledge, I returned to the hotel, ready to perform a ritual of remembrance and closure. I gathered candles, flowers, and personal items from the abandoned homes, creating a makeshift altar in the lounge. As I arranged the items, the atmosphere shifted, the oppressive energy lifting slightly as if acknowledging my intentions. I began to speak, my voice steady despite the fear that still lingered. "You are not forgotten. Your stories matter. Let us honor your memories and release you from this place." The whispers softened, transforming into a harmonious chorus of gratitude and peace. The spirits of Texola began to manifest, their forms glowing with a serene light as they gathered around the altar. One by one, they placed their hands over the offerings, the dark energy dissipating as their souls found the closure they had long sought. As the final spirit stepped forward, a profound sense of tranquility filled the room. The grand piano ceased its haunting melody, the coldness replaced by a warm, comforting presence. The figure of the man in old-fashioned attire smiled, a gesture of peace and gratitude. "Thank you," he whispered, his voice now filled with serenity. "You've given us the peace we longed for." With those final words, the spirits began to fade, their forms dissolving into the light as the town of Texola itself seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. The oppressive atmosphere lifted entirely, leaving behind a serene stillness that enveloped the abandoned hotel. Exhausted but fulfilled, I packed up my gear, the weight of the night's events settling comfortably around me. As I left Texola, the first light of dawn breaking through the clouds, I felt a profound sense of accomplishment and peace. The spirits of Texola were finally at rest, their stories honored and their suffering ended. Driving away from the ghostly town, I glanced back one last time, the buildings now bathed in the soft glow of morning light, their haunted past finally acknowledged and respected. The legends of Texola were no longer just ghost stories, but a testament to the enduring power of compassion and understanding in the face of the unknown. Years have passed since that fateful winter night in Texola, but the memory of the town and its restless spirits remains vivid in my mind. I often reflect on the thin veil that separates our world from the supernatural, and the responsibility we bear to honor the memories of those who came before us. The town of Texola stands as a silent reminder that some places are meant to be remembered, their stories etched into the fabric of time, ensuring that the voices of the lost are never truly forgotten. And sometimes, when the wind whispers through the empty streets and the morning light dances on the abandoned buildings, I catch a faint echo of gratitude carried on the breeze, a lingering whisper that reminds me of the night I helped the spirits of Texola find their peace. forever free from the shadows that once held them captive. Story number 17. Embers of Centralia. I've always been drawn to places where the past refuses to stay buried, where the earth itself seems to whisper secrets of tragedies long forgotten. Centralia, Pennsylvania, with its smoldering underground fire and deserted streets, was one such place. Known as America's most haunted town, Centralia had become a ghostly shadow of its former self, a stark reminder of nature's wrath and the fragility of human endeavor. Armed with my camera, a notebook, and an insatiable curiosity, I decided to venture into the heart of this cursed town, determined to uncover the truths that lay beneath the ash and smoke. It was late October when I arrived in Centralia. The air was thick with the acrid scent of burning coal, a constant reminder of the underground inferno that had been raging for decades. The once thriving mining town was now a desolate wasteland, its streets cracked and overgrown with weeds, buildings abandoned and slowly succumbing to nature's relentless reclaim. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the distant rumble of the subterranean fire and the occasional howl of the wind through the broken windows. I parked my truck near the edge of town, the skeletal remains of storefronts and homes casting long, eerie shadows under the pale moonlight. The legends of Centralia spoke of restless spirits, of miners who had perished in the flames and now wandered the empty streets, their cries lost in the eternal blaze beneath their feet. Local lore suggested that anyone who took something from Centralia was doomed to suffer untimely misfortunes, a curse that kept outsiders at bay. But curiosity like mine could not be easily quelled. With a deep breath, I stepped out of the truck, the cold night air biting at my skin despite the lingering warmth from the underground fire. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness as I began my exploration, the crunch of gravel under my boots the only sound breaking the stillness. The first building I encountered was the old general store, its windows shattered, shelves empty and covered in dust. As I pushed open the creaking door, a rush of cold air greeted me, the interior cloaked in shadows that seemed to move with a life of their own. Setting up my camera, I began documenting the desolate space, capturing the haunting beauty of abandonment. It was then that I heard it, a faint, sorrowful whisper echoing through the empty store. "Leave, leave now." The words were barely audible, carried by the wind that seeped through the broken panes. My heart raced as I strained to listen, the voice seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once. I shook my head, trying to dismiss the sound as a trick of the wind or my imagination. But as I continued to film, the whispers grew louder, more insistent, filling the room with an unsettling presence. Shadows danced along the walls, their movements synchronized with the haunting whispers that echoed through the store. I felt a chill run down my spine, the air growing colder as if the very essence of the town was warning me to turn back. Determined to uncover the source of the whispers, I ventured deeper into the store, my flashlight illuminating the remnants of lives abruptly halted. As I approached the back room, the temperature plummeted further, my breath visible in the icy air. The whispers morphed into mournful cries, the voices of lost souls trapped in eternal torment. I reached out to touch the wall, feeling the rough texture beneath my fingertips, when suddenly, the room was filled with a blinding light. The figure of a miner materialized before me, his face contorted in anguish, eyes hollow and empty. He reached out a spectral hand, his voice a desperate plea that resonated deep within my soul. "Help us, free us from the flames." His presence was both terrifying and tragic, a living embodiment of the suffering that had plagued Centralia for years. I backed away, my mind racing with questions and fear. The apparitions of other miners began to materialize around me, their forms flickering like flames in the darkness. They moved with a purpose, their silent screams a testament to the horrors they had endured. The oppressive energy in the room intensified, the weight of their sorrow pressing down on me, making it difficult to breathe. Desperate to find a way to help, I remembered the local legend of the ritual of remembrance, a ceremony said to honor the spirits and grant them peace. The ritual required offerings and a heartfelt acknowledgement of their suffering, a way to bridge the gap between the living and the dead. Determined to honor their memory and lift the curse that bound them to Centralia, I decided to perform the ritual, gathering what little I could find, candles, photographs, and personal mementos. I set up a makeshift altar in the center of the store. As I arranged the items, the spirits watched silently, their presence both comforting and sorrowful. I began to speak, my voice steady despite the fear that still gripped me. You are not forgotten. Your stories matter. Let us honor your memories and release you from this place. The candles flickered to life, their flames casting a warm glow that contrasted with the cold darkness. The spirits began to gather around the altar, their forms becoming more defined as they listened to my plea. The oppressive energy in the room softened, replaced by a sense of hope and serenity that had been absent for so long. One by one, the apparitions placed their hands over the offerings, the symbols of their lives and legacies. The air grew thick with emotion, the whispers now a harmonious chorus of gratitude and peace. The miner who had first appeared stepped forward, his expression serene as he extended his hand once more. "Thank you," he whispered, his voice filled with genuine relief. "You've given us the peace we longed for." As the final candle burned down, the spirits began to fade, their forms dissolving into the light that now filled the room. The oppressive darkness lifted entirely, replaced by a serene stillness that enveloped Centralia. The underground fire still raged, but the town above had finally found a way to coexist with the eternal flames beneath its foundation. Exhausted but fulfilled, I packed up my gear, the weight of the night's events settling comfortably around me. As I left Centralia, the first light of dawn breaking through the clouds, I felt a profound sense of accomplishment and peace. The spirits of Centralia were finally at rest, their stories honored and their suffering ended. Driving away from the haunted town, I glanced back one last time, the buildings now bathed in the soft glow of morning light, their haunted past finally acknowledged and respected. The legends of Centralia were no longer just ghost stories, but a testament to the enduring power of compassion and understanding in the face of darkness. Years have passed since that fateful night in Centralia, but the memory of the town and its restless spirits remains vivid in my mind. I often reflect on the thin veil that separates our world from the supernatural, and the responsibility we bear to honor the memories of those who came before us. Centralia stands as a silent sentinel, its haunting beauty a testament to the lives that once thrived within its walls and the restless spirits that now roam its deserted streets. And sometimes, when the wind carries the scent of burning coal and the faint echoes of laughter through the empty buildings, I can almost hear the whispers of Centralia's lost souls, a lingering reminder of the night I helped them find their peace, forever free from the shadows that once held them captive. Story number 18. Shadows over Bodie. I've always been fascinated by the remnants of the past, the echoes of lives once vibrant now silenced by time. So when I heard about Bodie, California, a once thriving gold mining town turned ghostly relic, I knew I had to visit. Located in the remote eastern Sierra, Bodie stood as a testament to the boom and bust cycles of the American West, its deserted streets and crumbling buildings whispering tales of ambition, desperation, and abandonment. It was a chilly October morning when I set out for Bodie. My friends had dismissed the ghost town as nothing more than a tourist trap, but I was drawn by something deeper, a desire to uncover the stories etched into its very foundations. Armed with my camera, a notebook, and a sense of purpose, I drove through the winding roads, the landscape transforming from rolling hills to stark, barren vistas as I approached my destination. As I entered Bodie, the first thing that struck me was the eerie silence. The town, once bustling with miners and their families, was now a frozen snapshot of a bygone era. Wooden buildings leaned precariously against each other, their facades weathered by decades of neglect. Snow lay thick on the ground, muffling my footsteps and amplifying the stillness that enveloped the town. I parked my truck near the center of Bodie, the old church steeple piercing the gray sky. The air was crisp, each breath a visible puff in the cold morning. I began my exploration, wandering through the deserted streets, my camera capturing the haunting beauty of the abandoned structures. Every corner seemed to hold a story, every window a glimpse into lives abruptly halted. As the day progressed, the sun began its descent, casting long shadows that danced across the snow-covered ground. I decided to visit the Bodie State Historic Park Visitor Center, hoping to glean more about the town's history and the legends that surrounded it. The center was modest, filled with photographs and artifacts that spoke of Bodie's prosperous past and sudden decline. One elderly man, the park ranger, noticed my keen interest and approached me. "First time in Bodie?" he asked, his eyes reflecting a mix of pride and sorrow. "Yes," I replied. "I'm fascinated by its history and the stories about it being haunted." He chuckled softly, though there was a hint of unease in his demeanor. "Ah, the ghost stories. Bodie's got plenty of those. Footsteps in the night, whispers through the halls, and strange lights flickering in the abandoned buildings. Some say the town is cursed. Anything taken from Bodie brings bad luck." I thanked him and continued my exploration, the ranger's words lingering in my mind. As night fell, I found myself drawn to the old boarding house, one of the more intact buildings in Bodie. The front door creaked as I pushed it open, the interior cloaked in darkness. I switched on my flashlight, its beam cutting through the gloom and revealing remnants of lives long gone. Upturned chairs, dusty beds, and personal belongings scattered across the floor. I set up my camera and began documenting the space, the silence broken only by the distant howl of the wind outside. Hours passed, the temperature dropping steadily as night deepened. It was then that I first heard it, a faint, rhythmic tapping that seemed to echo through the halls. I froze, straining to listen. The sound was soft, almost imperceptible, but unmistakably there. Probably just the wind, I whispered to myself, trying to quell the rising unease. But as I continued filming, the tapping grew louder, more deliberate, as if someone or something was moving within the building. My heart pounded as I followed the sound, flashlight in hand, moving cautiously from room to room. In the master bedroom, the tapping ceased abruptly. The room was colder here, the air thick with an oppressive energy. I noticed something unusual, a set of footprints leading from the window to the center of the room, their paths converging on an old, dust-covered mirror. Curiosity overcame caution as I approached the mirror, the glass reflecting my own pale, anxious face. Suddenly, the temperature plummeted further, and a chill wind seemed to emanate from the mirror itself. The surface shimmered, and for a split second, I saw a figure standing behind me, an apparition of a woman in Victorian-era attire, her eyes hollow and sorrowful. I spun around, but there was no one there. My breath caught in my throat as I realized I wasn't alone. The whispers returned, louder and more insistent this time. "Leave, leave now," the words echoed around me, carried by an unseen force that pressed down on my very being. I backed away from the mirror, my mind racing to make sense of what I was experiencing. The footsteps resumed, this time moving swiftly through the house, their rhythm matching the beat of my terrified heart. Determined to document the phenomenon, I began recording the sounds, but the voices only grew more frantic. The oppressive cold intensified, frost forming on the edges of the mirror. I felt a presence behind me, a weight that made it difficult to move, summoning every ounce of courage. I turned to face it, but once again, there was nothing, only the lingering echoes of sorrow and despair. As the night wore on, the apparitions became more frequent, their appearances fleeting yet impactful. Faces of minors, women, and children flickered in and out of existence, each one a silent witness to the town's tragic history. Their eyes seemed to hold untold stories, their expressions a mix of longing and pain that left me feeling both haunted and empathetic. I decided to leave Bodhi before the experience overwhelmed me, packing up my gear with trembling hands. As I stepped outside into the biting cold, the town seemed to breathe with a life of its own, the shadows shifting and the snow swirling in unnatural patterns. The whispers followed me, a final plea carried by the wind. Leave, leave now. Driving away from Bodhi, the first light of dawn breaking through the storm clouds. I couldn't shake the feeling that the town was watching me, its spirits forever bound to the land they once called home. The ranger's warning echoed in my mind. The curse of Bodhi was real, a spectral reminder that some places are meant to be left untouched. In the days that followed, I reviewed the footage, the images of apparitions and the inexplicable phenomena confirming the town's haunted reputation. The curse, as the locals said, was not just a myth but a lingering force that protected Bodhi's secrets with an iron grip. I couldn't help but feel a sense of responsibility, to honor the memories of those lost souls and to share their stories with the world. Years later, the experience in Bodhi remains a defining moment in my life, a chilling reminder of the thin veil between the living and the dead. The ghost town stands as a silent sentinel, its haunting beauty a testament to the lives that once thrived within its walls and the restless spirits that now roam its deserted streets. And sometimes, when the wind howls just right and the snow blankets the earth in serene stillness, I can almost hear the faint whispers of Bodhi's lost souls, a haunting echo that ensures their stories are never forgotten. Story number 19. Shadows over Helltown. I've always been drawn to places cloaked in mystery, where the veil between the living and the dead feels thin, and the air thrums with untold stories. So when I heard about Helltown, Ohio, a place with a name that sent shivers down the spines of locals and intrigued outsiders like myself, I knew I had to uncover its secrets. Nestled on the outskirts of the state, Helltown was once a bustling hub along the old Route 66. A beacon for travelers seeking fortune and adventure. But as the highway faded into history, so did the town, leaving behind only whispers of its dark past. It was late October when I decided to visit Helltown, armed with my camera, a notebook, and an insatiable curiosity. I set out on a crisp morning, the scent of fallen leaves and impending winter hanging in the air. The drive was long, winding through dense forests and open plains where the remnants of Route 66 could still be glimpsed through the underbrush. As I approached the town's coordinates, the landscape transformed into a desolate stretch of abandoned buildings, their facades weathered by time and nature's relentless grasp. Parking my truck near the old gas station, I stepped out into the biting cold, the ground crunching beneath my boots. The town lay silent, the only sounds the rustling of leaves and the distant call of a lone coyote. I began my exploration, wandering through the deserted streets, my footsteps echoing ominously in the stillness. Each building I passed told a story, a dilapidated diner where families once gathered, a crumbling motel that hosted weary travelers, and storefronts that now served as empty shells, holding secrets only the wind dared to whisper. As the day wore on, the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows that seemed to dance with a life of their own. I decided to visit the town's old church, a Gothic structure that stood as a haunting sentinel over Helltown. Pushing open the heavy wooden doors, I was greeted by a musty scent and the dim light filtering through stained glass windows. The pews were scattered, and the altar stood empty, a stark reminder of the lives that once filled the sacred space. I set up my camera, capturing the haunting beauty of the abandoned interior. When I first heard it, a faint whisper, barely audible, yet unmistakably present. Leave, leave now. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. The voice was soft, almost ethereal, but its message was clear. I scanned the pews, but there was no one in sight, only the remnants of a lively past now silenced by abandonment. Shaking off the unease, I continued my exploration, documenting each room and corridor, the whispers fading as I moved further into the church. As twilight turned to night, the temperature dropped sharply, the cold seeping into my bones despite my layered clothing. I decided to set up camp in the church's fellowship hall, a large room with a high ceiling and broken stained glass that cast fragmented patterns on the floor. I sat down, pulling out my notebook to jot down observations. When the whispers returned, this time louder, more insistent. Leave, leave now. The voices seemed to emanate from every corner of the room, their desperation palpable. I tried to rationalize it, telling myself it was just the wind or my imagination running wild. But the sensation of being watched lingered, an invisible presence that made my skin crawl. Determined to capture evidence of the paranormal activity, I began recording, my camera capturing fleeting shadows and unexplained movements just beyond the edge of my vision. Around midnight, the whispers reached a crescendo, their voices overlapping in a chaotic symphony of fear and sorrow. The temperature plummeted further, frost forming on the edges of the stained glass and my camera lens. I felt a cold hand brush against my shoulder, turning around to see nothing but the darkness that enveloped the room. My breath quickened, each exhale a visible puff in the frigid air, as the oppressive energy pressed down on me, summoning every ounce of courage. I stood up and began to speak, my voice barely above a whisper. "Who are you? What do you want?" The room responded with a chilling silence, the only sound the relentless howl of the wind outside. Then, without warning, the grand piano in the corner began to play, a haunting melody that filled the room with a sense of profound loss. The keys moved of their own accord, fingers invisible but moving with deliberate intent, the music echoing the sorrow of lost souls. I felt a presence behind me, a figure emerging from the shadows, a man in old-fashioned attire, his face gaunt and eyes hollow with eternal sadness. He extended a hand towards me, his expression pleading, "Help us, set us free." Tears welled up in my eyes as I realized these were the spirits of Helltown's lost souls, trapped by tragedies and dark rituals that had plagued the town's history. Their voices, their cries, were not malevolent but filled with a desperate longing for peace and acknowledgement. The curse of Helltown was not just the abandonment of the town, but the unresolved pain and suffering of those who had perished seeking opportunity and a better life. Determined to honor their memory and lift the curse that bound them to this forsaken place, I delved into the town's history. I discovered records of unexplained disappearances, tragic accidents, and stories of travelers who had vanished without a trace. The legends spoke of dark energy that consumed the town, trapping the souls of the lost in an endless cycle of torment and despair. There were also accounts of satanic cults that had held secret gatherings, performing rituals that blurred the line between the natural and the supernatural. Armed with this knowledge, I returned to the church, ready to perform a ritual of remembrance and closure. I gathered candles, flowers, and personal items from the abandoned buildings, creating a makeshift altar in the fellowship hall. As I arranged the items, the atmosphere shifted, the oppressive energy lifting slightly as if acknowledging my intentions. I began to speak, my voice steady despite the fear that still lingered. "You are not forgotten. Your stories matter. Let us honor your memories and release you from this place." The whispers softened, transforming into a harmonious chorus of gratitude and peace. The spirits of Helltown began to manifest, their forms glowing with a serene light as they gathered around the altar. One by one, they placed their hands over the offerings, the dark energy dissipating as their souls found the closure they had long sought. As the final spirit stepped forward, a profound sense of tranquility filled the room. The grand piano ceased its haunting melody, the coldness replaced by a warm, comforting presence. The figure of the man in old-fashioned attire smiled, a gesture of peace and gratitude. "Thank you," he whispered, his voice now filled with serenity. "You've given us the peace we longed for." With those final words, the spirits began to fade, their forms dissolving into the light as the town of Helltown itself seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. The oppressive atmosphere lifted entirely, leaving behind a serene stillness that enveloped the abandoned church. Exhausted but fulfilled, I packed up my gear, the weight of the night's events settling comfortably around me. As I left Helltown, the first light of dawn breaking through the clouds, I felt a profound sense of accomplishment and peace. The spirits of Helltown were finally at rest, their stories honored and their suffering ended. Driving away from the ghostly town, I glanced back one last time, the buildings now bathed in the soft glow of morning light, their haunted past finally acknowledged and respected. The legends of Helltown were no longer just ghost stories, but a testament to the enduring power of compassion and understanding in the face of the unknown. Years have passed since that fateful night in Helltown, but the memory of the town and its restless spirits remains vivid in my mind. I often reflect on the thin veil that separates our world from the supernatural, and the responsibility we bear to honor the memories of those who came before us. The town of Helltown stands as a silent sentinel, its haunting beauty a testament to the lives that once thrived within its walls and the restless spirits that now roam its deserted streets. And sometimes, when the wind whispers through the empty buildings and the morning light dances on the abandoned structures, I can almost hear the faint echoes of gratitude from the spirits of Helltown, a lingering whisper that reminds me of the night I helped the lost souls find their peace, forever free from the shadows that once held them captive. Story number 20. Whispers of Dudleytown. I've always been drawn to the macabre, the places where darkness seeps into every crevice and shadows hold secrets that the world prefers to forget. So when I first heard about Dudleytown, Connecticut, the so-called most haunted town in America, I knew I had to uncover its mysteries. Nestled deep within the rural expanse of Connecticut, Dudleytown stood as a ghostly relic of a bygone era, abandoned and shrouded in eerie legends that kept curious souls at bay. It was late October when I decided to make the journey, armed with nothing but my camera, a notebook, and an insatiable curiosity. I set out on a crisp morning, the air tingling with the scent of autumn leaves and impending doom. The drive was long, winding through dense forests where the trees seemed to whisper secrets as I passed. As I neared the town's coordinates, the landscape transformed into a desolate stretch of abandoned buildings, their windows like dark, soulless eyes staring blankly into the void. Dudleytown was no longer on any modern map, a fact that added to its allure. The few remaining structures stood in various states of decay, crumbling facades, overgrown with ivy, and doors hanging askew on their hinges. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the occasional creak of wood and the rustling of leaves in the cold breeze. It was as if the town itself was holding its breath, waiting for something or someone. I parked my car near what used to be the town's main street, the remnants of storefronts and homes creating a haunting tableau against the bleak backdrop of an overcast sky. Gathering my courage, I stepped out, the crunch of gravel under my boots the only sound that dared to disturb the stillness. My first stop was the old church, its steeple jutting into the sky like a silent sentinel overseeing the town's forsaken state. Pushing open the heavy wooden doors, I was greeted by a musty scent and the dim light filtering through stained glass windows. The pews were scattered, and the altar stood empty, a stark reminder of the lives that once filled the sacred space. I set up my camera, documenting every inch of the dilapidated interior. When I heard it, a faint whisper, barely audible, as if carried by the wind itself. "Leave, leave now." The words sent a shiver down my spine, but I pressed on, determined to uncover the truth. My exploration led me to the town's old schoolhouse, its doors locked but the windows broken, revealing classrooms frozen in time. Desks were overturned, books scattered across the floor, and the blackboard bore faded messages that no one could read. As I ventured deeper, the temperature seemed to drop, the air growing colder despite the mild weather outside. I could feel eyes watching me, an invisible presence that made my skin crawl. In the hallway, I found a series of photographs pinned to the wall, images of families smiling in front of their homes, unaware of the impending tragedy that would befall them. My heart ached as I imagined the lives cut short, the dreams shattered by forces beyond their control. It was then that I noticed the footprints in the dust, small, delicate prints leading to a back room that seemed untouched by time. With a deep breath, I pushed open the door, revealing a classroom that still bore the marks of a violent struggle. Chairs were ripped from their posts, papers torn and strewn about, and a single, frozen candle on the desk. As I stepped inside, the whispers returned, louder this time, filling the room with an unsettling presence. "Leave, leave now," the voices echoed off the walls, their desperation palpable. I tried to steady my nerves, telling myself it was just my imagination running wild. But as I turned to leave, the door slammed shut with a force that knocked me off my feet. Panic surged through me as I scrambled to regain my composure. But the whispers only intensified, their voices overlapping in a chaotic symphony of fear and sorrow. Shadows seemed to dance at the edge of my vision, fleeting glimpses of figures trapped in eternal anguish. Desperate to escape, I reached for my camera, hoping to document whatever was happening. As I lifted it, the lens caught movement, a ghostly apparition standing at the far end of the room, its translucent form barely visible in the dim light. The figure raised its hand, pointing towards the window as if to guide me towards the truth. I froze, the weight of the spirit's sorrow anchoring me to the spot, summoning every ounce of courage. I followed the apparition's gesture, moving towards the window with hesitant steps. The outside world was a swirling maelstrom of snow, the blizzard mirroring the chaos within. As I gazed out, the wind howled, carrying with it the faint sounds of laughter and cries, a haunting reminder of the lives that were lost to Dudleytown's dark legacy. My mind raced with questions. What had caused such tragedy? Why were the spirits so desperate to leave? The legends spoke of curses and malevolent forces. But I needed answers, proof that would make sense of the inexplicable horrors I was witnessing. Determined to find the truth, I decided to delve deeper into the town's history, seeking out any records or remnants that could shed light on the malevolent energy that plagued Dudleytown. Days turned into nights as I scoured through old newspapers, historical archives, and spoken accounts from the few nearby residents who dared to speak of the cursed town. The stories were consistent reports of inexplicable deaths, tragic accidents, and a pervasive sense of dread that hung over Dudleytown like a dark cloud. One particularly harrowing tale spoke of a family that vanished without a trace, their home found empty except for strange symbols etched into the walls, symbols that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. As I pieced together the fragments of Dudleytown's past, the supernatural occurrences intensified. The whispers became a constant companion, their voices growing more insistent, urging me to uncover the truth and put the restless spirits to peace. The apparitions became more frequent, their presence a haunting reminder of the lives that were lost and the malevolent forces that sought to keep them bound to the forsaken town. One night, as I sat alone in the old library, the source of the whispers became clear. A shadowy figure stood before me, its form solidifying into that of a man dressed in outdated attire, his eyes hollow and filled with an eternal sadness. "You shouldn't be here," he warned, his voice a chilling echo that resonated deep within my soul. I met his gaze, my fear battling with a sense of responsibility. "I'm here to help, to understand what happened to Dudleytown and set your spirits free." The apparition hesitated, the weight of his sorrow evident in his stance. "The darkness, it consumes all who try to uncover its secrets. Leave now, or suffer the same fate." But I couldn't turn away. The story of Dudleytown deserved to be told, its tragedies acknowledged and its restless spirits granted peace. "I won't leave until I know the truth," I declared, my voice unwavering despite the fear that gripped me. The man's expression softened, a flicker of hope amidst his sorrow. "There is a way," he whispered, but it requires courage and sacrifice. Follow the path to the old mine, where the heart of the darkness lies. Only then can you free us from our torment. Determined, I gathered my gear and set out towards the old mine, guided by the apparition's instructions. The journey was perilous, the blizzard now a memory replaced by an oppressive stillness that weighed heavily on me. As I navigated the treacherous terrain, the sense of being watched never left me, the whispers a constant reminder of the spirit's plight. Finally, I reached the entrance of the mine, a dark, foreboding tunnel that seemed to swallow the light. Taking a deep breath, I ventured inside, the air growing colder with each step. The walls were covered in the same strange symbols, their meanings lost to time but their power undeniable. The further I went, the stronger the malevolent energy became, threatening to consume me if I faltered. In the heart of the mine, I found a chamber adorned with elaborate carvings and ancient artifacts, the source of the darkness that had plagued Dudleytown for generations. At the center stood a stone altar, upon which lay a collection of personal belongings from the town's lost souls, photographs, trinkets, and journals detailing their final moments of terror. As I approached the altar, the apparitions of Dudleytown's residents materialized around me, their presence both comforting and sorrowful. Place their belongings here, the lead apparition instructed, his voice echoing through the chamber. Their memories must be honored, their stories told. Only then can the darkness be dispelled. With trembling hands, I began arranging the items on the altar, each placement a solemn act of remembrance. The air grew thick with emotion, the spirit's whispers now a harmonious chorus of gratitude and peace. As the last item was set, a brilliant light filled the chamber, dispelling the darkness and purging the malevolent energy that had held Dudleytown in its icy grip. The apparitions began to fade, their forms dissolving into the light as smiles of relief and gratitude graced their spectral faces. "Thank you," they whispered, their voices now filled with serenity. "You've given us the peace we longed for." As the light dimmed, I felt a profound sense of accomplishment and sorrow. The ghosts of Dudleytown had finally found their rest, their stories acknowledged and their suffering ended. I made my way out of the mine, the oppressive atmosphere lifted, replaced by the gentle warmth of dawn breaking over the horizon. Driving away from Dudleytown, the sun rising over the once ghostly town now bathed in the golden light of a new day. I couldn't help but feel a deep connection to the lost souls I had helped set free. The whispers of the past had been silenced, their echoes a haunting reminder of the fragility of life and the enduring power of compassion. Years later, the story of my encounter with Dudleytown continues to resonate with those who hear it, a chilling testament to the town's dark legacy and the spirits that once roamed its deserted streets. The warnings to stay away have faded, replaced by tales of redemption and the triumph of understanding over fear. And sometimes, when the wind rustles through the abandoned buildings and the snow blankets the earth in peaceful stillness, I can almost hear the faint whispers of gratitude from the spirits of Dudleytown, forever grateful for the truth that set them free. Story number 21. Whispers of Terlingua. I've always been fascinated by abandoned places, those forgotten relics of human ambition left to the mercy of time and nature. Terlingua, Texas, nestled near the unforgiving border of Mexico, was one such place, once a bustling mining town. The streets now lay silent, the remnants of its golden days buried beneath layers of dust and decay. But it wasn't just the emptiness that drew me in, it was the stories, the legends of restless spirits and unexplained phenomena that whispered through the windswept plains. It was late October when I decided to visit Terlingua. As a freelance journalist with a penchant for the paranormal, I sought out locations where the veil between the living and the dead seemed thin, places where the echoes of the past still lingered. Armed with my camera, a sturdy flashlight, and a notebook, I set out for the deserted town, eager to uncover its hidden truths. The drive from San Antonio was long and solitary, the landscape gradually shifting from rolling hills to barren expanses dotted with skeletal remains of old mining structures. As I approached Terlingua, the first signs of abandonment became evident. Rusted mining equipment stood as silent sentinels, their purpose long forgotten. The once vibrant storefronts were now mere shells, windows shattered, doors hanging precariously on their hinges. Parking my truck near the old general store, I took a moment to absorb the desolate beauty of Terlingua. The sun hung low in the sky, casting elongated shadows that danced across the snow-covered ground. A chill wind blew through the streets, carrying with it the faint scent of earth and decay. I stepped out, the crunch of gravel under my boots the only sound breaking the oppressive silence. My first stop was the heart of the town, the abandoned mining office. As I pushed open the heavy door, a rush of cold air greeted me, the remnants of a bygone era frozen in time. Dust motes floated in the beam of my flashlight, revealing rows of empty desks and broken filing cabinets. I began to explore, my fingers tracing the faded names etched into the wood. It was here that I first heard it, a faint, echoing laughter that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. Probably just the wind, I muttered to myself, trying to shake off the unease creeping up my spine. But as I delved deeper into the office, the laughter grew louder, more distinct, until it transformed into the unmistakable sound of children playing. My heart raced as I followed the sound, navigating through the maze of empty offices and dusty archives. The laughter led me to a small meeting room at the back of the building. The room was cluttered with old maps and mining plans, the air thick with the scent of mildew. I set up my camera, aiming to capture any signs of activity. But the room remained eerily still. As I reviewed the footage, I noticed something chilling. Shadows flickered at the edge of the frame, moving with a purpose that defied explanation. I spun around, flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. But there was no one there, only the oppressive silence that seemed to press in from all sides. Determined to uncover more, I decided to visit the nearby cemetery, a place locals whispered about with a mixture of fear and reverence. The old graveyard lay just beyond the town's limits, its stone markers worn and weathered by time. As I approached, the temperature dropped sharply, the cold biting into my skin despite my layers of clothing. The moon cast a pale glow over the tombstones, the shadows elongating into grotesque shapes that danced across the ground. In the center of the cemetery stood a grand mausoleum, its ornate doors slightly ajar. I felt a pull, an inexplicable urge to enter. Pushing the doors open, I was greeted by a chill that seemed to seep into my very bones. The interior was vast, the air thick with an oppressive energy that made it difficult to breathe. Rows of marble tombs lined the walls, each one a silent testament to lives long gone. As I walked through the mausoleum, the whispers returned, soft, indistinct voices that seemed to swirl around me. Leave, leave now. The words were barely audible, carried by the cold winds that swept through the open doors. I tried to ignore them, focusing instead on the intricate carvings that adorned the walls, telling stories of sorrow and loss. In the far corner of the mausoleum, I found a small, secluded chapel. The stained glass windows were shattered, fragments of colored glass glittering on the stone floor. I sat down on a pew, pulling out my notebook to jot down observations. When the atmosphere shifted, the temperature plummeted further, and the whispers grew louder, more insistent. Suddenly, the sound of heavy machinery echoed through the chapel, a stark contrast to the serene silence that had filled the space moments before. The air vibrated with the hum of old mining equipment, the sounds of drills and conveyors long abandoned. I looked up, my flashlight catching a glimpse of movement out of the corner of my eye. A shadowy figure stood at the entrance, his form barely visible against the darkness. "Who are you?" I whispered, my voice trembling with fear and curiosity. The figure didn't respond, but his presence was overwhelming, the weight of his sorrow and anger pressing down on me. The whispers intensified, the voices overlapping in a cacophony of pain and despair. I felt a surge of empathy, understanding the torment of these restless spirits bound by their tragic past. Desperate to find answers, I began to explore the chapel, uncovering old records and journals left behind by the miners. The stories told of relentless toil, of lives cut short by accidents and the unforgiving wilderness. But as I delved deeper, I discovered hints of darker rituals, secret gatherings held in the dead of night, sacrifices made to appease unseen forces that demanded tribute for the prosperity of the mine. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. Terlingua wasn't just haunted by the spirits of lost miners, but also by the malevolent entities that had been summoned through these dark rites. The restless souls were trapped, their suffering eternal, bound to the town by the sins of their past. As I pieced together the town's tragic history, the apparitions grew more frequent, their appearances more defined, faces twisted in agony, hands reaching out in desperate pleas, bodies frozen in mid-stride, each ghost a living testament to the horrors that had unfolded in Terlingua's shadowed streets. One night, as I sat in the chapel reviewing my notes, the whispers coalesced into a single, anguished voice. "Help us! Free us from the darkness!" The plea resonated deep within me, a call to action that I couldn't ignore. I knew what I had to do, to confront the malevolent forces that held the spirits captive and bring peace to the tortured souls of Terlingua. Gathering my courage, I returned to the mining office, the epicenter of the town's darkest secrets. The room was cold, the air thick with an unseen presence. I set up my equipment, preparing to document the final confrontation. The whispers began once more, their voices filled with desperation and hope. As the clock struck midnight, the temperature dropped to unbearable lows, frost forming on every surface. The shadows in the room grew deeper, the oppressive energy pressing down on me as if the very walls were closing in. The whispers turned into cries, the sounds of countless souls crying out for release. Suddenly, the room was filled with a blinding light, the source of which seemed to emanate from the very ground beneath my feet. The apparitions of the lost miners materialized around me, their eyes filled with gratitude and sorrow. One by one, they reached out, their hands touching mine in a gesture of thanks. "The darkness is lifted," one of them whispered, his voice filled with relief. "You have freed us from our torment." The oppressive energy began to dissipate, replaced by a warm, comforting presence that filled the room. The shadows receded, the whispers fading into a harmonious silence that spoke of peace and closure. I felt a profound sense of accomplishment and sorrow, knowing that I had played a role in granting peace to the restless spirits of Terlingua. As dawn broke over the deserted town, the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the snow-covered landscape with a golden glow. The buildings of Terlingua, once symbols of abandonment and despair, now stood as silent witnesses to the redemption that had unfolded within their walls. Driving away from Terlingua, the weight of the experience settled comfortably around me. The legends of the town were no longer just stories. They were truths that had been acknowledged and respected. The spirits of the lost finally finding the peace they had long sought. The ghosts of Terlingua had been heard, their stories immortalized in the annals of the paranormal. A haunting reminder of the enduring power of compassion and understanding in the face of darkness. Years later, the memory of Terlingua remains etched into my very being. I often find myself reflecting on that fateful winter, the town's silent streets, and the whispers that had guided me towards redemption. The stories of the lost souls and the malevolent entities that once plagued the town continue to resonate, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the enduring quest for peace. And sometimes, when the wind rustles through the abandoned buildings and the snow blankets the earth in serene stillness, I catch a faint echo of laughter and the distant hum of machinery, a haunting reminder that some connections transcend the boundaries of life and death, offering solace to those who dwell in the shadows of forgotten places. Story number 22. Echoes in the Pines. I've always respected the quiet solitude that comes with night patrols. There's something grounding about the stillness of the forest. The way the moonlight filters through the dense canopy of pines, casting long shadows that dance with the gentle breeze. But that particular night in the Nevada Triangle was different, etched into my memory as a night where silence became a sinister veil hiding horrors beyond comprehension. It was December 1983, one of the coldest winters the region had seen in decades. The snow lay thick on the ground, muffling the usual sounds of wildlife and turning the forest into an expanse of white silence. I was Officer Mark Reynolds, a seasoned patrol officer with over 10 years on the force. Nights like these were routine, patrolling the remote stretches where few dared to venture. Around 11 p.m., the radio crackled to life with a routine check-in from dispatch. "Reynolds, everything clear on your sector." "Copy that, dispatch." "All clear," I responded, adjusting my cap against the biting wind. I continued my slow crawl down the winding road, headlights cutting through the darkness. That's when I heard it. A piercing scream that shattered the night's calm. It was raw, filled with agony and fear, echoing through the trees like a desperate plea. My heart skipped a beat. "Dispatch. Possible distress call. Over." Static filled the airwaves, the connection cutting out before I could provide more details. Frustration bubbled up inside me. "Dispatch. Come in. Do you copy?" No response. Just the relentless howl of the wind and the distant calls of nocturnal creatures. I grabbed my flashlight, the beam slicing through the darkness as I parked the patrol car near the edge of the forest. The screams had stopped, leaving behind an unsettling silence that pressed heavily against my ears. I approached the source of the noise, my breath visible in the frigid air. The forest was dense, the trees towering like silent sentinels guarding secrets best left untouched. As I delved deeper, the snow crunching under my boots seemed unnaturally loud, each step amplifying the tension that gripped me. Then, I saw it, a lone shoe, small and out of place, half buried in the snow. My pulse quickened. Whoever had been here had left in a hurry. Or perhaps, something had taken them. I followed the faint trail of footprints leading into the heart of the forest, the snow-covered ground offering no clues as to where they might lead. Minutes turned into what felt like hours as I navigated through the dense foliage, the cold seeping into my bones despite my heavy uniform. The footsteps started to fade, disappearing into the darkness as abruptly as they had appeared. Confusion and worry gnawed at me. Had I misheard the screams? Was there someone else out here? Just as I was about to turn back, my radio emitted a sudden burst of static. "Reynolds, are you there? Respond." "Over." I frowned, trying to reach a clearer signal. "Dispatch. I found a shoe and some footprints. I'm investigating." Before I could finish, the radio cut out entirely. Panic surged through me. I looked around, trying to locate the source of the original scream. But the forest remained eerily silent. My flashlight flickered, casting fleeting shadows that played tricks on my mind. A chill ran down my spine as I felt an oppressive presence around me. The air grew colder, my breath coming in rapid gasps. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw it. A dark figure standing just beyond the reach of my flashlight. It was a man, dressed in a long, black coat, his face obscured by the darkness. No discernible features, just a void where his face should be. "Hello," I called out, my voice wavering. "Can you help me?" The figure didn't respond. Instead, it began to move towards me, each step deliberate and unnerving. I took a step back, my instincts screaming to run, but my legs refused to obey. The air around us seemed to thicken, the silence amplifying the fear that gripped me. Suddenly, the ground beneath my feet gave way, the snow collapsing into a hidden crevice. I tried to leap back, but it was too late. I plunged into the darkness, the world turning black around me. When I awoke, I was lying on the cold ground, the snow covering me like a suffocating blanket. My head throbbed, and my limbs felt heavy, as if weighed down by an invisible force. I tried to move, but my body wouldn't respond. Panic set in as I realized I was paralyzed, unable to call out or even scream. Time lost all meaning as I lay there, the memories of that night swirling in my mind like the snowstorm that had initially brought me here. The faceless man, the screams, the unending silence. It all seemed like a fragmented nightmare. But deep down, I knew it was real. Hours passed before I could finally move, the stiffness in my muscles making each motion a painful effort. I dragged myself to my patrol car, the cold seeping into every fiber of my being. As I tried to start the engine, the radio crackled to life once more, a familiar static-filled voice breaking through the silence. "Reynolds, report your status. Do you copy?" Relief washed over me, but it was short-lived. I realized with horror that I couldn't respond. My throat was dry, my voice lost in the overwhelming cold and fear. Desperation clawed at me as I frantically tried to communicate. But nothing came out. The sun began to rise, casting a pale light over the snow-covered landscape. I struggled to sit up, the reality of my situation sinking in. The footprints around me had disappeared, leaving no trace of where I had been or how I had survived the night. The patrol car was just as I had left it, the door slightly ajar, but no sign of any disturbance. As I made my way back to civilization, the memory of the faceless man haunted every step. The whispers of the wind seemed to carry his silent plea, a reminder that some mysteries are best left unsolved. The Nevada Triangle remained an enigma, its dark secrets buried beneath layers of snow and time. To this day, I carry the scars of that night, both physical and emotional. The experience changed me, instilling a deep respect for the unknown and the forces that dwell beyond our understanding. I often wonder if I truly escaped the grasp of the faceless man or if his presence still lingers, waiting for the next unsuspecting soul to wander into his haunted domain. Story number 23. Echoes in the snow. I've always been a skeptic. As a seasoned officer patrolling the remote stretches of the Nevada Triangle, I prided myself on rationality and evidence. The Nevada Triangle, infamous for its high number of unexplained disappearances and eerie phenomena, was a place where legends thrived amidst the vast, desolate landscape, but nothing could have prepared me for the night that would challenge everything I believed. It was early January 2012, a month when the desert transformed into a frozen expanse, the relentless sun giving way to bitterly cold nights. Our small police station stood as a lone beacon of civilization amidst miles of untouched wilderness. That night, I was on my usual patrol, cruising down Highway 395 in my cruiser, the heater struggling against the icy air that seeped through every crack. Around 2 a.m., the silence was shattered by the crackle of my radio. "Officer Thompson, do you copy?" "Over. Copy that. Dispatch." I responded, adjusting my cap against the biting wind. Before I could resume my patrol, another call came through, this one urgent. "Officer Davis, we've received a 911 call from mile marker 47. The caller is panicked, saying they're coming." "Over." My heart skipped a beat. Mile marker 47 was deep within the Nevada Triangle, an area devoid of any permanent residents. "Dispatch, I'm en route," I replied, immediately flipping the cruiser's ignition. The snow began to fall heavier, reducing visibility as I navigated the winding road towards the reported location. As I approached mile marker 47, the landscape seemed to close in around me. The highway stretched endlessly, flanked by dense forests and barren hills. The snowflakes danced wildly in the wind, creating a blinding white curtain that obscured everything beyond a few feet. My headlights cut through the darkness, revealing the silhouette of an old, abandoned phone booth standing alone on the roadside. I parked my cruiser a safe distance away, the engine idling as I grabbed my flashlight and stepped out into the freezing night. The air was thick with anticipation, each breath visible in the frigid air as I approached the phone booth cautiously. The area was eerily silent, the only sound the relentless wind whipping through the trees. I reached the booth, the cold metal of the frame biting into my gloves. There was no sign of the caller, no body, no footprints, nothing to indicate anyone had been there. Just the phone, lying abandoned on the ground, its receiver hanging limply by the cord. I picked it up, the coldness seeping into my bones. "Hello," I called out, my voice echoing in the empty night. No response. I set the phone down, frustration mounting. How could someone report a distress call and then vanish without a trace? The absence of any footprints suggested that no one had approached the booth, making the entire incident perplexing and unnerving. Determined to find answers, I decided to search the surrounding area. The snow was deep, crunching under my boots as I made my way into the forest. Flashlight held high. The trees loomed like silent sentinels, their branches heavy with snow, creating long, ghostly shadows that danced with every gust of wind. Hours passed with no sign of anyone else, the isolation amplifying my growing unease. Just as I was about to return to my cruiser, a faint sound reached my ears, a soft, desperate whisper carried by the wind. "They're coming!" I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. The voice was barely audible, yet unmistakably human. I turned around, scanning the darkness, but there was nothing, no movement, no figures, just the endless expanse of snow-covered trees. Panic began to set in as I realized the possibility that something, or someone, was out there, watching me. Quickened my pace, the whispers growing louder, more urgent. "They're coming! They're coming for you!" The sound seemed to come from all directions, the forest itself echoing with the haunting message. I broke into a run, the snow whipping against my face as I sprinted back to the phone booth. But no matter how fast I moved, the whispers followed, relentless and omnipresent, bursting into the clearing where the booth stood. I looked around frantically. The whispers ceased abruptly, leaving an oppressive silence that pressed down on me. Gasping for breath, I slid back into my cruiser, the engine roaring to life as I sped away from the haunted site. Back at the station, I filed the report, but the incident left me shaken to my core. There was no logical explanation, no evidence of foul play, no missing persons report that matched the caller's description. It was as if the caller had been a ghost, a restless spirit trapped in the Nevada Triangle, doomed to repeat their final moments in an endless loop of fear and despair. Days turned into weeks, but the memory of that night lingered, a ghostly presence that haunted my thoughts. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there, something malevolent that watched and waited in the shadows of the Nevada Triangle. The incident at mile marker 47 became a cautionary tale among the officers, a reminder of the thin veil between reality and the supernatural. Driven by a mix of fear and determination, I decided to return to the site, hoping to uncover any clues that could explain the mysterious call. Equipped with better equipment and a deeper understanding of the local legends, I ventured back into the Nevada Triangle one snowy night. The same conditions that had set the stage for the haunting. As I approached the phone booth, the snow was falling heavier, the wind howling through the trees like the wails of lost souls. The phone booth stood unchanged, a silent witness to the countless stories of tragedy and unexplained phenomena. I parked my cruiser and stepped out, the cold biting into my skin as I approached the booth once more. I reached out to pick up the phone, my fingers trembling. "Hello," I called out, my voice steadier this time, fueled by a desperate need for answers. This time, there was a response, a faint, distorted voice whispering back, "They're still coming." I felt a chill run down my spine as the realization dawned on me. The spirit was still trapped, still seeking something, still warning me of an impending threat. I knew I couldn't ignore it, couldn't let another call go unanswered. Determined to break the cycle, I decided to perform a ritual of remembrance, honoring the spirit and seeking to bring peace to their restless existence. Following the instructions I'd uncovered during my research, I arranged candles around the phone booth, their flames flickering in the cold night air. I placed offerings of food and personal items, tokens of respect and remembrance, as I began to speak, recounting the story of the lost caller and acknowledging their fear and pain. The temperature seemed to rise, the oppressive cold lifting as if the forest itself was responding to my plea. The whispers returned, but this time, they were softer, less frantic. "Thank you." A sense of calm enveloped me, the tension of the night melting away like the snow under the morning sun. The spirit had found some semblance of peace, their presence easing into a gentle stillness that filled the air with warmth and gratitude. As dawn broke over the Nevada Triangle, the snow began to melt, revealing the untouched beauty of the landscape beneath. The phone booth stood silent, no longer a beacon of fear but a monument to the enduring power of compassion and understanding. The mystery of the 911 call at mile marker 47 remained unsolved. But the haunting had been quelled, the restless spirit finally at peace. Returning to the station, I felt a profound sense of accomplishment and relief. The Nevada Triangle still held its secrets, but I had faced the unknown and helped to bring light to the shadows. The legend of the haunted phone booth became a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the unending quest to uncover the truth, no matter how elusive it may be. But sometimes, during the quiet moments of winter, when the wind whispers through the barren trees and the snow blankets the earth in silence, I catch a faint echo of gratitude on the breeze, a gentle reminder that some spirits linger, seeking remembrance and peace, and that every mystery holds a story waiting to be heard and honored. Story number 24. Shadows of Silence. I never believed in ghosts. As a police officer stationed in the remote Nevada Triangle, skepticism was part of the job description. The Nevada Triangle, a desolate expanse between Las Vegas, Los Angeles, and San Francisco, was infamous for its eerie stillness and countless unexplained disappearances. Our small police station stood as a lone sentinel amidst the barren landscape, a beacon of law and order in an area that seemed to defy both. It was late October 1997 when Officer Jake Harris joined our night shift team, fresh out of the academy and eager to prove himself. Jake brought a youthful energy that was a stark contrast to the weary veterans who manned the station. Among them was Officer Tom Reynolds, a seasoned cop who had served here longer than anyone could remember. Tom had witnessed his fair share of strange occurrences, but nothing had prepared him for what was to come. The incident that plunged our station into darkness began innocuously enough. It was a typical night patrol, the snow beginning to fall gently, covering the landscape in a pristine white blanket. We received a call about a suspicious vehicle parked along the deserted highway. As Tom and I approached the location, the cold wind biting at our faces, we found an old sedan abandoned in the middle of the road. No signs of struggle, no indication of who had left it or why. Back at the station, the unease settled in. The nights grew colder, and the snowfall thicker, isolating us further from the outside world. Then, on a particularly frigid night in December, tragedy struck. Tom Reynolds was found dead in his office, an apparent suicide. The station was plunged into mourning, the loss of one of our own weighing heavily on everyone. But some whispers suggested there was more to his death, a darkness that had seeped into the very walls of our station. Almost immediately after Tom's passing, strange things began to happen. Footsteps echoed through the empty hallways when no one else was around. Doors slammed shut on their own, and the computers would power up without any input. The air grew thick with an oppressive silence, broken only by the ghostly sounds that seemed to emanate from the shadows. Jake, still new to the job, was the first to report seeing Tom's silhouette sitting at his desk late one night. He described a figure hunched over papers, the room cold and unnaturally quiet. At first, we dismissed it as a hallucination, a byproduct of grief and exhaustion. But as more officers came forward with similar experiences, the reality became impossible to ignore. One night, as I sat alone in the station, the clock ticking loudly in the silence, I felt a chill crawl up my spine. The lights flickered, casting long, dancing shadows across the room. Suddenly, the door to Tom's office creaked open, revealing a darkened doorway. My heart raced as I watched, frozen in place, as a shadowy figure emerged. It was Tom, or what remained of him. His face was a blank void, eyes empty and haunting, sitting motionless at his desk. "Jake!" A whisper echoed through the room, though the name felt like it was coming from miles away. My voice caught in my throat as I tried to respond, but no words came out. The temperature dropped further, my breath visible in the frigid air. The apparition reached out a hand, fingers elongated and cold, before vanishing into thin air. Shaken to my core, I realized that whatever had taken Tom wasn't done yet. The presence in the station was more than just a restless spirit. It was a manifestation of something far darker. Each night, the disturbances grew more intense, the boundary between the living and the dead blurring within our confined space. Determined to uncover the truth, I delved into old case files and station records, searching for any clue that could explain the haunting. What I discovered was a chilling tale of greed and betrayal. Years before, the station had been the site of a covert operation targeting a notorious smuggling ring. Tom had been a key player in dismantling the operation, but something had gone terribly wrong. Documents were missing, and Tom had grown increasingly paranoid before his untimely death. The more I uncovered, the more it became clear that Tom's spirit was bound to the station, tormented by the secrets he had kept hidden. The missing documents, the unresolved cases, they all played a part in the curse that now plagued our station. The apparitions weren't just random hauntings. They were echoes of the past, seeking closure and release. One particularly harsh night, as the snowstorm raged outside, I decided to confront the spirit head-on. Armed with only a flashlight and a resolve to set things right, I entered Tom's office. The room was icy cold, the air thick with sorrow. I approached his desk, now covered in a thin layer of frost, and began to speak. "Tom, I know you're here. I understand what happened, and I want to help you find peace." The room seemed to respond, the shadows swirling around me as if the very essence of the place was listening. Slowly, the apparition of Tom materialized before me, his blank face still hauntingly void of expression. "I can't let go." The whisper came again, stronger this time. "They took everything from me." Tears welled up in my eyes as I realized the depth of his pain. "Tell me what you need. I'm here to help." The air grew colder still, and I felt a presence pressing down on me, the weight of unresolved guilt and unfinished business. I reached out, placing a hand on the frozen desk, channeling my empathy and understanding. "Let me help you, Tom. We can find those documents, expose the truth, and finally bring you the peace you deserve." For a moment, nothing happened. Then, the atmosphere shifted, the shadows receded, and the oppressive chill lifted, replaced by a gentle warmth that filled the room. The apparition of Tom smiled, a flicker of relief in his empty eyes, before dissipating into a cascade of snowflakes that danced in the fading light. The following morning, the disturbances ceased. The footsteps, the door slams, the eerie lights, all were gone. The station felt lighter. The darkness lifted as if a heavy burden had been removed. The missing documents were found hidden deep within the station's archives, evidence of the corruption that had led to Tom's demise. We honored Tom's memory by clearing his name and ensuring that the truth was no longer buried in the shadows. The haunted nights became a thing of the past, the spirits finally finding the closure they had long sought. The Nevada Triangle remained as enigmatic as ever, but our small station stood as a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the power of truth to dispel even the darkest of curses. But sometimes, late at night, when the wind howls through the empty streets and the snow blankets the land in silence, I catch a faint whisper on the breeze, a lingering echo of gratitude from a spirit finally at peace. It serves as a reminder that some stories never truly end and that the shadows hold their secrets tightly, waiting for the right moment to be unveiled. Story number 25. the shadow in the Nevada Triangle. I've always been fascinated by unsolved mysteries, drawn to the shadows where truth and legend intertwine. Growing up in Las Vegas, the Nevada Triangle was more than just a geographic anomaly. It was a hub of eerie tales and unexplained phenomena. But nothing prepared me for the night I encountered the darkness that swallowed Officer Mark Reynolds. It was the winter of 1983, a particularly harsh season that blanketed the desert landscape in a thick layer of snow. The Nevada Triangle, known for its high incidence of unexplained disappearances, was my regular patrol area as a rookie officer. Mark Reynolds, a seasoned cop with a no-nonsense attitude, was my partner. We had built a camaraderie over countless shifts, our shared dedication keeping us vigilant against the dangers lurking in the vast, frozen expanse. That night, the temperature had plummeted well below freezing, and the wind howled through the narrow canyons like a restless spirit. Our radio crackled intermittently, static-filled messages from dispatch blending with the howling wind. As we cruised down the deserted highway, the headlights of our squad car cutting through the darkness, an unsettling silence enveloped us. Another long night ahead, Mark muttered, adjusting his gloves against the biting cold. Yeah, but at least it's quiet, I replied, trying to mask the unease creeping up my spine. We had been on patrol for hours without incident, the monotony of the night settling in. That's when we spotted the parked car, a rusty, old sedan abandoned by the roadside, its windows frosted over. It was unusual to find vehicles left unattended in this area, especially during such severe weather. Let's check that out, Mark suggested, turning the car into a narrow side road that led into a denser section of the forest. As we approached the vehicle, the crunch of snow under our boots was the only sound breaking the oppressive silence. Mark led the way, flashlight in hand, while I followed closely behind. The car seemed undisturbed. No signs of recent use or struggle. We stepped out, the cold air stinging our faces as we inspected the exterior. Nothing here, Mark said, stepping back into the squad car. Looks like someone just left in a hurry. I nodded, starting the engine. But as we prepared to leave, something caught my eye. The dashboard camera, a relatively new addition to our patrol cars, had been recording the entire encounter. Mark glanced at the playback, his expression unreadable. Take a look at this, he said, rewinding the footage to the moment we approached the car. On the screen, we saw Mark step out of the car, walking towards the sedan with a cautious gait. Just as he reached the door, a shadow loomed behind him, an unnatural darkness that seemed to ripple and distort the air around it. The footage captured a figure clad in black, his presence almost suffocating. Yet it made no sound. Mark glanced over his shoulder, but there was nothing there in reality. Did you see that? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Mark nodded slowly, a flicker of fear crossing his usually stoic face. Yeah, I saw it. Must have been some trick of the light. We decided to leave, but as we started to drive away, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. The headlights illuminated our path, but the dense forest on either side seemed to close in, the shadows deeper and more foreboding than before. The next morning, Mark didn't show up for his shift. Concerned, I called the precinct, only to be met with hushed whispers and blank stares. He went missing last night, one dispatcher finally said, her voice trembling. He never returned from patrol. Panic surged through me. What do you mean he never returned? He was right here with me. We've checked the car, the dispatcher replied. No signs of a struggle. His radio was left on, but there was no distress call. Couldn't believe it. Mark had always been meticulous, leaving no trace behind, determined to find answers. I requested access to the dashboard camera footage. As I watched it again, the image of the shadowy figure resurfaced, his presence more menacing this time. Mark's movement towards the car was hesitant, almost reluctant, as if he sensed the impending doom. I need to go back, I told myself, driven by a mix of fear and responsibility. I need to find him. Gathering my gear, I set out into the frigid night, retracing our patrol route. The forest was silent, the snow muffling my footsteps as I navigated the same narrow roads. Every rustle of leaves and snap of twigs heightened my anxiety, the legends of the Nevada Triangle echoing in my mind. Hours passed with no sign of Mark, the cold gnawing at my resolve. Just as I was about to give up, I stumbled upon the same abandoned sedan, its presence a chilling reminder of our earlier encounter. The snow around the car was undisturbed, no footprints leading away or towards it. But then, I noticed something, a set of large, four-toed footprints leading into the forest, abruptly stopping in the thickening snow. My heart raced as I followed the trail, the footprints taking me deeper into the wilderness where the trees loomed like silent sentinels. The air grew colder, the darkness more oppressive, as if the forest itself was closing in on me. The whispers of the wind seemed to carry Mark's name, each gust a desperate plea for help. Suddenly, the ground beneath me began to tremble, the snow cracking ominously. A shadowy figure materialized before me, its form shifting and indistinct. It moved with an unnatural grace, the four-toed footprints leading directly to it. I froze, the terror of what I was witnessing paralyzing me. "Don't follow." A voice echoed in my mind, a whisper carried by the wind. "Leave now." But I couldn't turn back. The thought of Mark out there, lost in this frozen nightmare, pushed me forward. I took a hesitant step towards the figure, my flashlight flickering as the shadows danced around us. The figure extended a hand, its movements slow and deliberate. "Help me," it whispered, the voice a haunting blend of sorrow and desperation. "Find me." I reached out, the cold biting through my gloves as my fingers brushed against the darkness. Instantly, a surge of energy pulled me into the void, the world around me dissolving into an endless night of snow and shadows. I awoke in a desolate landscape, the snow stretching endlessly in every direction. The sky was a perpetual twilight, the stars hidden behind thick clouds. Panic set in as I realized I was alone, the weight of my mission pressing down on me. "Mark," I called out, my voice cracking with fear. "Mark, where are you?" A distant cry echoed through the snow, guiding me towards a faint light in the distance. As I trudged through the icy terrain, the cries grew louder, filled with pain and despair. Finally, I stumbled upon a frozen clearing where the shadowy figure stood, now more defined and sorrowful. "Mark," pleaded, my voice breaking. "Are you here?" The figure nodded slowly, its form shimmering in the cold light. "He's lost," it whispered, trapped between worlds, unable to find peace, determined to save my friend. I searched the clearing for any clues, finding an old, weathered medallion buried in the snow, a relic Mark had always carried. As I picked it up, a warmth spread through me, countering the frigid air. "This must be the key," I murmured, holding the medallion tightly. The figure extended a hand once more, guiding me towards a narrow path that led deeper into the snowy abyss. "Use it to guide him," it instructed, the voice now filled with hope. Following the path, I encountered visions of Mark, his silhouette fading and reappearing. Trapped in a cycle of endless snowstorms, the medallion glowed brighter, illuminating the path and breaking the oppressive darkness. With each step, the landscape shifted, the snow parting to reveal a way out. "Mark," I called, holding the medallion high. "Follow me. We're coming to get you." The final stretch was a blur of light and shadow, the medallion's glow leading the way through the frozen labyrinth. As we reached the edge of the clearing, the darkness lifted, the snow melting away to reveal the familiar terrain of the Nevada Triangle. Mark stood before me, his face pale but alive, the medallion still glowing in my hand. "Thank you," he whispered, his voice filled with gratitude. "You saved me." But as we embraced, a chill wind swept through the area, and the shadowy figure reappeared one last time. "Remember our story," it echoed, the voice now fading into the night air. Respect the balance. Back in the precinct, Mark recounted his harrowing experience. The disbelief on our colleagues' faces mirroring my own initial skepticism. The medallion remained a mystery, its origins tied to the legends of the Nevada Triangle and the restless spirits that guarded its secrets. The winter of 1983 was a turning point, a testament to the thin line between reality and the supernatural. Mark and I remained close, our bond strengthened by the ordeal we had endured together. But the shadows of that night lingered, a constant reminder of the mysteries that still haunt the Nevada Triangle. Sometimes, on particularly cold nights, I catch a faint whisper in the wind, a lingering echo of a promise made in the heart of the wilderness. It's a reminder that some stories never truly end, and that the spirits of the lost still seek resolution in the endless dance of snow and shadows. Story number 26. The Wanderer of Nevada Triangle. Winter in the Nevada Triangle is unforgiving. The vast expanse of desert transforms into a frozen wasteland, where temperatures plunge below zero and the wind howls through the barren landscape like a restless spirit. As a patrol officer, I was no stranger to these harsh conditions, but nothing could have prepared me for the night that would forever change my perception of reality. It was December 1997. A particularly brutal winter that had already claimed several lives and left the area shrouded in silence. I had been on patrol for hours, the rhythmic hum of my cruiser's engine a constant companion as I navigated the desolate highways. The Nevada Triangle, infamous for its mysterious disappearances and unexplained phenomena, was a place where the line between myth and reality blurred into obscurity. Around midnight, my radio crackled to life with a routine check-in. Officer Davis, everything clear on your sector? Over. Copy that. Dispatch, I replied, adjusting my cap against the biting cold. The night was eerily quiet. The only sounds the occasional crackle of my heater and the distant howl of the wind through the canyons. Just as I was about to resume my patrol, another call came through, this one urgent. Officer Davis, we've got a report of a lone man wandering on Highway 395, near mile marker 47. He's been standing by the roadside for over an hour. Roger that. I'm on my way, I responded, immediately flipping the cruiser's ignition. Highway 395 was a narrow stretch cutting through the heart of the triangle, often deserted except for the occasional traveler or lost soul. As I approached mile marker 47, the snow began to fall more heavily, reducing visibility to mere feet. My headlights pierced through the blizzard, revealing the silhouette of a man standing motionless by the roadside. He was tall, clad in a heavy black coat that seemed out of place against the white expanse. What struck me most was his lack of facial features, no eyes, no mouth, nothing to convey emotion or intent. I slowed the cruiser to a stop, the engine idling as I grabbed my flashlight and stepped out into the storm. The cold was biting, each breath visible in the icy air as I approached the man cautiously. Hello? Do you need assistance? I called out, my voice barely audible over the wind. He didn't respond. Instead, he stood still, his presence both unnerving and sorrowful. I reached out a hand, intending to offer help, but before my fingers could make contact, he vanished. One moment he was there, the next, nothing but swirling snowflakes in his place. I stood there, stunned, my heart racing. I glanced around, half expecting him to reappear, but there was no sign of him, only the relentless storm and the desolate highway stretching into the darkness. Returning to my cruiser, I couldn't shake the image of the faceless man. The encounter felt surreal, like a scene from a nightmare rather than real life. Determined to find answers, I decided to dig into the local lore surrounding Highway 395 and the Nevada Triangle. Over the next few days, I spoke with colleagues, local residents, and scoured old police reports. One name kept resurfacing: Samuel Turner, a miner who had vanished in the Triangle during a severe snowstorm in 1983. Samuel was known for his dedication to his work and his family, but his disappearance had left a void that was never filled. No trace of him was ever found, and the official conclusion was that he had succumbed to the harsh winter conditions. But the stories whispered among the locals told a different tale, one of restless spirits and unfinished business. They spoke of seeing a tall man in a black coat on stormy nights, a spectral figure lost between worlds, forever searching for something he could never find. Driven by a mix of duty and curiosity, I decided to return to mile marker 47 one stormy night, hoping to uncover the truth behind Samuel Turner's disappearance. Armed with my flashlight, camera, and a sense of determination, I braved the elements once more. As I drove down Highway 395, the storm raged around me, the snow swirling in a chaotic dance that made navigation treacherous. Mile marker 47 loomed ahead, the highway almost invisible beneath the thick blanket of snow. My headlights finally caught the figure again, tall, cloaked in black, standing silently by the roadside. This time, I didn't hesitate. I pulled over, my heart pounding in my chest, and stepped out into the storm. The air was thick with anticipation, the only sounds the relentless wind and the crunch of snow under my boots. I approached the man cautiously, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. "Samuel? It's me, Officer Davis. Are you all right?" He remained silent, but there was something undeniably tragic in his stance. I reached out again, my hand trembling, as my fingers brushed against his shoulder. A surge of cold energy enveloped me, and his form began to dissolve into the snowflakes swirling around us. Before I could react, the snow began to swirl violently, forming into a vortex that pulled me towards the center. I tried to resist, but the force was too strong, dragging me into a realm of darkness and despair. I awoke hours later, lying unconscious near my cruiser, the storm having subsided. My head throbbed, and my body felt numb from the cold. As I tried to piece together what had happened, my thoughts kept returning to Samuel Turner and the mysterious figure I had encountered. Determined to prevent others from experiencing the same fate, I delved deeper into the investigation, uncovering old journals and personal accounts from those who had encountered the spirit of Samuel Turner. It became clear that his soul was trapped, caught between the harsh reality of the desert and the ethereal plane of spirits. With newfound resolve, I sought the help of a local medium, hoping to communicate with Samuel and help him find peace. The night we conducted the séance was the coldest of the season, the wind howling through the redwoods like the mournful cry of lost souls. As the medium began to channel Samuel's spirit, the temperature dropped further, and the air grew heavy with sorrow. A ghostly apparition materialized before us, tall, cloaked in black, his face still blank but his presence filled with anguish. "Why are you here?" the medium asked, her voice steady despite the overwhelming sadness in the air. "I am lost," Samuel's voice echoed, a haunting whisper that seemed to resonate within my very soul. "I cannot find my way back. My family, my home, everything is gone." Tears welled up in my eyes as I realized the depth of his despair. "Samuel, we're here to help you. Let us guide you to peace." The apparition seemed to waver, the sorrow in his eyes softening. "Remember us, honor our memory, and the curse will be lifted." With those final words, Samuel Turner began to fade, his spirit finally finding the closure it had long been denied. The oppressive cold lifted, replaced by a sense of warmth and tranquility that filled the room. As I left the séance, the snow-covered highway felt different, less menacing, more like a pathway to redemption. The legend of Samuel Turner was no longer just a haunting tale but a story of love, loss, and the enduring power of compassion to heal even the deepest wounds. But even now, years later, the memory of that night lingers. Sometimes, when the winter winds howl through the Nevada Triangle and the snow blankets the desert in silence, I catch a faint whisper on the breeze, a gentle echo of gratitude from a spirit finally at peace. It serves as a reminder that some mysteries are best resolved with empathy and understanding. and that the line between the living and the dead is thinner than we ever imagined. Story number 27. The Woman in White. I've always believed that the Nevada Triangle held more secrets than anyone could imagine. As a seasoned patrol officer, I'd heard the stories countless times. Tales of unexplained disappearances, eerie lights, and restless spirits wandering the desolate highways. But nothing prepared me for the night I encountered her, the Woman in White. It was a frigid December night in 1985. The snow had been relentless, burying the landscape in a thick, white blanket that seemed to swallow sound itself. I was on my routine patrol, cruising the lonely roads that cut through the heart of the Nevada Triangle. My cruiser's heater worked overtime, but the chill still seeped through the cracks, making every breath visible in the icy air. Around midnight, my radio crackled to life with a routine check-in. "Officer Davis, all clear on your sector. Over. Copy that. Dispatch," I replied, my voice steady despite the biting cold. The night was eerily silent. The only sounds the crunch of snow under my tires and the distant howl of the wind through the barren trees. I kept my eyes peeled for any signs of trouble. But as hours passed, the monotony began to weigh on me. That's when I saw her. A figure standing in the middle of the road, illuminated by the weak glow of my headlights. She was a woman, dressed in a flowing white gown that contrasted sharply against the dark, snow-covered asphalt. Her hair was long and loose, cascading over her shoulders like a waterfall of silk. But what struck me most was her face, completely blank, devoid of any features. It was as if her identity had been erased, leaving only an empty canvas where her visage should be. I slowed the cruiser, heart pounding in my chest. "Hello," I called out, my voice barely above a whisper. She didn't respond. Instead, she stood motionless, her presence both haunting and inexplicably sorrowful. I reached for my flashlight, the beam cutting through the darkness as I approached cautiously. As I stepped out of the car, the cold night air hit me like a slap. The snow swirled around my feet, making it difficult to maintain my balance. I moved closer, each step deliberate, trying to make sense of what I was witnessing. "Are you all right?" I asked, extending a hand in a gesture of reassurance. Still, she remained silent, her gaze fixed on the horizon as if searching for something or someone. I felt a chill run down my spine, an inexplicable sense of dread settling over me. It was then that I heard it, a faint whisper carried by the wind, soft and indistinct. "Don't follow," the voice seemed to say, though no one else was around to hear it. I froze, my instincts screaming at me to retreat, but curiosity and concern overrode my fear. "Mississippi, do you need help?" Her form began to shimmer, the edges of her figure blurring like mist in the night air. Suddenly, she vanished, leaving behind only the lingering echoes of her sorrowful presence. I stood there, breathless, trying to comprehend the inexplicable encounter. Shaken, I returned to my cruiser, the radio now silent and lifeless. As I drove away, I couldn't shake the image of her blank face and the haunting whisper that followed me into the darkness. The following morning, I reported the incident to my superior, Officer Thompson, who listened with a mixture of skepticism and concern. "Probably just a trick of the light or some drifter," he suggested, though his tone lacked conviction. But the more I thought about it, the more unsettled I became. That night, the radio malfunctioned entirely, leaving me without communication for the remainder of my shift. Every time I glanced in the rearview mirror, I couldn't help but feel eyes watching me from the shadows. Days turned into weeks, and the memory of the woman in white lingered like a ghost in my mind. I began to research local legends and historical records, desperate for answers. What I found was a tragic story from decades past. A family who had vanished without a trace on a similar winter night. Their car was found abandoned, half buried in snow, with no signs of struggle or explanation. The only clue was a set of large, four-toed footprints leading into the forest. never to return. The legend spoke of Eleanor, the matriarch of the family, who had lost her children to a sudden snowstorm. Overwhelmed by grief and despair, it was said that her spirit wandered the highways, forever searching for her lost ones. Some believed she was cursed to relive her tragedy each winter, her sorrow manifesting as the woman in white. Determined to uncover the truth, I decided to return to the spot where I had seen her, equipped with my flashlight, camera, and a deep sense of purpose. I ventured back into the Nevada Triangle on a cold December night. Years after the original incident, the road was familiar, yet every step felt heavy with anticipation and fear. The snow had piled up since my last visit, transforming the landscape into an even more unforgiving terrain. As I approached the same stretch of highway, the air grew colder, the silence thicker. I parked my cruiser at a safe distance and stepped out, the crunch of snow under my boots breaking the stillness. I walked towards the middle of the road, my flashlight cutting through the darkness. When I saw her again, the woman in white, standing silently as if waiting for me. This time, however, there was a palpable sadness in her presence, an ache that seemed to resonate with my own hidden fears and regrets. I reached out, my hand trembling, attempting to bridge the gap between our worlds. "Eleanor," I whispered, using the name I had uncovered from the legends. "I'm sorry for what happened to you. I want to help." Her form shimmered once more, the outline of her gown rippling like water. Slowly, she began to fade, the sorrow in her eyes softening. "Remember us," she whispered, her voice now filled with a gentle yearning. "Keep our story alive." As she vanished, the air around me seemed to lighten, the oppressive cold lifting as if a burden had been released. I felt a sense of peace wash over me, a connection to the lost souls that haunted the Nevada Triangle. Returning to the precinct, I shared my experience with Officer Thompson, who listened with newfound respect and disbelief. "You actually saw her," he said, shaking his head in amazement. "Maybe there's more to these legends than we thought." Word of my encounter spread among the officers, bringing a sense of closure to those who had long been haunted by the unresolved mystery of Eleanor and her family. The Nevada Triangle remained as enigmatic as ever. But now, armed with understanding and empathy, the restless spirits found a semblance of peace. But sometimes, on the coldest winter nights, when the wind howls through the silent highways and the snow blankets the land in quiet stillness, I catch a faint whisper on the breeze, a gentle echo of Eleanor's gratitude. It serves as a reminder that some stories never truly end, and that compassion can bridge the divide between the living and the dead. Story number 28. Whispers through the night. I've always prided myself on being a rational man. As a seasoned officer patrolling the remote stretches of the Nevada Triangle, I'd encountered my fair share of oddities, strange noises, unexplained lights, and the occasional sighting of a deer with glowing eyes. But nothing could have prepared me for the night that made me question everything I thought I knew about the supernatural. It was December 1997, a month when the desert transforms into a frigid expanse, the scorching days giving way to bone-chilling nights. The Nevada Triangle, infamous for its high incidence of disappearances and eerie phenomena, was my regular patrol area. On that particular night, the snow had started to fall early, blanketing the landscape in a thick layer of white that muffled the usual desert sounds. I had been on duty for hours, cruising down Highway 395 in my patrol car, a beacon of light in the darkness. The radio was quiet, as it often was on these desolate roads. The solitude was comforting, a stark contrast to the chaos of city life I'd left behind. My partner, Officer Daniels, had called in sick, leaving me to handle the night shift alone. Around 2 a.m., my radio buzzed to life. "Officer Davis, we've got a report of a lone man wandering on the east side of the highway, near mile marker 47. Possible distress call. Over." "Copy that. Dispatch." "I'm on my way," I replied, immediately flipping the cruiser's ignition. Snowflakes swirled in the beam of my headlights as I navigated the winding road. The desolate beauty of the Nevada Triangle both mesmerizing and intimidating. As I approached mile marker 47, the snow thickened, reducing visibility to mere feet. The road was deserted. The only sign of life, the occasional footprint leading away into the forest. I slowed down, scanning the area with my flashlight and peering through the windshield for any movement. That's when I saw him, a tall, imposing figure standing by the roadside, clad in a heavy black coat that seemed out of place against the pristine snow. His stature was unnaturally large, and as I watched, he took a step forward, disappearing into the darkness as quickly as he had appeared. My heart raced, but I shook it off as a trick of the light or a late-night wanderer seeking help. I parked my cruiser a safe distance away and approached cautiously, the crunch of snow under my boots breaking the eerie silence. As I neared the man, my flashlight caught something that made my blood run cold. A shadowy figure lurking inside the vehicle. "Sir, do you need assistance?" I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. He didn't respond. Instead, he turned and began to walk towards me, his movements slow and deliberate. I felt an inexplicable urge to step back, but my training kicked in, urging me to remain professional. Before I could react, the man vanished into thin air, leaving me standing alone in the middle of the snowy highway. Confused and unnerved, I glanced around, the forest surrounding me like a silent, watchful guardian. My radio emitted a burst of static, cutting off any chance of communication with dispatch. I reached for my radio, but it was dead. Panic set in as I realized I was cut off, stranded in the middle of nowhere with no way to call for backup. The temperature dropped sharply, my breath forming visible puffs in the frigid air. Desperate to make sense of what I'd just witnessed, I decided to follow the footprints left by the man, hoping to find him or uncover any clues about his disappearance. The footprints led me deeper into the forest, the snow muffling my footsteps as I navigated through the dense trees. The moonlight filtered through the branches, casting long, haunting shadows that danced around me. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the distant howl of a lone wolf. As I ventured further, my flashlight flickered, the beam wavering as if struggling against an unseen force. Suddenly, a chilling scream pierced the night air, echoing through the trees like a desperate plea for help. My heart pounded in my chest as I followed the sound, the footprints leading me to a small clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a police cruiser, eerily similar to mine, but old and battered, half buried in the snow. The vehicle's interior was dark, the windows frosted over, but my heart skipped a beat as I noticed the dashboard camera still recording. I approached cautiously, the cold seeping into my bones despite my heavy coat. As I peered inside, my blood ran cold. The camera had captured the very moment I'd encountered the mysterious man. Him stepping out of the vehicle and then the shadowy figure gliding past the front seat before vanishing into the night. A sense of dread washed over me as I realized the grim truth. This was no ordinary patrol car. It was the very same model my cruiser was, and the year on the dashboard read 1983. The implications were horrifying. Was this a ghostly reenactment of a past tragedy, or something far more sinister? Suddenly, the air grew colder, and a whisper echoed through the clearing, a voice filled with sorrow and despair. "Don't follow, don't leave." I spun around, trying to locate the source of the voice, but there was nothing, only the relentless snow and the silent forest. The oppressive feeling intensified, making it hard to breathe. My rational mind screamed that it was just the wind or a trick of my imagination. But deep down, I knew something was terribly wrong. Determined to uncover the truth, I decided to take a picture of the dashboard camera footage, hoping it would provide some answers. As I lifted my phone to snap the image, the temperature plummeted even further, and a dark shadow loomed over me, moving with unnatural speed towards my cruiser. Fear paralyzed me as the shadow reached out, its presence suffocating. I tried to move, to run, but my legs refused to obey. The shadow enveloped me, the cold seeping into my very soul, as I felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow and loss. When I finally broke free from the grip of the shadow, I was alone once more, the clearing empty and silent. Shaking uncontrollably, I sprinted back to my cruiser, the sense of being watched lingering like a dark cloud over me. As I reached the vehicle, the dashboard camera had stopped recording, the screen blank once more. I didn't wait to see what would happen next. I started the engine and drove away as fast as I could. The image of the faceless shadow etched into my mind. The radio remained dead, leaving me in a state of heightened alert as I navigated the treacherous roads back to civilization. By the time I reached the nearest town, dawn was breaking, painting the sky with hues of pink and orange that felt almost comforting after the night's horrors. Exhausted and traumatized, I decided then and there to request a transfer. Unable to shake the fear that the Nevada Triangle held dark secrets best left undisturbed. Weeks turned into months, but the memory of that night lingered, haunting my dreams and creeping into my waking thoughts. I couldn't explain what I'd seen or felt, and the lack of answers only deepened the mystery. The legends of the Nevada Triangle were no longer just stories. They were a chilling reality that I had experienced firsthand. But sometimes, when the winter winds howl through the desolate highways and the snow blankets the earth in silence, I catch a faint whisper on the breeze, a sorrowful echo from the past reminding me that some mysteries are never truly solved and that the shadows of the Nevada Triangle still hold their secrets tightly. Story number 29. Mystery Lights in the Redwood. I've always been captivated by the towering giants of the redwood forests. Their immense trunks and sprawling canopies create an otherworldly atmosphere, especially when cloaked in winter's icy embrace. So, when my friends suggested a winter camping trip deep into the heart of Redwood National Park, I didn't hesitate. Little did I know, that decision would lead us into an eerie encounter that still haunts my dreams. It was early December when we arrived at the trailhead. The air crisp and the ground blanketed in fresh snow. Our group of 5, Mark, Lisa, Jenna, Tom, and me were seasoned campers, eager to explore the secluded parts of the forest rarely touched by other adventurers. We set up our tents in a clearing surrounded by ancient redwoods, the silence of the forest only broken by the occasional rustle of wildlife and the distant call of an owl. As night fell, we gathered around the campfire, sharing stories and sipping hot cocoa to fend off the biting cold. The flames flickered, casting long shadows that danced among the trees, creating an almost magical ambience. The sky above was clear, a tapestry of stars twinkling against the inky blackness. "Isn't this perfect?" Mark said, leaning back against a sturdy pine. "Just us and the wilderness." Lisa nodded, her eyes reflecting the firelight. "There's something so peaceful about being here. No distractions, just nature." Jenna, always the storyteller, began recounting local legends about the redwood forests, tales of spirits and unexplained phenomena that added a layer of mystery to our adventure. Tom laughed it off, shaking his head. "Come on, Jenna, ghost stories are for kids." But as the night deepened, an unsettling feeling began to settle over us. A sense that we were not entirely alone in the vast expanse of trees. Around midnight, a strange phenomenon began to unfold. At first, it was just a faint, bluish glow flickering between the trees. We thought it might be the reflection of our campfire or perhaps distant lanterns from another group of campers. But as minutes passed, the lights grew brighter and more numerous, moving in a way that defied logic. "Did you guys see that?" I whispered, my breath visible in the frigid air. Mark squinted into the darkness, trying to discern the source. "Probably just some deer or something. Let's not make a big deal out of it." But the lights continued to multiply, swirling around our campsite in a mesmerizing dance. They moved without any discernible pattern, floating effortlessly through the air, casting an eerie blue hue that contrasted sharply with the warm glow of our fire. Lisa grabbed her flashlight, trying to illuminate the source of the lights. "This is getting creepy," Maybe we should pack up and leave. Before anyone could respond, the lights abruptly changed direction, moving towards us with an unnatural speed. The temperature seemed to drop further, the cold intensifying as the lights hovered just beyond our reach, flickering silently in the still night. "We need to go," Tom insisted, his voice tinged with fear. "Now." We quickly packed up our gear, the unease turning into palpable dread as we prepared to leave. As we made our way through the thick snow, the lights followed us, maintaining a consistent distance, their silent presence unnerving us all. The trek back to the trailhead felt endless, the forest seemingly closing in around us. The lights continued their relentless pursuit, never advancing but always present, their bluish glow casting ghostly shadows on the snow-covered ground. Every crunch of our boots sounded amplified in the oppressive silence, each step fueled by a desperate desire to escape. Jenna, usually the most composed of us, was visibly shaken. "Why are they following us? What do they want?" I didn't have an answer. All I could think was that something inexplicable was at play, something beyond our understanding. The lights never emitted any sound, their presence a constant reminder of the mystery that enveloped us. As we neared the trailhead, the first hints of dawn began to break, the sky lightening with shades of pink and orange. The lights started to fade, their intensity diminishing as the sun's rays began to pierce through the forest canopy. One by one, they disappeared, leaving us standing in the quiet aftermath of an inexplicable encounter. "We made it," Mark breathed, exhaling a long, shaky breath. "Let's never speak of this again." But the experience left an indelible mark on all of us. The image of those floating blue lights, their silent pursuit through the snowy night, haunted our thoughts long after we left the redwood forest behind. Back in the safety of my home, I couldn't shake the memory of that night. Determined to find answers, I delved into local folklore and historical records, hoping to uncover any clues about the mysterious lights. What I discovered was a tale of tragedy and unresolved sorrow that stretched back generations. Decades ago, a family had ventured into the redwood forests for a winter camping trip. Caught in an unexpected snowstorm, they became lost in the dense wilderness. Despite extensive search efforts, the family was never found. Locals believed that their spirits were forever bound to the forest, their sorrow manifesting as the elusive blue lights we had encountered. The legend spoke of the family's desperate search for a way out, their lingering presence unable to find peace in the unforgiving winter landscape. The blue lights were believed to be their restless spirits, eternally guiding and, in some interpretations, trapping those who ventured too deeply into the forest. Armed with this knowledge, I reached out to my friends, sharing the story behind our terrifying encounter. While some were skeptical, others were equally unsettled, the lines between legend and reality blurring in our collective memory. We decided to return to Redwood, not to confront the spirits, but to pay our respects and seek closure for the restless souls that haunted the forest. On a clear winter night, we returned to the same campsite, the snow glistening under the full moon. This time, we approached with a sense of reverence, setting up a small altar of candles and offerings at the center of our tent. As we sat in silence, we hoped to honor the memory of the lost family and perhaps bring peace to their lingering spirits. Hours passed without incident, the night calm and serene, but as midnight approached, the air grew cold, and the same faint, bluish lights began to appear among the trees. Instead of fear, a sense of compassion filled us, understanding the pain that held the spirits captive. "We're here to remember you," I whispered, my voice steady despite the chill. "We honor your memory and seek to help you find peace." The lights began to move, this time with a gentle grace, circling our campsite in a harmonious dance. As we held our vigil, the oppressive cold lifted, replaced by a warm, comforting presence. The blue lights gradually faded, their ethereal glow merging with the dawn's first light. A profound sense of calm settled over us, The forest no longer a place of fear but one of remembrance and respect. The spirits had found the closure they sought, and the curse that had bound them was finally lifted. Leaving Redwood that morning felt different, lighter, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from our souls. The legend of the blue lights remained, but it was no longer a tale of fear. Instead, it became a story of compassion and the enduring power of memory to heal even the deepest wounds. But sometimes, on the coldest winter nights, when the wind whispers through the towering redwoods and the snow blankets the earth in silence, I can still see the faint blue lights dancing among the trees, a gentle reminder that some spirits linger, seeking remembrance and peace, and that every story deserves to be heard and remembered. Story number 30. The Faceless Shadow of Death Valley. I've always been drawn to the desolate beauty of Death Valley, a vast expanse where the earth meets the sky in an unforgiving embrace. As a seasoned traveler and amateur photographer, I sought out the most remote corners, hoping to capture the untouched wilderness through my lens. But one winter night, my quest for solitude and stunning vistas led me to an encounter that forever altered my perception of this haunting landscape. It was early December when I planned my trip. The weather reports predicted mild temperatures, a rarity in Death Valley's relentless summers. With my gear packed and my mind set on exploring the less-traveled paths, I embarked on a solo journey, eager to document the serene yet stark beauty of the desert under a blanket of snow. The road to the valley was long and winding, the scenery transitioning from arid plains to rugged mountains as dusk settled. By late afternoon, I reached the Furnace Creek area, a small hub of activity even in the depths of winter. I decided to set up camp near Badwater Basin, the lowest point in North America, where the salt flats stretched endlessly beneath the setting sun. As night fell, the temperature plummeted, and the vast sky unveiled a tapestry of stars. Unmarred by city lights, the silence was profound, broken only by the distant howl of the wind through the dunes. Around midnight, feeling the need to stretch my legs and capture some nocturnal shots, I ventured out of my tent with my camera and a sturdy flashlight. The landscape was ethereal under the moonlight, the snow casting ghostly shadows that danced with every gust of wind. I wandered along the salt flats, mesmerized by the way the ice crystals sparkled like diamonds on the vast, white canvas. That's when I saw him, a figure standing alone at the far end of the basin, cloaked in a long, black coat that contrasted sharply against the pristine snow. At first glance, he appeared human, his posture straight and unwavering. But as I drew closer, an unsettling realization washed over me. The man had no face, where his features should have been. There was only smooth, featureless skin, reflecting the pale light in a way that made him seem almost otherworldly. My heart pounded in my chest as I approached, every instinct screaming at me to turn back. The silence around us was deafening, the only sounds the crunch of my boots on the snow and the distant whisper of the wind. "Hello," I called out softly, my voice barely carrying across the frozen expanse. He didn't respond. Instead, he began to move, walking towards me with slow, deliberate steps. I froze, unable to comprehend what I was witnessing. The air grew colder, the temperature dropping further despite the clear sky. A shiver ran down my spine as the reality of the situation sank in. This was no ordinary man, and I was no longer alone in the vast emptiness of Death Valley. As he drew nearer, I could feel an oppressive presence, a weight pressing down on me that made it difficult to breathe. His movement was unnaturally smooth, almost gliding across the snow without leaving any trace. I reached for my camera, intending to document this bizarre encounter, but my hands trembled uncontrollably, the device slipping from my grasp and clattering against the ice. "Don't step further," a voice echoed in my mind, soft yet filled with an undeniable urgency. It wasn't spoken aloud, but the message was clear, resonating deep within me. I took a hesitant step back, but his gaze, though featureless, felt piercing, searching my very soul. Panic surged through me as the realization dawned. Whatever this being was, it didn't belong to our world. I turned to flee, but the snow seemed to shift beneath my feet, making each step a struggle against an invisible force pulling me back. The whispers grew louder, a chorus of voices blending into a haunting melody that filled my mind with fear and despair. Desperate to escape, I stumbled towards the edge of the basin, the snow crunching beneath me as I ran with all my might. Behind me, the faceless man pursued, his presence a relentless shadow that mirrored my every move. The wind whipped around us, the storm of whispers reaching a crescendo as the man closed the distance between us. In a last-ditch effort, I dove into my tent, slamming the zipper shut just as the man reached me. My breath came in ragged gasps, the adrenaline coursing through my veins making my heart race uncontrollably. I sat there, trembling, the echoes of his whispers lingering in my ears, a stark reminder of the encounter I could never fully explain. Morning brought a deceptive sense of calm. The storm had passed, leaving behind a serene, snow-covered landscape. I emerged from my tent, the events of the previous night feeling like a distant nightmare. But as I surveyed the area, my blood ran cold. The snow around my campsite bore a new set of footprints, large, four-toed impressions leading in a perfect circle around my tent. Returning to the starting point without venturing into the wilderness, I realized then that I wasn't the first to witness the faceless man, nor would I be the last. The local legend spoke of a cursed spirit, a victim of the unforgiving desert whose restless soul wandered the snow-covered flats, forever seeking something lost. Those who encountered him were said to suffer misfortune or even death, the curse extending beyond Death Valley's borders. Determined to break the cycle, I decided to delve deeper into the history of the curse. Days turned into weeks as I researched old records and interviewed locals, piecing together the tragic story of a man named Samuel Reed, a hunter who had vanished in the valley decades ago. According to the tales, Samuel had been driven by obsession, searching for a mythical creature rumored to grant eternal life. His disappearance had sparked fear and superstition, the curse believed to be his restless spirit's revenge on those who dared to seek what should remain hidden. Armed with this knowledge, I returned to Death Valley, intent on finding a way to appease Samuel's spirit and lift the curse. I set up camp near the same spot where I had encountered him, the memories of that night fueling my determination. The nights were long and cold, the snow a constant reminder of the unforgiving landscape that held so many secrets. On the third night, as midnight approached, I prepared a small offering, a symbolic gesture of respect and a plea for peace. I placed a lantern and a token from Samuel's story on the snow, the flickering light casting shadows that danced with the wind. As I watched, the air grew still, the temperature dropping once more as the faceless man appeared at the edge of the basin. This time, I didn't run. Instead, I stood my ground, my voice steady as I spoke to the apparition. Samuel Reed, I understand your pain. I seek to honor your memory and bring peace to your restless spirit. Please, let go of your anger and find the peace you deserve. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, the whispers returned, softer this time, as if the man was considering my words. Slowly, his form began to change, the outline of his face subtly reappearing, revealing eyes filled with sorrow and longing. The oppressive presence lifted, the air warming as the curse began to dissolve. "Thank you," he whispered, his voice now carrying a sense of relief. "May you find the peace I sought." With those final words, the faceless man faded into the night, his spirit finally free from the curse that had bound him for so long. The snow around my campsite began to melt, the footprints disappearing as if they had never existed. Returning home, I felt a profound sense of accomplishment and peace. The curse of Death Valley had been lifted, the legend of the faceless man finally finding its resolution. But the experience left an indelible mark on me, a reminder of the thin veil that separates our world from the supernatural and the power of compassion to heal even the deepest wounds. Yet, sometimes, when the winter winds howl just right and the snow blankets the earth in silence. I catch a faint whisper on the breeze, a gentle echo of gratitude from Samuel Reed. It serves as a reminder that some spirits linger, seeking closure and understanding, and that every encounter with the unknown holds a story waiting to be told and remembered. Story number 31. The Vanishing Tent. I've always been drawn to the rugged beauty of Big Sur, where the cliffs meet the Pacific in a dramatic embrace. The allure of untouched wilderness and the promise of solitude make it the perfect escape from the chaos of everyday life. So, when my friends suggested a winter camping trip, I didn't hesitate to join. Little did I know, that decision would lead us into a nightmare we couldn't have imagined. It was early December when we arrived at the secluded campsite nestled between towering redwoods and overlooking a frozen section of the coastline. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and the distant roar of crashing waves. We set up our tents with practiced efficiency, the snow crunching under our boots as we worked. By nightfall, we were huddled around a roaring fire, the warmth a stark contrast to the biting cold outside. "Nothing beats a winter night in Big Sur," Mark said, his breath visible in the firelight as he tossed another log onto the flames. Lisa nodded, sipping her hot cocoa. "It's so peaceful here, just us and nature." Emma, the youngest of our group, lay curled up in her sleeping bag, her eyes heavy with sleep. The serenity of the night was almost meditative, the sounds of the forest blending into a soothing lullaby. We shared stories and laughed, the bond of friendship wrapping around us like a cozy blanket. That night, around midnight, the tranquility was shattered by an eerie sound, soft footsteps circling our tent. At first, we thought it was wildlife, perhaps a deer or a fox, but the deliberate rhythm of the steps sent a chill down my spine. I glanced around, trying to locate the source, but the darkness was impenetrable. "Did you guys hear that?" I whispered, my voice barely audible over the crackling fire. Mark sat up, squinting into the shadows. "Probably just an animal. Don't worry about it." But the footsteps continued, growing louder and more defined, as if someone or something was pacing just beyond our sight. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up as a sense of unease settled over me. Lisa reached out, gripping my arm tightly. "Maybe we should check it out," she suggested, her voice shaky. "No way," Mark replied firmly. "We've heard no evidence of anyone being around. It's probably nothing." Despite his reassurances, the feeling of being watched intensified. The footsteps seemed to move in a loop, never straying far from our tent. Every so often, a twig would snap under unseen weight, making us jump. Emma stirred, murmuring in her sleep, oblivious to the growing tension. Unable to shake off the unease, I decided to take a walk, hoping the fresh air would calm my nerves. As I trudged through the snow, the moonlight casting long shadows on the ground, the sounds of the forest enveloped me. The crunch of my boots on the snow was the only sound until I heard it again. The footsteps, now unmistakably human, echoing around me. "Hello," I called out, my voice trembling. The footsteps stopped abruptly, replaced by an oppressive silence. I stood still, heart pounding, listening intently. After a moment, the footsteps resumed, moving in a pattern that seemed almost deliberate, circling back towards our campsite. Panic began to set in. I hurried back to the tent, my mind racing with questions. Who or what was out there? And why were they circling us? The next morning, we woke to an unsettling sight. Our tent had been moved several meters from its original spot, lying slightly askew but otherwise undamaged. There were no footprints leading to or from the tent, no signs of anyone having tampered with it. The snow around us was undisturbed, save for the faint impressions of the tent's edges. "What the hell happened?" Lisa exclaimed, stepping out to inspect the area. Mark joined her, kneeling beside the tent. "There's no way someone moved it without leaving traces. It's like it just slid." Emma, still groggy, wandered over, rubbing her eyes. "Did you guys see my teddy bear? It's not inside anymore." We searched the tent thoroughly, finding the teddy bear tucked under a sleeping bag. Nothing else seemed out of place. Yet the experience left us shaken. We decided to pack up quickly, the sense of unease still lingering like a shadow over us. As we broke camp, the sun climbed higher, casting a harsh light on the pristine snow. The beauty of Big Sur was undeniable, but so was the mystery that now surrounded us. We drove back to town in silence, the events of the night playing over in our minds like a broken record. That evening, back in the safety of our homes, I couldn't shake the image of our tent being moved by an invisible force. I delved into local lore, seeking answers in old forums and archived news articles. That's when I stumbled upon a chilling story from a few decades ago. A family who had vanished without a trace while camping in the same area. Their campsite had been found abandoned, with their tent inexplicably moved and surrounded by footprints leading into the dense forest. Never to return. The more I read, the more the pieces fit together. Could our experience be connected to that tragic event? Was our campsite built on hallowed, haunted ground? Determined to uncover the truth, I reached out to Mark and Lisa. We decided to return to Big Sur, this time armed with cameras and equipment to document any paranormal activity. The drive back felt different, the landscape more foreboding under the weight of our discovery. When we arrived, the snow had intensified, covering everything in a thick, white blanket that seemed to mute the world around us. Setting up camp near the old family site, we felt the presence of the past pressing in on us. The air was heavy with sorrow, the silence almost tangible. As night fell, we sat around the fire once more, our nerves on edge, eyes darting into the darkness. Around midnight, the footsteps returned, louder and more insistent than before. This time, the pattern was clear, circling our tent with purpose. We watched in horror as shadows danced just beyond the firelight. Shapes that seemed almost human but twisted by an otherworldly force. "Stay inside," Mark urged, pulling us back towards the tent. "We need to protect ourselves." But as we tried to retreat, the fire flared up violently, the flames licking higher without any additional wood. The temperature soared unnaturally, the heat suffocating as the whispers of the past filled the air. Through the crackling flames, we saw them, ghostly apparitions of the lost family, their eyes hollow with despair, reaching out towards us with pleading hands. "We didn't mean to disturb you," I cried, my voice cracking under the weight of fear and sorrow. "We're sorry." The apparitions seemed to respond, their forms flickering like unstable shadows. The leader, a man with sorrow etched into his faceless visage, stepped forward. "Respect our rest," he whispered, his voice blending with the roar of the flames. "Remember our story." As quickly as they appeared, the apparitions began to fade, the fire subsiding to a gentle warmth. The footsteps ceased, and a profound silence enveloped us. We sat there, trembling and breathless, the message clear and hauntingly simple. In the days that followed, we shared our story with locals, who listened with a mixture of sympathy and fear. The legend of the vanished family was rekindled, their tragic end serving as a warning to those who dared to camp in the haunted woods of Big Sur. We left with a newfound respect for the land and the restless spirits that called it home. But even now, years later, the memory of that night lingers. Sometimes, when the wind whistles through the redwoods and the snow blankets the earth in silence, I can almost hear the faint echoes of footsteps circling my tent. A gentle reminder that some stories never truly end and that the past always finds a way to reach into the present. Story number 32. Whispers from the fire pit. I've always found peace in the heart of nature, far away from the chaos of city life. That's why my family and I decided to spend our summer vacation camping in Sequoia National Park, nestled among towering redwoods and beneath a canopy of stars. Our chosen spot felt like the perfect escape. Little did we know, It would become the setting for a nightmarish experience that would forever change our lives. It was late August, the air crisp with the promise of an early fall. We arrived at our campsite just as the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink. The sequoias loomed majestically around us, their ancient trunks whispering secrets carried by the wind. After setting up our tents and gathering firewood, we built a campfire in a cleared area near a small clearing. The flames danced eagerly, casting flickering shadows that danced among the trees. As night fully settled in, we sat around the fire, roasting marshmallows and sharing stories. The tranquility of the forest was comforting. The only sounds the crackling of the fire and the occasional hoot of an owl. My youngest, Emma, was tucked into her sleeping bag, her eyes heavy with sleep. My husband, Tom, and I chatted quietly, savoring the rare moments of togetherness. Around midnight, the temperature began to drop, the chill seeping into our bones despite the warmth of the fire. We huddled closer, trying to keep warm as the night grew colder. That's when we first heard it, a faint whisper carried by the wind, almost indistinguishable from the rustling leaves. At first, we dismissed it as our imaginations, fueled by the isolation and the eerie stillness of the forest. But the whispers grew louder, more distinct, as if someone or something was trying to communicate with us. The words were unclear, a jumble of sounds that sent shivers down our spines. Tom stood up, peering into the darkness surrounding our campsite. "Did you hear that?" he asked, his voice tense. I nodded, my heart pounding. It's probably just the wind playing tricks on us. Before we could settle back down, the fire flared up violently, the flames leaping higher and roaring with unnatural intensity. We watched in horror as the fire burned without any additional wood, the flames consuming the already minimal fuel we had gathered. The heat intensified, and the once comforting fire became a menacing force, casting grotesque shadows that twisted and contorted around us. We tried to extinguish the fire, but no matter how much we tried, the flames only grew stronger, fueled by an unseen energy. The whispers turned into urgent cries, voices filled with anguish and despair that echoed through the forest. Emma stirred in her sleeping bag, waking up to the chaos around her. Her eyes wide with fear, she clutched her blanket tightly. "Mom, Dad, what's happening?" she whispered, her voice trembling. Before we could respond, the ground beneath us began to tremble, the snow-covered earth cracking and shifting as if reacting to the supernatural force at play. The fire seemed to reach out towards us, its heat unbearable despite the icy air. We backed away slowly, stumbling over the uneven ground, trying to find a safe path away from the inferno. In the midst of the chaos, we saw it, a figure standing at the edge of the clearing, just beyond the reach of the firelight. A woman, her form shrouded in a swirling mist of snowflakes and shadows, her eyes hollow and filled with sorrow. She extended a hand towards us, her fingers long and cold, her presence both haunting and heartbreaking. "Please help me." Her voice was a mere whisper, yet it cut through the night like a knife. Her sorrow was palpable, an endless well of pain that seemed to pull at our very souls. We watched in terror as the fire began to consume the surrounding trees, the flames transforming into icy shards that danced around us, freezing everything they touched. Tom grabbed my hand, pulling me towards the tent. "We need to get out of here, now." But as we turned to flee, the path back seemed to vanish, the snow creating a barrier that trapped us in the clearing. The woman moved closer, her form becoming more defined, her eyes meeting ours with a plea that transcended words. "Don't leave me. Don't forget." Desperation took hold as we searched for an escape route. But the forest had transformed into a maze of ice and shadows. The fire continued to rage, now intertwined with the icy mist, creating a surreal and nightmarish landscape. Emma cried out, her fear echoing in the frozen air. As the woman reached out once more, her touch icy and paralyzing. In a moment of sheer panic, I remembered the stories we had read about the spirits of the forest. Tales of lost souls bound to the land by tragic events. Perhaps this woman was one such spirit, forever seeking closure and unable to find peace. Summoning every ounce of courage, I stepped forward, my voice shaking but resolute. "We're sorry," I said, my eyes locked with hers. "We didn't mean to disturb you. How can we help?" For a moment, there was silence, the chaos around us momentarily pausing as if the forest itself was holding its breath. The woman's expression softened, her sorrowful eyes meeting mine with a glimmer of hope. "Find my scarf, return it to the sacred grove," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the roaring fire and the howling wind. "Only then can I be free." With those final words, the woman began to fade, her form dissipating into the swirling snow and mist. The fire slowly subsided, the ice melting away as the night began to calm. The path to our tent reappeared, and we rushed inside, our hearts still racing from the ordeal. We huddled together, trying to make sense of what had just happened. The memory of the woman and her plea etched into our minds. The next day, we gathered our belongings and prepared to leave, the sun rising to reveal a landscape that had returned to its peaceful state, the night's horrors seemingly erased by the morning light. But the memory of that night lingered, a haunting reminder of the thin veil between our world and the spirits that dwell in the shadows. Determined to honor the woman's request and help her find peace, we returned to the site of the campfire. The sacred grove was a secluded area deeper within the forest, a place of ancient significance to the local tribes. Following the directions we had pieced together from her words, we navigated through the snow-covered trees until we reached a clearing bathed in the soft glow of the morning sun. There, at the center of the grove, lay her scarf, a vibrant red scarf now partially buried in the snow, its fabric worn and frayed from the night's ordeal. Carefully, we retrieved it, the moment feeling sacred and solemn. As we held the scarf, the air around us seemed to warm, the oppressive cold lifting as if the forest was acknowledging our effort to help. We returned to the clearing, placing the scarf on a flat stone at the grove's center. As we did, a sense of calm enveloped the area, the spirits of the forest seemingly at peace. The whispers that had haunted us were now replaced by the gentle rustling of the leaves and the soft chirping of birds welcoming the new day. Our experience in Yosemite became a pivotal moment in our lives, a lesson in compassion and the importance of respecting the spirits that dwell within nature. The curse that had plagued our family for generations was broken, not through fear or force, but through empathy and the simple act of listening to the pleas of a lost soul. But sometimes, on particularly cold nights when the wind howls just right and the snow blankets the landscape in a thick silence, I can still hear the faint whispers carried on the breeze, a soft, lingering echo of gratitude from the woman we helped. It serves as a gentle reminder that some spirits never truly fade and that every cry deserves to be heard and remembered. Story number 33. Whispers in the Pines. I've always been enchanted by the serene beauty of Lake Tahoe in winter, the way the snow blankets the towering pines, turning the landscape into a silent, white expanse, was something I couldn't resist. So, when my partner, Lisa, and I decided to take a break from the chaos of city life, a winter camping trip seemed like the perfect escape. Little did we know, the tranquility of those snowy nights would soon give way to an unsettling nightmare. We arrived at the campsite just as dusk began to settle, the sky painted with hues of pink and orange reflecting off the icy surface of the lake. The air was crisp, carrying the faint scent of pine and the promise of a peaceful night. After setting up our tent and gathering firewood, we built a roaring campfire, its warmth a comforting contrast to the biting cold. As we sat around the fire, sharing stories and sipping hot cocoa, the sounds of the forest enveloped us, the crackling of the flames, the rustling of the pines, and the distant call of an owl created a harmonious symphony that lulled us into a state of relaxation. Lisa drifted off to sleep first, her head resting peacefully against a pillow, while I stared into the flames, lost in thought. It was on the second night that everything changed. Around midnight, a soft, plaintive sound pierced the stillness of the night, a child's cry, echoing through the dense forest. At first, I dismissed it as the wind playing tricks on our ears, but the sound persisted, growing louder and more desperate with each passing minute. I nudged Lisa awake, gently shaking her shoulder. "Do you hear that?" I whispered, my voice tinged with unease. She stirred, her eyes blinking open to meet mine. "Hear what?" she murmured, rubbing the sleep from her eyes. "That crying," I replied, pointing towards the dark silhouettes of the pines beyond our campfire. The sound was unmistakable now, a child's anguished wail that seemed to reverberate through the very air. Curiosity and concern got the better of us. We decided to investigate, believing it might be a lost hiker or perhaps wildlife in distress. Packing a flashlight and a warm blanket, we cautiously ventured into the forest, the snow crunching softly under our boots. The forest was eerily quiet, the only sound our own footsteps and the distant, haunting cries that seemed to guide us deeper into the woods. The moon was a thin crescent, casting a pale light that barely penetrated the thick canopy above. As we followed the sound, the cries grew louder, more urgent, pulling us towards an area we hadn't explored before. After what felt like hours, we stumbled upon a small clearing, the moonlight illuminating a lone, abandoned campsite. The remnants of a fire lay cold and dead, and scattered around were signs of a hurried departure. A torn tent, broken branches, and a single, tiny shoe partially buried in the snow. Lisa knelt down, picking up the shoe with trembling hands. "This must belong to a child," she said softly, her voice breaking the silence. "But where are they?" Before we could ponder further, the temperature seemed to drop even more, the air thick with an oppressive chill. The cries returned, now mixed with a whispering that sent shivers down my spine. "Don't leave us," the voices seemed to say, their tones filled with sorrow and fear. Panic set in as we realized we were not alone. The forest around us felt alive, the trees looming menacingly as the whispers grew louder, surrounding us from every direction. I grabbed Lisa's hand, pulling her towards the edge of the clearing. "We need to go," I urged, my heart racing. But as we turned to leave, the ground beneath us began to tremble, and the snow around the campsite started to swirl violently, forming into ghostly apparitions, the spirits of a family, their faces etched with despair, materialized before us, eyes hollow, bodies transparent yet undeniably present. "We never left," the father's voice echoed, his eyes empty voids of sorrow. "Trapped by our own mistakes." The mother reached out a spectral hand, her fingers passing through Lisa's shoulder with a chilling touch. "You must remember us," she whispered, her voice filled with an unending grief. "Acknowledge our pain." Tears welled up in my eyes as I tried to comprehend the apparition before me. "We're sorry," I managed to say, my voice cracking. "We didn't know. We didn't mean any harm." The spirits hovered for a moment, their sorrow palpable in the freezing air. Then, as if a weight had been lifted, they began to fade, their forms dissolving into the night air like mist. The oppressive chill lifted, and the forest seemed to return to its peaceful state. The cries and whispers silenced. Shaken and breathless, Lisa and I made our way back to the campsite, the memory of the encounter etched into our minds. We packed up our gear in silence, the first light of dawn beginning to break through the horizon, melting the remnants of the night's horrors with its warm glow. As we drove away from the forest, the sun rising over Lake Tahoe, I couldn't help but feel a profound sense of relief mixed with a lingering unease. The spirits had found some semblance of peace, but the experience left an indelible mark on us both. In the weeks that followed, we shared our story with friends and locals, many of whom were skeptical but others nodded knowingly, sharing similar tales of restless spirits and tragic accidents in the area. The disappearance of the family that fateful winter had long been a subject of hushed conversations, a dark chapter in the history of our beloved wilderness. Years later, the memory of that winter night remains vivid in my mind, a haunting reminder of the thin veil that separates the living from the dead, and the importance of remembering those who have been lost. The whispers in the pines still send shivers down my spine, especially during the coldest nights when the wind carries echoes of sorrow and despair. Lisa and I returned to Lake Tahoe many times after that, but we never encountered the spirits again. The forest seemed to hold its secrets tightly, the spirits finding peace in the silence we had helped restore. Yet, sometimes, when the snow falls heavy and the night is still, I can almost hear the faint whispers carried on the wind, a gentle, lingering echo of a family's plea to be remembered and never forgotten. Story number 34. Whispers in the Snow. I've always been drawn to Yosemite's raw beauty, the towering granite cliffs, the serene lakes, and the untouched wilderness that seems to stretch into eternity. So, when my group of college friends decided to embark on a winter camping trip, I was the first to sign up. There's something magical about experiencing nature's splendor blanketed in snow, untouched by the bustling crowds of summer. Little did I know, the winter of 2023 would reveal a side of Yosemite that defied explanation and plunged us into a nightmare we couldn't escape. It was mid-December when we arrived at Yosemite's northern trails, the snow falling steadily, cloaking the landscape in a thick, white silence. Our destination was a secluded campsite near Mirror Lake, a spot reputed for its breathtaking views and relative solitude. We set up our tents with practiced ease, the cold biting at our fingers despite the layers we wore. The first night was uneventful, filled with laughter and stories as we huddled around a small, portable heater inside one of the larger tents. But on the second night, as darkness deepened and the wind howled through the pines, an unsettling tension settled over us. It was around midnight when we first heard it, the faint sound of footsteps crunching in the snow outside our tent. At first, we dismissed it as wildlife or the wind playing tricks on our ears. But the sound persisted, growing louder and more deliberate with each passing minute. Probably just a deer, Mark suggested, his voice betraying a hint of unease as he peeked out from the tent's flap. Nah. Deer don't have such heavy footsteps, I replied, my heart pounding in my chest. We fell silent, eyes darting around the tent, trying to locate the source of the noise. The footsteps circled our campsite, stopping occasionally before resuming their path around us. It felt as though something or someone was watching us, stalking our every move from the shadows of the forest. I'm going to check it out, Sarah whispered, her voice trembling. She was the bravest of us, always eager to take the lead. Reluctantly, I followed her out into the frigid night, the snow crunching beneath our boots. The forest was eerily quiet, the only sound the distant call of an owl and the relentless footsteps echoing around our tent. We shone our flashlights into the darkness, scanning the perimeter for any sign of movement. But there was nothing, just the thick blanket of snow and the imposing silhouettes of the pine trees. As we circled back to our tent, I caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of my eye, a dark shape moving swiftly between the trees. My blood ran cold as I realized it was following us. Staying just out of sight, we hurried back to our tent, hearts racing, and huddled together, the sense of being watched intensifying with every passing moment. Morning brought a deceptive sense of relief. The sun pierced through the cloud cover, casting a pale glow over the snow-covered landscape. We woke to find the campsite undisturbed, except for something utterly bizarre, large footprints encircling our tent, as if someone or something had walked around it repeatedly. The footprints were unmistakably human but had only 4 toes, their edges smeared and distorted by the recent snowfall. Look at this, I called out, stepping outside to inspect the marks. The footprints were fresh, leading from the edge of the tent to the nearby trees and back, without venturing far into the wilderness. Mark examined the prints closely. These aren't normal. Whoever or whatever it was, it has 4 toes. That's not human. Sarah shivered, pulling her jacket tighter around her. What kind of creature has 4 toes and walks like that? Before any of us could ponder further, a distant scream pierced the morning air, sending chills down our spines. We exchanged worried glances, the gravity of our situation sinking in. The legends of Yosemite spoke of restless spirits and unexplained phenomena, but we had always dismissed them as mere stories until now. "We need to leave," Mark insisted, his voice steady despite the fear in his eyes. "This place is cursed." But as we began to pack up, the footprints reappeared, this time more numerous and closer to our tent. Panic set in as we realized we weren't the only ones who had encountered the mysterious presence. The whispers of the past had come to life, entwining our fate with the tragic history of Yosemite. Determined to uncover the truth, I decided to delve into the history of our campsite and the surrounding area. The local ranger station was our first stop, where old maps and archived reports provided a glimpse into Yosemite's dark past. According to the records, decades ago, a family of 5 had vanished without a trace during a severe winter storm. Their car had been found abandoned, buried under snow, with no signs of struggle or violence. The only clue was a set of large, 4-toed footprints leading from their vehicle into the forest, similar to the ones we had found. They were the Peterson family, the ranger explained, his voice tinged with sorrow. It's believed they were caught in the storm and possibly claimed by something in the wilderness. Since then, there have been numerous reports of strange sightings and accidents near their last known location. Armed with this information, I realized that the footsteps we had found were likely connected to the Petersons' tragic fate. The curse seemed to be a manifestation of their unresolved pain and the harshness of nature that had claimed their lives. That night, we decided to confront whatever was haunting our campsite. We gathered around the heater, sharing our fears and formulating a plan. Armed with flashlights and the resolve to break the curse, we ventured out once more into the frozen forest. The air was thick with tension, the snow falling silently around us. As we approached the center of the footprints, we felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow and loss, as if the forest itself mourned the lost family. The footsteps led us to a clearing, the moonlight revealing the remnants of the Petersons' abandoned campsite, collapsed tents, scattered belongings, and the eerie 4-toed footprints that seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy. "We need to help them find peace," Sarah said softly, her eyes reflecting the anguish we all felt. "We need to acknowledge their suffering." Following the ranger's advice, we began to perform a makeshift ritual, lighting candles, placing offerings of food, and speaking words of remembrance. The wind picked up, swirling the snow into a frenzied dance around us, as if the spirits were responding to our efforts. Suddenly, the temperature dropped sharply, the candles flickering violently as a ghostly apparition materialized before us. It was the Peterson family, their faces etched with sorrow and despair, their eyes hollow from the torment of their untimely deaths. "Why are you here?" I asked, my voice barely audible over the howling wind. "We are trapped," the father's voice echoed, his words filled with pain. "The winter never ended for us. We were lost, forgotten, and now we cannot move on." Tears welled up in my eyes as I reached out a hand, hoping to offer comfort. "We're sorry for what happened. We want to help you find peace." The spirits hovered for a moment, their presence both terrifying and heart-wrenching. Slowly, their forms began to glow with a warm, ethereal light, the oppressive cold lifting as their sorrow began to ease. "Thank you," the mother whispered, her voice now filled with relief. "We can finally rest." With those final words, the spirits dissolved into the night air, the snow calming as if the storm had passed. The footprints around our tent ceased, replaced by a serene silence that enveloped us in a sense of fulfillment and peace. In the aftermath of that night, our group felt a profound sense of closure. The curse that had plagued Yosemite's winter seemed to lift. allowing the Peterson family's spirits to finally find peace. The snow continued to fall, but it was gentle and pure, no longer a harbinger of tragedy, but a reminder of the resilience of the human spirit and the power of compassion to heal even the deepest wounds. We returned to our lives with a newfound respect for the legends that had once seemed so distant. The experience in Yosemite taught us that some stories hold truths far beyond our understanding, and that acknowledging the pain of the past is the first step toward healing and moving forward. But sometimes, on particularly cold nights, when the wind whistles through the trees and the snow blankets the world in silence, I catch a faint whisper on the breeze, a soft, lingering echo of the Peterson family's gratitude. It's a gentle reminder that some spirits never truly fade, and that every cry deserves to be heard and remembered. And so, the legend of the snow carriage and the cursed footprints in Yosemite remains a testament to the enduring power of memory and the unbreakable bonds that connect us all, even in the coldest of winters. Story number 35. Whispers on the White Peak. I've always been drawn to the solitude of the mountains, the way their silent majesty offers both refuge and challenge. So, when my friends suggested a winter camping trip to the Sierra Nevada, I didn't hesitate. The idea of conquering a peak blanketed in pristine snow was exhilarating. Little did I know, the mountain held secrets that would haunt me long after I left its icy embrace. We arrived at the base of White Peak just as the sun began to set, painting the snow-covered landscape with hues of orange and pink. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and the distant roar of a waterfall. Our group of four, Mark, Lisa, Jenna, and me, set up camp near a frozen creek, the tent flaps flapping gently in the cold breeze. As night fell, we huddled around a roaring fire, sharing stories and laughter, the warmth a stark contrast to the biting cold outside. "Nothing beats a winter night in the Sierra," Mark said, tossing another log onto the flames. His voice echoed softly against the silent pines. Lisa nodded, sipping her hot cocoa. "It's so peaceful here, just us and the mountains." Jenna, the most adventurous of us, leaned back, her eyes reflecting the dancing flames. "I read about some old legends in these parts. They say White Peak is haunted by the spirit of a woman who lost her way in a snowstorm centuries ago." I chuckled, trying to lighten the mood. "Come on, Jenna, ghost stories are for kids." But as the night deepened, an unsettling feeling began to settle over us. The kind that creeps up on you when the shadows grow longer and the wind whispers secrets through the trees. Around midnight, as the fire crackled and the forest lay silent under a blanket of snow, I heard it, a soft, almost imperceptible sound of footsteps crunching through the snow. At first, I thought it was just an animal, perhaps a fox or a rabbit, but the rhythm was too deliberate, too human. I glanced up, seeing nothing but the darkness surrounding our campsite. "Did you guys hear that?" I whispered, my voice barely audible over the crackling fire. Mark sat up, his eyes scanning the snowy expanse. "Probably just some wildlife, nothing to worry about." But the footsteps continued, circling our tent, stopping occasionally as if someone or something was pacing just outside. My heart pounded in my chest, a primal fear taking hold as I debated whether to investigate or retreat to the safety of the firelight. Jenna, ever the brave one, grabbed her flashlight. "I'm going to check it out," she said, her voice steady despite the tension in the air. "No, Jenna," Lisa urged, her eyes wide with concern. "It could be dangerous." But Jenna was already moving towards the edge of the campsite, her flashlight cutting through the darkness. I watched as she disappeared into the snowy night, the sound of her footsteps mingling with the mysterious ones circling our tent. Minutes stretched into what felt like hours as we waited in tense silence, the fire now casting long, flickering shadows that danced eerily around us. Finally, Jenna returned, her face pale and eyes darting nervously. "I didn't find anyone," she reported, her voice shaky. "Just some tracks leading into the forest. But nothing else." Mark frowned, stepping closer to peer into the darkness. Maybe it was someone lost in the storm, he suggested, though his voice lacked conviction. We decided to get some rest, hoping that whatever was out there would move on with the dawn. But sleep eluded me. The image of footsteps circling our tent burned into my mind. When morning finally arrived, the first light of day revealed something horrifying. We were no longer sitting in the exact spot where we had camped the night before. Our tent had been moved several meters to the north. Lying slightly askew on the snow, the surrounding area was undisturbed. No signs of anyone having pushed or pulled the tent. I stepped outside, scanning the landscape for any clues. But there was nothing, just the vast, silent expanse of White Peak. "We need to leave," I said, my voice tight with fear. "Something's not right here." As we packed up, Lisa pointed out something even more disturbing: small footprints encircling our tent, leading into the dense forest and then disappearing without a trace. They were unmistakably human, but there was something odd about them. They had only 4 toes instead of 5. "These aren't normal footprints," Mark observed, his voice filled with dread. "What kind of person has 4 toes?" Before we could ponder further, a piercing scream echoed through the forest, sending chills down our spines. The sound was sharp, filled with anguish, and it seemed to come from all around us. Panic set in as we realized that our presence might have disturbed something ancient and malevolent. "We have to go. Now!" Jenna shouted, grabbing her gear as we hurriedly made our way back to the car. The drive down White Peak was a blur of fear and adrenaline, the memories of the haunted campsite replaying in my mind. The sun was high now, but the unease lingered like a shadow. We didn't speak much, each of us lost in our own thoughts, the legends of White Peak taking on a terrifying reality. But even as we reached the safety of civilization, the haunting presence of that night stayed with me. Days turned into weeks, and though we tried to move on, the image of the faceless woman in white wandered through my dreams, her silent plea echoing in the recesses of my mind. Determined to uncover the truth, I decided to research the history of White Peak and the mysterious disappearance of the family that had cursed the mountain. Local archives and old newspapers revealed a tragic story from over a century ago. A family of 5 who had been caught in a relentless snowstorm while camping on White Peak. Their car had been found abandoned, buried in snow, with no signs of struggle or explanation for their disappearance. The only clue was a set of large, 4-toed footprints leading into the forest, never to return. Legend had it that the family had inadvertently disturbed the spirit of a woman who had lost her children to the same storm, her grief turning into a curse that claimed any who dared to camp on the mountain. The faceless woman in white was said to be her restless spirit, forever searching for her lost children and punishing those who trespassed on her sacred ground. Armed with this knowledge, I reached out to Mark, Lisa, and Jenna, sharing my findings and the realization that our experience was directly tied to the family's tragic fate. We decided to return to White Peak, this time with the intention of appeasing the restless spirit and breaking the curse that had haunted my family for generations. We planned meticulously, bringing offerings of candles, flowers, and a photo of the lost family to honor their memory. On a clear, cold night, we returned to the campsite, the snow glittering under the moonlight. As we set up our offerings, the air grew thick with anticipation, the silence of the forest pressing in on us. "We need to show respect and ask for forgiveness," I explained, feeling the weight of responsibility settle on my shoulders. We began our ceremony, lighting the candles and placing the flowers around our tent. I held the photo of the family, feeling a connection to their sorrow and loss. As we spoke our words of apology and remembrance, the temperature dropped sharply, the wind picking up as if responding to our pleas. Suddenly, the footprints began to form again, circling our tent in a deliberate pattern. The air shimmered, and the ghostly figure of the faceless woman appeared once more, her presence both terrifying and sorrowful. "Why do you return?" she whispered, her voice a haunting melody that echoed through the night. "We're sorry for disturbing your peace," I replied, my voice steady despite the fear coursing through me. "We honor your memory and seek to bring you peace." The woman's form softened, her eyes, though still hollow, seeming to hold a glimmer of hope. "Remember us," she whispered, her voice fading as she began to dissolve into the snowflakes around us. "Keep our memory alive, and the curse will end." With those final words, the oppressive cold lifted, the footprints fading away as the spirit found the closure she so desperately sought. The night grew calm, the snow gently falling around us, a sign of peace returning to White Peak. Leaving White Peak felt different, lighter, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from our souls. The legends were no longer just stories, but truths that we had witnessed and helped to resolve. Our bond as friends deepened, forged in the fires of shared fear and the triumph of compassion over darkness. But even years later, the memory of that night lingers, a reminder of the thin veil between the living and the dead, and the power of respect and remembrance in healing old wounds. Sometimes, during the quiet moments of winter, when the wind whistles through the pines and the snow blankets the earth in silence, I catch a faint whisper on the breeze, a gentle echo of gratitude from the spirits we helped to set free. And so, the legend of the faceless woman in white remains a testament to the enduring power of memory and the importance of honoring those who came before us, ensuring that their stories are never forgotten and that their spirits find the peace they so desperately seek. Story number 36. Crimson Shadows over Siberia. I've always found solace in the quietude of remote places, where the world feels untouched and the chaos of modern life fades into a distant memory. So, when I accepted the job offer to oversee the winter operations of a small research station in a secluded Siberian village, I thought it would be the perfect escape. Little did I know, the isolation and biting cold would lead me into a nightmare that defied all logic and reason. The village of Novaya Zemlya was nestled between vast, snow-covered plains and dense forests that seemed to stretch into infinity. The locals were a hardy bunch, their lives intertwined with the unforgiving Siberian winters. They spoke little of the outside world, their conversations often punctuated by tales of the supernatural that were dismissed by outsiders as mere folklore. I arrived in late November, just as the first whispers of winter began to settle over the landscape. The research station was a modest structure, equipped with the essentials for survival in the harshest conditions. My colleagues were a small team of scientists, each with their own reasons for braving the extreme cold. We quickly settled into a routine, our days filled with data collection, equipment maintenance, and the occasional excursion into the wilderness for supplies. As December approached, the weather took a turn for the worse. Blizzards became more frequent, and temperatures plummeted to bone-chilling lows. The village was enveloped in a relentless storm, the wind howling like the cries of lost souls. It was during one particularly brutal night that I first saw her, a figure that would haunt my every waking moment. I was sitting in the common area, poring over maps and reports, when the lights flickered and dimmed, the power struggling against the fury of the storm outside. The room was bathed in an eerie, intermittent glow as the generator kicked in and out. I glanced out the window, the snow swirling in chaotic patterns, obscuring any clear view of the surrounding fields. That's when I saw her. A woman in a flowing red dress stood alone in the middle of the snow-covered plain, her silhouette stark against the swirling white backdrop. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light or perhaps someone seeking shelter from the storm. But as I watched, she began to move, her steps graceful yet deliberate, leaving behind a trail of footprints that seemed impossibly large in the deep snow. Intrigued and unsettled, I called over Mark, one of the senior scientists, hoping to get a second opinion. He peered out the window, his brow furrowing as he took in the sight. "Do you see that?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Mark nodded slowly. "Yeah, it's strange. I don't recognize anyone around here who'd be out in this weather." We watched in silence as the woman continued her solitary walk, her red dress a stark contrast against the monochrome landscape. There was something otherworldly about her presence. An unsettling aura that sent a chill down my spine despite the frigid air outside. The next morning, the storm had passed, leaving behind a pristine blanket of snow. We went out to investigate, bundled in layers of thermal clothing, our breaths visible in the crisp morning air. The footprints led into the forest, their size and depth indicating a creature far larger than any human. As we followed the trail, the sense of unease grew, the forest feeling more oppressive with each step. Hours passed without any sign of the woman. Just as we were about to give up, we stumbled upon her. The woman stood at the edge of a frozen pond, gazing into the still waters as if searching for something long lost. Her eyes met mine, and in that instant, a wave of dread washed over me. It was said that anyone who looked into her eyes would invite misfortune, a curse that had plagued the village for generations. Mark stepped forward cautiously, trying to communicate. "Are you all right? Do you need help?" She didn't respond, her gaze never wavering. Instead, she turned and began to walk away, disappearing into the forest as swiftly as she had appeared. I felt an inexplicable urge to follow, but something deep within me resisted, warning me of the impending doom that seemed to linger in her wake. That night, the phenomena intensified. The woman reappeared multiple times, each sighting accompanied by strange occurrences, objects moving on their own, whispers echoing through the halls, and an overwhelming sense of being watched. The atmosphere in the research station became thick with tension. Our camaraderie strained under the weight of the supernatural events. One evening, as the temperature dropped to a staggering -35 degrees Celsius, the woman appeared at my window again. This time, her eyes met mine directly, and I felt a shiver of terror ripple through me. The room seemed to grow colder, the shadows lengthening unnaturally as she stood there, her presence both mesmerizing and horrifying. I couldn't shake the feeling that she was trying to communicate something, a message hidden beneath layers of sorrow and despair. Desperate for answers, I delved into the village's history, uncovering tales of a tragic past that spoke of a woman who had lost her family to the unforgiving winter. According to legend, she wandered the plains in search of her loved ones, her spirit forever bound to the snow-covered landscape. As I pieced together the fragments of her story, the supernatural activity reached its peak. The whispers became louder, the shadows darker, and the woman's appearances more frequent and intense. The research team was on edge, tensions running high as we struggled to maintain our sanity amidst the relentless torment. One night, consumed by fear and desperation, I confronted the woman directly, armed with nothing but my resolve. I stepped outside into the biting cold, the snow swirling around me like a living entity. She awaited me at the edge of the forest, her red dress a beacon of both beauty and tragedy. "Please," pleaded, my voice cracking. "What do you want from us?" Her eyes bore into mine, the depth of her sorrow almost palpable. In that moment, I understood the curse wasn't just a tale to scare off outsiders, but a plea for help, a desperate cry for redemption. The spirits of the past were trapped in an endless cycle of pain, yearning for release from their eternal winter. Driven by compassion, I vowed to break the curse that had haunted the village for so long. I enlisted the help of the local elders, performing rituals and offering prayers to honor her memory and release her spirit from its torment. The process was grueling. Each step met with resistance from the malevolent forces that sought to keep her bound to the earth. As the final rites were performed, the air grew still, the oppressive weight lifting as if a heavy burden had been removed. The woman appeared one last time, her form shimmering with a newfound peace. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice filled with gratitude. "You've set us free." With those final words, she faded into the night, her presence dissipating like the snowflakes that now fell gently from the sky. The supernatural occurrences ceased, the research station returning to a semblance of normalcy. The village breathed a collective sigh of relief, the curse lifted and the spirits at peace. Years have passed since that fateful winter, but the memory of the woman in the red dress remains etched in my mind. Novaya Zemlya is no longer a place of fear, but a testament to the enduring power of compassion and understanding in the face of the unknown. The legends that once haunted the village now serve as reminders of the delicate balance between the living and the dead, and the lengths we must go to honor those who have been lost to the unforgiving embrace of winter. Sometimes, during the coldest nights, I find myself staring out into the snow-covered plains, wondering if her spirit is still watching over us, ensuring that the lessons of the past are never forgotten. And I'm reminded that some mysteries are not meant to be feared, but embraced with empathy and respect. For in doing so, we can bridge the gap between worlds and bring peace to those who dwell in the shadows of our reality. Story number 37. Shadows over the Alpine peaks. I've always been fascinated by the unknown, the mysteries that lie hidden in the most remote corners of our world. The Alps, with their towering peaks and endless snow, have always held a particular allure for me. It was December 1987 when my friends and I decided to embark on what we thought would be the adventure of a lifetime, a challenging ascent up one of the lesser-known peaks in the Alps, far removed from the bustling ski resorts and well-trodden trails. Our group consisted of 5 avid mountaineers: Mark, the unofficial leader with an infectious enthusiasm; Lisa, the meticulous planner and navigator; Tom, the jokester who kept our spirits high; Emma, the quiet observer with a keen eye for detail; and me, James, always the storyteller, eager to document our journey. We had spent months preparing, gathering supplies, studying maps, and honing our climbing skills. Nothing could dampen our excitement as we set out, the crisp winter air invigorating our senses. The first few days were exhilarating. We traversed through dense forests blanketed in snow, crossed icy rivers, and camped under clear, star-studded skies. The camaraderie among us was strong, each of us contributing our strengths to overcome the challenges of the ascent. But as we ventured higher, the weather began to change. The once gentle snowfall transformed into relentless blizzards, the winds howling through the narrow valleys like ancient spirits seeking vengeance. On the 4th day, as we approached a particularly treacherous section of the mountain, the true horror began. It was late afternoon when Mark noticed the first set of footprints, giant impressions in the fresh snow that none of us had made. They were unlike anything we had seen before, each step measuring at least 2 feet in length and spaced unnaturally apart. At first, we dismissed them as the remnants of a bear or some other large animal, but a deep sense of unease settled over us. "Guys, look at these," Mark called out, his voice tinged with both excitement and apprehension. "They're fresh." Lisa examined the footprints closely, her brow furrowing in confusion. "They're too big for a bear. And the shape, it's almost humanoid." Tom chuckled nervously, trying to lighten the mood. "Maybe we've stumbled upon some kind of yeti, you know, the legendary abominable snowman." Emma shivered, not from the cold but from the creeping dread that had begun to take root. "Let's just keep moving. It's probably nothing." But as we continued our ascent, the footprints multiplied. Each new set was identical, massive, deep, and distinctly humanoid. The realization that something was following us began to dawn on us, and fear replaced our earlier excitement. That night, as we huddled around our campfire, the wind howling outside, the atmosphere was thick with tension. "We need to talk about this," Lisa said, her voice barely above a whisper. "These footprints are too consistent to be a coincidence." Mark nodded solemnly. "I agree. Whatever is out there is tracking us." As if on cue, the howling wind seemed to morph into a series of guttural growls, resonating through the mountains. The fire flickered violently, casting eerie shadows that danced among the trees. Emma clutched her sleeping bag tighter, her eyes darting nervously around the camp. "Did you guys hear that?" she asked, her voice trembling. Before anyone could respond, a deafening roar echoed through the valley, shaking the ground beneath us. The creature had found us. Panic surged through our veins as we scrambled to our feet, grabbing our gear and preparing to defend ourselves. But no weapon could fend off what we were facing. The beast emerged from the darkness, a hulking figure covered in thick, matted fur, standing at least 2 meters tall. Its eyes glowed a menacing red, piercing through the snowstorm with an intensity that sent shivers down our spines. Mark stepped forward, trying to maintain control. "Stay calm, everyone. We need to back away slowly." But it was too late. The creature let out another roar, this one filled with raw fury, and lunged towards us with terrifying speed. We scattered in different directions, the blinding snowstorm making it difficult to track its movements. In the chaos, I heard Emma's scream, distant and desperate, as she vanished into the storm, her voice swallowed by the howling wind. "Emma!" I shouted, but my voice was lost in the storm. Mark and Tom were nowhere to be seen, and Lisa was huddled behind a large boulder, shaking uncontrollably. The storm raged on, the creature relentlessly searching for us. Hours felt like an eternity as we waited, hoping against hope that it would lose interest and move on. But the footprints continued to appear, a grim reminder that we were not alone. As dawn broke, the storm began to abate, the winds dying down and the snow settling into a heavy blanket of white. Exhausted and traumatized, we regrouped, the weight of the night's events pressing down on us. Emma was missing, and the fear of what had happened gnawed at our sanity. Determined to find her, we retraced our steps, following the trail of footprints that led deeper into the mountains. The search was frantic and fruitless, each passing hour filled with desperation and fear. It wasn't until midday that we found her. Her body was gone, but her backpack lay abandoned beside a set of strange, unnatural footprints. There was no sign of struggle, no clue as to what had taken her. "We need to get out of here," Lisa said, tears streaming down her face. "This place is cursed." But the mountains were unforgiving, and our supplies were running low. We pressed on, each step heavier than the last, haunted by the memory of Emma's disappearance and the creature that lurked in the shadows. The journey back was a blur of snow, exhaustion, and mounting dread. We navigated through treacherous terrain, the mountains seeming to conspire against us, each turn more perilous than the last. The footprints had stopped appearing, but the fear remained, a constant companion that refused to let go. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, we reached the base camp, the site of the familiar tents and the promise of safety a beacon of hope. But our ordeal was far from over. As we packed up our gear, a final set of footprints appeared, leading straight towards us. "We need to leave," Mark said, his voice hollow. "Now." We abandoned our gear and ran, the snowstorm picking up once more, as if urging us to flee. The creature was still out there, waiting, and we knew it wasn't done with us yet. We made it back to the village just as the storm reached its peak, collapsing into the warmth of the local inn, our bodies numb from the cold and our minds shattered by the night's horrors. The village was alive with whispers and sympathetic gazes, the locals offering what comfort they could to our broken spirits. Days turned into weeks, and the memory of that night haunted us all. Emma was never found, her disappearance a lingering shadow that refused to be lifted. The footprints remained a mystery, their origin and purpose beyond our understanding. Years later, the Alps still hold their secrets, the legends of the Yeti and the mysterious footprints continuing to captivate and terrify those who dare to venture into their icy embrace. I've tried to move on, to forget the horrors of December 1987, but the memories remain, a constant reminder of the thin veil that separates our world from the unknown, and the darkness that lurks in the shadows of the alpine peaks. Sometimes, on the coldest winter nights, I catch a glimpse of red eyes in the distance, watching from the shadows, a silent testament to the night my friends and I faced the unimaginable. And I can't help but wonder if Emma is still out there, wandering the mountains, forever lost to the shadows of the Alps. Story number 38. Silent Highway. I've always been drawn to the open road, the endless stretches of pavement that promise freedom and adventure. Driving through Alaska in the dead of winter was something I dreamed about for years, a chance to experience the raw, untamed beauty of the last frontier. But what I encountered that night on the lonely Highway 2 would forever change my perception of solitude and the unseen forces that linger in the shadows. It was December 2011, and the biting cold had transformed the landscape into a frozen wonderland. Snowflakes danced in the headlights as I navigated the winding highway, the silence of the vast wilderness enveloping me. My destination was clear: a remote cabin where I planned to spend the winter writing my first novel. The journey had been uneventful until a sudden blizzard began to roll in, reducing visibility to mere feet and turning the highway into a treacherous path. I pulled over at the first available rest stop, the overhead lights flickering ominously in the storm. The sign read "Dead Man's Curve" in faded letters, a name that sent a shiver down my spine. Ignoring the unease creeping up my neck, I decided to stay the night, hoping the storm would pass by morning. I parked my truck, grabbed my sleeping bag, and trudged towards the small, abandoned building that served as the rest area. The door creaked as I pushed it open, the wind howling through the cracks in the walls. Inside, the space was dimly lit by a single, flickering bulb. Dust particles floated in the air, and the scent of mildew permeated the room. I set up my sleeping bag in the corner, the cold seeping through the thin fabric of my jacket. As I settled in, the storm intensified, the wind battering the building with relentless fury. Hours passed in restless sleep, punctuated by the eerie sounds of the storm outside. Suddenly, a loud bang jolted me awake, followed by a series of rapid, rhythmic knocks at the door. My heart raced as I listened, the sound growing louder and more insistent. I grabbed my flashlight and cautiously approached the door, my mind racing with thoughts of stranded travelers or perhaps something more sinister. "Hello," I called out, my voice trembling slightly. The knocking ceased abruptly, replaced by an oppressive silence that seemed to press down on me. I hesitated, unsure whether to open the door or retreat to the safety of my sleeping bag. Gathering my courage, I peeked through the small window, only to find nothing but swirling snow and darkness. Relieved yet still on edge, I turned to go back, but another knock echoed through the room, this time, softer and more deliberate. My pulse quickened as I approached the door once more. "Who's there?" I demanded, my voice barely above a whisper. Still, no answer came, only the sound of my own breathing filling the space. Suddenly, the door swung open with a force that sent me stumbling backward. Standing before me was a man, his face obscured by a thick layer of frost, his eyes glowing with an unnatural intensity. He wore a heavy coat, damp from the storm, and his breath formed icy clouds in the frigid air. "What do you want?" I managed to choke out, backing away from the doorway. The man didn't respond. Instead, he reached into his coat, pulling out a tattered photograph. It was a picture of a family, a man, a woman, and 2 children, smiling beneath the same overhead lights that now flickered ominously above me. My heart sank as recognition dawned on me. This was the photo my sister had lost years ago during a similar storm, her family missing without a trace. "Please," the man whispered, his voice hollow and desperate. "Help us." Before I could react, the room began to distort, the walls bending and warping as if the very fabric of reality was tearing apart. The temperature plummeted, and the sound of children's laughter echoed through the building, mingling with the howling wind. Shadows danced menacingly across the walls, and the man's figure began to fade, his form becoming translucent and ethereal. Desperation clawed at my mind as visions of my sister and her family flashed before my eyes. Trapped in an endless blizzard, their cries for help swallowed by the storm. The realization hit me like a freight train. These were the spirits of those who had vanished on Dead Man's Curve, forever bound to the rest area by a curse that prevented them from finding peace. Summoning every ounce of courage, I reached out, my hand passing through the man's fading form. "I'll help you," I vowed, my voice steady despite the fear gripping my heart. "Tell me what I need to do." The room began to stabilize, the oppressive cold lifting as the spirits found a semblance of calm. The man's face became visible, revealing a sorrowful expression that mirrored the pain in his eyes. "Find the truth," he urged. "Expose the darkness that binds us." With that, the man vanished completely, leaving me alone in the now silent and still rest area. The storm had subsided, the first light of dawn creeping through the broken windows. Shaken but determined, I packed up my truck and set out to uncover the mystery behind the missing families of Dead Man's Curve. Days turned into weeks as I delved into old records and spoke with locals, piecing together the tragic history of the rest area. Years ago, during a series of brutal storms, several families had gone missing without a trace, their disappearances never fully explained. Whispers of a malevolent presence lurking in the snowstorm had spread, but no evidence had ever surfaced to confirm the rumors. Armed with the knowledge that something supernatural was at play, I returned to Dead Man's Curve, this time with the intention of breaking the curse that held the spirits captive. I set up my equipment, documenting the rest area and performing rituals suggested by ancient Wampanoag traditions that aimed to honor and release restless souls. As night fell once more, the atmosphere grew heavy with anticipation. The sky darkened, and the wind began to howl, echoing the cries of the trapped spirits. I performed the rituals with reverence, my voice joining the spectral whispers that filled the air. Slowly, the tension in the room lifted, and the oppressive cold began to melt away. The spirits began to manifest, not as tormented figures but as peaceful entities ready to move on. The man from before stood before me once more, a grateful smile replacing his sorrowful gaze. "Thank you," he whispered, his form glowing with a soft, radiant light. "You've set us free." With those final words, the spirits dispersed, their presence leaving behind a serene stillness that felt like a weight lifted from the land. The rest area no longer felt haunted but rather honored, a place where the memories of those lost were finally acknowledged and respected. Driving away from Dead Man's Curve, the sun rising over the snow-covered landscape, I felt a profound sense of accomplishment and peace. The mystery had been unraveled, the curse broken, and the spirits at rest. But the experience left an indelible mark on my soul, a reminder that some roads lead to places where the unseen and the forgotten linger, waiting for someone brave enough to uncover their truth. Years later, I still think back to that winter night, the eerie silence broken by desperate whispers and the haunting presence of the faceless man. Dead Man's Curve remains a place of legend, its story a testament to the enduring power of truth and compassion in the face of the supernatural. And sometimes, when a blizzard sweeps through Alaska, I catch a faint whisper on the wind, a gentle echo of gratitude from spirits finally at peace, reminding me that every mystery has a resolution, no matter how dark or terrifying the journey may be. Story number 39. The Ghost Ship of Lake Superior. December 1927. The biting cold of winter had already wrapped its icy fingers around Lake Superior, turning its vast expanse into a shimmering sea of frozen silence. Growing up in the small town of Duluth, Minnesota, I'd heard countless tales of the lake's haunted past, but nothing intrigued me more than the legend of the ghost ship that supposedly haunted its frozen waters. It was said that on certain moonless nights, a spectral vessel would glide effortlessly across the ice, its hull emanating an eerie blue glow. The most spine-chilling aspect of the legend was the persistent sound of the crew's screams carried by the wind. Despite the ship having sunk decades earlier, skeptics dismissed it as folklore. But as someone who had always been fascinated by the unexplained, I couldn't resist delving deeper into the mystery. The story began years before my birth, in the late 1800s, when the steamship Northern Star was a common sight on Lake Superior. On a particularly harsh winter night in December 1895, the ship encountered an unexpected storm. Fierce winds and towering waves battered the vessel. And despite the crew's best efforts, the Northern Star was torn apart by the relentless tempest. The wreckage sank swiftly, claiming the lives of everyone on board. Since then, there were numerous reports of sightings and strange phenomena linked to the sunken ship. As a child, I would sit by the fireplace, listening to my grandfather recount the stories passed down through generations. His voice would drop to a whisper as he described the ghostly ship and the mournful cries of its crew, painting vivid images that both terrified and fascinated me. I often wondered what secrets lay beneath the frozen surface of Lake Superior, waiting to be uncovered. By the time I reached adulthood, my curiosity had only intensified, armed with a passion for the supernatural and a determination to uncover the truth. I decided to conduct my own investigation into the legend of the ghost ship. The winter of 1927 was particularly unforgiving, with temperatures plummeting to record lows and the lake frozen solid. It seemed like the perfect time to explore the frozen waters and perhaps catch a glimpse of the elusive vessel. I spent weeks preparing for the expedition, gathering equipment and seeking out local experts who might offer insights. Most dismissed my quest as folly, but a few elderly fishermen shared their own experiences and warned me of the dangers that lay ahead. Undeterred, I set out with a small group of trusted friends, determined to brave the elements and uncover the truth behind the ghost ship. Our journey began in early December. As the first snowflakes of the season began to fall, we traveled by sled, the only means of navigating the treacherous terrain, and set up camp near a secluded section of the lake known for its eerie stillness. The nights were long and dark, with the moon obscured by heavy clouds, casting an oppressive shadow over the frozen landscape. On the fourth night, as we huddled around our meager campfire, the temperature dropped sharply, and a heavy silence enveloped the area. The wind picked up, howling through the trees and sending a chill down my spine. It was then that I saw it, a faint, bluish light shimmering in the distance across the lake. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light or perhaps a reflection from the moon. But as I stared, the light began to take shape, forming the outline of a ship. My heart raced as the spectral vessel moved gracefully across the ice, its sails tattered and billowing despite the absence of wind. The Northern Star was unmistakable, its once majestic structure now a ghostly apparition. As we watched in awe and terror, the haunting sound of muffled screams carried through the air, sending shivers down our spines. It was as if the very souls of the lost crew were reaching out from the depths, yearning for release. Determined to get a closer look, we decided to follow the ghost ship, hoping to uncover its secrets. Bundling up in layers of warm clothing, we set out onto the ice, the biting cold numbing our fingers and faces. The lake was a vast, frozen expanse, and navigating its surface was no small feat. Every step was a calculated risk, the ice groaning ominously beneath our weight. As we trudged through the snow, the blue light remained in sight, its presence both mesmerizing and terrifying. Hours passed, and the darkness seemed to close in around us, the only sound our labored breathing and the crunch of snow underfoot. Just as exhaustion began to set in, the ghost ship reappeared, now hovering directly above us. Its decks were eerily silent, the ghostly crew standing motionless as if waiting for something. Summoning every ounce of courage, I approached the vessel, feeling an inexplicable pull toward it. The air grew colder with each step, and the screams intensified, now more distinct and sorrowful. As I reached the edge of the ice, a sudden gust of wind swept me off my feet, sending me sprawling across the frozen surface. Dazed and disoriented, I struggled to my feet, only to find the ghost ship vanishing before my eyes, the blue light fading into the darkness. Shaken but resolute, I returned to camp to share my experience with the others. We spent the remainder of the night in restless silence, each of us grappling with the reality of what we had witnessed. The following morning, we decided to cut our expedition short, the memory of the ghost ship etched into our minds. Back in Duluth, I couldn't shake the feeling that the northern star still lingered on the lake, its restless spirit forever bound to the frozen waters. Determined to preserve the memory of that night, I began documenting our experiences, hoping that one day, the truth behind the ghost ship would be fully uncovered. Years have passed since that fateful December, but the legend of the ghost ship remains a haunting reminder of Lake Superior's mysterious past, whether a figment of our imagination or a genuine supernatural phenomenon. The memory of the Northern Star continues to captivate and terrify those who dare to explore the frozen depths. Sometimes, on particularly cold nights, I find myself gazing out over the lake, searching for that elusive blue light, and though the screams are long gone, the sense of sorrow and loss lingers, a testament to the souls lost on those treacherous waters. The ghost ship of Lake Superior stands as a chilling reminder that some mysteries are best left undisturbed, their secrets forever hidden beneath the icy veil of the lake. Story number 40. The Haunted Tent in Canada. December 1999. I still remember that bitterly cold night as if it were yesterday. Despite the years that have passed, my friends and I, Mark, Jenna, Lucas, and I, decided to embark on a winter camping trip deep into the wilderness of northern Canada. It was the kind of adventure that promises both camaraderie and the raw, untamed beauty of nature. We were seasoned campers, or so we thought, with backpacks loaded with gear, warm clothing, and an unspoken confidence that we could handle whatever the wild threw our way. We chose a remote area near a vast, frozen lake, surrounded by dense forests where the trees stood like silent sentinels against the endless night. The site was perfect, flat ground, sheltered from the fiercest winds, and with a clear view of the star-studded sky. As we set up our tent, the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the snow in hues of pink and orange before plunging us into darkness. The first night was idyllic. We huddled around a roaring campfire, sharing stories and laughing as the flames flickered and cast dancing shadows on our faces. The air was crisp, filled with the scent of pine and the sound of cracking wood. It was comforting to be so far from civilization, to disconnect from the hustle and bustle of everyday life and reconnect with nature and each other. But as night deepened, an uneasy feeling began to settle over me. There was something about the way the wind whispered through the trees, how the darkness seemed to press in closer. I tried to shake it off, attributing it to the isolation and the howling wind. After all, we were in the middle of nowhere, with nothing but the frozen landscape around us. Around midnight, when the world was cloaked in silence, broken only by the occasional howl of a distant wolf, I was jolted awake by a soft, rhythmic tapping against the tent walls. At first, I thought it was just the wind, but the sound was too deliberate, too consistent. My heart pounded as I strained to listen, the tent fabric fluttering slightly with each tap. I nudged Mark awake, whispering my concerns. He groggily joined me, and together we tried to rationalize the noise. Maybe it was an animal seeking shelter, or perhaps a branch scraping against the tent. Still, the sound persisted, growing slightly louder, more insistent. Unable to sleep, I decided to investigate. Quietly, I unzipped a small section of the tent and peeked out into the inky darkness. The snow was pristine, untouched except for the faint footprints leading away from our site and disappearing into the forest. No sign of any creature, no rustling, no movement, just an expanse of white under the cold gaze of the moon. I stepped outside, the biting cold instantly engulfing me. My breaths came out in visible puffs as I scanned the surroundings, the silence pressing in on me. I called out softly, "Hello? Is anyone there?" But there was no response, only the whisper of the wind through the trees. Returning to my sleeping bag, I tried to dismiss the unease gnawing at me. Perhaps it was my imagination, fueled by the isolation and the eerie stillness of the night. But as I lay back down, the tapping resumed, louder this time, echoing around the tent like ghostly fingers drumming a relentless rhythm. Terrified, I reached for my flashlight and cautiously opened the tent flap. The beam pierced the darkness, sweeping across the snow-covered ground. There was nothing, no animal, no person, nothing that could explain the sound. I closed the flap, my mind racing with possibilities, trying to make sense of the inexplicable. Morning brought a harsh light, revealing a landscape transformed by the night's events. The sun glinted off the snow, but our campsite held secrets that the daylight couldn't unveil. As we began to unpack, Jenna let out a gasp, pointing to the fabric of the tent. There, stark against the white snow, were handprints large, smeared with fresh blood. We all stared in disbelief. Blood? But none of us had been injured. No cuts, no scrapes, no signs of a struggle. The blood was vivid, almost too real, and it stood in sharp contrast to the untouched snow around us. We examined the prints closely, 5 sets, matching the number of us. Yet there was no logical explanation for their existence. Questions swirled in our minds. Had someone else been here with us? Or was it something far more sinister? The local legends spoke of restless spirits and ancient curses, tales we had dismissed as mere folklore. But now, faced with the undeniable evidence, skepticism gave way to fear. Deciding it was best to leave immediately, we hastily packed our gear, the discovery casting a shadow over our camaraderie. The trek back was tense, each of us lost in our own thoughts, eyes darting nervously at every rustle and shadow. The forest seemed alive, watching us with unseen eyes, the night's terrors lingering in our minds. As we reached the edge of the wilderness, the true extent of our ordeal began to sink in. We had no idea what had happened that night, no explanation for the bloodstained tent. The footprints, too, vanished without a trace, as if swallowed by the forest itself. We drove away, the memory of that night etched into our souls, a haunting reminder of the unknown forces that lurk in the shadows. Years have passed since that fateful winter, but the memory remains vivid. Sometimes, in the quiet moments before sleep, I hear the faint echo of footsteps, the soft tapping against the walls of my own home. I tell myself it's just my imagination, the remnants of a night I'd rather forget. But deep down, I know the truth. There are places where the veil between the living and the dead is thin, where the past reaches out to the present in ways we can't comprehend. The haunted tent in Canada serves as a chilling reminder that some mysteries are better left unsolved, that the wilderness holds secrets that man was never meant to uncover. And sometimes, the things we can't see or explain are the ones that leave the deepest scars, lingering in our minds like shadows that refuse to fade. To this day, I hesitate to venture too far into the wilderness, especially as winter approaches. The memory of those blood-stained handprints serves as a constant warning, a testament to the night when the line between reality and the supernatural blurred, leaving us to question what truly lies in the darkness. If you ever find yourself camping in the remote stretches of northern Canada, remember our story, respect the land, heed the warnings of those who know its history, and always be aware of the shadows that move just beyond the reach of your light. For in the wild, untouched by time and civilization, the past is never truly gone. It lingers, waiting for the unwary to stumble upon its secrets. And so, as I sit by my own fireplace, the warmth of the flames a stark contrast to that freezing night, I can't help but wonder what other tales of the wilderness remain untold. The haunted tent was just one chapter in the endless book of the unknown, a story that serves as a reminder of our place in the vast, mysterious world we inhabit. Story number 41. The Man Under the Lamppost, December 2003. Living in the quiet suburbs of Maplewood, Minnesota, I had grown accustomed to the serene beauty that winter bestowed upon our small town. Snow blanketed the streets, turning our neighborhood into a picturesque winter wonderland. But with the beauty came an unsettling presence that began to haunt my nights. It started subtly at first. Late one evening, as I was locking up my car after a long day at the office, I noticed a figure standing beneath the old lamppost near my house. The man was tall, dressed in a heavy overcoat, his face obscured by the shadows cast by the bright yellow light. He stood completely still, as if frozen in time, watching me with an intensity that sent chills down my spine. I dismissed it as a trick of the light or perhaps a neighbor taking a late-night stroll. Maplewood was a tight-knit community, and the chances of someone loitering around my street were slim. Yet, over the next few weeks, the sightings became more frequent. Every winter night, without fail, a man would appear beneath that same lamppost. Regardless of how much snow fell, there were no footprints leading to or from him. It was as if he materialized out of thin air, only to vanish when I approached. The more I saw him, the more my unease grew. My nights were restless, plagued by dreams of cold winds and shadowy figures. I began to question my own sanity. Was I imagining things? Had the isolation of winter made me too tired, too stressed to see clearly? I sought solace in the warmth of my home, but even there, the feeling of being watched lingered. One particularly harsh winter night, the snow was falling thick and heavy, blanketing the world in silence. The lamppost cast a solitary pool of light on the sidewalk. And there he stood again, the man who had become a fixture of my nightly routine. This time, however, something was different. There was a palpable tension in the air, a sense of impending doom that I couldn't shake. As I sat by the window, sipping my hot tea, my gaze was drawn to the figure beneath the lamppost. His presence was more pronounced, his posture rigid, almost desperate. I felt an inexplicable urge to confront him, to uncover the mystery that had taken hold of my nights. Gathering every ounce of courage, I decided that tonight, I would no longer be a passive observer. Clad in my warmest coat, I stepped out into the biting cold, the snow crunching beneath my boots. The night was eerily quiet, the usual sounds of the neighborhood hushed under the weight of the snowfall. The lamppost stood tall, its light casting long shadows that danced with the movement of the snowflakes. There he was, the man who had haunted my nights. I approached cautiously, my heart pounding in my chest. As I drew nearer, the details of his appearance became clearer. His face was gaunt, eyes hollow yet piercing, staring directly at me as if he held a secret that only I could uncover. My breath visible in the frigid air. I felt a mixture of fear and determination. "Who are you?" I called out, my voice trembling slightly. He remained silent, his gaze unwavering. I took another step forward, feeling the weight of his stare pressing down on me. The snow around us seemed to hold its breath, the world narrowing to just the two of us beneath the solitary lamppost. "Why are you here?" I pressed, desperation creeping into my voice. Still, he did not respond. His presence was oppressive, as if he carried the weight of 1,000 untold stories. I reached out, half expecting him to react, but my hand met only cold air. The space between us felt charged, electric with an unspoken tension. Suddenly, a loud clap of thunder shattered the silence, followed by a brilliant flash of lightning that illuminated the scene in stark contrast. In that brief moment of light, I saw something that made my blood run cold. A flicker of pain etched across his face, eyes filled with sorrow and anguish. Before I could process what I had seen, the moment passed. The darkness reclaimed the night, and when I looked back at him, he was gone, vanished without a trace, as if he had never been there at all. I stood there, heart racing, trying to comprehend the inexplicable disappearance. The next morning, the storm had passed, leaving the world pristine under a fresh layer of snow. I returned to my routine, but the memory of that night lingered, haunting my thoughts. Days turned into weeks, and the sightings of the man ceased as suddenly as they had begun. Maplewood seemed to return to its peaceful state, but the unease remained. I couldn't shake the feeling that something unresolved had taken place. Nights were still restless, plagued by nightmares that left me drenched in sweat, my mind replaying the man's sorrowful gaze. I delved into research, scouring old newspapers and local archives. searching for any clue that could explain his presence. What I discovered was a story that mirrored my own experience. Decades earlier, a man named Thomas Hargrave had lived in Maplewood. He was known to be a quiet, reclusive individual, rarely seen by his neighbors. One winter night, a tragic accident occurred. Thomas, seeking shelter from a fierce storm, ventured out to a nearby lamppost. The details were murky, but it was believed that he perished in the cold, never to be seen again. As I read through the accounts, a sense of connection washed over me. Could Thomas be the man I had been encountering each night? Was his spirit bound to the lamppost, unable to move on from his untimely demise? The thought both frightened and fascinated me, compelling me to seek closure for both of us. Determined to put an end to the haunting, I decided to perform a small ritual, hoping to help Thomas find peace. That night, under the same lamppost, I lit a candle and spoke softly, offering words of comfort and asking for his forgiveness. The cold air seemed to respond, and for a moment, I felt a presence, gentle, yet filled with longing. "Thomas," I whispered, "I know you're here. Let me help you find peace." The wind picked up, swirling the snow around me, creating a mesmerizing dance of white and shadows. Suddenly, a soft glow enveloped the area, and I felt a warmth amidst the cold. The air was thick with emotion, a mixture of sorrow and relief. As the candle flickered, I saw a faint figure materialize before me. Thomas Hargrave. His expression was no longer one of pain but of gratitude. "Thank you," he whispered, his voice barely audible over the howling wind. With those final words, he began to fade, his presence becoming one with the night. The oppressive weight lifted, replaced by a sense of calm and closure. I stood there, watching as the last remnants of his spirit dissolved into the snowy night, leaving behind only the soft glow of the lamppost. In the days that followed, the sightings ceased entirely. Maplewood returned to its peaceful state, and I found solace in knowing that I had helped a restless soul find peace. The experience left an indelible mark on me, a reminder of the thin veil that separates our world from the unknown. Years later, as I sit by the fireplace, the memory of that winter night still vivid in my mind. I often reflect on the encounter with Thomas Hargrave. Taught me about empathy, the importance of understanding those who are lost, and the power of compassion to bridge the gap between the living and the dead. Maplewood remains a beautiful, quiet town, its winters as serene as ever. Yet, sometimes, when the snow falls thick and the nights grow long, I can't help but glance toward the old lamppost, a silent sentinel that once held the key to a haunting mystery. And though Thomas Hargrave has found his peace, the experience serves as a poignant reminder that every place has its stories, some seen and some hidden, waiting to be discovered by those willing to seek the truth. Story number 42. Whispers in the Blizzard. I've always believed that isolation can warp the mind, especially when nature itself seems to conspire against you. But nothing could have prepared me for the winter of 1994, when a relentless blizzard trapped my family and me in our old farmhouse in rural Maine. What began as a simple snowstorm quickly spiraled into a nightmarish ordeal that blurred the lines between reality and the supernatural. It was mid-December, and the first snowflakes had begun to fall days earlier, transforming our modest farmhouse into a picturesque winter retreat. My wife, Sarah, and our 2 children, Emily and Jack, were eager to spend the holidays surrounded by the serene beauty of the countryside. Little did we know, the tranquility of our home was about to be shattered by forces beyond our understanding. On the evening of December 15th, the weather took a turn for the worse. What was forecasted as a minor snowstorm escalated into a full-blown blizzard, with winds howling like restless spirits and snow piling up rapidly against our windows and doors. The wind screamed through the cracks, rattling the old wood and making the house groan under the weight of the storm. As night fell, the power flickered and then died, plunging us into darkness. We lit candles and huddled around the fireplace, trying to stay warm as the storm raged outside. The first signs of something amiss were subtle, a sense of unease that settled over the house like a heavy blanket. But it wasn't until the clock struck midnight that the true horror began. It started with a soft, rhythmic knocking at the front door. At first, we dismissed it as the wind playing tricks on our ears. But the knocking persisted, growing louder and more insistent, echoing through the empty rooms. I approached the door cautiously, my heart pounding in my chest. With each knock, my anxiety mounted. But every time I opened the door, there was no one there, only the swirling snow and the howling wind. "Sarah, did you hear that?" I whispered, my voice barely audible over the storm. She nodded, her eyes wide with fear. "It's probably just the wind again. Let's not let it get to us." We returned to our seats by the fire, trying to ignore the unsettling sounds that seemed to penetrate every corner of our home. But the knocking didn't stop. Instead, it transformed into a cacophony of bangs and thuds, as if something or someone was desperately trying to get in. The children clung to us, their innocent eyes reflecting the terror we all felt. Emily whispered, "Daddy, I don't like this." Jack, usually so brave, trembled beside her. "Me neither. Maybe we should leave." But the storm had already sealed us in, and venturing out into the blinding snow was a risk we couldn't afford. We settled back into our uneasy vigil, the flames casting flickering shadows that danced menacingly on the walls. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, the knocking ceased. The silence that followed was deafening, broken only by the relentless wind and the distant rumble of thunder. We tried to calm our racing hearts, convincing ourselves that the ordeal was over. But deep down, we knew it wasn't. Around 2 a.m., the temperature inside the house plummeted, a biting cold that seemed to seep into our very souls. The candles flickered and then extinguished, leaving us in complete darkness. It was then that we began to hear it, a low, guttural whispering that seemed to come from all around us. Yet no one was there. Leave now." The voice was both terrifying and sorrowful, filled with an anguish that resonated deep within us. We huddled together, trying to find comfort in each other's presence. But the whispers grew louder, more urgent. Suddenly, a shadow flitted across the window, moving with unnatural speed despite the raging storm outside. Jack pointed, his voice shaky. "Look, there's someone out there." I grabbed a flashlight, the beam cutting through the darkness as I approached the window. My hands shook as I wiped away the condensation, revealing a dark figure standing just beyond the glass. It was tall, its form indistinct, blending seamlessly with the swirling snowstorm. But what sent chills down my spine was the absence of a face. No eyes, no mouth, nothing to convey emotion or intent. "Who are you?" I demanded, my voice cracking with fear. The figure remained silent, his presence oppressive and malevolent. I could feel its gaze penetrating through the glass, a silent plea or perhaps a warning. Without warning, the shadow began to move, gliding effortlessly across the windowpane as if it were made of mist and shadow. I stumbled back, my mind racing to comprehend what I was witnessing. The room seemed to grow colder, the air thick with a palpable sense of dread. The whispers returned, louder and more frantic, filling the space with their eerie chant. Leave now." Sarah grabbed my arm, pulling me away from the window. "We need to leave," she insisted, her voice trembling. "This house isn't safe." But the storm outside raged on, the wind howling with a fury that matched the terror inside our hearts. We knew that venturing out into the blinding snow was too dangerous, but staying meant facing the unknown horrors that haunted our home. As dawn approached, the storm began to abate, the winds dying down and the snow settling into a heavy, suffocating silence. Exhausted and broken, we decided to endure until the morning light, hoping that the horrors of the night would remain just that, nightmares that would fade with the dawn. But peace was short-lived. Just as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the darkness, the door burst open with a violent force. sending a gust of icy wind into the room. The shadowy figure reappeared, now standing directly in front of us, his presence more terrifying than ever. "This isn't over," it intoned, the voice now a deep, resonant growl that seemed to vibrate through the very walls of our home. I backed away, my mind numb with fear. "What do you want from us?" The figure began to move towards us, each step deliberate and slow, the air around it crackling with an unseen energy. We stood frozen, unable to move as it drew nearer, its faceless visage a constant reminder of the malevolent force that had invaded our lives. Just as it reached out a hand to touch me, a blinding light filled the room, and the figure dissipated into nothingness, leaving behind a sense of overwhelming relief and residual fear. The temperature normalized, the oppressive cold lifting as if a heavy burden had been removed. We sat there in stunned silence, the horrors of the night etched into our minds forever. The storm had passed, but the memory of the faceless man and the relentless whispers remained, a haunting reminder of the thin veil between our world and the unknown. In the days that followed, we sought solace in each other, trying to rebuild the shattered sense of security that had been stolen from us. The farmhouse, once a place of warmth and love, now felt tainted by the malevolent presence that had plagued us. We never fully understood what had happened that night. But one thing was clear: we had encountered something beyond our comprehension, a darkness that still lingered in the shadows of the old farmhouse. Years later, I still wake up in the middle of the night, haunted by the memories of that December storm. The whispers and the shadowy figure are ingrained in my mind, a constant reminder that some horrors are best left undisturbed. And as I watch my own children play in the snow, I can't help but wonder if the spirits of the past are still watching, waiting for their chance to reclaim what was once theirs. Story number 43. Echoes in the tunnel. I've always found solace in the underground labyrinth of the subway system, the rhythmic clatter of the trains a comforting backdrop to my late-night commutes. But that cold December night in Chicago would forever change how I perceive those dark, winding tunnels. My name is Laura Mitchell, and what was meant to be a routine journey home became an experience that still haunts me to this day. It was just past midnight, the kind of hour when the city's hustle dims, and the streets outside my apartment grow eerily silent under a blanket of frost. I had left work later than usual, the fluorescent lights of the office replaced by the dim glow of street lamps guiding me toward the nearest subway entrance. Wrapped in my favorite scarf, I descended the steps into the cool, subterranean air of the subway station, the familiar scent of damp concrete and metal enveloping me. The station was nearly empty, save for a few solitary figures huddled against the pillars or lost in their own thoughts. I swiped my Metro card, the green light blinking in acknowledgement, and boarded the train heading downtown. Finding an empty seat, I settled in, pulling out my phone to pass the time until my stop. The train hummed to life, sliding smoothly into the darkness, the tunnel stretching endlessly ahead. As the train sped through the underground tunnels, I glanced out the window, watching the fleeting shadows of passing stations dissolve into the darkness. The rhythmic motion lulled me into a sense of calm, until something shifted. It started subtly, an almost imperceptible echo of footsteps, soft and deliberate, trailing just behind me. I glanced over my shoulder, expecting to see another passenger. But the car was empty except for me and a few late-night commuters, each lost in their own world. Shaking off the unease, I returned my focus to my phone, but the sound persisted, growing slightly louder with each passing minute. Footsteps. Someone was walking behind me, their steps matching mine in pace and rhythm. My heart began to race, a chill crawling up my spine despite the warmth of the carriage. I turned around again, this time more forcefully, but still, there was no one there. I wasn't the first to experience oddities on these late-night trains, but I had always dismissed them as tricks of the mind, phantoms of fatigue and stress. Yet, tonight felt different. The footsteps were too consistent, too real to ignore. I felt a presence, an invisible shadow that clung to my every move, echoing my steps in a haunting mimicry, determined to confront whatever or whoever was behind the unsettling sounds. I stood up, clutching my bag tightly. The empty seat beside me felt colder, the air heavier as I moved toward the door at the end of the car. The footsteps followed, each step resonating in the hollow space. I reached the door, hesitated for a moment, then leaned out slightly, peering into the dimly lit corridor. The platform was deserted, the flickering lights casting long, wavering shadows across the tiles. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my nerves, and opened the door. A blast of cold air greeted me, the distant sounds of the city muffled by the thick walls of the tunnel. I stepped onto the platform, expecting to see a passenger, someone I could confront or perhaps reassure myself that it was all in my head. But there was no one there, just the vast expanse of empty track and the distant echo of trains passing by. I turned to close the door, but froze as I heard it, the unmistakable sound of footsteps resuming their pursuit. Panic surged through me as I raced back into the train, slamming the door shut behind me. The footsteps intensified, now matching my every move as I sprinted down the aisle, my breaths coming in ragged gasps. Passengers glanced at me with puzzled expressions, but no one offered help, their eyes darting away as if sensing the same invisible threat I felt. I tried to regain my composure, my mind racing for explanations. Maybe it was a prank, someone trying to scare me, but the persistence of the footsteps suggested something far more sinister. I grabbed my phone, intending to call a friend for reassurance, but my fingers froze on the screen as I watched my reflection in the window. There, standing behind me, was the silhouette of a man dressed entirely in black, his features obscured by the darkness. "Help me," he whispered, his voice barely audible over the hum of the train. My blood ran cold as I spun around, but he was gone. The reflection remained, a ghostly image that mirrored my terror. I stumbled backward, heart pounding, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The footsteps had stopped, leaving behind an oppressive silence that felt like a physical weight pressing down on me. Desperate to escape, I leaned against the wall, my mind frantically searching for a way out. The train approached my stop, the announcement blaring through the speakers, but I couldn't bring myself to move. Every instinct screamed at me to leave, to abandon the seat and find safety. But the fear held me captive, paralyzed by the unseen presence that seemed to watch my every move. As the train pulled into the station, I forced myself to stand, pushing past the lingering fear that kept me rooted to the spot. The doors slid open, revealing the familiar sights of the platform, the comforting hustle of early morning commuters preparing for their day. I stepped out, breathless and trembling, glancing back one last time. The empty car stared back at me, the ghostly figure nowhere to be found, leaving me with more questions than answers. The next day, I couldn't shake the memory of that night. I recounted the experience to my friend, Sarah, hoping for some rational explanation. She listened intently, her eyes wide with concern. "Maybe you saw a ghost," she suggested softly. "Something tied to the train or the tunnels." Intrigued and unsettled, I decided to dig deeper into the history of the subway line I had traveled. The local library and historical society became my sanctuaries, where I pored over old records and newspaper clippings. What I discovered was a chilling tale of tragedy and loss that mirrored my own experience. Years ago, the subway tunnels had been the site of a devastating accident, a collision caused by a faulty signal that sent two trains hurtling toward each other in the dead of night. The crash had claimed the lives of dozens of passengers, leaving families shattered and the community in mourning. Among the victims was a woman named Clara Thompson, who had been returning home after visiting her sick mother. Clara had been seated alone in her compartment, her last moments lost to the chaos and destruction. Rumors swirled about Clara's restless spirit, forever wandering the tunnels in search of peace, her cries echoing through the darkness of the underground. Some believed she was trapped between worlds, unable to move on from the tragic event that claimed her life. Armed with this knowledge, I felt a profound sense of responsibility to help Clara find the closure she so desperately needed. I reached out to a local medium, a woman named Maria, who specialized in communicating with restless spirits. Together, we returned to the subway line, determined to offer Clara the peace she had been denied. The night we conducted the séance was cold and still, the air thick with anticipation. We stood in the empty station, the flickering lights casting long shadows on the tiled floor. Maria began to chant softly, her voice intertwining with mine as we called out to Clara, inviting her to communicate. First, there was no response. The tunnels remained silent, the oppressive weight of Clara's sorrow palpable in the air. But as we continued, the atmosphere began to shift. A chill swept through the station, the temperature dropping sharply as if Clara's presence had been acknowledged. The sound of footsteps echoed through the tunnels, growing louder and more distinct, matching the rhythm of our chants. Suddenly, the air grew heavy, and the flickering lights steadied, casting a warm glow over the platform. A figure emerged from the shadows, a woman in a long, flowing dress, her face etched with sorrow and longing. Clara stood before us, her eyes filled with an unbearable sadness. "I can't move on," she whispered, her voice a haunting melody that resonated deep within me. "I'm still waiting." I stepped forward, reaching out a hand in a gesture of comfort. "Clara, we're here to help you. Let us guide you to peace." Maria began to chant louder, her voice steady and compassionate. Together, we continued our prayers, offering our support and empathy to Clara's restless spirit. The air shimmered with a spectral energy, and Clara's form began to glow with a soft, ethereal light. Her sorrowful expression softened as the pain in her eyes began to fade. "Thank you," she whispered, a hint of gratitude in her voice. "I can finally let go." With those final words, Clara's spirit began to ascend, her form dissolving into the light that filled the station. The oppressive cold lifted, replaced by a sense of peace and fulfillment. The footsteps ceased, and the darkness of the tunnels was filled with a serene silence that signified the end of Clara's eternal wait. In the weeks that followed, the strange occurrences on the subway line ceased entirely. The whispers and footsteps were gone, replaced by the usual hum of the trains and the bustling energy of the morning rush. Passengers began to notice a subtle change, a newfound sense of calm and tranquility that seemed to permeate the tunnels. I continued my night shifts with a deeper appreciation for the unseen forces that linger in the world, a respect for the stories of those who had been lost and the enduring power of compassion in easing their pain. The memory of Clara's tragic fate and the night we helped her find peace remained with me, a haunting reminder of the thin veil between the living and the dead, and the mysteries that lie just beyond the edges of our reality. But sometimes, late at night, when the wind whistles through the tunnels and the city sleeps under a blanket of frost, I catch a faint echo of Clara's soft laughter carried on the breeze, a gentle, lingering reminder that some spirits never truly fade and that every cry deserves to be heard and remembered. Story number 44. Echoes of Innocence. I've always found the night shifts at Grand Central Terminal oddly comforting. The steady hum of the trains, the rhythmic clatter of the tracks, and the distant murmur of sleeping passengers create a lullaby that lulls me into a trance-like state. My name is Michael Turner, and for the past 5 years, I've been working as a maintenance engineer, ensuring that the intricate web of tracks and signals operates smoothly through the darkest hours. But one cold December night shattered that sense of security, plunging me into a nightmare that still haunts me to this day. It was just past midnight, the kind of hour when the city above is wrapped in a blanket of silence, and the only sounds below are the distant echoes of trains passing through the tunnels. I was making my routine check of the tracks near the north end of the terminal, a section that older employees warned me had a history I'd rather forget. They spoke of accidents and lost souls, tales meant to keep newcomers cautious. I dismissed them as old ghost stories, relics of a bygone era when the terminal was bustling with unending activity. As I walked along the deserted platform, the biting cold seeped through my coat, and my breath formed visible puffs in the frigid air. The lights above flickered sporadically, casting long, dancing shadows that played tricks on my eyes. I reached the designated spot, a narrow pathway beside the tracks, and began my inspection. That's when I heard it, the soft, unmistakable sound of a child's cry. At first, I thought it was the wind, swirling through the tunnels and playing with the debris left behind by the rush of passengers. But the cry was too distinct, too filled with pain and fear to be mere gusts of wind. I froze, listening intently. The cry continued, echoing through the empty station, growing louder and more desperate. My heart pounded in my chest as I tried to locate the source. The sound seemed to be coming from the end of the platform, where the lights were dimmer and the shadows thicker. Summoning my courage, I decided to investigate. I pulled out my flashlight, the beam cutting through the darkness, and moved cautiously toward the sound. Each step felt heavier than the last, the cold pressing against me like icy fingers gripping my soul. As I approached the far end of the platform, the crying intensified, now accompanied by the faint sound of footsteps crunching on the gravel. My mind raced with possibilities, perhaps a lost child, scared and alone, needing help. Quickened my pace, the weight of responsibility urging me forward. Then, I saw her, a small figure standing near the edge of the tracks, wrapped in a tattered coat, her face obscured by the shadows. She looked no older than 7 or 8, her body trembling as she clung to the cold metal railing. Her presence was both heartbreaking and unsettling, a stark contrast to the sterile, mechanical environment of the terminal. "Hey, are you okay?" I called out gently, trying to mask the fear creeping into my voice. She didn't respond. Instead, she lifted her head slightly, revealing hollow, lifeless eyes that seemed to stare right through me. My blood ran cold as I realized there was something unnatural about her presence. I took a hesitant step forward, the flashlight beam revealing more of her figure. Her clothes were old-fashioned, the kind you'd expect to see decades ago, not in the modern sprawl of Grand Central. Her hair was disheveled, and her small hands were clasped tightly around the railing, knuckles white from the cold. "Do you need help? Can I call someone for you?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Still, she remained silent, her eyes fixed on the tracks as if waiting for someone to arrive. The air around us grew colder, the oppressive chill seeping into my bones and making it difficult to breathe. I reached out a hand, desperate to offer comfort, but she recoiled as if repelled by an unseen force. "Please, I can help you," pleaded, stepping closer. Suddenly, the lights above flickered violently, and the cry of the child intensified into a wail that pierced the stillness of the night. I felt a surge of panic as the shadows around us seemed to come alive, twisting and contorting into grotesque shapes that danced along the walls. Before I could react, the ground beneath me began to tremble, the vibrations shaking the very foundation of the terminal. The crying turned into anguished screams, echoing through the tunnels and reverberating off the concrete walls. I stumbled, losing my balance as the world around me seemed to distort and warp. The little girl vanished before my eyes, leaving behind an icy void where her presence had been. I stood there, trembling and disoriented, the sounds of chaos drowning out my thoughts. The terminal was no longer a place of order and routine but a realm of horror and despair, the tragic echoes of the past intertwining with the present. I turned to flee, the sense of being watched intensifying with every step. The footsteps returned, now matching my pace, relentless and unyielding. My mind raced to make sense of what was happening, but the reality before me was anything but logical. As I hurried through the terminal, the screams of the child echoed in my ears, blending with the rhythmic clatter of the trains. I could feel the cold pressing against me from all sides, a suffocating embrace that made it hard to move. The shadows seemed to reach out, their grasp tightening around me, pulling me deeper into the darkness. I reached the entrance of the platform, the bright lights above a beacon of hope in the enveloping gloom. But as I stepped out into the cold night air, the screams followed me, a haunting reminder that some tragedies are never truly left behind. Shaken and breathless, I made my way back to my office, my mind reeling from the night's events. I tried to rationalize what I had seen and heard, but the fear and confusion lingered like a shadow over my thoughts. The next morning, I shared my experience with a few trusted colleagues, hoping to find some semblance of understanding. They listened quietly, their expressions sympathetic yet skeptical. One of the older workers nodded solemnly. "You know, there have been rumors about that section of the terminal. An accident a few years back. Some of the tracks were damaged, and they had to shut down the area for repairs. Some say the spirits of those who lost their lives still linger, unable to move on." I nodded, the pieces of the puzzle falling into place. The little girl, the cries, the coldness, it all pointed to a tragic past that had left its mark on the very infrastructure I was tasked with maintaining. Determined to find closure, I decided to delve deeper into the history of Grand Central, uncovering stories of accidents and lost souls that had long been forgotten by the bustling city above. In the weeks that followed, I became obsessed with uncovering the truth behind the mysterious cries and apparitions. I scoured old newspaper archives, interviewed longtime employees, and even visited local historical societies. The more I learned, the more the lines between reality and the supernatural blurred. The accident had occurred during a particularly harsh winter, a storm so fierce that the tracks were compromised, leading to a catastrophic derailment. Among the victims was a young girl, her life cut short in the chaos of the disaster. Her spirit, it seemed, was forever bound to the tracks, her cries a testament to the tragedy that had unfolded in the cold shadows of Grand Central. Armed with this knowledge, I felt a responsibility to help her find peace, to bring closure to the restless soul that haunted the terminal. I reached out to a local medium, a woman named Maria, known for her ability to communicate with the spirits of the departed. Together, we returned to the platform, determined to offer solace to the lost girl. The night of the séance was cold and silent, the terminal eerily still under the light of the moon. Maria and I set up a small altar near the edge of the tracks, lighting candles and placing offerings of flowers and toys, a gesture of compassion for the young soul trapped in limbo. We began to chant softly, our voices intertwining as we called out to the spirit of the lost girl, inviting her to communicate and find the peace she so desperately sought. First, there was no response, the air thick with anticipation and the lingering echoes of past sorrows. But as the minutes passed, the temperature began to drop, the chill of the night seeping into the very fabric of the terminal. The candles flickered, casting dancing shadows that seemed to move with a life of their own. Then, the crying began, not the frantic wails of before, but a soft, sorrowful whisper that filled the space around us. "Help me," the voice pleaded, a sound so filled with pain that it sent shivers down my spine. The shadows coalesced into a faint, ghostly figure, a young girl, her eyes hollow and filled with an unending sorrow. I felt a surge of empathy, understanding the depth of her pain and the weight of her unfulfilled longing. "We're here to help you," I spoke softly, my voice steady despite the fear that threatened to overwhelm me. "You don't have to be alone anymore," Maria continued to chant, her voice a beacon of hope in the oppressive darkness. The ghostly figure of the girl began to glow with a soft, ethereal light, her expression slowly transforming from sorrow to gratitude. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice a gentle breeze that carried away the lingering sadness. "I can finally rest." With those final words, the apparition dissolved into the light, leaving behind a sense of peace that settled over the terminal like a warm embrace. The coldness lifted, replaced by a comforting warmth that signified the end of her eternal vigil. In the days that followed, the atmosphere at Grand Central changed. The oppressive cold and the haunting cries were gone. replaced by the usual bustling energy of the city. Passengers noticed the difference, commenting on the newfound sense of calm and serenity that now enveloped the terminal. I continued my night shifts with a renewed sense of purpose, knowing that I had played a part in helping a lost soul find peace. The memory of that night remained with me, a haunting reminder of the thin veil between the living and the dead, and the enduring power of compassion in easing the pain of those who cannot move on. But sometimes, late at night, when the winds howl through the tunnels and the city sleeps under a blanket of frost, I catch a faint echo of a child's laugh carried on the breeze, a gentle, lingering reminder that some spirits never truly fade and that every cry deserves to be heard and remembered. Story number 45. The Frosted Carriage. I never thought my nightly commute on the 7 train would become the stuff of nightmares. As a graduate student juggling research and part-time jobs, the subway was my lifeline, ferrying me through the sleepless hours of late-night study sessions and early morning lectures. But one bitterly cold December night turned my routine journey into an experience I still can't fully explain. It was around midnight, the kind of hour when the city's hustle dims, and the underground tunnels of the subway become a silent, winding maze. I boarded the train at the last stop, Cloverdale, just as the clock struck 12. The platform was nearly empty, save for a few solitary figures seeking refuge from the biting cold outside. I slid into a window seat in the middle car, pulling my coat tighter against the chill that seemed to seep into my bones despite the heated air circulating within the train. The train lurched forward, sliding smoothly into the darkness of the tunnel. The rhythmic clatter of the tracks was soothing, a familiar lullaby that usually made the late hours bearable. I pulled out my notebook, intent on organizing my research notes, but my mind was already wandering, thoughts tangled in the stress of deadlines and endless assignments. About 15 minutes into the ride, I glanced up from my notebook, expecting to see another weary traveler or maybe a fellow student lost in their own world. Instead, the car appeared entirely empty. No passengers, no movement, just the ghostly silence amplified by the flickering overhead lights. At first, I thought it was a glitch. Perhaps the train had been mistakenly flagged as unoccupied. But as the minutes dragged on, unease began to settle in. I looked around again, heart pounding slightly faster. The absence of other passengers was unnerving, an eerie emptiness that seemed to stretch on indefinitely. Just as I was about to dismiss it as a trick of my tired mind, the doors at the far end of the car slid open with a soft hiss. I turned to see a man boarding, his presence stark against the barren backdrop. He was dressed in a long, dark coat, his face obscured by the brim of a wide hat. Something about him was off, a chilling aura that made the hair on the back of my neck stand on end. He took a seat directly across from me, his movements deliberate and slow. I couldn't help but stare, drawn by a sense of curiosity and an underlying fear. His eyes, visible beneath the shadow of his hat, held a depth of sorrow that seemed almost palpable. For a moment, the car remained silent except for the distant hum of the train's engine. As the train continued its journey through the labyrinthine tunnels, I felt a strange sensation, like icy fingers tracing down my spine. The lights above flickered again, casting fleeting shadows that danced along the empty seats. I glanced back at the man, expecting him to react or perhaps engage in conversation. But he remained motionless, his gaze fixed on the window ahead. Then, without warning, the temperature in the car plummeted. A biting cold enveloped me, despite the train's heating system working overtime to counter the winter chill outside. My breath became visible, swirling in the frigid air as I pulled my scarf tighter around my neck. The man in the dark coat didn't move, but I could feel his presence pressing against me, an invisible weight that made it hard to breathe. I decided to break the silence, my voice barely above a whisper. "Cold night." "Ha!" He didn't respond. Instead, his head remained bowed, his hands clasped tightly in his lap. I felt a pang of sympathy, a desire to reach out and offer comfort. but the fear kept me rooted to my seat. The car felt like a void, the absence of other passengers amplifying the sense of isolation and dread that now settled over me. Minutes stretched into what felt like hours as the train hurtled through the darkness. The man's silent vigil continued, his sorrowful eyes never leaving the window. I tried to focus on my notes, but the oppressive atmosphere made it impossible to concentrate. The only sound was the relentless clatter of the tracks and the distant echoes of the train's movement through the tunnels. Suddenly, the man in the dark coat began to stir. He slowly lifted his head, his hollow eyes meeting mine. A chill ran down my spine as I stared into the empty void where his eyes should have been. His face, if you could call it that, was devoid of any features, an unsettling emptiness that made him look like a shadow given form. "Can I help you?" I asked, my voice trembling with a mix of fear and concern. He didn't respond. Instead, he reached out a hand, his fingers long and unnaturally cold. Pointing toward the window, I followed his gaze, expecting to see something unusual outside, but the tunnel remained dark, the only light coming from the occasional flicker of overhead lamps. Then, as quickly as it had started, the gesture stopped. The man leaned back in his seat, and the temperature began to rise, the icy grip loosening as if released by an unseen force. I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding, feeling a slight relief wash over me, but the sense of unease remained, lingering like a shadow that refused to dissipate. The train began to slow as we approached the next station, a place I didn't recognize on the route map. The doors opened, and the man in the dark coat stood up, his movements fluid and silent. He made his way to the end of the car, pausing for a moment before stepping into the darkness outside. As he moved away, I couldn't help but feel like I was being watched, the memory of his hollow gaze lingering in my mind. I waited for the train to depart, hoping that the apparition would remain a fleeting memory, a trick of the light and my overactive imagination. But as the train pulled away, I caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of my eye, a reflection in the window that shouldn't have been there. There, standing at the far end of the car, was the man without a head, staring directly at me with his empty eyes. Panic surged through me as I realized the truth. He was still there, trapped within the confines of the train. His sorrowful presence an eternal reminder of the night I spent alone in a frozen, empty carriage. I stepped off the train at my stop, my legs trembling as I made my way through the bustling station. The encounter left me shaken, the memory of the headless man lingering like a ghost in the recesses of my mind. I couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed me, a spectral presence that clung to me long after the train had departed. In the days that followed, I found myself avoiding late-night trains, unable to bear the thought of reliving that harrowing experience. But the image of the man without a head, his hollow eyes filled with sorrow, continued to haunt me, a constant reminder of the thin veil between the living and the dead, and the mysteries that lie hidden in the darkness of the night. Story number 46. The Headless Passenger. I never believed in ghosts. Growing up in the bustling heart of Houston, Texas, my nights were filled with the sounds of city life, honking cars, distant sirens, and the occasional late-night revelry. But working the night shift as a subway conductor on Line 6 had a way of stripping away the city's facade, revealing a darkness I never knew existed. My name is Mark Lawson, and for the past 2 years, I've been navigating the labyrinthine tunnels of Houston's underground, ensuring that passengers reach their destinations safely. Most nights were uneventful, with the train humming steadily through the darkness, the lights above flickering intermittently as we journeyed from one station to the next. That all changed on a frigid December night. It was around 1 a.m. when I received a routine report of a passenger boarding at the last stop. The station was nearly empty, save for a solitary figure huddled against the cold, bundled up in a long, dark coat. I welcomed him aboard with a polite nod, his face obscured by the brim of his hat. He didn't speak, didn't offer a greeting, just sat quietly in the farthest seat at the end of the car. As the train departed, the temperature inside seemed to drop, a chill settling over the carriage that made my skin prickle. I glanced back at the man, feeling an inexplicable unease. His presence was unsettling, a silent shadow amidst the few other passengers who nodded off or stared blankly out the windows. The journey was smooth until we entered one of the older, less maintained sections of the tunnel. The lights began to flicker more erratically, casting long, distorted shadows across the seats. It was then that I saw it, a figure sitting across from me, identical to the man who had boarded earlier, except for one horrifying difference. He had no head. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light, a distorted reflection from the window pane. Maybe I was just tired, my eyes playing tricks on me after hours behind the control panel. I rubbed my eyes, blinked rapidly, but when I looked again, the headless man was still there, staring blankly ahead with hollow eye sockets that seemed to bore into my very soul. My heart raced as I tried to maintain my composure. I glanced around, searching for any sign that the man was real, someone else noticing him, any indication that this was more than just my imagination. But the other passengers remained oblivious, lost in their own worlds of sleep or silent contemplation. Panicking, I decided to change the train cars, hoping to rid myself of the eerie presence. I pulled the emergency brake and waited as the train slowly moved to the next station. As the doors opened, the headless man remained seated, motionless and unresponsive. Without a word, I boarded the next car, quickly locking the doors behind me. But the feeling of being watched didn't dissipate. Instead, it intensified, a heavy weight pressing down on me from behind. I tried to calm myself, telling myself it was just stress from the long shift and the isolation of the night. But as the train continued its journey, the footsteps began. Soft, deliberate steps echoed through the empty car, matching my every move. I spun around, flashlight in hand, but there was no one there, just the oppressive silence of the night. The footsteps continued, growing louder and more insistent, always just out of sight. I could feel the presence of someone or something following me, their movements synchronized with mine. My mind raced, torn between rational explanations and the horrifying possibility that I was being stalked by a spectral entity. As the train approached the next tunnel, the lights dimmed further, plunging the car into near darkness. The footsteps quickened, now accompanied by a faint whisper that seemed to call my name. Mark! Mark! I backed away, heart pounding, trying to distance myself from the unseen follower. The train screeched into another dark tunnel, the sudden jolt sending a surge of adrenaline through my veins. I pressed myself against the wall, breathing heavily, as the footsteps and whispers grew louder, more urgent, desperate to escape. I made my way to the front of the train, hoping to confront whatever was haunting me. As I reached the conductor's cabin, I turned to look back at the empty car, only to find the headless man standing up, his movements jerky and unnatural. He glided towards me, the lack of a head making his presence even more terrifying. "Leave, now," the whisper echoed, though no sound seemed to emanate from him. I stumbled backward, tripping over my own feet as panic took full control. The train began to slow, pulling into the final station, an abandoned platform rarely used by late-night passengers. I sprinted out of the cabin, fleeing down the aisle as the headless man pursued me, his footsteps echoing in the empty car. The doors to the train opened, and I dashed through, barely making it out before the train doors slammed shut behind me. Gasping for breath, I looked back to see the headless figure standing at the entrance, watching me with his empty gaze. The station was deserted, the cold night air biting at my skin as I tried to steady my racing heart. I reached out to the security guard, but he simply stared blankly, his eyes glazed over with a hollow emptiness that mirrored the man I had just fled from. "What's happening?" I demanded, my voice shaking with fear. He didn't respond, his silence more unsettling than any words could have been. I turned back towards the subway, But the headless man was nowhere to be seen, as if he had vanished into thin air. Shaken and terrified, I knew I couldn't stay there any longer. I grabbed my belongings and left the station, not daring to look back. In the days that followed, I couldn't shake the memory of that night. The image of the headless man haunted my every thought. His empty gaze a constant reminder of the unexplained terror I had faced. I spoke to my colleagues, hoping for some rational explanation, but they dismissed my experience as stress-induced hallucinations, a product of the long, lonely nights spent in the underground tunnels. But deep down, I knew what I had seen was real. The whispers, the footsteps, the presence of something or someone beyond the realm of the living. I began to research the history of Line 6, digging through old records and newspaper archives, hoping to find some clue to the mystery. What I discovered sent chills down my spine. Years ago, a tragic accident had occurred on Line 6, a derailment caused by a faulty signal, resulting in the deaths of several passengers, including a man named Thomas Walker. Thomas had been a dedicated worker at the station, known for his kindness and unwavering commitment to his job. On the night of the accident, he had been on duty, trying to manage the chaos as the train derailed. But he never made it out alive. According to the reports, Thomas had been last seen heading towards the front of the train, assisting passengers. Before the crash, his body was never fully recovered, and rumors began to circulate about his restless spirit, forever trapped on Line 6, unable to move on from the tragedy that claimed his life. As I pieced together the story, the connection between Thomas Walker and the headless man became unmistakable. It was as if his spirit, tormented by the accident and unable to find peace, had manifested in the form of the headless passenger, seeking closure and understanding. Determined to help him find peace, I decided to return to the station one final time, armed with knowledge and a resolve to confront the restless spirit. I returned to the train that had haunted me, waiting for the next late-night shift to board Line 6. As the train pulled into the station, I felt a familiar chill settle over me, the air thick with anticipation. I boarded the train, my heart pounding with a mix of fear and determination. As the doors closed, I took a seat in the same spot where I had first encountered the headless man. The train began to move, sliding smoothly into the darkness of the tunnel. I steeled myself, prepared to face whatever awaited me. As we approached the next tunnel, the lights flickered, and the temperature dropped once more. The footsteps began, soft and deliberate, trailing behind me as I had experienced before. I turned to confront the headless man, my voice steady despite the fear gripping my chest. "Thomas," I called out, my voice echoing through the empty car. "I'm here to help you. You don't have to be alone anymore." The headless man stood up, his movements more fluid this time, as if responding to my words. His gaze met mine, the emptiness of his eyes now filled with a profound sadness and longing. "Help me," he whispered, his voice carrying the weight of countless unspoken emotions. I reached out a hand, feeling an invisible barrier between us, yet determined to bridge the gap. "I'm sorry for what happened. Let me help you find peace." A surge of energy filled the car, the oppressive cold lifting as if the very air had been cleared of its torment. The headless man began to glow with a soft, ethereal light, his form becoming more defined, his sorrowful expression slowly transforming into one of gratitude. "Thank you," he whispered, a hint of relief in his voice. "I can finally rest." With those final words, his form began to dissolve, the light enveloping him as he ascended into the darkness, leaving behind a sense of peace and closure that had been missing for so long. The whispers ceased, replaced by the gentle hum of the train as it continued its journey through the night. As the train pulled into the next station, I felt a deep sense of fulfillment wash over me. Thomas Walker had found the peace he so desperately sought, his restless spirit finally free from the confines of the underground tunnels. The headless passenger was no more, his tragic story now a part of the legacy of Line 6. a testament to the enduring power of compassion and the human spirit's ability to overcome even the darkest of tragedies. I stepped off the train, the first light of dawn breaking over the horizon, casting a warm glow on the platform. The memories of that night lingered, a haunting reminder of the thin veil between the living and the dead, and the mysteries that lie just beyond our understanding. But sometimes, late at night, when the trains run through the darkness and the city sleeps under a blanket of frost, I catch a faint echo of gratitude carried on the breeze, a gentle whisper that assures me some spirits never truly fade and that every cry deserves to be heard and remembered. Story number 47. The unmoving passenger. I've always found solace in the rhythmic clatter of train tracks beneath my feet. There's something inherently comforting about the steady motion, the predictable stops, and the fleeting glimpses of the world outside the window. But on that frigid winter night, the train ride from Dallas to Houston would etch itself into my memory as something far more unsettling. It was 2 a.m., the hour when most of the world was lost in dreams, and I was wide awake, staring blankly at the reflection of my tired eyes in the window. The train was nearly empty, save for a few scattered passengers engrossed in their own thoughts or asleep in their seats. I had boarded in a hurry after a long shift at the gas station, eager to get some rest before my next shift began. As the train sped through the desolate Texas landscape, blanketed in snow, I settled into my seat in the corner of car 3B. The warmth of the overhead lights contrasted sharply with the biting cold outside, creating a cocoon of comfort that made the hours stretch interminably. About 15 minutes into the journey, I noticed her. First, she was just a silhouette against the dim light, a lone figure seated in the far corner of the car. She wore a long, dark coat that reached almost to the floor, her posture rigid and unyielding. Her face was obscured by the shadow of her hood, and she seemed entirely absorbed in her own world, head bowed and hands clasped tightly in her lap. I glanced around, thinking perhaps she was just another night traveler, someone seeking solitude or lost in their own thoughts. But there was something unnerving about her stillness, an unnatural rigidity that set her apart from the rest of the passengers. As the minutes ticked by, I couldn't shake the feeling that she was watching me. Her presence was silent, yet palpable, an invisible weight pressing down on the car. I tried to focus on my phone, scrolling through social media feeds to distract myself. But every so often, I caught her gaze flicking up towards mine. Her eyes, if I could call them that, held an intensity that made my skin crawl. Curiosity got the better of me. I took a deep breath and decided to make small talk, hoping to break the ice and dispel the unease that had settled in my stomach. "Hey," I began, my voice barely above a whisper. "Are you waiting for someone?" She didn't respond. Her head remained bowed, her hands still clasped tightly together. I chuckled nervously, shaking my head. "All right, maybe you're just tired." But the silence persisted, and I found myself stealing glances at her every now and then, trying to decipher any emotion or movement. Hours passed, and the train continued its journey through the bleak, snowy expanse. The other passengers had long since succumbed to sleep, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the enigmatic woman in the corner. As dawn began to break, the first hints of sunlight filtered through the window, casting a pale glow over the interior of the train. I was still restless, unable to shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the train began to slow, signaling our approach to Houston. I gathered my belongings, my mind racing with questions about the silent passenger. Was she real, or just a figment of my exhausted imagination? As the train pulled into the station, I hesitated for a moment, my gaze lingering on her one last time. The doors opened, and passengers began to disembark, their groggy movements a stark contrast to my heightened state of alertness. I made my way through the car, every step echoing in the empty space, until I reached the door to exit. Glancing back, I realized she hadn't moved an inch, still sitting there with her head bowed. as if rooted to the spot. I approached her, heart pounding, and gently knocked on the seat in front of her. "Excuse me," I said softly. "Are you okay? Do you need any help?" She remained motionless, her head still tilted downward. I felt a chill run down my spine, a sense of dread washing over me. Before I could react, her head snapped up, revealing a face that was both hauntingly beautiful and terrifyingly empty. Her eyes, wide and devoid of life, bore into mine with an intensity that left me breathless. "Help me," she whispered, her voice echoing through the silent car. Frozen with fear, I stumbled backward, my mind reeling with the implications of her plea. "What do you mean? How can I help you?" Her lips curled into a sorrowful smile, and she slowly lifted a hand, pointing towards the floor beneath her seat. "Find me." Panic surged through me as I glanced around, noticing for the first time the subtle signs of neglect in the abandoned sections of the train. The seats were worn, the upholstery frayed, and the air heavy with the scent of decay. I realized she wasn't just a passenger. She was something else entirely, a spirit trapped within the confines of the train. "I don't understand," I whispered, backing away. "I can't help you." Her form began to shimmer, the edges of her figure blurring as if she were fading into the air. "You have to," she insisted, her voice growing more urgent. "I can't leave." With trembling hands, I reached down to inspect the area beneath her seat, my flashlight cutting through the darkness. There, partially hidden beneath a folded blanket, was an old, faded photograph. It depicted a young woman standing in front of a train station, her face radiant and full of life. But in the background, there was a shadowy figure standing ominously, watching her. "Who are you?" I demanded, holding up the photograph. She looked at the image, her expression one of profound sadness. "I was waiting for him," she murmured. "He never came." The train pulled out of the station, the wheels clattering against the tracks as we resumed our journey. I stood there, the photograph clenched in my hand, staring blankly at the woman who had just shared her tragic story. As the sun rose higher, casting light into the car, her figure began to fade, her presence dissipating like mist in the morning breeze. "Goodbye," she whispered, her voice barely audible as she vanished entirely, leaving me alone with the haunting memory of her sorrow. Determined to uncover the truth, I spent the next few days delving into the history of the train line and the station we had departed from. The more I researched, the more the pieces began to fit together. Years ago, there had been a tragic accident on that very route, a collision caused by a faulty signal, resulting in the deaths of several passengers, including a young woman named Clara Bennett. Clara had been traveling to meet her fiancé, promising young man named Daniel. At the Houston station, the accident had occurred just before dawn, trapping her in the wreckage. Rescue efforts were hampered by the harsh winter conditions, and she was never found. Her body never recovered. The incident had left the community in mourning, with whispers of her spirit lingering on the tracks, forever waiting for Daniel to return. Armed with this knowledge, I returned to the station where the accident had occurred, the memory of Clara's haunting plea driving me forward. The site had been cleared years ago, replaced by a modern structure, but the shadows of the past still lingered in the corners of my mind. I set up my camera, hoping to capture any signs of her lingering presence. As night fell, the same eerie silence enveloped the area, broken only by the distant hum of traffic. I sat in the darkness, watching the tracks where the accident had happened, my heart heavy with empathy for Clara's eternal wait. At exactly 2 a.m., the train arrived, its lights piercing the darkness as it pulled into the station. The doors opened, and the train began to fill with passengers, their faces blurred by the motion. I kept my camera trained on the tracks, waiting for any sign of Clara. Minutes passed with nothing out of the ordinary, and I began to relax, believing that her spirit had finally found peace. But then, just as the clock struck 3 a.m., I saw it, a flicker of movement near the edge of the tracks. A woman in a long coat stood there, her face hidden in the shadows, staring directly at me with hollow eyes. "Clara?" I whispered, my voice trembling. She didn't respond. Instead, she began to walk towards the train, her movements slow and deliberate. As she drew closer, the air grew colder, the temperature dropping sharply as if the very essence of winter had settled over the area. I felt a chill run down my spine, a sense of dread enveloping me. "Please," I called out, standing up to face her. "You need to move on." Her head tilted slightly, a gesture that conveyed both confusion and sorrow. "I can't leave," she whispered, her voice carrying the weight of countless unspoken emotions. "He's still waiting for me." Tears welled up in my eyes as I realized the depth of her pain. "Daniel? He died in the accident. Clara, you need to let go." She looked down, her shoulders slumping as if the burden of her grief weighed her down. "I waited for him every night," she murmured, "but he never came back." I stepped closer, reaching out a hand in a gesture of comfort. "You don't have to wait anymore. Your fiancé is gone, and so are you. It's time to find peace." For a moment, she hesitated, her gaze fixed on mine. Then, slowly, her form began to shimmer, the edges blurring as if she were fading into the air. "Thank you," she whispered, a hint of gratitude in her voice. "Thank you for helping me let go." As she vanished, the coldness lifted, replaced by a warm, comforting breeze that seemed to carry away her lingering sorrow. The tracks fell silent once more, the night reclaiming its tranquil stillness. In the days that followed, the haunting presence at the station ceased entirely. The memories of Clara's tragic fate remained, a poignant reminder of the thin veil between the living and the dead, and the enduring power of compassion in easing the burdens of those who are lost. I continued my nights at Sam's Groceries with a newfound sense of purpose, knowing that some souls just need a little help finding their way home. And as the winter snows melted into spring, the tracks stood silent, the echoes of the past finally fading into the whispers of the present. But sometimes, late at night, when the wind carries the faintest hint of sorrow, I catch a glimpse of a flickering light on the tracks, a gentle reminder that some spirits never truly leave, and that every cry deserves to be heard and remembered. Story number 48. The Unreflected Passenger. I've always found solace in the rhythmic hum of the subway, the steady motion of the train lulling me into a meditative state as the city blurs past my window. Every morning, I ride the 4 train from Brooklyn to Manhattan, a journey I've taken countless times without incident. But one chilly December night, a simple commute turned into an experience that would forever alter my perception of reality. It was around 11 p.m., the hour when the streets of Brooklyn begin to quiet down, and the city lights cast long shadows on the tracks. I boarded the train at Bedford Avenue, greeted by the familiar faces of a few late-night travelers, an old man nodding in greeting, a young woman lost in her phone, and the usual assortment of tired souls seeking refuge from the bustling day. As the train rattled to life, I settled into my usual seat by the window in car 3B, pulling my coat tighter against the biting cold. The platform outside was nearly empty, save for a solitary figure huddled against the wall, shivering uncontrollably. I offered a sympathetic glance before turning my attention back to my phone, trying to ignore the eerie stillness that had settled over the platform. The train sped through the tunnels, the lights above flickering intermittently as we plunged into the darkness. It was then that I noticed something odd, an extra reflection in the window opposite me. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light, a fleeting shadow cast by the tunnel's architecture. But as the train continued its journey, the reflection became more distinct. There, sitting across from me, was a man dressed entirely in black. His presence was striking against the dull gray backdrop of the subway car. He sat perfectly still, his posture rigid, staring intently out the window. I tried to shift my gaze away, convincing myself it was just another passenger who preferred to keep to himself. But every few minutes, I found myself glancing back, drawn by the unsettling stillness of his figure. He never moved, never looked away from his seat. His face was partially obscured by the brim of a wide hat, casting deep shadows over his eyes. There was something hauntingly familiar about him, a sense of sorrow etched into his very being. Yet, when I watched him closely, there was no reflection of him in the window beside mine, only my own image staring back. As the train approached a particularly long stretch of tunnel, the air grew colder, the darkness pressing in on all sides. The man in black remained unwavering, his gaze never faltering. I felt a chill run down my spine, a primal fear that something was terribly wrong. The whispers of the city faded away, replaced by an oppressive silence that seemed to envelope the entire car. I decided to confront my unease head-on. Summoning all my courage, I turned to face him. "Excuse me," I began, my voice barely above a whisper. "Do you need something?" He didn't respond. His eyes met mine for a brief moment, and I saw a flicker of pain, or was it desperation, before he looked away. Returning his gaze to the window, my heart pounded in my chest, the silence between us thick with unspoken words. I tried to shake off the feeling, focusing instead on the passing scenery outside. But no matter how much I tried to ignore him, the man in black seemed to anchor himself to my very existence, a spectral presence that refused to be dismissed. Minutes stretched into what felt like hours as the train continued its relentless journey through the night. The whispers of the city outside were now a distant memory, replaced by the incessant hum of the train's engine. I glanced around the car, noticing that other passengers seemed oblivious to the man in black, caught up in their own worlds, unaware of the supernatural anomaly seated opposite me. Desperation began to gnaw at me. I needed answers, a way to understand why this man was here and why he couldn't be seen in the reflections. I reached into my pocket, pulling out a pen and a small notebook I kept for jotting down thoughts and observations. Scribbling down a few lines, I hoped to make sense of the inexplicable. Man in black, no reflection, silent presence, feelings of sorrow and desperation, possible ghost. I shook my head, frustrated by the lack of clarity. Is this some kind of joke? I muttered to myself, the absurdity of the situation clashing with the genuine fear that had taken root inside me. As the train continued its journey, we entered a particularly dark tunnel, the lights above flickering more erratically than usual. The man in black remained steadfast, his eyes never leaving the window. I felt an overwhelming sense of dread, as if something terrible was about to unfold. Suddenly, the train jolted violently, throwing me forward in my seat. The lights above sputtered and went out, plunging the entire car into darkness. The only illumination came from the faint glow of the tunnel walls, casting long, distorted shadows that danced eerily around us. In the pitch-black silence, I could hear the soft, anguished sobbing of the man in black. His cries pierced the darkness, a heart-wrenching sound that resonated deep within me. I turned to look at him again, my flashlight momentarily illuminating his figure before the light flickered out. The sobbing grew louder, more desperate, echoing through the car like a mournful lament. I felt his presence pressing against me, his sorrow tangible in the oppressive darkness. My mind raced, struggling to comprehend the situation, while my body remained paralyzed by fear. Minutes, or was it hours, passed as the train hurtled through the darkness, the sobbing never ceasing. I clung to my seat, every fiber of my being yearning for the lights to come back on, for the train to reach the next station and escape this nightmare. But the man in black remained, his cries a constant reminder of the unresolved pain that bound him to this place. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the train began to slow, the lights above flickering back to life in a feeble attempt to illuminate the car. The sobbing faded, replaced by a heavy, lingering silence that seemed to press down on me like a physical weight. The train pulled into the final station, the doors sliding open to reveal the first hints of dawn breaking over the horizon. The man in black stood up, his movements slow and deliberate, and approached me with a sense of finality. As he drew closer, I could see the full extent of his sorrow, his eyes hollow, his expression etched with an unbearable sadness. "Thank you," he whispered, his voice barely audible over the distant sounds of the waking city. "I can finally rest." And with that, he turned and walked away, disappearing into the morning light as the doors closed behind him. I sat there, stunned and trembling, unable to process what had just transpired. The other passengers had already left, their departures marking the end of my harrowing journey. The next morning, I tried to rationalize the events of the previous night. Was it a shared hallucination? A collective stress-induced nightmare? But deep down, I knew it was something far more sinister. The man's presence, his sorrow, and the inexplicable absence in the reflections all pointed to a restless spirit trapped between worlds. I spoke to my colleagues about the experience, but they dismissed it as an overactive imagination fueled by the monotony of night shifts. "You're probably just stressed out," one of them suggested, offering a sympathetic pat on the back. Nothing more than that. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed within me. The encounter with the man in black had left an indelible mark on my soul, a lingering sense of sorrow and empathy that I couldn't explain. I began to notice other oddities, objects slightly out of place, whispers in the dead of night, and the haunting echoes of his cries that seemed to follow me even outside the confines of the subway car. Determined to find closure, I delved deeper into the history of the subway line and the final station we had arrived at. What I discovered was a tragic tale of love and loss, a story that mirrored my own encounter with the spectral passenger. Years ago, the final station had been the site of a heartbreaking accident. A young woman named Clara Ramirez had lost her life in a tragic derailment. Her dreams and aspirations extinguished in an instant. She had been waiting for her fiancé, Daniel, who had been operating the train that fateful night. The accident had left the community in mourning, their grief etched into the very fabric of the subway line. Rumors spread of Clara's restless spirit, forever waiting for Daniel to return, her sorrow palpable in the lingering echoes of her cries. The story had been largely forgotten, overshadowed by the relentless pace of the city. But my encounter with the man in black had brought it back to life. Armed with this knowledge, I decided to perform a ritual of remembrance, hoping to offer Clara the closure she so desperately sought. I reached out to a local medium, a woman named Maria, who specialized in communicating with lost souls. Together, we returned to the final station, determined to help Clara find peace. The night of the ritual was cold and still, the subway platform bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. Maria and I set up a small altar with candles, flowers, and a photograph of Clara that I had found in the archives. We began to chant softly, our voices intertwining as we called out to her spirit, inviting her to communicate. At first, there was no response. The platform remained silent, the only sound the distant rumble of passing trains. But as we continued, the air grew colder, the temperature dropping sharply as if the very essence of Clara's sorrow had filled the space. Suddenly, the lights flickered, casting long, eerie shadows across the platform. The air shimmered with a spectral energy, and the soft, anguished cries of the man in black filled the space. Clara's apparition appeared before us, her eyes filled with an unbearable sadness, her form ethereal and translucent. "Daniel," she whispered, her voice a haunting melody that resonated deep within me. "I've been waiting." Tears welled up in my eyes as I stepped forward, reaching out a hand in a gesture of comfort. "Clara," I said softly, "I'm here to help you. You don't have to wait anymore." Maria began to chant louder, her voice steady and compassionate. I felt a surge of empathy, understanding the depth of Clara's pain and the endless wait for a love that had been cut short. Together, we continued our prayers, offering our support and compassion to her restless spirit. As we spoke, Clara's apparition began to glow with a soft, warm light. Her eyes met mine, and I felt a profound sense of peace wash over me. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice filled with gratitude. "I can finally let go." With those final words, Clara's spirit began to ascend, her form dissolving into the light that filled the platform. The temperature rose, the oppressive cold lifting as the shadows dissipated. The whispers and cries faded away, replaced by a serene silence that signified the end of her eternal wait. In the weeks that followed, the strange occurrences ceased entirely. The subway line felt lighter. The lingering sorrow of Clara's spirit finally laid to rest. Passengers began to notice the change, commenting on the newfound sense of calm that now permeated the final station. I continued my night shifts with a deeper understanding of the thin veil between the living and the dead, and the importance of compassion in easing the pain of those who couldn't move on. The memory of Clara's sorrow and the night we helped her find peace remained with me, a haunting reminder of the enduring power of empathy and the mysteries that lie just beyond the edges of our reality. But sometimes, late at night, when the subway tunnels echo with the soft hum of passing trains, I catch a faint whisper of gratitude carried on the breeze, a gentle reminder that some spirits never truly fade and that every cry deserves to be heard and remembered. Story number 49. Whispers of Union Square. I've always found solace in the quiet rhythm of my nightly duties. As the janitor of Union Square Station, I've seen the city's heartbeat slow to a steady thump while most of the world above slumbers. The station, a sprawling nexus of steel and concrete, stands as a testament to the city's relentless pulse. But beneath its polished surface lies a labyrinth of stories best left untold. It was on one such cold December night that I encountered a presence that would forever alter my perception of reality. The night had settled in early, the winter air biting through the gaps in my coat as I made my rounds. Union Square was a hub of activity, even at this hour, with the occasional late-night traveler or two seeking refuge from the chill. The platform was dimly lit, shadows dancing along the walls as the flickering lights cast eerie patterns on the tiled floor. I pushed my cart down the corridor, the soft squeak of the wheels the only sound breaking the silence. As I reached the edge of the platform, where the tracks lay exposed beneath a glass barrier, I felt a familiar sense of unease. The area was rarely busy at this hour, and the oppressive stillness seemed to amplify every creak and groan of the aging infrastructure. I paused, glancing around to ensure I wasn't alone. The station was deserted, the only movement coming from the occasional sway of a distant tree branch outside the window. That's when I saw him, a man standing at the far end of the tracks, his figure stark against the darkened background. He was dressed in clothes that seemed centuries out of place. A long, dark coat that brushed the tops of his shoes, a wide-brimmed hat casting a shadow over his face. His posture was rigid, and he stood motionless, staring intently down the tracks as if waiting for something or someone. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light, a reflection or a shadow playing games with my tired eyes. But as I watched, the man's presence remained unervingly consistent, unwavering despite the movement of the world around him. My heart began to race, a primal fear taking hold as I debated whether to approach or retreat. Gathering my courage, I decided to investigate. The cold seeped into my bones as I walked closer, the chill of the night air contrasting sharply with the warmth of the station. Each step felt heavier than the last, the silence pressing in on me from all sides. As I drew nearer, the man's features became clearer, though still obscured by the darkness of his attire. His eyes, or what should have been his eyes, were hollow, empty voids that seemed to pull me in. "Can I help you?" I called out, my voice wavering slightly in the stillness. He didn't respond. Instead, he tilted his head slightly, as if acknowledging my presence but choosing not to engage. I reached out a hand, feeling an inexplicable urge to touch him, to bridge the gap between our worlds. But before my fingers could make contact, the temperature around me dropped precipitously, a wave of cold washing over the platform. I shivered, pulling my coat tighter around me, my breath visible in the frigid air. The man began to fade, his form becoming translucent, blending seamlessly with the shadows. Panic surged through me as I took a step back, only to see him disappear entirely, leaving behind an overwhelming sense of loss and sorrow. Stunned, I stood there for a moment, trying to process what had just happened. The station remained silent, the only evidence of his existence the lingering chill and the faint echo of his presence. I glanced around, half expecting to see him reappear, but the platform was as empty as before. Shaken, I made my way back to the main hall, my mind racing with questions. Who was he? Why was he here? And most importantly, why did his presence feel so achingly familiar, as if he was a part of something I couldn't quite grasp? The following day, curiosity gnawed at me. I decided to delve into the history of Union Square Station, hoping to uncover any clues that might explain the apparition I had encountered. The local library became my sanctuary, where I pored over old newspaper clippings and faded photographs. What I discovered was a tale of tragedy and loss that sent chills down my spine. Decades ago, Union Square had been the site of a devastating accident, a derailment caused by a faulty signal that resulted in the deaths of several passengers. Among the victims was a man named Thomas Everett, a dedicated worker at the station known for his kindness and unwavering commitment. On that fateful night, he had been on duty, ensuring the trains ran smoothly, when disaster struck. His body was never fully recovered, and rumors began to circulate about his restless spirit, forever haunting the very place where his life had been cut short. As I read through the accounts, the pieces began to fit together. The man I had seen was Thomas Everett, his spirit unable to move on, trapped in a perpetual state of waiting and sorrow. His presence at the station was a lingering reminder of the tragedy that had once unfolded, his unresolved grief manifesting in the form of a ghostly apparition. Determined to help him find peace, I reached out to a local medium, a woman named Maria, who specialized in communicating with restless spirits. Together, we returned to Union Square on a cold, clear night, armed with candles, incense, and a deep sense of empathy. We set up a small altar near the tracks, our voices soft and soothing as we called out to Thomas, offering our support and understanding. As we began to chant, the air grew thick with an ethereal energy, the shadows of the night seemingly coming alive around us. The temperature dropped once more, the cold intensifying as if responding to our presence. Suddenly, the apparition of Thomas Everett appeared before us, his hollow eyes meeting ours with a mixture of sorrow and longing. "I can't move on," he whispered, his voice a haunting melody that echoed through the station. "I'm still waiting." Maria stepped forward, her voice gentle and compassionate. "Thomas, we're here to help you. You don't have to wait anymore. Let us guide you to peace." Thomas reached out a hand, his fingers barely touching the air between us. The pain in his eyes was palpable, a silent plea for release from his eternal vigil. I felt a surge of empathy, understanding the depth of his suffering and the weight of his unresolved grief. As we continued our prayers, the oppressive cold began to lift, replaced by a warm, comforting energy that filled the station. The apparition of Thomas Everett softened, his form becoming more defined, his sorrowful expression slowly transforming into one of gratitude. "Thank you," he whispered, his voice filled with a sense of relief and acceptance. "I can finally rest." With those final words, Thomas's spirit began to ascend, his form dissolving into the light that now bathed the platform. The lingering chill dissipated, leaving behind a serene silence that signified the end of his torment. Maria and I stood there, watching as the remnants of his presence faded away, a sense of peace settling over Union Square Station. In the days that followed, the station felt different, lighter, more welcoming, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. The stories of hauntings and restless spirits faded into the background, replaced by the everyday rhythm of commuters and travelers. But for me, the memory of that night remained, a haunting reminder of the thin veil between the living and the dead, and the enduring power of compassion in easing the pain of those who cannot move on. Sometimes, late at night, as I make my rounds through the now peaceful corridors of Union Square, I catch a faint whisper on the wind, a soft, lingering echo of gratitude carried on the breeze. It's a gentle reminder that some spirits never truly fade, and that every cry deserves to be heard and remembered. Story number 50. Echoes at Spirit Lake. I've always been drawn to the serenity of lakes nestled within dense forests, their tranquil waters reflecting the untouched beauty of nature. Spirit Lake, with its crystal-clear surface and encircling pines, was the perfect escape from the chaos of everyday life. When my friends Tom, Sarah, Lisa, and Jake and I decided to spend a weekend camping there, we envisioned peaceful nights under star-studded skies and days filled with hiking and laughter. Little did we know, Spirit Lake held secrets far darker than any of us could imagine. We arrived on a crisp Friday afternoon, the sun casting a golden hue over the snow-capped peaks that framed the lake. The air was fresh, filled with the scent of pine and the distant sound of birdsong. Setting up our campsite was straightforward. We found a flat area near the water's edge, perfect for pitching tents and building a fire. As dusk approached, we gathered around the fire, sharing stories and roasting marshmallows. The warmth of the flames a comforting contrast to the chill in the air. That night, the sky was a blanket of deep indigo, dotted with countless stars that seemed to twinkle with a life of their own. The lake mirrored the heavens, creating an illusion of infinite space. We settled into our tents, the sounds of the forest lulling us into a restless sleep. It wasn't until the witching hour that the tranquility was shattered. A faint rustling echoed through the trees, a sound that seemed out of place in the stillness of the night. Jake, ever the adventurous one, was the first to stir. "Did you guys hear that?" he whispered, his voice tinged with unease. Tom, our unofficial leader, responded first. "Probably just an animal. Don't worry about it." But the noise persisted, growing louder and more deliberate. It was a heavy, deliberate thudding, as if something large was moving through the forest. My heart pounded in my chest as I exchanged worried glances with Sarah and Lisa. "Maybe someone else is out here," Sarah suggested, her voice barely audible. We decided to investigate, grabbing our flashlights and cautiously stepping out of our tents. The cold night air bit at our skin, and the light from our torches cast long, eerie shadows among the trees. The sound seemed to be circling our campsite, making it impossible to determine its direction. As we moved closer to the source, the thudding grew more pronounced, synchronized with a low, guttural growl that sent chills down our spines. Suddenly, a massive silhouette emerged from the darkness, standing at the edge of the lake. It was humanoid but unnaturally tall and broad, covered in thick, matted fur that blended seamlessly with the surrounding wilderness. The creature's eyes glowed a sinister red, piercing through the night like two burning embers. We froze, unable to comprehend what we were seeing. The creature stood motionless, its gaze fixed intensely on us. Time seemed to stand still as we exchanged terrified glances, our minds racing with fear and disbelief. "What is that thing?" Jake managed to choke out, his voice shaking, before anyone could respond. The creature let out a deafening roar, a sound that reverberated through the forest and made the very ground tremble beneath our feet. It began to move, each step causing the earth to shake, the snow beneath its feet crunching loudly. We turned to run, adrenaline propelling us forward as we sprinted back to our campsite. The creature in hot pursuit. Panic surged through me as we fumbled to pack up our gear, the sound of the creature's growls growing louder with each passing second. The forest seemed to close in around us, the trees whipping in the wind as if trying to impede our escape. I could hear Tom's frantic breathing behind me, Sarah's terrified screams, and Jake's desperate calls for us to keep moving. We burst into the campsite, scattering in different directions, hoping to confuse whatever was chasing us. My legs burned as I ran towards the trailhead, the lake's dark waters reflecting the chaos unfolding around me. The creature was relentless, its red eyes burning with an unholy intensity, its growls echoing in my ears. Just as I thought I couldn't run any further, I stumbled onto the main trail, the path illuminated by the first light of dawn. Exhausted and terrified, I looked back to see the creature standing at the edge of the forest, watching us with those malevolent eyes. It let out one final roar before retreating into the shadows, disappearing as quickly as it had appeared. Breathless and shaken, I made my way back to the campsite, where I found my friends huddled together, their faces pale and eyes wide with fear. "We need to leave," Tom insisted, his voice shaky but determined. "Now." We packed up our gear in silence, the memory of that night etched into our minds. As we drove away from Spirit Lake, the sun rose fully, casting a warm glow over the serene landscape that now felt tainted by the horrors we had witnessed. The peaceful facade of the lake was forever marred by the presence of that monstrous figure, its haunting red eyes lingering in our nightmares. Back in civilization, our story was met with skepticism and disbelief. Friends and family listened in stunned silence, struggling to understand what we had experienced. Local authorities dismissed it as a shared hallucination brought on by the stress of the storm and isolation. But we knew the truth. Spirit Lake held a darkness that defied explanation, a malevolent force lurking beneath its tranquil surface. Determined to uncover the origins of the creature, I delved into local legends and historical records. I discovered tales of an ancient guardian spirit, a protector of the forest who had been corrupted by years of neglect and encroachment. According to the lore, the spirit had taken on a monstrous form, its red eyes symbolizing the blood it had shed in its anger and sorrow. The more I learned, the more convinced I became that what we had encountered was no ordinary animal, but a vengeful spirit bound to the land. I reached out to historians, spiritual leaders, and even paranormal experts, hoping to find a way to appease the creature and bring peace to Spirit Lake. But the answers were elusive, the darkness of the forest holding its secrets tightly. Years passed, but the memory of that night never faded. Every time I looked at a serene lake or heard the rustle of trees in the wind, I couldn't help but feel a lingering sense of fear and respect for the untamed wilderness. Spirit Lake remained a place of mystery, its calm waters concealing the horrors that lay beneath. One winter evening, driven by a need for closure, I returned to Spirit Lake with a sense of purpose. Armed with candles, offerings, and a deep respect for the land, I set up a small shrine by the lakeshore. "I'm sorry for intruding," I whispered into the cold night air. "Please, find peace." As the night grew colder, the wind picked up, and the forest seemed to come alive around me. The surface of the lake shimmered under the moonlight, and for a moment, I thought I saw the reflection of those glowing red eyes. But instead of fear, there was a profound sense of sadness and longing. The air grew still, and a soft, mournful melody filled the night, echoing through the trees. It was as if the forest itself was singing a lullaby to soothe the restless spirit. I sat in silence, feeling the weight of years of sorrow lift, replaced by a sense of calm and understanding. In that moment, I realized that the darkness we encountered was not just a manifestation of fear, but a plea for recognition and respect. Spirit Lake's guardian had been forgotten, its existence overshadowed by human progress and indifference. By acknowledging its presence and offering our respect, we had honored its legacy and helped it find the peace it so desperately sought. As I packed up to leave, the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, casting a warm glow on the serene landscape. The lake, once a place of haunting memories, now felt like a sanctuary, its waters reflecting the hope and healing that had been achieved. The legend of the red-eyed creature remained, but it was now a story of sorrow, respect, and the enduring power of nature's guardians. Driving away from Spirit Lake, I felt a profound sense of closure. The horrors of that night were now a part of my story, a testament to the mysteries that lie within the wilderness and the importance of honoring the spirits that protect them. Spirit Lake remained a place of beauty and darkness, a reminder that some places hold secrets better left undisturbed, their echoes lingering in the stillness of the night. If you ever find yourself near a serene lake surrounded by dense forests, remember the tale of Spirit Lake. Approach with respect and humility, for the guardians of these lands watch silently, their presence a reminder of the delicate balance between humanity and nature. The next time you hear a heavy thud or catch a glimpse of glowing eyes in the darkness, know that you are in the presence of something ancient and powerful, deserving of your respect and understanding. Story number 51. Echoes from the Summit. I've always been drawn to mountains, their silent majesty, the way they dominate the landscape, and the sense of isolation they offer. Mount Rainier, with its towering peak cloaked in snow and ice, was no exception. As an avid climber and freelance writer, I sought both adventure and inspiration in its rugged terrains. This winter, I decided to join a group of fellow enthusiasts for a weekend ascent, hoping to capture the essence of Rainier's winter solitude. Our group consisted of 5 seasoned climbers: Mike, our leader, whose experience was unmatched; Sarah, a geologist with a keen eye for detail; Tom, an avid photographer always ready to capture the perfect shot; Lisa, a wildlife biologist fascinated by alpine ecosystems; and me, Ben, the chronicler eager to document our journey. We set up camp on Friday evening, the sky a canvas of deep purples and blues as the sun dipped below the horizon. The air was crisp, the scent of pine mingling with the earthy aroma of the forest floor. As night settled, we huddled around a small fire, sharing stories and plans for the ascent the following day. Mike outlined our route, emphasizing the importance of staying together and being prepared for the harsh winter conditions. We listened intently, the flickering flames casting long shadows on our faces. Exhausted yet excited, we retired to our tents, the sounds of the forest lulling us into a restless sleep. Saturday morning greeted us with a blanket of fresh snow. The landscape transformed into a pristine, white expanse. The climb was challenging but exhilarating, the crisp air invigorating our spirits as we navigated the treacherous slopes. Hours passed, the sun climbing higher, casting a brilliant light on the glistening snow. By late afternoon, we reached a precarious ledge overlooking a deep crevasse. The view was breathtaking, the vastness of Mount Rainier stretching out before us, its peaks piercing the sky. We took a moment to rest, our breaths visible in the cold air, enjoying the serene beauty surrounding us. That's when it happened. A low, guttural growl echoed through the silence, reverberating off the icy walls. It was an unsettling sound, one that didn't belong to any known wildlife in the area. We exchanged nervous glances, the growl repeating itself, growing louder and more menacing. "Did you hear that?" Lisa whispered, her eyes wide with fear. Mike nodded cautiously. "Stay calm. It's probably just an animal. But we need to be prepared." We strained our ears, trying to locate the source of the sound. The forest around us seemed to close in, the shadows deepening as the day transitioned into dusk. The temperature dropped sharply, the wind picking up, carrying with it an icy chill that cut through our layers. Tom, ever the photographer, raised his camera, hoping to capture the elusive creature that had disturbed our tranquility. "Maybe it's a mountain lion or a wolf," he suggested, though his voice lacked conviction. As the sun began to set, the growls intensified, morphing into eerie, almost human-like moans. The moon emerged from behind the clouds, casting a pale light that made the snow shimmer with an otherworldly glow. We decided to push forward, our determination outweighing the growing unease. Halfway up the mountain, we stumbled upon a clearing illuminated by moonlight. There, standing at the center, was a towering figure clad in tattered garments, its eyes glowing a fierce red that seemed to pierce the darkness. The creature was enormous, its presence both terrifying and awe-inspiring. blending seamlessly with the snowy surroundings despite its otherworldly appearance. Mike took a step forward, his voice steady. "Who are you? What do you want?" The figure remained silent, his glowing eyes fixed on us. A sudden gust of wind howled through the clearing, carrying with it the scent of something foul, decay and earth. The temperature plummeted further, our breaths turning to frost as fear began to take hold. Without warning, the creature lunged forward, its massive form moving with unnatural speed. We scrambled to retreat, the ground beneath us crumbling as we desperately tried to escape. The growls turned into blood-curdling screams, echoing through the forest like the cries of the damned. We raced back down the mountain, the darkness now a living entity pressing in on us from all sides. The creature's presence seemed to follow, its red eyes glowing menacingly in the distance, watching our every move. The footprints it left behind were enormous, clawed impressions that sank deep into the snow, a haunting reminder of its terrifying encounter. As we reached our base camp, the storm broke, unleashing a torrent of rain and snow that obscured our path. Exhausted and shaken, we huddled together, the memory of the red-eyed figure etched into our minds. The fire's warmth was a small comfort against the lingering fear, but the sense of being watched never fully dissipated. That night, as I lay in my tent, the sounds of the storm outside were drowned out by the echoes of that night's horrors. The growls, the screams, the unrelenting presence of the creature haunted my dreams, the line between reality and nightmare blurring in the cold, dark hours of the night. Weeks later, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed us back from the mountain. Strange noises plagued my nights, whispers carried by the wind, shadows moving just beyond the corner of my vision. I became obsessed with the encounter, digging deeper into the lore of Mount Rainier, uncovering stories of ancient spirits and forgotten tragedies that spoke of restless souls forever bound to the mountain's icy embrace. One evening, driven by a need for closure, I returned to the base camp alone, the memory of the creature's red eyes burning in my mind. The snow had receded, leaving behind a landscape of quiet stillness, the mountain standing tall and imposing against the night sky. I set up a small altar, placing a candle and some offerings, items that symbolized our respect and acknowledgement of the mountain's dark secrets. As the candle flickered, casting long shadows on the snow, I felt a presence beside me. Turning slowly, I saw the figure once more, its red eyes softening, the fierce glow fading into a gentle warmth. It stood there, no longer a menacing beast but a sorrowful spirit seeking understanding. "You came back," it whispered, the voice echoing like the wind through the pines. "You remembered us." I nodded, my voice barely above a whisper. "I want to help you find peace." The spirit reached out, his form shimmering like the aurora, the icy chill replaced by a soothing warmth. "Thank you," it whispered, its eyes now filled with gratitude rather than rage. "Remember our stories. Keep our memories alive." With that, the spirit began to fade, its presence dissolving into the night as the first light of dawn broke over Mount Rainier. The oppressive darkness lifted, leaving behind a sense of calm and closure that had eluded us all night. Driving away from the base camp that morning, the mountain stood serene and majestic, the horrors of the night now a part of its enduring legacy. The footprints we had left behind were gone, erased by the snow's gentle embrace, a testament to the power of remembrance and respect. Mount Rainier remains a place of legend and mystery, its silent peaks holding the memories of those who have walked its trails. My encounter taught me that some mountains are more than just natural wonders. They are sentient entities, guardians of ancient secrets and restless spirits yearning for peace. If you ever find yourself climbing Mount Rainier on a cold winter night, remember the tales of the red-eyed spirit. Approach with respect and empathy, for the mountain's whispers are not just echoes of the past but pleas for remembrance and understanding. The line between the living and the dead is thin here, and sometimes, all it takes to bridge the gap is a moment of compassion and a willingness to listen. Story number 52. footsteps in the snow at Snoqualmie Pass. I've always been drawn to the mountains, their towering peaks and untouched snow offering a sense of peace that city life sorely lacks. When my wife, Emily, and our two kids, Sarah and Jake, decided to spend a weekend snowboarding at Snoqualmie Pass, I welcomed the chance to escape our hectic routines and immerse ourselves in nature. Little did we know, the pass held secrets that would forever change our perception of the wilderness. We arrived on Friday afternoon, the sun beginning its descent behind the rugged skyline. The air was crisp, filled with the scent of pine and the distant sound of rushing water. Our cabin, nestled on the edge of a dense forest, was perfect, a cozy refuge with large windows overlooking the pristine slopes. As we settled in, excitement buzzed through the house, the kids eager to hit the trails the next morning. Saturday dawned bright and clear, the snow glistening under the winter sun. We spent the day shredding the slopes, the exhilaration of carving through fresh powder making us feel invincible. As evening approached, we returned to the cabin, our bodies tired but our spirits high. We shared stories by the fireplace, the warmth and laughter creating a comforting bubble against the encroaching night. After dinner, we decided to take a short walk around the property, enjoying the tranquility of the snow-covered landscape. The sky was a deep indigo, dotted with stars that seemed to twinkle in the silence. As we walked, Jake, always the curious one, pointed out something unusual. "Look, Dad," he said, his voice tinged with excitement. "There are footprints leading into the woods." I glanced down and saw it large, deep impressions in the snow that couldn't possibly belong to any of us. They were too big, too wide, and the spacing was off. Emily and Sarah exchanged worried looks, while Jake seemed fascinated. "Should we follow them?" Emily asked, her brow furrowed. I hesitated, a nagging unease settling in my stomach. "I don't know, guys. It might be best to stay close to the cabin." But curiosity got the better of us. We decided to follow the footprints, moving cautiously into the dense forest. The trees loomed overhead, their branches heavy with snow, creating a tunnel of white that seemed to swallow us whole. The footprints led us deeper into the woods, the only sounds our crunching boots and the distant call of an owl. After about half an hour, the footprints stopped abruptly. We stood in a small clearing, the moonlight casting eerie shadows on the snow. That's when I felt it, a prickling sensation at the base of my neck, the unmistakable feeling of being watched. I turned to look around, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. "Maybe it's an animal," I suggested, trying to sound reassuring. Emily nodded, though her eyes betrayed her fear. "Let's head back." As we turned to leave, Sarah gasped. "Look!" She pointed towards the edge of the clearing. There, standing just beyond the tree line, was a figure, tall and imposing. It was covered in what looked like thick, matted fur. Its eyes, however, were what sent chills down my spine, glowing red, piercing through the darkness. We froze, the air growing colder, our breaths visible in the frigid night. The creature stood motionless, its gaze fixed on us with an intensity that felt almost sentient. I could hear my heart pounding in my ears, the rest of the world fading away as fear took hold. "Should we run?" Jake whispered, clutching Emily's hand tightly. Before I could respond, the creature began to move, slow and deliberate steps crunching through the snow towards us. The red eyes never left mine, their malevolent glow sending waves of terror through my body. I grabbed Emily's arm, pulling her and the kids towards the cabin. "Move! Now!" I shouted, adrenaline surging as we sprinted back through the forest. The creature followed, its presence looming over us like a dark omen. Branches whipped against our faces, the snow blinding our vision, but we pushed forward, desperate to reach the safety of our cabin. We burst through the door, slamming it shut behind us. The creature stopped at the edge of the clearing, its red eyes staring through the window, a low growl rumbling from its throat. My heart raced as I realized the cabin was our only refuge. But how could we stay safe with something so terrifying just outside? Emily grabbed the phone, dialing 911 with shaking hands. We saw something out there. It was huge, covered in fur, with glowing red eyes. Please, send help. The operator's voice was calm, but I could hear the doubt in her tone. Can you describe it? Any details that might help us identify it? I struggled to find the words, my mind blank with fear. It was not human. It was too big, too strong. And those eyes, they were glowing red. After hanging up, we sat in stunned silence. The only sounds our ragged breathing and the distant growl of the creature. Hours passed with no sign of help. The storm still raging outside. We huddled together, the warmth of the cabin doing little to quell the cold fear that had settled in our hearts. As midnight approached, the creature seemed to lose interest, his presence fading into the night. The red eyes blinked out one by one, the malevolent glow extinguishing until the woods were silent once more. Exhausted and traumatized, we fell into a restless sleep, the events of the night replaying in our minds. Sunday morning brought a sense of relief as the storm finally subsided. We cautiously opened the cabin door, the morning sun casting a hopeful light over the snow. The footprints had vanished, leaving no trace of the creature's existence. We packed up and left Snoqualmie Pass, the memory of that night etched into our souls. Back in the city, our story was met with skepticism. Friends and family listened in disbelief, unable to comprehend what we had encountered. The local authorities found no evidence of the creature, dismissing our tale as a product of our imagination fueled by isolation and fear. But we knew what we had seen, the glowing red eyes, the towering figure lurking in the woods, the deep footprints leading into the darkness. Months passed, but the fear never truly left us. Late at night, we'd hear noises outside our windows, the sound of heavy footsteps crunching through the snow, or the distant howl of the wind that seemed almost like a cry for help. The children spoke of shadows moving just beyond their vision, while Emily and I struggled with sleepless nights, our minds haunted by the encounter. One evening, years later, I found myself returning to Snoqualmie Pass, driven by a need to understand what had happened. Armed with better equipment and a newfound determination, I decided to explore the area where we had first discovered the footprints. The forest was silent, the snow untouched since that fateful night. As I trekked through the familiar trail, the memories flooded back, each step echoing the terror we had faced. The footprints were gone, just as we had left them, but the feeling of being watched was as strong as ever. I reached the clearing, standing in the spot where the creature had appeared. The air was cold, the silence oppressive, but there was a sense of closure I couldn't quite grasp. Suddenly, a soft growl broke the silence, followed by the unmistakable sound of footsteps. My heart raced as I turned to see the creature once more, its red eyes burning with a haunting sorrow rather than malevolence. It stood there, not as a predator, but as a lost soul yearning for understanding. I took a deep breath, stepping forward slowly. "I'm sorry for what happened," I whispered, my voice barely audible. "I want to help you find peace." The creature paused, its gaze meeting mine with an intensity that spoke of centuries of pain and longing. Then, as if understanding my intent, turned and began to walk away, the footprints leading back into the depths of the forest. I watched as it disappeared into the trees, a sense of calm washing over me. That night, I returned home with a sense of purpose, knowing that some mysteries are meant to be understood, not feared. The memory of the red-eyed creature at Snoqualmie Pass remains a testament to the unknown forces that dwell within nature, waiting to be acknowledged and respected. If you ever find yourself traversing the snowy trails of Snoqualmie Pass, remember our story. Approach the wilderness with respect and empathy, for the spirits that linger are not just figments of imagination but echoes of lives once lived, yearning to be heard and remembered. Story number 53. The Encounter at Mount Baker. Mount Baker has always been a place of pristine beauty, a sanctuary where the wildness of nature collides with the serenity of snow-covered peaks. For years, my girlfriend, Rachel, and I sought refuge there from the monotony of city life, finding solace in its vastness and solitude. But on one fateful hike, our love for the wilderness was tested by something far beyond the realm of the natural. It was late November, the first heavy snowfall of the season blanketing the mountain trails. The air was sharp and invigorating, each breath filling our lungs with the unmistakable scent of pine and frost. Rachel and I had planned this hike for months, eager to escape the world and immerse ourselves in the untouched beauty of Mount Baker. We started early, the sun casting a golden glow over the snowy expanse as it peaked over the horizon. The trail was quiet, the only sounds our boots crunching on the snow and the occasional chirp of a bird. We talked about everything and nothing, the conversation flowing as effortlessly as the streams we crossed. About 3 hours into our hike, we decided to take a break near a ridge that overlooked a frozen lake. The view was breathtaking, the crystalline surface of the lake reflecting the towering peaks that surrounded it, the sky a deep azure. We sat in silence, absorbing the moment, until a sound shattered the tranquility. It was a low, guttural howl, resonating through the valley with an intensity that made my skin crawl. It wasn't like anything I'd heard before. Not a wolf, not the wind, but something primal and menacing. Rachel froze, her wide eyes locking onto mine. "What was that?" she whispered, her voice trembling. I shook my head, my pulse quickening. "I don't know. Maybe an animal. Let's stay calm." The howling came again, louder this time, closer. It echoed off the mountains, creating an unsettling symphony that seemed to envelop us. Against my better judgment, I decided to investigate, curiosity battling with the creeping sense of dread. Rachel reluctantly followed, her hand clutching mine tightly. As we approached the source of the sound, the air grew colder, the forest eerily silent save for the crunch of our boots on the snow. The trees became denser, their gnarled branches forming a canopy that blocked out the weak sunlight. My breath fogged in the frigid air, and I could feel Rachel's grip tighten with each step. Then we saw it, in a small clearing, partially obscured by the shadows of the towering evergreens, stood a massive figure. It was covered in thick, matted fur that glistened with frost, its hunched frame exuding an unnatural strength. It was dragging a tree trunk through the snow, its sheer size making the task seem effortless. The creature's head was low, its broad shoulders heaving with exertion as it moved with a deliberate, almost methodical rhythm. We stood frozen, too terrified to move or make a sound. The creature suddenly stopped, its head snapping up as if sensing our presence. Slowly, turned to face us, revealing a face that was both alien and familiar, a grotesque fusion of primal features and human-like intelligence. Its eyes glowed an eerie yellow, piercing through the shadows and locking onto ours. For a moment, time stood still. The world seemed to shrink, the only reality the gaze of that monstrous being. Then, without warning, it let out a deafening roar, a sound so guttural and primal that it reverberated through my very bones. "Run," I managed to whisper, grabbing Rachel's hand and pulling her back the way we came. We sprinted through the forest, the trees blurring as adrenaline took over. Behind us, the creature's heavy footsteps thundered through the snow, a relentless pursuit that seemed to close the distance with every step. Branches whipped against our faces, and the cold air burned our lungs. But we didn't stop, driven by sheer terror. When we finally reached the ridge where we had stopped earlier, the footsteps ceased. I turned, expecting to see the creature emerging from the trees. But there was nothing, only the silent expanse of the snow-covered forest. Rachel collapsed onto the ground, her breaths coming in ragged gasps. "Did it stop?" she asked, her voice barely audible. I nodded, though I wasn't convinced. The oppressive feeling of being watched lingered, a sensation that sent shivers down my spine despite the freezing temperature. "Let's get back to the car," I said, helping her to her feet. The hike back was torturous. Every snap of a branch, every gust of wind sent waves of panic through us. The forest, once a place of beauty and solace, now felt alive with unseen eyes. The sense of being hunted was inescapable, a heavy presence that loomed over us like a storm cloud. When we finally reached the trailhead, the sun was dipping below the horizon, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch out towards us. Our car was the only vehicle in the lot, its presence a small beacon of safety in an otherwise hostile environment. We climbed in, locking the doors and sitting in silence for a moment, our breaths visible in the cold air. As I started the engine, Rachel looked out the window, her face pale. "It's still watching us," she whispered. I followed her gaze, my heart sinking as I saw the creature standing at the edge of the forest, partially hidden among the trees. Its glowing eyes burned like twin beacons in the darkness, fixed on us with an intensity that made my stomach churn. I slammed the car into gear and sped down the road, the tires skidding slightly on the icy pavement. The drive back to civilization was a blur, the weight of the encounter pressing down on us. Even after we reached the safety of our apartment, the fear lingered, a shadow that refused to lift. Rachel couldn't sleep, her dreams plagued by visions of the creature's yellow eyes and guttural roars. I spent hours researching local legends, desperate for an explanation. What I found only deepened the mystery. Tales of a hulking, fur-covered being known as the Watcher of Baker had circulated among locals for decades. Some claimed it was a guardian spirit, protecting the forest from intruders. Others believed it was a malevolent entity, preying on those who ventured too deep into its territory. But one detail was consistent across all accounts. Once you encountered the Watcher, it never truly left you. Months passed, but the memories of that day never faded. Rachel and I avoided the mountains, opting instead for the safety of crowded parks and familiar trails. Yet, the feeling of being watched persisted, a constant reminder of the eyes that had followed us through the forest. One evening, as I was walking home from work, I felt it again, that oppressive presence, the weight of unseen eyes. I turned, expecting to see the familiar glow of yellow eyes in the shadows. But there was nothing, only the quiet hum of the city and the distant sound of traffic. I knew then that the Watcher was still with us, its gaze a silent reminder of the boundaries we had crossed and the wildness we had dared to confront. Mount Baker remained a place of beauty and terror, its towering peaks hiding secrets that were never meant to be uncovered. If you ever find yourself hiking through the forests of Mount Baker, remember our story, respect the land, tread lightly, and never venture too far into the unknown. For the Watcher of Baker still roams the woods, its yellow eyes burning with an ancient, otherworldly fire, always observing, always waiting, and once it has seen you, it never forgets. Story number 54. The Night Hunter of Gifford Pinchot. Driving through the dense expanse of Gifford Pinchot National Forest has always been a solitary experience for me. As a long-haul trucker, my life revolves around the endless highways that slice through America's most remote landscapes. The quiet solitude of the forest, the towering pines dusted with snow, and the rhythmic hum of my engine provide a sense of peace that contrasts sharply with the chaos of city life. But one winter night, that peace was shattered by an encounter that still haunts my dreams. It was December, the cold biting into my bones despite the layers of thermal wear. I had been delivering supplies to a remote logging camp nestled deep within the forest. The roads were slick with ice, and visibility was poor, swallowed by the heavy snowfall that had begun late the previous night. My headlights barely penetrated the thick white blanket, making every mile a cautious endeavor. As midnight approached, I found myself navigating a particularly narrow stretch of Route 530, a seldom used path that snaked through the heart of the forest. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the occasional creak of branches weighed down by snow and the distant call of an owl. My thoughts drifted to my family, the warmth of home a stark contrast to the frigid wilderness surrounding me. That's when I saw it. A massive shape stood at the edge of the road, partially obscured by the falling snow. At first glance, I thought it was an animal, perhaps a moose or a bear. But as I drew closer, the contours became unnervingly humanoid. My heart pounded in my chest as I slowed the truck to a crawl, the headlights revealing more of the figure's imposing stature. It was tall, easily over 7 feet, with broad shoulders and limbs that seemed too long for any known creature. But what stopped me cold were its eyes, glowing a fierce, unnatural red that pierced through the darkness like 2 burning embers. They fixed me with an intensity that made my skin crawl, a silent challenge hanging in the frigid air. I slammed on the brakes, the truck skidding slightly on the icy pavement. The figure took a step forward, the snow crunching underfoot, but it didn't move towards me. Instead, it stood motionless, its gaze unwavering. The wind howled around us, the only sound the tense silence that now enveloped the scene, summoning every ounce of courage. I rolled down the window, the cold air biting at my face. "Do you need a ride?" I called out, my voice wavering despite my attempts to keep it steady. There was no response, only the deep, resonant growl that emanated from the creature's throat. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my nerves. "Where are you going?" I asked, my eyes never leaving those haunting red orbs. The creature tilted its head slightly, a gesture that somehow conveyed both curiosity and sorrow. "Nowhere," it replied, its voice a guttural rumble that seemed to vibrate through the very air, confusion mixed with fear. "Then why are you here? What do you want?" Before I could utter another word, the creature turned away, its massive form moving with an eerie grace towards a nearby snow fence. Without warning, it leapt over the barrier effortlessly, the snow dispersing in a cloud of white as it vanished into the darkness as quickly as it had appeared. I sat frozen, the adrenaline coursing through my veins making it hard to breathe. Slowly, I realized I was alone, the only evidence of the encounter the lingering chill and the deep impressions it had left in the snow. Shaking, I started the engine and continued my journey, the image of those red eyes seared into my memory. The rest of the night passed in a blur, the encounter replaying in my mind like a twisted nightmare. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, the sense that something or someone was lurking just beyond the reach of my headlights. Every rustle in the trees, every distant howl, sent shivers down my spine, making it impossible to relax. By morning, I had reached the logging camp, the early sunlight offering a semblance of normalcy. As I unloaded the supplies, I couldn't help but glance towards the direction where the creature had vanished, half expecting to see it standing there once more. But the road was clear, the forest serene in the new day's light. Determined to make sense of what I had seen, I approached the camp's foreman, a grizzled man named Hank who had been in the business for decades. "Hank, did you see anything strange last night? A big creature?" "Maybe," I asked, trying to mask my lingering fear. Hank's eyes widened in recognition. "You saw the night hunter," he said gravely. "Not many have. It's a legend around here, said to be the spirit of a man who lost his life in a terrible accident on these roads years ago. They say his restless spirit hunts the forest, searching for something he can't find." I felt a chill despite the warmth of the morning sun. "What do you think it wants?" Hank shook his head. "No one really knows. Some say it's looking for justice. Others believe it's simply lost, wandering these woods for eternity. All I know is, you don't want to cross paths with it again." The night's encounter weighed heavily on me as I drove back home, the landscape now bathed in the soft light of dawn. I couldn't stop thinking about the night hunter, its red eyes a constant reminder of the thin veil between the living and the dead. Weeks turned into months, but the memory never faded. I became obsessed with uncovering the truth behind the legend, digging into old records and speaking with locals who had their own tales of the night hunter. Each story added another layer to the mystery, painting a picture of a man tormented by his past, his spirit forever bound to the forest he once called home. One chilly autumn evening, I decided to return to Gifford Pinchot, driven by a need to confront the unknown. Armed with a camera, a notebook, and a renewed sense of purpose, I ventured back onto Route 530, retracing my steps to the very spot where I had first encountered the night hunter. As night fell and the temperature plummeted, the forest transformed into a shadowy maze, the trees looming like silent sentinels. I set up a small camp near the snow fence, the same barrier that had witnessed the creature's elusive departure. The air was thick with anticipation, every sound amplified in the oppressive silence. Hours passed with nothing but the sound of my own breathing and the distant howl of the wind. Just as I was beginning to question my decision, a faint noise reached my ears, the same heavy footsteps from that night. My heart raced as I grabbed my flashlight, the beam cutting through the darkness. There it is, I whispered to myself, watching as the silhouette of the night hunter emerged from the shadows once more. Its red eyes glowed ominously, the same sorrowful yet menacing gaze that had left me paralyzed weeks ago. This time, however, I was prepared. I stepped out of my truck, holding up my camera in a gesture of peace. "I'm not here to harm you," I called out, my voice steady despite the fear gnawing at me. "I want to understand." The creature paused, its gaze locked onto mine. Slowly, it approached, the snow crunching under its massive feet. As it drew nearer, I noticed the details, deep lines etched into its face, eyes that seemed to hold centuries of pain, and an aura of sorrow that enveloped its form. "What do you want from me?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The night hunter stopped just a few feet away, its red eyes flickering with an emotion that bordered on despair. "I lost something," it replied, its voice echoing in my mind. "Something I can't find. Something that ties me to this world." I felt a pang of empathy, the weight of its eternal search pressing down on me. "Maybe I can help." "What did you lose?" It looked away, the night sky reflecting in its eyes. "Hope, a chance to make things right. But I'm trapped here, forever wandering these woods, unable to move on, determined to aid the restless spirit." I began to search for clues that might unravel the mystery of the night hunter. We spent hours together, me listening to its silent pleas, the forest around us a witness to our quest. Gradually, the pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place. Stories of a tragic accident, wrongful accusations, and a man whose spirit could not find peace until justice was served. As dawn broke, casting a golden light over the snow-covered landscape, I felt a shift in the air. The night hunter's presence seemed to soften, the red glow in its eyes dimming to a gentle warmth. "Thank you," it whispered, a sense of relief washing over it. "You've helped me find peace." With that, the creature began to fade, its form dissolving into the morning mist, leaving behind only the lingering sense of tranquility that had been absent for so long. I watched in awe as the night hunter vanished, a final act of gratitude marking the end of its eternal vigil. Driving away from Gifford Pinchot that morning, I felt a profound sense of closure. The legend of the night hunter was no longer a source of fear but a story of redemption and the enduring power of compassion. The roads through the forest remained as serene as ever, the haunting presence now a part of the mountain's silent history. Years have passed since that night, but the memory remains vivid, a testament to the thin line between the living and the dead, and the mysteries that lie within the heart of nature. Gifford Pinchot National Forest continues to be a place of beauty and solitude, its roads holding stories that wait to be discovered by those brave enough to seek them. If you ever find yourself driving through the dense woods of Gifford Pinchot on a cold winter night, remember the tale of the night hunter. Approach with respect and empathy, for the spirits that linger are not just figments of imagination but echoes of lives once lived, yearning to share their stories and find the peace they so desperately seek. Story number 55. The Shadow in Olympic Forest. I've always been drawn to the solitude that only the wilderness can offer. The Olympic Forest, with its dense canopy and untouched snowscapes, was my sanctuary from the cacophony of city life. My friend, Jake, and I had been planning this hunting trip for months, eager to escape the relentless pace of our everyday routines. Winter in the Pacific Northwest has its own charm: silent nights, the crunch of snow underfoot, and the crisp, invigorating air that fills your lungs with every breath. We arrived on a frigid Saturday morning, the sky a blanket of gray that threatened snow. Our trucks were loaded with gear, rifles, camping equipment, ample supplies to last us the weekend. Setting up camp wasn't too arduous. We found a secluded spot deep within the forest, surrounded by towering evergreens heavy with snow. The isolation was exactly what we needed. As the day progressed, we ventured out, tracking signs of deer and enjoying the peacefulness that only nature can provide. The sun dipped below the horizon faster than usual, cloaking the forest in darkness. We returned to camp, the flickering light of our lantern casting long shadows on the snow-covered ground. After dinner, we settled into our tents, the warmth of the sleeping bags contrasting sharply with the biting cold outside. The wind howled through the trees, a mournful sound that seemed to echo our own exhaustion. Just as we were drifting into sleep, a sound shattered the stillness, a heavy, deliberate thudding that seemed to circle our campsite. "Jake, did you hear that?" I whispered, my heart pounding in my chest. He nodded, eyes wide with alertness. "Yeah, sounds like footsteps, probably just a bear or something. Let's stay calm." We listened intently, the footsteps growing louder, closer. My mind raced with possibilities: wildlife, other hunters, or something else entirely. The thudding stopped abruptly, replaced by an eerie silence that felt unnatural. Gathering our courage, we decided to investigate. Bundling up, we approached the edge of our tent, flashlights cutting through the darkness. The snow glistened under the beam of light, revealing tracks that weren't our own: large, deep impressions that led into the surrounding woods and then abruptly stopped. "Maybe it got scared off," Jake suggested, trying to mask his unease. Before I could respond, the sound returned, this time accompanied by a low, guttural growl that resonated through the trees. My blood ran cold as a massive silhouette emerged from the shadows, a hulking figure covered in thick, matted fur. Its eyes glowed an unnatural red, piercing through the darkness with a malevolent intensity. I froze, unable to move, as the creature stood motionless for what felt like an eternity. Its gaze locked onto ours. Jake and I exchanged terrified glances, the realization dawning on us that this was no ordinary animal. "Jake, we need to leave. Now," I stammered, my voice barely audible over the creature's low growl. He grabbed my arm, pulling me back towards the tent. "Agreed. Let's go." We turned and sprinted back to our campsite, the creature's presence a heavy weight pressing down on us. As we reached the safety of our tents, the growling ceased abruptly, replaced by an oppressive silence. Our breaths came in ragged gasps, hearts hammering in our chests as we huddled together, the terror of the encounter overwhelming us. The rest of the night passed in a restless haze, sleep eluding us as we lay in our tents, minds replaying the horrifying image of the red-eyed creature. Dawn broke slowly, the forest bathed in a pale, wintry light that did little to dispel the lingering fear. Determined to understand what we had witnessed, Jake and I spent the morning scouring our campsite for any clues. We found the large, bloody footprints leading away from our tent, a stark reminder of the night's events. Exhausted but resolute, we decided to leave, eager to put the terrifying encounter behind us. As we packed up, Jake pulled out his phone, dialing the local ranger station to report the incident. The operator's voice was calm, but the skepticism in her tone was palpable. "A large, possibly aggressive animal? Are you sure? The forest is vast, and sightings like that are extremely rare. We saw something not normal," I insisted, struggling to find the right words. "It had red eyes and covered itself in fur. We're not sure what it was, but it wasn't any known wildlife." The operator sighed softly. "I understand your concern. We'll send someone out to investigate, but I can't promise anything. Please stay on the main roads and avoid venturing back into the forest alone." Reluctantly, we agreed, the weight of our experience pressing heavily on us. As we drove away, the memory of the creature's glowing red eyes lingered, a haunting reminder of the thin veil between our world and something far darker. Over the next few days, we couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Strange noises echoed through our homes, and shadows seemed to flicker just beyond our vision. Our friends and families listened with skepticism as we recounted our story, the logical minds dismissing it as an overactive imagination or the stress of the hunt. But Jake and I knew what we had seen. Determined to find answers, we delved into local folklore, uncovering tales of spirits and creatures that roamed the Olympic forest, remnants of ancient legends and tragedies long forgotten. One story stood out, a tale of a guardian spirit, corrupted by years of isolation and pain, now seeking vengeance on those who dared to intrude upon its domain. Armed with this knowledge, we felt a sense of responsibility to respect the forest and its dark secrets. We reached out to local historians and park rangers, sharing our experience in hopes of preventing others from encountering the same terrifying fate. Months passed, and while the memory of that night never fully faded, the forest seemed to quiet, the oppressive presence diminishing as if our efforts had brought some measure of peace. Yet, every now and then, drivers on the outskirts of Olympic Forest would report sightings of a tall, shadowy figure with glowing red eyes, a chilling reminder of the night Jake and I faced the darkness that lurked within the trees. One winter evening, years after our harrowing encounter, I found myself driving alone down the same stretch of Route 87. The snow gently falling around me, the road was quiet, the world wrapped in a serene blanket of white. As I approached mile marker 47, memories of that night resurfaced, the fear and awe intertwining with the tranquility of the winter landscape. Just as I began to relax, a figure emerged from the fog, a young woman, dressed in a flowing white dress, her presence ethereal against the snow-covered backdrop. She stood by the roadside, her gaze fixed on me with a sorrowful intensity. I slowed down, my heart pounding, recognizing the same haunting eyes that had once terrorized me. "Do you need a ride somewhere?" I asked cautiously, recalling the lessons learned from that night. She nodded silently, stepping forward with a grace that belied the fear that gripped me. As she climbed into the truck, I couldn't help but notice the faint scent of rain and earth that surrounded her, a comforting contrast to the cold, oppressive presence of the creature from years past. As we drove through the silent night, she began to speak, her voice soft and filled with a longing that resonated deep within me. "Thank you for helping me find peace," she whispered, her eyes no longer filled with fear but with gratitude. We reached her destination, a small, secluded cabin nestled within the forest. She turned to face me, a serene smile gracing her lips. "Take care of yourself," she said, her voice fading as she stepped out of the truck and into the snow. I watched as she walked away, her figure disappearing into the night, leaving behind only the peaceful silence of the winter forest. As I drove away, a sense of closure settled over me, the memory of the creature's red eyes finally giving way to the comforting presence of a spirit at peace. The Olympic forest remains a place of beauty and mystery, its silent trees holding secrets that only the brave or the foolish dare to uncover. My encounter with the shadowy guardian taught me the importance of respect and understanding, the thin line between our world and the supernatural realms that lie just beyond our perception. If you ever find yourself venturing into the heart of Olympic Forest on a cold winter night, remember the tale of the hunters and the shadow with red eyes. Approach with respect and empathy, for the spirits that dwell within are not just figments of imagination but echoes of lives once lived, yearning to be heard and remembered. Story number 56. The Snowman on Cascade Peak. I've always been fascinated by the untamed beauty of the Cascade Range. The towering peaks, blanketed in pristine snow, hold a silent promise of adventure and solitude that calls to my soul. As an avid hiker and photographer, I sought to capture the essence of these majestic mountains, immersing myself in their serene yet formidable presence. But one winter expedition changed my perception of the wilderness forever, plunging me into a nightmare that still haunts my dreams. It was mid-January, the heart of winter, when I decided to tackle Cascade Peak, a notoriously challenging trail known for its unpredictable weather and treacherous conditions. Armed with my gear, tent, warm clothing, food supplies, and my trusty camera, I set out on a crisp morning. The sky a brilliant shade of blue contrasting sharply with the white expanse of snow-covered trees. The first few days of my hike were everything I had hoped for. The air was invigorating, filled with the scent of pine and the distant sound of rushing streams. I reveled in the solitude, the only company being the occasional deer or the vibrant flurry of a snowflake dancing in the breeze. Each night, I pitched my tent under the stars, the crackling fire providing warmth against the biting cold. On the fourth day, an unexpected snowstorm rolled in, catching me off guard. The sky darkened ominously, and the wind howled through the trees, carrying with it a flurry of icy snowflakes. Visibility dropped to nearly zero, turning the familiar trail into an indistinguishable maze of white. I knew I had to find shelter quickly before the storm intensified further. I stumbled through the relentless blizzard, my progress hampered by the deep snow and howling wind. Hours passed, each step a battle against the elements, my breath visible in the frigid air. Just as exhaustion began to take its toll, I saw a faint glimmer of light through the blinding snow. Relief surged through me, perhaps a ranger station or another hiker seeking refuge. As I approached, the figure of a snowman came into view, oddly out of place in the swirling storm. It stood alone, meticulously crafted with coal eyes, carrot nose, and a scarf that fluttered in the gusts. But there was something unsettling about it. Its presence seemed almost sentient, as if it were watching me with a silent, unblinking gaze. I paused, staring at the snowman, feeling a strange compulsion to move closer. The storm raged around me, the snowflakes whipping against my face. Yet the snowman remained steadfast, untouched by the fury of the elements. A chill ran down my spine, not from the cold, but from an inexplicable sense of dread. Before I could decide what to do, a faint glow emanated from behind the snowman, revealing the entrance to a cave nestled in the mountainside. The light was warm and inviting, a stark contrast to the bitter cold outside. With no other options and desperation mounting, I approached the cave, the snowman seemingly guiding my way. Inside, the cave was surprisingly spacious and warm, a stark difference from the icy blizzard outside. I set up my camp, grateful for the shelter and the respite from the storm. As I settled into my tent, the memory of the snowman lingered, an eerie reminder of the night's events. The next morning, the storm had subsided, leaving behind a tranquil silence that enveloped the mountain. I emerged from my tent, the air crisp and clear, the snow glistening under the bright sun. To my astonishment, the snowman was gone. No trace of its presence remained, as if it had vanished into thin air. Shaken but relieved, I continued my hike, retracing my steps back to the main trail. Hours later, I reached the trailhead, exhausted but triumphant. As I descended into the valley, I decided to share my experience with fellow hikers and park rangers, hoping to find some explanation for the mysterious snowman. However, my story was met with skepticism and disbelief. The rangers listened politely but couldn't offer any insights. "There's no snowman recorded on the trail," one of them said, shaking his head. "You must have imagined it after being caught in the storm." I tried to convince them of what I had seen, describing the detailed craftsmanship and the guiding presence of the snowman. But no one believed me. The locals whispered about the legend of a ghostly snowman that appeared during fierce storms, a guardian spirit lost in time. But most dismissed it as mere folklore, a story concocted to explain the unexplained. Determined to find the truth, I returned to the Cascade Range the following year, equipped with better equipment and a resolve to uncover the mystery. I spent days exploring the area where I had first encountered the snowman, documenting every inch of the trail, every hidden cave, and every sign of wildlife. But the snowman remained elusive, its presence only a fleeting memory in my mind. One night, during another harsh winter storm, I found myself once again battling the elements on Cascade Peak. The wind howled like a living beast, and the snow fell in relentless sheets, obscuring the path ahead. Exhausted and disoriented, I realized I had lost my way, the trail now a maze of indistinguishable white. Desperate for shelter, I stumbled upon a familiar sight, a meticulously crafted snowman. Standing alone in the midst of the storm, my heart raced as I approached, the memory of last year's encounter flooding my mind. But this time, something felt different. The snowman seemed more imposing, its coal eyes glowing with an intensity that mirrored my own fear. Before I could react, a warm light emanated from behind the snowman, revealing the entrance to the cave. Without hesitation, I entered, the storm's fury muted within the cave's embrace. The interior was identical to last year's, spacious, warm, and strangely comforting. I set up my camp, the presence of the snowman a haunting reminder of the past. As I sat by the fire, the silence was broken by a faint whisper, barely audible over the crackling flames. "Help me." The voice seemed to echo, a sorrowful plea that resonated deep within me. I turned to the snowman, my eyes meeting its cold gaze. "Who are you?" I whispered, my voice trembling. The snowman remained silent, his presence almost sentient, as if it were waiting for me to understand. Suddenly, the cave walls began to shimmer, revealing visions of a tragic past. I saw a young woman, her face contorted in anguish, her life cut short by a brutal accident on Cascade Peak. Her spirit, unable to find peace, had manifested as the snowman, eternally guiding lost souls to safety in exchange for her own eternal unrest. Tears welled in my eyes as I realized the depth of her sorrow, the burden she carried. "What can I do to help you find peace?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. The snowman's coal eyes softened, the red glow fading into a gentle warmth. "Remember us?" The voice echoed once more. "Promise of closure. Honor our stories, and let us go." I nodded, understanding the responsibility I now bore. I spent the rest of the night documenting the cave's interior, capturing the visions and the profound sorrow that filled the space. As dawn broke, the storm subsided, and the snowman's presence began to dissolve, the coal eyes dimming until only the soft glow of the candle remained. With a heavy heart and a sense of fulfillment, I left the cave, the snowman's spirit finally at peace. The following days were spent sharing my story with the rangers and local communities, the truth of the snowman's existence finally coming to light. The legend of the snowman on Cascade Peak transformed from mere folklore to a poignant reminder of the spirits that linger, yearning for remembrance and closure. Years have passed since that fateful night, and I often find myself returning to the Cascade Range, not as a hiker seeking adventure, but as a guardian of the stories that echo through the mountains. The snowman no longer appears, but the trail is marked with signs honoring the lost souls who once wandered, seeking peace in the silent embrace of the wilderness. Mount Rainier remains a place of awe and mystery, its peaks standing tall against the test of time. My encounter with the snowman taught me the importance of empathy and the enduring power of memory. The wilderness holds more than just beauty and serenity. It harbors the echoes of lives once lived, their stories woven into the fabric of the mountains, waiting to be heard and remembered. If you ever find yourself trekking through the Cascade Range on a harsh winter night, remember the tale of the snowman who guides lost souls to safety. Approach with respect and understanding, for the spirits that linger still are not just figments of imagination but echoes of lives once lived, yearning to share their stories and find the peace they so desperately seek. Story number 57. Frozen Friend. I never believed in curses or restless spirits. Growing up in a small town in Japan, stories of Yurei ghosts were common, but I always dismissed them as mere folklore. That belief shattered the night my family's life spiraled into tragedy. All linked to a simple snow doll my sister, Yuki, had crafted. It was the first heavy snowfall of the season, blanketing our town in a serene layer of white. Yuki, a bright 7-year-old with an imagination as vast as the winter landscape, decided to create a snow doll. She named it Hannah, her little friend to keep her company during the long, cold nights. I watched her build Hannah with a mix of amusement and affection, oblivious to the dark path this innocent act would set us on. The next morning, the world outside our window glittered with untouched snow. But beneath the beauty, an air of unease began to settle. That day, our lives took a devastating turn. My wife, Ko, was involved in a severe car accident on her way to work. The news hit us like a blizzard, leaving us numb and heartbroken. Yuki struggled to understand why her beloved mother was gone, and Hannah became her only solace. Days turned into weeks, and our grief was compounded by another tragedy. My father, the pillar of our family, disappeared without a trace. We searched tirelessly, but he was nowhere to be found. The only clue was a single footprint leading into the nearby forest. Swallowed by the relentless snow, despair hung over our home like a heavy storm cloud, and Yuki's only comfort remained her snow doll, Hannah. One cold December night, as the wind howled outside and snow piled higher against our windows, I decided to confront the growing fear that Hannah might be more than just a snow creation. The legends spoke of cursed dolls, enchanted objects that brought misfortune to those who possessed them. I had always laughed off these tales, but now, faced with the loss of my family, skepticism waned. I approached Yuki's room, where Hannah sat prominently on her bed. The doll looked unchanged, its coal eyes staring blankly ahead, its scarf fluttering gently despite the stillness of the room. I reached out to pick it up, intending to dispose of it and perhaps break the cycle of tragedy that had befallen us. As my fingers touched the cold snow, a chill ran down my spine, and the room seemed to darken unnaturally. "Yuki," I called softly, hoping to draw her out of her sorrow. There was no response, only the eerie silence amplified by the howling wind outside. I placed Hannah back on the bed, my heart heavy with a sense of foreboding. That night, the nightmares began. I saw visions of Hannah coming to life, her coal eyes gleaming with malevolence, her scarf tightening around her neck as she whispered my name. Yuki woke up crying, clutching her blanket, claiming she saw Hannah moving on her own. The once comforting presence of the snow doll had transformed into a source of terror. Determined to find answers, I delved into the town's history, uncovering old stories of a family who had lost everything to a cursed doll decades ago. The patriarch had crafted a snow doll similar to Hannah, believing it would bring joy to his children. Instead, it brought misfortune and heartbreak, leading to the untimely deaths of his wife and children. The town had long since buried the story, but the echoes of that tragedy seemed to reverberate through the generations. Realizing that Hannah was the key to our suffering, I sought the help of an elderly neighbor, Mrs. Sato, who was known for her knowledge of local legends and spiritual matters. She listened intently as I recounted our story, her eyes reflecting the sorrow of her own losses. "The doll must be appeased," she said softly. "You need to perform a ritual to release the spirit trapped within Hannah. Only then can peace return to your family." Under Mrs. Sato's guidance, we prepared for the ritual. On the next heavy snowfall, we gathered outside our home. The landscape transformed into a frozen wonderland. She instructed us to build a circle of salt around Hannah, symbolizing protection and purification. We placed offerings of rice and tea nearby, tokens of respect and remembrance. As we began the chant, the temperature plummeted further, the snow swirling in unnatural patterns around us. Hannah stood motionless, her coal eyes reflecting the flickering candlelight. Suddenly, a shadowy figure emerged from the swirling snow, a woman dressed in old-fashioned attire, her face pale and sorrowful. "Why do you disturb my peace?" she whispered, her voice echoing through the night air. "We seek to free you," I replied, my voice trembling but resolute. "Release us from this curse." Tears welled up in her ghostly eyes as she reached out, her hand passing through Hannah's form. "I am bound to this doll, forever waiting for what was lost. Help me find peace, and I will leave you alone." The air grew warmer as we continued the ritual, the oppressive cold lifting as the shadowy figure began to fade. Hannah's form shimmered, the ice melting away to reveal the sorrowful expression of the woman who had once been trapped by her grief. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice now filled with relief. "May you find the peace I could not." With those final words, she vanished, leaving behind a calm stillness that settled over our home. The snow no longer felt suffocating, and the nightmares ceased, replaced by a newfound sense of hope and healing. In the weeks that followed, life began to return to normal. Yuki found solace in her school and made new friends, her laughter once again filling our home. The tragedies that had plagued us seemed like distant memories, shadows of a past that we had finally overcome. But sometimes, during the quiet moments of winter, I catch a faint whisper on the wind, a soft, sorrowful echo that reminds me of the fragile balance between life and loss, and the enduring power of compassion to heal even the deepest wounds. Story number 58. Frozen silence. I've always been drawn to the unknown, to places where the veil between reality and the supernatural seems thin. So when I heard about the abandoned house in the remote reaches of Alaska, shrouded in eternal ice, my curiosity got the better of me. My name is Ethan Parker, and what began as a simple investigation into local legends quickly spiraled into a nightmare I still can't escape. The story of the Frostbite House has been whispered among the few residents of the nearby town for decades. Built in the early 1960s by a reclusive hunter named Samuel Grayson, the wooden structure stood proudly at the edge of a vast, unforgiving wilderness. Samuel was known for his solitary nature, spending months at a time tracking elusive game through the dense forests. But one harsh winter, everything changed. It was the winter of 1968 when Samuel ventured deeper into the wilderness than ever before. A fierce snowstorm descended upon the area, trapping him in the unforgiving landscape. Days turned into weeks, and Samuel was never seen again. When rescue teams finally arrived, all they found was his abandoned house, encased in a thick layer of ice that refused to melt. No matter how much the weather changed, the locals soon believed the house was cursed, haunted by Samuel's restless spirit, forever trapped in a frozen limbo. I arrived in the town of Frosthaven on a crisp November morning, the sky a pale gray and the air biting with the promise of another long winter. The townsfolk were wary of outsiders, especially those curious about the cursed house. They warned me of strange accidents and unexplained phenomena that befell anyone who dared to explore the icy ruins. But my skepticism and thirst for the truth pushed me forward. I rented a sturdy truck from Old Tom, the town's grizzled mechanic, and set out toward the coordinates provided by the local library archives. The journey was treacherous, the roads barely visible under the relentless snowfall. As I navigated the narrow, winding path, the landscape grew more desolate, the trees heavy with ice and the silence almost oppressive. After hours of driving, I finally saw it, the Frostbite House, standing forlornly against the backdrop of a frozen wilderness. The house was a haunting silhouette of its former self, the wooden planks warped and brittle under the weight of centuries of ice. Thick layers of frost clung to every surface, making it appear as if the house was encased in a glass coffin. I parked the truck at a safe distance and approached on foot, the crunch of snow beneath my boots the only sound breaking the stillness. The air was unnaturally cold, a biting chill that seeped into my bones despite my heavy coat. I reached the front door, its wood swollen and cracked from the relentless freeze, and pushed it open with a creak that echoed through the empty house. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of decay and old wood. Moonlight streamed through the broken windows, casting eerie shadows on the floors. I took out my flashlight, its beam cutting through the darkness. and began my exploration. The house was a maze of rooms, each one frozen in time, the remnants of Samuel's life scattered like forgotten memories. The living room was the first room I entered. A grand fireplace now cold and empty. A thick layer of ice covered the furniture, turning the once cozy space into a desolate, otherworldly chamber. I moved cautiously, my footsteps muffled by the snow that had settled on the floor. As I approached the mantel, I noticed old photographs of Samuel, his stern face staring back at me from the frost-covered frames. I felt a shiver run down my spine, but I pressed on, moving toward the staircase that led to the upper floors. Each step groaned under my weight, the sound amplified in the eerie silence. As I ascended, the temperature seemed to drop further, the cold growing more intense, making it difficult to breathe. Reaching the second floor, I entered what must have been Samuel's study. The room was cluttered with hunting gear and maps, all covered in ice. A large wooden desk dominated the space, its surface thick with frost. I approached it, my flashlight revealing a journal partially buried under a pile of papers. Carefully, I wiped away the ice and began to read. December 15th, 1968. The storm shows no signs of abating. Supplies are dwindling, and the isolation weighs heavily on me. I fear I may not survive much longer. If anyone finds this, know that I am sorry for leaving my family behind. May peace find me in the cold embrace of the wilderness. The entry sent a pang of sorrow through me. Samuel Grayson, a man stranded by nature's fury, desperate to survive. But why had his spirit been unable to find peace? The legend spoke of his restless ghost, but I needed more answers. As I delved deeper into the house, I began to sense a presence, an unseen force watching my every move. The whispers of the past seemed to echo through the halls, a soft, sorrowful lament that grew louder with each step. I reached the attic, the final barrier between me and the heart of the mystery. The attic was a clutter of old furniture and forgotten belongings, the air thick with dust and ice. In the center of the room stood a large, ornate mirror, its surface completely covered in frost. Drawn to it, I wiped away the ice, revealing my reflection staring back at me. But as I looked closer, I saw something or someone behind me in the mirror. A figure clad in old-fashioned hunting attire stood just behind my shoulder, his face hidden in the shadows of his hat. I spun around, heart pounding, but there was no one there. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, as if pleading for something I couldn't comprehend. I turned back to the mirror, my fear mounting. The figure was still there, now more defined, his hollow eyes staring into mine with a desperation that was almost human. "Help me," he whispered, his voice a ghostly echo that resonated through the attic. Tears welled up in my eyes as I realized the depth of his suffering. "What do you need?" I asked, my voice trembling with empathy. His form began to shimmer, the ice around him melting away as his true self emerged. A man broken by tragedy, his spirit unable to move on from the moment he lost everything. "My family," he murmured. "They never found me. I am trapped in this frozen place, waiting for them to come and find me." Determined to help, I reached out, my hand passing through his ethereal form as if he were made of mist. "I can't bring them back, but maybe I can help you find peace." The room grew warmer, the oppressive cold lifting as his sorrow began to ease. "Thank you," he whispered, his form starting to fade. "May the snow finally cover my pain." With those final words, Samuel's spirit dissipated, leaving behind a sense of calm and closure that had been missing for decades. The whispers ceased, replaced by a serene silence that filled the attic. I stood there for a moment, feeling the weight of his gratitude and the peace he had found. Leaving the frostbite house felt different, lighter, as if a burden had been lifted from my soul. The legend of the cursed house had led me to uncover a story of love, loss, and redemption that had been buried under layers of ice and time. As I drove back to Frosthaven, the snow continued to fall, but it felt different now. a gentle reminder of the healing that had taken place. The townsfolk welcomed me back with a mix of skepticism and awe. I shared my experience, telling them of Samuel's tragic fate and the peace he had finally found. Slowly, the fear and superstition surrounding the frostbite house began to fade, replaced by a newfound respect for the spirits that lingered in the cold shadows. But sometimes, on particularly cold nights, I catch a faint whisper on the wind, a soft, sorrowful echo that reminds me of the thin veil between the living and the dead, and the enduring power of compassion to mend even the deepest wounds. Story number 59. The Curse of the Red Scarf. I've always been fascinated by folklore and the eerie tales that linger in the shadows of forgotten villages. Growing up in a small town in Minnesota, I heard countless stories of haunted places and restless spirits, but none captivated me quite like the legend of the red scarf from Eastern Europe. It was said that a young woman, Amelia, had been cursed with a vibrant red scarf. If she ever removed it, winter would stretch on endlessly, trapping her spirit in a perpetual snowstorm. My journey to uncover the truth behind Amelia's curse began unexpectedly. As a graduate student studying anthropology, I was always on the lookout for genuine folktales to explore. When I stumbled upon the story of Amelia in an old Eastern European manuscript, I knew I had found my next project. The more I read, the more I was drawn into the tragic narrative of a love story turned nightmare. Amelia was a beautiful young woman from a remote village nestled deep within the Carpathian Mountains. Her red scarf was not just a fashion statement. It was a symbol of her love and devotion to her fiancé, Ivan. The villagers believed the scarf held protective powers, warding off the harsh winter and ensuring a bountiful harvest. Amelia and Ivan's love was the heart of the village, a beacon of hope during the long, cold months. But their happiness was short-lived. Ivan, driven by greed and jealousy, demanded that Amelia remove her red scarf. He couldn't understand why she clung to it so fiercely, not realizing the deep-rooted beliefs that held the village together. Under his relentless pressure, Amelia reluctantly took off the scarf, believing Ivan's promises that it would bring them closer together. The moment she did, the skies darkened, and a blizzard of unprecedented fury descended upon the village. The storm raged for days, unrelenting and merciless. Houses were buried under feet of snow, crops ruined, and the village plunged into despair. When the storm finally subsided, the devastation was complete. Amelia, along with her entire family, had vanished without a trace. The only evidence of their fate was the shattered remnants of their home, now buried in ice and snow. Local legends say that Amelia's spirit couldn't bear the loss and the consequence of removing her scarf. She became a restless ghost, eternally searching for her beloved Ivan amidst the endless winter. Every snowfall, the villagers reported seeing a figure clad in a red scarf wandering the frozen landscape, her presence both sorrowful and menacing. Driven by curiosity and a desire to document this haunting tale, I decided to travel to the remnants of Amelia's village. Armed with my camera, recording equipment, and an open mind, I ventured into the heart of the Carpathian wilderness. The journey was arduous, the biting cold and treacherous terrain testing my resolve at every step. As I approached the site where the village once stood, the air grew colder, and an oppressive silence enveloped the area. The landscape was a frozen wasteland, with only the skeletal remains of homes peeking through the thick ice. The wind howled through the trees, carrying whispers that seemed almost human. I set up my camp near what was once Amelia's house, determined to capture any signs of her lingering spirit. Night fell quickly, and with it came an eerie stillness. I spent the hours documenting the site, noting the intricate ice patterns and the remnants of Amelia's life frozen in time. As midnight approached, the temperature plummeted further, and the wind intensified, howling like a chorus of lost souls. It was then that I heard it, the soft, mournful cry of a child, echoing through the night air. My heart raced as I followed the sound, moving cautiously through the snow-covered ruins. The cry grew louder, more desperate, guiding me toward the center of the village. There, amidst the frozen remnants of homes and memories, stood a figure draped in a red scarf. She was Amelia, her presence both beautiful and tragic, her eyes hollow with eternal sorrow. "Why are you here?" I called out softly, my voice barely audible over the howling wind. She didn't respond. Instead, she began to walk towards me, her movements slow and deliberate. The scarf fluttered behind her, untouched by the biting cold, a stark contrast against the white snow. As she approached, I felt a chill deeper than the winter air, a sense of loss and longing that enveloped me. "Ivan," I whispered, the name slipping from my lips like a plea. Amelia stopped inches away, her gaze fixed on something beyond my sight. "Don't step further," she whispered, her voice a haunting melody that resonated deep within me. Before I could react, the ground beneath us began to tremble, the ice cracking ominously. Panic surged through me as I realized the danger we were in. The ice beneath my feet started to give way, the sound of it cracking echoing through the silent night. I took a step back, but the ground continued to crumble, pulling me towards the icy depths. Desperate to escape, I turned to run, but Amelia reached out, her hand stopping me mid-stride. "The scarf," she whispered, her eyes pleading. "Find the scarf. Save us." In that moment, everything went dark. I woke up hours later, alone in my camp, the morning sun beginning to melt the ice and snow. My equipment had been scattered, and Amelia was nowhere to be seen. Confused and shaken, I packed up my gear, the weight of her request heavy on my mind. Back in civilization, I immersed myself in research, determined to find the lost scarf and uncover the full extent of Amelia's curse. It was during this search that I discovered a hidden chamber beneath the remnants of her house, sealed tightly by time and ice. Inside, I found the red scarf, preserved despite the harsh conditions, its vibrant color a stark contrast against the frozen surroundings. Returning to the village site with the scarf in hand felt both triumphant and terrifying. As I placed the scarf back where Amelia had stood, the air grew still, and the oppressive cold lifted, replaced by a warm, gentle breeze that felt like a sigh of relief. The snow around me began to melt, revealing signs of life and hope amidst the devastation. A soft glow enveloped the area, and Amelia's spirit appeared once more, her expression now peaceful and serene. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice filled with gratitude. "Winter is over." With those final words, she faded into the light, her spirit finally finding the peace it had long been denied. The curse was lifted, and the eternal winter that had plagued the village was no more. The land began to thaw, the scars of the past slowly healing under the embrace of spring. The legend of Amelia and her red scarf serves as a poignant reminder of the power of love and the consequences of broken promises. As I reflect on my journey, I realize that some curses are born from deep sorrow and unresolved pain, and only through understanding and compassion can they be lifted. But sometimes, when the snow falls just right and the wind carries a whisper, I catch a faint echo of Amelia's gratitude, a gentle reminder that some spirits never truly fade and that every curse can be broken with a touch of kindness and a heart willing to listen. Story number 60. The Winter's Grasp. I never believed in curses. Growing up in the heart of Chicago, where the winters are long and unforgiving, I learned to endure the biting cold and relentless snow without attributing it to anything other than Mother Nature's temperament. But everything changed the winter I decided to uncover the truth behind my family's dark legacy. My name is Viktor Petrov, and my ancestors hailed from a remote village in Siberia, a place so isolated that it seemed forgotten by time itself. For 3 generations, our family carried a shadow that loomed over every winter. Each year, as the first snowflakes began to fall, one of us would succumb to an unexplained death. It was a grim tradition, a silent pact with fate that none of us dared to break. The stories began with my great-grandfather, Mikhail. In the early 1900s, Mikhail led a band of men into a sacred village nestled deep within the Siberian wilderness. They were hunters by trade, respected and feared for their prowess. But greed twisted their hearts, and they looted the village's treasures, ancient artifacts, sacred relics, and the spirits of the land itself. The villagers, desperate to protect their heritage, performed a ritual to ward off the invaders. Mikhail and his men returned to their village, but one by one, they perished in mysterious accidents during the harsh winters that followed. Generations passed, and the curse remained unbroken. My grandfather, Alexei, was the last of his line to escape the inevitable fate. He fled to America, hoping to sever the ties that bound us to the cursed land. But as fate would have it, the curse followed him across continents. The first winter in Chicago saw the untimely death of my grandmother, Elena, who slipped on icy sidewalks in the dead of night. My father, Dmitri, barely survived a tragic car accident during a blizzard, leaving him scarred both physically and mentally. Now, it was my turn, or so the grim pattern suggested. Driven by a mix of desperation and defiance, I decided to confront the curse head-on. Armed with old diaries, family records, and a burning desire to break free from the cycle of death, I traced my roots back to Siberia. The journey was arduous, the flight itself a nightmare of delays and snowstorms. When I finally arrived, the village seemed untouched by time, encased in a perpetual winter that mirrored the curse my family endured. The villagers greeted me with wary eyes and hushed whispers. They remembered the Petrov family all too well, the men who had desecrated their sacred grounds and the curse that ensued. An elderly woman named Irina took me under her wing, sharing stories of the past and the rituals that bound our fates. She spoke of the sacred relics my ancestors had stolen, the spirits that sought retribution, and the only way to lift the curse, a return of what was taken, accompanied by a heartfelt apology and a promise of respect. Determined to make amends, I delved into the remnants of my family's past. The ancestral home stood as a silent testament to our transgressions, its walls frozen in time, covered in layers of ice that seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy. In the attic, I found the most treasured of our stolen artifacts, a beautifully crafted snowflake pendant, adorned with intricate patterns and a deep crimson gem at its center. It was the key to lifting the curse. As I held the pendant, memories flooded my mind, visions of my great-grandfather's men looting the village, the villagers' desperate pleas, and the moment the curse was sealed, I knew what I had to do. With Irina by my side, I ventured into the heart of the village, where the sacred site lay buried beneath centuries of snow and ice. The air was thick with tension, the spirits of the land watching our every move. We began the ritual at twilight, the sky a canvas of bruised purples and fading oranges. Irina chanted ancient prayers, her voice steady and unwavering, while I held the pendant high, the crimson gem reflecting the fading light. The ground beneath us trembled, and the snow swirled into a vortex of ethereal energy. The spirits materialized, their forms both beautiful and terrifying, their eyes filled with sorrow and anger. I spoke directly to them, my voice cracking with emotion. I come to you with humility and remorse. We wronged you, took what was not ours to take. Please, forgive us and lift the curse that has plagued my family for generations. A deep silence followed my plea, the only sound the howling wind and the crackling of ice. Then, the pendant began to glow, its light piercing through the darkness. The spirits responded, their forms dissolving into beams of light that intertwined with the pendant's glow. The air warmed, the oppressive chill lifting as the spirits found peace. As the final words of the ritual echoed through the night, the snow began to melt, revealing the once-hidden sacred site in all its glory. The curse was lifted, the cycle of death broken. Tears streamed down my face as I realized the weight of our family's redemption and the end of the eternal winter that had haunted us for so long. I returned to Chicago a changed man, the curse no longer a shadow over my life, The winters remained cold, but they were no longer a harbinger of death. Instead, they became a reminder of the power of forgiveness and the strength it takes to right the wrongs of the past. But sometimes, on the coldest nights, when the wind howls through the streets and the snow blankets the city in silence, I catch a faint whisper on the breeze, a gentle reminder that some curses linger, waiting to be acknowledged and healed. It's a reminder that the past never truly dies and that the spirits of the land watch over us, seeking peace just as we do. Story number 61. Whispers of the Snow Carriage. I've always been fascinated by the old legends that our grandparents would recount by the fireside. Tales of spirits and curses that seemed too fantastical to believe. Growing up in the quaint town of Ashford, nestled in the heart of New England, I dismissed them as mere stories meant to entertain children. That was until the night I encountered the snow carriage, a nightmare that blurred the lines between myth and reality. It was the dead of winter, the kind of cold that seeps into your bones and makes every breath visible in the frigid air. Ashford was blanketed in a thick layer of snow. The landscape transformed into a serene, white expanse. The streets were eerily quiet, the usual hustle of the town muted under the weight of the season. I had stayed late at the local library, poring over old records for my thesis on regional folklore. As I packed up my things, the clock struck midnight, and I decided to walk home, savoring the solitude of the snowy night. The moon was a thin crescent, casting a pale light over the glistening snow. My footsteps crunched softly on the untouched drifts as I made my way through the familiar streets. Ashford was a small town, and I knew every corner, every alleyway. But tonight, something felt different, an unsettling stillness that set my nerves on edge. As I approached the outskirts of town, near the old railway tracks that had long been abandoned, I heard it, the unmistakable sound of hoofbeats echoing through the night. My heart raced as the rhythmic clatter grew louder, bouncing off the silent houses and empty streets. I turned to see a horse-drawn carriage emerging from the darkness, its wheels cutting through the snow with eerie precision. The carriage was a relic from a bygone era, its wooden frame worn and weathered by countless winters. The horses, thick-coated and powerful, trotted steadily, their breath forming clouds in the icy air. But what caught my attention was the driver, a man dressed in a long, dark coat, his face obscured by a wide-brimmed hat. There was something unnervingly still about him, an air of sorrow that seemed to emanate from his very presence. I stopped in my tracks, unable to tear my eyes away. The carriage continued its slow approach, passing by the old station where the tragedy had occurred decades ago. It was there that the legend began. A family of 5, victims of a brutal snowstorm, their lives claimed by the very carriage they had ridden to escape the cold. The town had whispered of a curse ever since, a haunting reminder of that fateful night. As the carriage passed, a chilling wind swept through the air, carrying with it the faint sound of children's laughter and the soft sobbing of a woman. I shivered, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. The stories had always mentioned that anyone who saw the snow carriage would meet misfortune. But I had never believed in curses until now. Suddenly, the carriage halted abruptly, the horses snorting and pawing at the ground. The man in the dark coat stepped out, his presence commanding despite the freezing temperatures. He extended a gloved hand, motioning for me to follow. My rational mind screamed at me to run, but something deep inside compelled me to obey. I hesitated for a moment, the legends swirling in my mind, but curiosity overpowered fear. I took a tentative step forward, then another, until I found myself walking alongside the eerie carriage. The snow seemed to fall harder, the flakes swirling in a chaotic dance around us, reducing visibility to mere inches. We reached the old railway bridge, the site of the tragic accident. The man stopped and turned to face me, his face finally visible beneath the shadow of his hat. His eyes were hollow, filled with an endless sadness that pierced through my very soul. "Why have you come?" he asked, his voice a haunting whisper that seemed to blend with the howling wind. I swallowed hard. struggling to find my voice. I saw your carriage. The legends. They say bad things happen to those who see you. He nodded slowly, his expression one of profound sorrow. The curse is real, but it is not meant to harm. It is a reminder of the lives lost and the price of greed and despair. I felt a pang of guilt, remembering the stories my grandmother told me about how the family had been forced to flee their home, driven by desperation and the promise of a better life. How can I help? How can we end this curse? He extended his hand once more, this time without hesitation. You must remember us. Honor our memory and the lives we lost. Only then can we find peace and release the curse that binds us to this frozen land. I placed my hand in his, feeling a surge of warmth despite the biting cold. Images flooded my mind, visions of the family's last moments, the terror of the storm, and the hopelessness that had led to their untimely demise. Tears welled up in my eyes as I realized the weight of their sorrow and the burden of their unfinished business. Thank you, I whispered, my voice breaking with emotion. I promise to remember. As I spoke those words, the snow began to lighten, the oppressive weight of the curse lifting as if by magic. The man's form started to dissolve, his presence fading like the last remnants of a dream upon waking. Thank you, he echoed, his voice a fading whisper carried away by the wind. The carriage reappeared beside me, the horses now calm and gentle, their breaths forming peaceful clouds in the cold night air. With a final nod, the snow carriage began to move, gliding silently across the snow-covered landscape until it vanished into the darkness, leaving behind a sense of peace and a town forever changed. In the aftermath of that night, Ashford felt lighter, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. The tragedies that had plagued our town for generations seemed to dissipate, replaced by a newfound sense of unity and remembrance. Families came together to honor the lost, sharing stories and ensuring that the lives of the cursed family were never forgotten. I continued my studies, delving deeper into the folklore and legends that shaped our community. The story of the snow carriage became a cornerstone of our local history, a testament to the enduring power of memory and the human spirit's capacity for redemption. The curse was lifted, not through fear or force, but through compassion and the simple act of remembering those who had been lost. But sometimes, during the quiet moments of winter, when the snow falls thick and heavy, I catch a faint whisper on the breeze, a soft, sorrowful echo that reminds me of that night and the promise I made. It's a gentle reminder that some spirits linger, not out of malice, but out of a need to be remembered and honored. And so, the legend of the snow carriage lives on, not as a tale of fear, but as a story of love, loss, and the unbreakable bonds that connect us all, even in the coldest of winters. Story number 62. Whispers of the Snow-Covered Village. I still remember the winters in Elmridge like they were yesterday, despite the years that have since slipped away. Nestled deep within the northern forests of Scandinavia, our village was a place where traditions ran as deep as the roots of the ancient pines that surrounded us. Snow was not just a weather phenomenon here, it was a presence, a living entity that blanketed our world in silence and mystery. Elmridge was small, barely a dot on the map, but rich with stories passed down through generations. The most persistent of these was the legend of Astrid, a woman whose life had been tragically cut short, her spirit forever bound to the snow that fell each winter. They said that whenever the snow lay thick and heavy, Astrid's ghost roamed the village, her sorrow echoing through the stillness, seeking vengeance for the injustice she had endured. In the winter of 1975, the snow fell harder than ever before. It was the kind of night where the world seemed to hold its breath, the flakes piling higher with each passing hour until the village was swallowed by a thick, white blanket. I was 18 then, working as the village's new teacher, eager to make my mark in this secluded community. That December night would mark the darkest chapter in Elmridge's history. The Thompsons were the first to disappear, a family of 6. They had moved to Elmridge 2 years prior, seeking the tranquility our village promised. They were outsiders in many ways, wealthy, well-traveled, but kind-hearted and eager to embrace our way of life. On the night of December 12th, as the storm raged outside, the Thompsons were at home, gathered around the fireplace, their laughter mingling with the crackling of the fire. As midnight approached, the wind howled louder, as if protesting the snow's relentless assault. It was then that Mrs. Thompson noticed something, a shadow moving outside their window, indistinct and fleeting. Probably just a deer, she reassured her children, though her voice betrayed a hint of unease. The next morning, the storm had passed, leaving behind a landscape transformed into a monochromatic world of white. We gathered in the village square to assess the damage and clear the snow from our paths. That's when we heard the news. Mr. Thompson had failed to return from his morning walk, and neither had the rest of his family. Panic set in as we organized search parties, venturing into the dense forest where the snow lay deepest. Hours turned into days, and despite our efforts, there was no sign of the Thompsons. The only evidence was a series of footprints leading from their home into the forest, disappearing into the thickening snow. It was as if they had been swallowed by the very legend that haunted our village. Whispers of Astrid's curse spread like wildfire. Some villagers claimed to have seen her ghost wandering the forest, her presence marked by an unnatural chill and the sound of distant crying. Skeptics dismissed these stories as superstitious nonsense, but the fear in their eyes told a different story. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. As the village teacher, I was responsible for the children's safety, and the thought of Astrid's spirit taking another family weighed heavily on my mind. I began to delve into the old tales, seeking answers in the faded pages of our ancestors' journals and the worn tapestries that adorned our communal hall. One evening, as I sat by the window watching the snowflakes dance in the moonlight, I heard it, the unmistakable sound of a child's cry, soft and forlorn, echoing through the stillness. My heart raced as I recognized it from the stories. Astrid's sorrowful lament, a sound that seemed to pierce the very fabric of my soul. Determined to confront the legend, I decided to venture into the forest myself, hoping to find some clue or perhaps a way to lay Astrid's spirit to rest. Armed with a lantern and a resolve born of desperation, I set out on a path where the snow lay thickest, the world around me hushed and oppressive. The deeper I walked, the more the forest seemed to close in, the trees towering like silent sentinels against the night sky. The lantern cast long, wavering shadows that danced and shifted with each step, creating an illusion of movement in the otherwise unchanging landscape. The air grew colder, each breath a visible puff that mingled with the falling snow. Then, amidst the swirling flakes, I saw her, a figure clad in a long, dark coat, her face obscured by the hood. She stood at the edge of a clearing, her presence both haunting and heartbreaking. As I approached, her sorrowful gaze met mine, and I felt an overwhelming sense of empathy mixed with fear. "Why are you here?" I asked softly, my voice barely audible over the howling wind. She didn't respond, her eyes filled with a pain that seemed to stretch beyond time. Instead, she turned and began to walk deeper into the forest, her movements slow and deliberate. I followed, compelled by a need to understand, to help her find peace. The clearing opened up to reveal a small, frozen pond, its surface smooth and glassy under the moonlight. She stopped at the water's edge, her reflection shimmering in the ice like a ghostly apparition. I realized then that she wasn't just a spirit of vengeance. She was a reflection of loss and unfulfilled longing. "Astrid," I whispered, recognizing her from the tales. "What do you want?" Her form began to shimmer, the edges of her figure blurring as if caught between worlds. "Justice," she replied, her voice echoing through the clearing. "They took everything from me." I understood then the curse wasn't about revenge. It was about acknowledgement, about giving her story the recognition it deserved. The Thompsons had unknowingly become part of her eternal mourning, victims of a tragedy that had never been fully addressed. determined to honor her memory. I returned to the village and rallied the community to hold a memorial for the Thompsons and for Astrid. We gathered in the town square, the snow falling gently around us as we lit candles and shared stories of those we had lost. In that moment, the legend of Astrid transformed from a tale of fear to one of remembrance and healing. As the last candle flickered, I felt a warmth envelop me, a sense of peace settling over the village. The oppressive chill lifted, and the sound of distant crying faded into a serene silence. Astrid's spirit, now acknowledged and remembered, found the closure she had long sought. Years have passed since that cold December night, and Elmridge has moved forward, the memory of the Thompsons and Astrid serving as a poignant reminder of the importance of compassion and understanding. The legend of Astrid no longer brings fear but rather a sense of unity and respect for the past. But sometimes, when the snow falls thick and heavy, I still hear the faint echoes of that night, a soft, sorrowful whisper carried on the wind. It's a reminder that some spirits never truly fade, and that every loss deserves to be acknowledged and remembered. Story number 63. Whispers on the Frozen Lake. Winter in Minnesota is unforgiving. The kind of cold that seeps into your bones and stays there, no matter how many layers you pile on. I've always loved the stark beauty of the frozen landscape, the way the snow blankets everything in silence. But there's a darkness that comes with it, one that the locals speak of in hushed tones, the legend of the man on Blackwater Lake. I moved to the small town of Frostvale 5 years ago, seeking refuge from the chaos of city life. The tranquility was exactly what I needed, or so I thought. Blackwater Lake was the town's centerpiece, a vast expanse of ice during the winter months, attracting ice fishermen and thrill-seekers alike. But beneath its serene surface lies a chilling mystery. It was a particularly frigid December evening when my curiosity got the better of me. The temperature had plummeted to record lows, and the wind howled through the trees like a restless spirit. Locals had already retreated to their warm homes, but I found myself drawn to the allure of the frozen lake. The moonlight reflecting off the pristine ice. I had heard the stories, tales of a man who stood silently on the ice, his face obscured by a long, dark hat. Those who dared to approach him reported hearing a faint whisper, "Don't step further," before the ice beneath them would crack ominously. Some never returned, their bodies lost to the icy depths, adding to the lake's haunted reputation. Determined to uncover the truth, I grabbed my gear and set out under the cover of darkness. The path to Blackwater Lake was familiar, yet tonight it felt different, as if the very air was thick with anticipation. The snow crunched under my boots, each step echoing in the silent night. As I reached the shoreline, the sight before me was both beautiful and eerie. The lake was a vast mirror of ice, undisturbed and flawless, except for a lone figure standing at the far end. My heart pounded in my chest as I approached, the cold biting through my layers. The man was motionless, his posture rigid, staring blankly into the void beyond. "Hey!" I called out softly, trying to mask the tremor in my voice. "Are you okay?" He didn't respond. Instead, I felt a shiver run down my spine as a faint whisper seemed to emanate from the ice itself. "Don't step further." I froze, listening intently. The whisper grew louder, more insistent, yet no one was around to hear it. My rational mind screamed that it was just the wind, playing tricks on me, but something deep inside knew better. The air felt heavy, charged with an unspoken warning. Ignoring the fear gnawing at my resolve, I took a step closer. The ice beneath my feet felt unnaturally solid, yet every instinct told me to retreat. The man remained still, his presence both haunting and sorrowful. I reached out a hand, my fingers inches from his cold form, when suddenly the ice cracked sharply beneath me. Panic surged through me as I stumbled backward, eyes wide with terror. The sound was deafening, a brutal reminder of the lake's deadly nature. I turned to run, but the darkness seemed to close in, the path back obscured by swirling snowflakes. The whispers returned, louder this time, echoing in my ears. Don't step further. Desperation fueled my movements as I sprinted toward the shore, the ice groaning and shifting behind me. My breath came in ragged gasps, each step a battle against the encroaching cold. The figure of the man faded into the distance, his presence lingering like a shadow in my mind. I reached the safety of the shore, collapsing onto the snow, my body numb from the cold and fear. The whispers ceased, replaced by the soft rustle of the wind through the trees. I looked back at the lake, now calm and still, the figure gone without a trace. The legends were true. Blackwater Lake held secrets best left undisturbed. In the days that followed, I couldn't shake the image of that silent man, his haunted eyes and the dire warning that saved my life. The townsfolk remained tight-lipped, their respect for the lake's dark history unspoken but palpable. I understood now why Blackwater Lake was both revered and feared, a place where beauty and tragedy intertwined beneath a blanket of snow. I rarely ventured near the lake after that night, the memory serving as a constant reminder of nature's unforgiving power and the mysteries that lie hidden in its depths. But sometimes, on the coldest nights, when the wind howls just right, I swear I can hear the faint whispers carried across the ice, a spectral warning from the past: don't step further. And so, Blackwater Lake remains a frozen testament to the unknown, a place where legends live on in the silence of the snow, and where the echoes of the past continue to haunt the present. Story number 64. Echoes of Freeman House. Winter in Stillwater, Oklahoma, was relentless. The snow piled high against the windows, muffling the sounds of the outside world and casting long, eerie shadows across the desolate landscape. My name is Michael Sanders, and for the past decade, I've been drawn to unsolved mysteries, haunted by a curiosity that refuses to be quelled. The disappearance of Ashley Freeman and Loria Bible in 1999 was one such case that had consumed my thoughts ever since I first heard about it. It was New Year's Eve when tragedy struck the Freeman family. Their home, a warm and welcoming abode on the outskirts of town, was engulfed in flames late that night. The fire was swift and merciless, reducing the house to ashes within minutes. The local fire department arrived promptly, finding the bodies of Ashley's parents, charred and lifeless, but no trace of the two young girls. Despite extensive searches and countless theories, Ashley and Loria were never found, their disappearance remaining one of Oklahoma's most perplexing mysteries. Driven by a need to uncover the truth, I decided to visit the now-abandoned Freeman house. The site had become a local legend, avoided by most and spoken of only in hushed, fearful tones. As I approached the property, the wind howled through the barren trees, carrying with it whispers of the past that seemed to beckon me closer. The remnants of the house stood solemnly amidst the snow, its charred facade a stark reminder of that fateful night. Stepping inside, the air was thick with the scent of smoke and decay. The once vibrant home was now a skeleton of its former self, the walls scarred by fire and the floor littered with debris. I moved cautiously through the rooms, each step echoing in the oppressive silence. It was easy to imagine the chaos that had unfolded here, the desperate cries and the terrifying realization that something was terribly wrong. As I entered what had once been the living room, my flashlight caught sight of a partially burned photograph lying on the floor. It showed the Freeman family smiling happily, a stark contrast to the destruction that now surrounded me. My heart ached at the sight, and I couldn't help but wonder what had happened to Ashley and Loria. Were they still alive, trapped somewhere within these walls, or had something more sinister taken them? Determined to find answers, I set up my equipment, hoping to capture any signs of the missing girls. Hours passed with nothing but the occasional creak of the old house settling under the weight of time. Just as I was beginning to lose hope, I heard it, a faint, almost imperceptible whisper that seemed to emanate from the very walls. "Help us!" My blood ran cold as I followed the sound, my flashlight guiding me towards the basement door. The stairs were steep and covered in a thick layer of dust, making each step a challenge. Reaching the bottom, I found myself in a dimly lit room, the air heavy with a sense of despair. The whispers grew louder, more distinct, forming words that sent shivers down my spine. Ashley, Loria. I scanned the room, my heart pounding in my chest, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. Just as I was about to turn back, a cold gust of wind swept through the basement, extinguishing my flashlight and plunging me into darkness. Panic surged through me as I fumbled for my backup light, but the room remained silent once more. Desperate to make sense of what I was experiencing, I sat down and began to document everything. The night stretched on, each minute feeling like an eternity as the house seemed to come alive with the echoes of the past. The whispers returned intermittently, always the same names, always the same plea for help. It was as if Ashley and Loria were reaching out from beyond, their spirits unable to move on from the tragedy that had befallen them. As dawn approached, the oppressive atmosphere began to lift, replaced by a heavy sense of exhaustion. I knew I had to leave, to take what I'd learned and share it with the world, hoping that someone, somewhere, might finally uncover the truth behind the Freeman girls' disappearance. Driving away from the house, the first light of day breaking through the clouds, I felt a mix of relief and sorrow. The Freeman house stood silent once more, its secrets still tightly held within its walls. But the whispers of Ashley and Loria had left an indelible mark on my soul, a haunting reminder of the lives lost and the mysteries that linger in the shadows. In the weeks that followed, I continued my investigation, speaking to anyone who might have information about that tragic night. I met with old neighbors, family friends, and even former investigators, piecing together the fragmented accounts and searching for any clue that could shed light on the girls' fate. Each conversation deepened the mystery, revealing inconsistencies and unexplained phenomena that only fueled my determination. One night, as I was poring over old case files in my study, the power went out, plunging the room into darkness. The only light came from the flickering candles I had lit to stave off the chill. I felt a sudden presence in the room, a coldness that made my skin crawl. The whispers began anew, louder and more urgent this time. Find us, help us find our way. Terrified yet resolute, I grabbed my coat and rushed back to the Freeman house, determined to confront whatever force was keeping Ashley and Loria tethered to this world. The storm had returned, the wind howling through the trees as if warning me to turn back. But I couldn't, too much was at stake. Arriving at the house, I was greeted by an otherworldly sight. The house seemed to pulse with an energy that was both terrifying and mesmerizing. As I stepped inside, the temperature plummeted, my breath visible in the icy air. The whispers filled the rooms, guiding me towards the attic, a place that had never been thoroughly searched. Climbing the narrow staircase, I felt the weight of unseen eyes upon me. The attic door creaked open, revealing a room that had remained untouched by the flames. Shelves lined the walls, filled with old toys and personal belongings, remnants of the girls' lives that had been abruptly interrupted. In the center of the room stood two figures, Ashley and Loria, both young and lifeless, their eyes hollow and filled with an eternal sadness. "Tear us away from this place," Loria whispered, her voice echoing through the attic. "We can't move on." I approached them slowly, tears welling up in my eyes. "I'm here to help you," I said softly. "I want to set you free." The girls reached out their hands, their cold touch sending a jolt of energy through me. The attic began to shake, the walls closing in as the whispers grew louder. More desperate, I grabbed their hands, feeling a surge of power that connected me to their spirits, a bond forged in the depths of tragedy. Together, we stood in the center of the attic, the storm raging outside mirroring the chaos within. The whispers transformed into a harmonious chant, a plea for peace that resonated deep within my soul. I closed my eyes, focusing on their faces, willing their spirits to find the closure they so desperately sought. A blinding light enveloped the room, and I felt the grip of darkness loosening. The girls began to fade, their forms dissolving into the light as a sense of calm washed over me. The attic door swung open, the storm subsiding as the first rays of dawn broke through the clouds. As I stood there, alone in the now peaceful attic, I knew that Ashley and Loria had finally found their way to peace. The Freeman house stood silent, this tragic history finally acknowledged and understood. The mystery that had haunted me for years had been unraveled, not through answers, but through empathy and compassion for the lost souls who had reached out for help. Driving away from the house, the morning sun casting a warm glow on the snow-covered landscape, I felt a profound sense of fulfillment. The echoes of the Freeman girls' whispers had finally been silenced, their spirits free to move on from the shadows that had held them captive for so long. But sometimes, on the coldest nights of winter, when the wind howls just right and the snow blankets the world in silence, I catch a faint echo of their whispers carried by the breeze, a haunting reminder of the night I faced the tragedy of the Freeman family and helped two restless souls find their way to peace. Story number 65. Echoes of Solder, a haunting legacy. Winter in West Virginia was unforgiving. The snow lay thick on the ground, muffling the sounds of the night and casting long, ghostly shadows across the desolate landscape. My name is Michael Soderman, and though my last name bears no relation to the tragic events of 1945, the haunting legacy of the Solder family has always intrigued me. As a freelance journalist with a penchant for uncovering the truth behind unsolved mysteries, the story of the Solder House fire has been a constant thorn in my side, urging me to delve deeper into its enigmatic past. It was a cold December night when I first stumbled upon the case. I was sipping hot coffee in a dimly lit cafe in Charleston, scrolling through old newspaper archives for my latest assignment. Amidst the pages yellowed with age, one headline caught my eye. Mysterious fire ravages Solder home. 5 children disappear. My curiosity piqued. I clicked on the digital version, revealing a tragic story that had left an indelible mark on the community. The Solder family, George and Jenny Solder and their 10 children, experienced a devastating fire on Christmas Eve, 1945. The blaze consumed their home in West Point, yet 5 children, Georgina, Louis, Martha, Jenny, and Betty, vanished without a trace. No bodies were found among the ashes, and despite extensive searches, their whereabouts remained a haunting mystery. Over the years, theories abounded: kidnapping, arson, and even supernatural explanations. But the truth, as elusive as it was, remained just out of reach. Determined to uncover the truth, I decided to visit West Point. The town had grown, its population swelling with new residents unaware of the chilling history that lurked beneath its serene surface. As I drove through the snow-covered streets, the old Solder house stood at the end of a quiet cul-de-sac, its facade marred by years of neglect and the harshness of winter. The once grand home now appeared desolate, its windows boarded up and the garden overrun with wild shrubs. I approached the house cautiously, the wind howling through the broken panes and rattling the shutters. The air was thick with an oppressive silence, broken only by the occasional creak of the old structure settling under the weight of time. My footsteps echoed on the gravel driveway as I circled the property, searching for any signs of life or hidden clues that might shed light on the mysterious disappearance. Inside, the house was a labyrinth of decaying rooms, each one frozen in time. Dust-covered furniture lay scattered, remnants of a family life abruptly halted. As I explored, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, the weight of unseen eyes pressing down on me. It was as if the house itself was holding its breath, guarding secrets that refused to be uncovered. In the heart of the house stood the remnants of the living room, where the fire had first broken out. The hearth was empty now, the mantel cluttered with old photographs and charred remnants of personal belongings. I carefully sifted through the ashes, searching for anything that might hint at the fate of the missing children. My fingers brushed against a scorched piece of fabric, a fragment of a blanket, perhaps belonging to one of the children. The discovery sent a chill down my spine. the remnants of tragedy whispering their sorrow through the silence. As midnight approached, the temperature in the house seemed to drop, the cold seeping into my bones. I decided to set up camp in the living room, hoping that the stillness of the night would provide some clarity. The only source of light was my flickering flashlight, casting long shadows that danced eerily across the walls. I sat down, pulling out my notebook and pen, determined to document every detail. Hours passed in a monotonous rhythm, the only sound my own breathing and the occasional creak of the old house. But as the clock struck 3 a.m., the atmosphere shifted. The air grew thick with an unnatural presence, a sense of impending doom that made my skin crawl. I felt an overwhelming urge to leave, but something held me in place, a force that I couldn't comprehend. Suddenly, the room was filled with the sound of soft, indistinct whispers, as if a dozen voices were murmuring just beyond the edge of hearing. My heart pounded in my chest as I strained to listen, the whispers coalescing into faint, sorrowful pleas. "Remember us? Remember us." A cold gust of wind swept through the room, extinguishing my flashlight and plunging me into darkness. Panic surged through me as I fumbled to relight it, the beam wavering before stabilizing. In the dim light, I saw her, a young girl in a tattered dress, her face pale and hollow, eyes vacant and filled with an endless sorrow. She stood by the window, staring out into the night, her presence both haunting and heartbreaking. "Who are you?" I whispered, my voice trembling with fear and empathy. She didn't respond, merely continuing to gaze out the window, her silent plea etched into my soul. The temperature dropped further, my breath visible in the frigid air as the whispers grew louder, more insistent. "Help us. Find us." Determined to reach out, I took a step closer, my heart aching with the weight of her sorrow. "I'll help you," I promised, my voice steady despite the fear gnawing at me. "I want to help you find peace." At that moment, the room seemed to blur around the edges, the boundaries between past and present dissolving as the spirits of the Sodder children reached out to me. Memories flooded my mind, visions of the night the fire broke out, the screams of panic, the frantic search for the missing children, and the haunting realization that they were gone forever. The girl before me began to fade, her form dissolving into the shadows like mist under the morning sun. But her presence left an indelible mark on my heart, a reminder of the fragility of life and the enduring pain of loss. The whispers softened, their sorrowful pleas giving way to a peaceful silence that settled over the house. As dawn broke, the oppressive chill lifted, replaced by the soft glow of the rising sun filtering through the broken windows. I knew that the spirits had found some semblance of peace, their lingering anguish finally acknowledged and understood. Packing up my equipment, I took one last look around the house, feeling a sense of closure that had eluded the Sodder family for decades. Driving away from West Point, the snow began to fall gently, the world slowly waking to a new day. The story of the Sodder family's tragic loss had found its voice, a haunting legacy that would forever be etched in the annals of unsolved mysteries. As I drove through the quiet streets, the echoes of their sorrow whispered through the cold air. A haunting reminder of the night I faced the ghosts of the past and helped them find the peace they so desperately sought. Years later, the case remains unsolved, the missing children forever lost to the shadows of time. But the memory of that night lingers, a testament to the enduring power of empathy and the belief that even in death, there is hope for redemption. And sometimes, on the coldest nights of winter, when the wind howls just right and the snow blankets the world in silence, I can almost hear their faint whispers carried by the breeze. A haunting echo of the night, I uncovered the truth behind the Sodder family tragedy and the restless spirits that continue to linger in the heart of West Virginia. Story number 66. The Director's Cut. Winter in Alberta was unforgiving. The biting cold seeped into every crevice of the town, turning the streets into silent, frozen corridors. My name is Daniel Mitchell, a freelance journalist with a knack for uncovering the darkest corners of human nature. When I first heard about the disappearance of John Altinger, a man from our town, I knew there was more to the story than met the eye. John was a quiet man, known for his gentle demeanor and love for photography. He lived alone in a modest home on the outskirts of town. His days spent capturing the serene beauty of the Alberta landscape. But on New Year's Eve in 2008, everything changed. John vanished without a trace after a night that was supposed to be filled with celebration and hope. The night was particularly harsh. Snowstorms had blanketed the region, making travel treacherous. John had spent the evening at a local party, a rare social gathering for him, courting to his friends. He had met someone online that night, a charming man named Alex Turner, an amateur filmmaker with a passion for horror movies. They had connected through a dating website, bonding over their shared interests in art and storytelling. I decided to delve deeper into John's disappearance, convinced that the online connection held the key to unraveling the mystery. My investigation led me to Alex Turner, a reclusive figure who lived in a dilapidated house just a few miles from John's residence. The house was a relic of past ambitions, with broken windows and overgrown ivy clinging to its sides like desperate hands reaching for salvation. When I approached Alex, he welcomed me with a nervous smile, his eyes darting around the room as if expecting someone, or something, to appear at any moment. The interior was cluttered with old film equipment, scripts, and stacks of unfinished projects. It was clear that Alex's dreams had been long abandoned, his passion reduced to a haunting reminder of what could have been. "We never meant for anything bad to happen to John," Alex insisted, his voice wavering with genuine remorse. "He was just helping me with my latest project, a documentary on the psychology of fear. We wanted to create something real, something that would make people feel the fear we explored in our films." His explanation was plausible, yet something about his demeanor didn't sit right with me. There was an undercurrent of obsession in his words, a fixation that bordered on madness. As the night wore on, I couldn't shake the feeling that Alex was hiding something, a truth buried beneath layers of guilt and fear. Determined to get to the bottom of the story, I spent the next few days piecing together the events leading up to John's disappearance. Witnesses described seeing John leave Alex's house around midnight, never to return. The police investigation had been thorough, yet no solid leads emerged. The case had gone cold, leaving the town to grapple with unanswered questions and lingering fears. One evening, as I reviewed my notes, a knock echoed through my apartment door. I opened it to find Alex standing there, his face pale and his eyes haunted. "Can we talk?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. I hesitated but nodded, stepping aside to let him in. We sat down, the air thick with tension and unspoken truths. "I need to tell you everything," Alex began, his hands trembling as he clutched a worn leather journal. "It's not just about the film. There's something else. Something I couldn't control." He opened the journal, revealing pages filled with frantic handwriting and disturbing sketches of shadowy figures and grotesque scenes. "I started seeing things after we began filming," he confessed. "Visions of darkness, of people who shouldn't be here. John tried to help me, to find rational explanations. But the more we delved into the psychology of fear, the more these apparitions became real." As he spoke, the room seemed to grow colder, the shadows lengthening as if the darkness Alex described was creeping in around us. One night, after a long shoot, I woke up to find John missing. The visions were more intense, the fear palpable. I thought he had left, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something terrible had happened. Alex's confession painted a chilling picture of a man consumed by his obsession, his pursuit of fear blurring the lines between reality and nightmare. I tried to recreate the scenes from my visions, thinking it would help me understand them, but instead, it drew something out of the shadows, something that took John. I felt a shiver run down my spine, the room heavy with the weight of his words. "What did you do?" I asked, my voice barely audible. He looked up, his eyes filled with sorrow and desperation. "I confronted it," trying to banish the darkness. But it was too strong, too hungry, took John. And now it wants more. The revelation left me speechless. The gravity of the situation sinking in. It was no longer just a case of a missing person. It was a descent into a supernatural horror born from human obsession and the thin veil that separates reality from the abyss. Determined to uncover the truth and bring peace to John's restless spirit, I knew I had to confront the darkness Alex had unleashed. Armed with the journal and a newfound resolve, I returned to Alex's house, the snow swirling in the wind like ghostly apparitions dancing in the night. As I approached, the house seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy, the shadows flickering in unnatural ways. I found Alex in his workshop, the room dimly lit by the eerie glow of old film projectors casting twisted images on the walls. "It's here," he whispered, pointing to the corner where the shadows seemed to writhe and contort. "It's feeding on our fears, our obsessions. If we don't stop it, it will consume everything." Together, we devised a plan to reverse the ritual that had summoned the darkness. Using the very techniques Alex had developed for his films. The process was grueling, filled with moments of intense fear and moments where it felt like the darkness was closing in on us. The shadows danced around us, whispering threats and promises of eternal torment. As the clock struck midnight, the pinnacle of the new year, we began the final steps of the ritual. The air grew thick with tension, the temperature dropping to unbearable lows. The shadows coalesced into a single, monstrous form, its presence suffocating and all-encompassing. It reached out with tendrils of darkness, seeking to claim us as its next victims, summoning every ounce of courage. I led Alex in reciting the incantations from the journal, our voices merging in a desperate plea for salvation. The darkness screamed, a sound that tore through the very fabric of reality, as we fought to banish it back into the abyss from which it had come. With a final, triumphant shout, the darkness recoiled, the shadows dissipating into nothingness. The oppressive weight lifted, and the room was bathed in the first light of dawn. The storm outside subsiding as if the battle had been waged not just within the walls of the house, but within the very soul of our town. Exhausted but victorious, Alex and I stood amidst the ruins of his obsessive pursuits. The haunting legacy of that fateful night finally put to rest. The truth had been uncovered, and the restless spirit of John Altinger could finally find peace, free from the shadows that had held him captive for so long. As I drove away from Alex's house, the first rays of sunlight breaking through the storm clouds, I felt a sense of closure that had eluded me for years. The story of John Altinger was no longer a haunting mystery but a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the enduring battle between light and darkness. But sometimes, on the coldest nights of winter, when the wind howls just right and the snow blankets the world in silence, I catch a faint echo of that night carried by the breeze. A haunting reminder of the night I faced the darkness of obsession and helped a lost soul find his way to peace. Story number 67. Whispers by Herman Lake. Winter in Northern California has a way of seeping into your bones, making the nights feel endless and the shadows grow long with secrets. My name is Tom Walker, and I never believed in ghosts or the supernatural. Growing up near Herman Lake, I heard the stories, tales of the Zodiac Killer, a name that sent chills down the spines of even the bravest souls. But I dismissed them as urban legends, until one fateful New Year's Eve in 1968 changed everything. It was December 31st, 1968, and the air was crisp with the promise of a new beginning. The town of Benicia was bustling with preparations for the midnight celebrations, but the serenity of the lake belied the darkness that lurked in its depths. I was working the night shift at the local diner, a modest establishment that served as a gathering place for truckers, late-night workers, and the occasional wanderer seeking solace in a warm meal. The night was uneventful at first. The regulars trickled in, sharing stories and laughter over steaming cups of coffee and plates of hearty stew. But as the clock edged closer to midnight, An uneasy tension settled over the diner. It wasn't just the anticipation of the coming year. There was an unspoken fear, a collective anxiety that something was amiss. At around 11:45 p.m., the door swung open, and a man stepped inside. He was tall, with a lean build and a trench coat that seemed out of place on a chilly December night. His face was obscured by the brim of his hat, casting deep shadows over his eyes. There was an air of menace about him, a palpable sense of danger that made even the most hardened patrons shift uncomfortably in their seats. "Evening," I greeted him, trying to keep my voice steady despite the unease gnawing at me. He nodded curtly and took a seat at the corner booth, away from the other customers. I watched him out of the corner of my eye, noting the way his hands clutched a worn leather briefcase tightly. There was something unsettling about his presence, a feeling that he was not just another traveler passing through. As the night wore on, the man remained silent, his eyes fixed on the menu as if searching for something. I refilled his coffee cup without a word, feeling an inexplicable urge to make him comfortable despite the growing tension. Around midnight, just as the crowd began to thin, the man stood up, leaving a generous tip before heading towards the door. But as he reached the exit, something strange happened. The lights flickered, and the temperature in the diner seemed to drop drastically. I felt a shiver run down my spine as I followed him out. Drawn by a mix of curiosity and fear, the streets were deserted, the snow-covered ground reflecting the dim light of the street lamps. The man paused at the edge of the parking lot, turning slowly to face me. "Looking for something?" he asked, his voice low and gravelly. I shook my head, trying to muster the courage to speak. "I just wanted to make sure you were okay." He smirked, a cold, unsettling gesture. "I'm always okay," he replied, his eyes gleaming with an otherworldly intensity. "But maybe you're not." Before I could react, he lunged forward, and everything went black. When I regained consciousness, I was lying on the cold ground near the edge of Herman Lake. My head throbbed with pain, and my vision was blurry. Panic set in as I struggled to sit up, my mind racing to piece together what had happened. The man was nowhere to be seen, and the lake before me was calm, its surface undisturbed by the night's chaos. I stumbled to my feet, my legs weak and trembling, and began to make my way back to the diner. As I walked, memories of the encounter flooded back, his hollow eyes, the sinister smile, and the feeling of impending doom that had settled over me like a dark cloud. The whispers of the Zodiac killer stories now seemed all too real, their eerie presence woven into the fabric of my reality. Reaching the diner, I found it empty, the remnants of the night's patrons gone without a trace. The clock on the wall showed it was well past midnight, the new year already upon us. I approached the counter, my hands shaking as I searched for something to soothe my nerves. But before I could take a sip of coffee, the lights flickered again, and the door creaked open. There he was, the man in the trench coat, standing once more in the doorway. This time, his face was partially visible, revealing sharp features and eyes that seemed to pierce through my very soul. He walked towards me with deliberate steps, the air around him growing colder with each passing second. "Happy New Year," he whispered, his voice a haunting echo that sent chills down my spine. I backed away, fear gripping my heart as he continued to advance. "What do you want?" I demanded, my voice barely audible over the howling wind outside. He stopped inches from me, his presence overwhelming. "To remind you that some mysteries are best left unsolved," he replied, his eyes narrowing into slits. "To remind you of the darkness that resides within us all." Before I could react, he vanished, leaving me alone in the empty diner, the oppressive silence more suffocating than ever. My mind raced with questions. Who was he? What did he mean by his cryptic message? And most importantly, was the Zodiac killer truly supernatural? A ghostly entity haunting the living? Determined to find answers, I began to research the case more intensely, delving into old newspapers, police reports, and eyewitness accounts. The double murder near Herman Lake had baffled authorities for years, the lack of evidence and the elusive nature of the killer making it one of the most perplexing cases in American history. The cryptic letters sent to the press only deepened the mystery, the ciphers and symbols taunting investigators with their hidden meanings. As the days turned into weeks, I became obsessed with uncovering the truth behind the man in the trench coat and his connection to the Zodiac killer. I spent countless nights poring over documents, visiting the crime scene, and interviewing anyone who might have information. The more I delved, the more I felt the presence of something dark and malevolent watching my every move, a shadow that seemed to follow me wherever I went. One night, driven by a mixture of fear and determination, I returned to Herman Lake, the place where it all began. The snow had ceased, leaving the landscape pristine and eerily quiet. The lake shimmered under the moonlight, its surface reflecting the haunting beauty of the night. I stood at the edge, the chill in the air making my bones ache, and closed my eyes, trying to summon the courage to confront whatever lingered in the darkness. "Show yourself," I whispered, my voice trembling with both fear and resolve. The water began to ripple, and the air grew thick with tension. From the depths emerged a figure, tall and imposing, cloaked in shadows, his presence both terrifying and mesmerizing. It was him, the man in the trench coat, the embodiment of the Zodiac killer's darkness. "You seek the truth," he stated, his voice resonating with a sinister authority. "But some truths are meant to remain hidden." I took a step forward, my heart pounding in my chest. "Why are you doing this? Why haunt me?" He regarded me with hollow eyes, the weight of his sorrow and rage evident in his gaze. "To remind you of the fragility of life, the thin line between sanity and madness. To remind you that darkness exists within us all." As he spoke, the surroundings seemed to warp and twist, the serene beauty of the lake transforming into a nightmarish landscape of shadows and fear. The whispers of lost souls echoed through the air, their sorrowful pleas intertwining with his own voice, creating a symphony of anguish that threatened to overwhelm me. "I need to let you go," pleaded, tears welling up in my eyes. "Help me find peace." For a moment, his expression softened, the anger and sorrow flickering in his eyes like a dying flame. "Perhaps," he murmured, his form beginning to fade, "perhaps understanding brings peace. But remember, darkness is a part of us all. Embrace it, and you might find the strength to overcome." With that final cryptic message, he vanished, leaving me alone by the lake, the oppressive darkness lifting as quickly as it had descended. I stood there, trembling and breathless, the echoes of his words lingering in the cold night air. In the aftermath of that encounter, I found a sense of closure that had eluded me for so long. The man in the trench coat and the haunting legacy of the Zodiac killer remained intertwined in my mind, a reminder of the darkness that resides within and the thin veil that separates our world from the unknown. I continued my work, driven by a newfound understanding of the mysteries that lie hidden in the shadows, always wary of the darkness that watches and waits. But sometimes, on the coldest nights of winter, when the wind howls just right and the snow blankets the world in silence, I catch a faint whisper carried by the breeze. A haunting echo of the night I faced the Zodiac killer's darkness by Herman Lake and learned that some mysteries are best left unsolved. Story number 68. Whispers in the Shadows of Starved Rock. Winter in Illinois was unforgiving, but nothing could prepare me for the darkness that awaited me on that fateful New Year's Eve in 1960. My name is Mark Thompson, and I was a night security guard at the Grand Oak Hotel, nestled near the serene yet enigmatic Starved Rock State Park. The park was a place of natural beauty, its towering sandstone cliffs and cascading waterfalls drawing visitors year-round. But beneath its picturesque exterior lay secrets that would forever haunt my soul. It was December 31st, 1960, a night when the air was thick with anticipation and the promise of a fresh start. The Grand Oak Hotel was bustling with guests celebrating the arrival of the new year, the grand ballroom filled with laughter, music, and the clinking of champagne glasses. As the night deepened, the hotel quieted down, the revelers retreating to their rooms, leaving behind an eerie silence that enveloped the grand old building. My shift began at midnight, the perfect time to ensure everything was in order before the dawn broke. The corridors were dimly lit, the shadows dancing on the walls as my flashlight cast fleeting patterns across the ornate wallpaper. I patrolled the hallways, checking the locks and ensuring that all was well. It was during one of these routine checks that I first heard it, a faint whisper, barely audible over the distant sounds of the party fading away. I paused, straining to listen. The whisper seemed to call my name, a soft, mournful echo that sent chills down my spine. Mark! Mark! It was as if someone, or something, was trying to reach out to me from the depths of the night. I shook off the unease, convincing myself it was just the wind or the building settling, and continued my patrol. But the whispers persisted, growing louder with each passing hour. They seemed to emanate from the grand staircase, a place I had always found strangely unsettling. The staircase was a marvel of craftsmanship, its ornate banisters and intricate carvings a testament to the hotel's grandeur. Yet, on this night, it felt like a gateway to another realm, a place where shadows whispered secrets and darkness held sway. As I approached the staircase, the temperature dropped sharply, my breath visible in the frigid air. The whispers turned into soft sobs, their sorrowful tones resonating through the silent halls. I hesitated, a knot of fear tightening in my stomach, but my sense of duty pushed me forward. I ascended the staircase, each step creaking under my weight, the whispers growing more intense with every floor. Reaching the top of the staircase, I found myself in a grand hallway lined with closed doors. The sobs echoed off the walls, guiding me towards the end of the corridor where an old, wooden door stood ajar. The room beyond was dimly lit, the air thick with the scent of smoke and something else, something metallic and unsettling. I approached cautiously, the whispers now a cacophony of sorrow and despair. Pushing the door open, I stepped into a room that seemed frozen in time. The furniture was covered in dust, the curtains heavy with layers of neglect. In the center of the room stood an antique mirror, its surface cracked and clouded, reflecting the dim light in fragmented patterns. As I approached the mirror, the whispers reached a crescendo, their voices overlapping in a haunting symphony of pain. Suddenly, the temperature plummeted further, and the room plunged into darkness. My flashlight flickered and died, leaving me in complete blackness. Panic surged through me as I fumbled for my backup light. But before I could find it, a figure materialized before me, a woman dressed in an elegant red gown, her face pale and contorted with anguish. Her eyes were hollow voids, staring directly into mine with an intensity that made my blood run cold. "Help us," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the deafening silence. "Remember us." I staggered back, my mind racing with fear and confusion. "Who are you?" I demanded, my voice trembling despite my efforts to stay calm. The woman didn't respond. Instead, she reached out a hand, her fingers elongated and ethereal, as if trying to grasp something just beyond reach. The whispers returned, louder and more insistent, forming words that sent shivers down my spine. "Remember our stories. Remember our pain." Suddenly, the room began to distort, the walls melting into shadows and the floor twisting into unnatural shapes. I felt an overwhelming sense of despair, as if the very essence of the place was absorbing my fears and regrets. The whispers transformed into screams, the sound echoing through my very soul, each cry a testament to lives lost and dreams shattered. In that moment, I realized that the whispers were not just random sounds but the lingering souls of those who had met untimely ends within these walls. The hotel, with its grand facade and elegant interiors, was a prison for their restless spirits, trapped in a cycle of pain and remembrance. I knew I had to help them, to find a way to break the chains that bound them to this place. Desperate to escape the nightmare unfolding around me, I turned to leave, but the shadows closed in, their presence suffocating and oppressive. The whispers grew louder, their voices merging into a single, mournful plea. Remember us, free us, summoning every ounce of courage. I focused on their suffering, my empathy bridging the gap between our worlds. I will remember you, I promised, my voice steady despite the fear gripping me. I will honor your stories and help you find peace. As the words left my lips, the shadows began to recede, their grip loosening as a sense of calm washed over the room. The woman in red faded into the light, her expression softening into one of gratitude and relief. The whispers transformed into gentle sighs, the sorrowful cries giving way to a peaceful silence that settled over the room like a comforting blanket. Exhausted but resolute, I left the room, the oppressive atmosphere lifting as I made my way back through the grand staircase and down the silent corridors. The whispers had ceased, replaced by a serene stillness that seemed to breathe life back into the grand old hotel. As I exited the building, the first light of dawn began to break through the clouds, illuminating the snow-covered landscape with a warm, golden glow. In the days that followed, the Grand Oak Hotel returned to its usual state of quiet elegance, the whispers of the past fading into memory. But the experience left an indelible mark on me, a haunting reminder of the fragility of life and the enduring power of empathy. I knew that the souls trapped within those walls had finally found the peace they so desperately sought, their stories remembered and their pain acknowledged. Years later, the case of Lillian Oding and the mysterious murders at Starved Rock remained unsolved, the secrets buried beneath layers of time and tragedy. But the whispers of that New Year's Eve night continued to echo in my mind, a testament to the thin veil that separates our world from the unknown and the enduring bond between the living and the restless spirits of the past. But sometimes, on the coldest nights of winter, when the wind howls just right and the snow blankets the world in silence, I catch a faint echo of those whispers carried by the breeze, a haunting reminder of the night I faced the shadows of Starved Rock and helped two lost souls find their way to peace. Story number 69. Whispers of Midnight. Winter in Montana was unforgiving. The snow clung to the pines, muffling the world in a blanket of silence that only the occasional howl of the wind could penetrate. My name is Jack Morrison, a seasoned investigator with the Montana Bureau of Missing Persons. Over the years, I've seen my fair share of disappearances, but Patricia Meehan's case from 1989 has always lingered in the back of my mind, a haunting mystery that refuses to be forgotten. Patricia was a vibrant young woman, full of life and dreams, who vanished on New Year's Eve after a car accident. Witnesses reported seeing her standing by the roadside, seemingly unharmed, staring blankly at the wreckage before she simply walked away into the night. Despite extensive searches, she was never found, and her disappearance remains one of the most perplexing cases in Montana's history. It was a particularly cold December night when I decided to revisit Patricia's case, driven by an inexplicable pull that I couldn't quite understand. The old case files were spread out on my desk, each one a testament to the desperation and hope that had characterized the search for her. But something was different this time, an unshakable feeling that there was more to Patricia's disappearance than met the eye. I drove to the site of the accident, a desolate stretch of highway flanked by dense forests that seemed to watch silently as I approached. The road was slick with ice, and my headlights barely cut through the darkness. Parking my car near the edge, I stepped out, the cold biting through my coat as I surveyed the area. The remnants of the crash were still visible, a twisted wreckage that had long since been claimed by nature. As I walked closer, the memories of that night flooded back. Patricia's laughter, her fear as she exited the vehicle, and the eerie calmness that enveloped her as she stood by the wreckage. I pulled out my flashlight, the beam piercing the inky blackness, and began to explore the surroundings, hoping to find something I might have missed years ago. Hours passed with nothing out of the ordinary, just the relentless whisper of the wind and the crunch of snow under my boots. Just as I was about to call it a night, a faint sound caught my attention, a soft, almost imperceptible whisper that seemed to emanate from the very trees around me. I froze, straining to listen, but the sound faded as quickly as it had appeared. Shaking off the unease, I continued my search, moving deeper into the forest. The moon was a mere sliver in the sky, its light barely illuminating the path ahead. That's when I saw her, a figure standing just off the road, partially obscured by the trees. My heart raced as I approached, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. "Patricia," I called out, my voice barely a whisper against the howling wind. She didn't respond. Instead, she turned slowly, her face pale and expressionless, eyes hollow and devoid of any warmth. My breath caught in my throat as I took a step closer, the flashlight revealing more of her unsettling appearance. Her clothes were tattered, and her movements were jerky, almost unnatural, as if she were a puppet controlled by unseen strings. "Patricia, please," pleaded, reaching out a hand to touch her shoulder. But as my fingers made contact with her cold skin, she vanished, leaving behind only the lingering scent of lavender and a trail of wet footprints leading into the darkness. Panic set in as I followed the footprints, my mind racing with questions. How could she disappear so suddenly? Where was she going? The whispers returned, louder this time, forming indistinct words that sent chills down my spine. "Don't leave us," they echoed, a chorus of sorrow and desperation that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I stumbled through the forest, the path ahead obscured by snow and shadows. The temperature plummeted, my breath forming icy crystals in the air as the whispers grew more frantic. Just as I thought I couldn't go any further, I reached a clearing where an old, abandoned cabin stood. The structure looked as though it hadn't been touched in decades, windows boarded up and the door hanging loosely on its hinges. Desperate for answers, I approached the cabin, the whispers now a cacophony of voices pleading for help. Pushing open the creaky door, I stepped inside, the interior cloaked in darkness and decay. The air was thick with the scent of mold and something else, something metallic and unsettling. My flashlight flickered, casting eerie shadows that danced across the walls as I moved deeper into the cabin. In the center of the room stood a large, ornate mirror, its surface cracked and clouded. As I approached, the whispers seemed to converge, forming coherent sentences that sent shivers down my spine. "Remember us," they pleaded. "Don't forget our pain." I gazed into the mirror, and the reflection that stared back at me was not my own. Instead, I saw the faces of lost souls, families torn apart, friends abandoned, all victims of the same tragic fate that had befallen Patricia. Their eyes were filled with sorrow, their mouths moving silently as they relived their last moments of pain and fear. A sudden gust of wind blew through the cabin, causing the mirror to shatter, the sound of breaking glass ringing out like a death knell. The spirits began to materialize around me, their forms ghostly and translucent, each one replaying their tragic stories. I felt their anguish, their desperate need for closure, and a profound sadness that weighed heavily on my heart. In the midst of the chaos, Patricia appeared before me once more, her face still pale and expressionless. "Help us," she whispered, her voice filled with an unending sorrow. "Find peace for us." Tears welled up in my eyes as I realized the truth. The spirits were bound to this place by their unresolved pain, unable to move on from the tragedies that had defined their lives. Patricia's disappearance was not just a simple case of a missing person. It was a gateway for these restless souls to reach out, seeking help from the living to find the peace they so desperately needed. Determined to help, I spent the following days researching the history of the cabin and the surrounding area, uncovering stories of untimely deaths, lost loves, and broken promises. Each revelation deepened my understanding of the spirit's plight and the darkness that had consumed this once peaceful place. With the help of a local medium, I returned to the cabin, ready to facilitate the spirit's journey towards closure. The night was colder than ever, the wind howling through the trees like the cries of the damned. We performed a cleansing ritual, our voices merging in a harmonious plea for forgiveness and release. The spirits gathered around us, their presence both terrifying and awe-inspiring as they listened to our heartfelt intentions. As the ritual reached its peak, a profound sense of calm settled over the cabin. The spirits began to fade, their forms dissolving into the ether like mist under the morning sun. Patricia stood before me one last time, her eyes now filled with gratitude and peace. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice a gentle breeze that carried away the last remnants of sorrow. With that, she vanished, leaving behind a sense of tranquility that had long eluded the cabin. The whispers ceased, replaced by the soothing sounds of the winter night outside. I knew that we had succeeded in helping these lost souls find the peace they so desperately sought. Their stories finally acknowledged and remembered. Back at the bureau, I filed away the case with a sense of fulfillment and closure. Patricia Meehan's disappearance had been more than a tragic loss. It had been a beacon for other lost souls, guiding them towards the light and helping them break free from the chains of their past. Years have passed since that fateful winter, but the memory of Patricia and the spirits of the cabin remain etched in my mind. They serve as a constant reminder of the thin veil that separates our world from the unknown and the enduring power of empathy and determination in the face of unimaginable sorrow. But sometimes, on the coldest nights of winter, when the wind howls just right and the snow blankets the world in silence, I catch a faint whisper carried by the breeze. A haunting echo of the night, I faced the restless spirits of Montana and helped them find the peace they so desperately sought. Story number 70. Whispers on Route 30. Winter in Pennsylvania was unforgiving. The snow lay thick on the asphalt, turning Route 30 into a ghostly ribbon snaking through the desolate countryside. My name is Jack Reynolds, and for the past 5 years, I've been a night patrol officer for the Pennsylvania State Police. Most nights are uneventful, the quiet interrupted only by the occasional wildlife or the distant hum of a truck passing through. But the night of December 31st, 1972, was different, etched into my memory as one of the most haunting cases I've ever encountered. It was New Year's Eve, a time when the night was supposed to be filled with hope and celebration. Families gathered in their homes, exchanging good wishes and dreaming of new beginnings. But for Ashley Mitchell, it was the night that would lead her into the shadows, never to be seen again. I received the call just after midnight. A caller reported seeing a woman standing alone on Route 30, near the Old Miller's Rest area. She was dressed in a red coat, her hair blowing wildly in the cold wind. The description was vague, but something about it felt off. The Miller's Rest area was a remote spot, frequented by few, a perfect setting for an unsettling encounter. Arriving at the scene, the snow was falling heavier, obscuring visibility. The Miller's Rest area was deserted, the remnants of a forgotten gas station barely visible through the whiteout. I parked my cruiser and grabbed my flashlight, the beam cutting through the swirling snow as I made my way toward the reported location. As I approached, the sound of my footsteps crunching on the icy ground seemed unnaturally loud. My breath formed visible puffs in the frigid air, and my heart pounded in my chest. There, standing near the edge of the highway, was the woman. She was exactly as the caller described, dressed in a striking red coat, her hair tousled by the wind, her face obscured by the shadows of the night. "Miss," I called out, my voice betraying my unease. "Are you okay? Do you need help?" She didn't respond. Instead, she stood motionless, staring directly into the abyss of the highway. The snowflakes clung to her coat, making her appear almost ethereal, like a ghostly apparition. I took a cautious step forward, my flashlight trembling in my hand. "Mississippi, please," I urged, sensing something was terribly wrong. "If you're lost or hurt, I can help you." Still, she remained silent, her eyes fixed on the endless expanse of darkness before her. A chill ran down my spine as I felt an inexplicable urge to approach her, to offer comfort, but something held me back, a sense of foreboding that made me hesitate. Suddenly, the woman began to fade, her form becoming translucent as if melting into the night air. I reached out instinctively, but my hand passed through her as if she were made of mist. The temperature dropped further, the cold seeping into my bones, and the whispers of the wind seemed to carry a mournful melody. Panicked, I stepped back, my mind racing with questions. Who was she? Why was she here on such a bitterly cold night? As I stood there, trying to make sense of the impossible sight, the whispers grew louder, forming coherent words that sent chills down my spine. "Don't leave us!" I spun around, the sound echoing through the empty rest area. The highway stretched out before me, dark and unwelcoming, and the realization hit me like a ton of bricks. She wasn't alone. There was a presence here, something dark and malevolent that clung to the night like a shroud. Desperate to escape, I turned to my cruiser, fumbling with the keys as the whispers intensified. But the engine wouldn't start, the dashboard lights flickering ominously. I was trapped, caught in a nightmare from which there was no awakening. As I struggled to free myself, the woman's voice echoed in my mind, her plea intertwined with the howling wind. "Remember us." The air around me grew thick with a suffocating darkness, the shadows lengthening and twisting into grotesque shapes that danced along the edges of my vision. I could feel their sorrow, their pain, wrapping around me like invisible chains, pulling me deeper into the abyss. In a moment of sheer terror, I managed to get the cruiser running, the engine roaring to life as I slammed the accelerator, the tires skidding on the icy pavement. The rest area disappeared behind me as I sped down Route 30, the night swallowing me whole. But the nightmare wasn't over. No matter how fast I drove, the whispers followed, their sorrowful pleas echoing in my mind. The woman's face haunted me, her hollow eyes staring into my soul, reminding me of the tragedy that had unfolded on that fateful night. Determined to uncover the truth, I dove into the archives, poring over old newspaper clippings and police reports. The story of Ashley Mitchell and Loria Bible had faded from public memory, overshadowed by the passage of time. But the mystery of their disappearance remained, a puzzle with pieces that refused to fit. Ashley and Loria were best friends, inseparable since childhood. On that New Year's Eve, they had decided to go ice skating at a nearby pond, popular spot for locals. But somewhere along the way, their path had led them astray, down the treacherous Route 30 that snaked through the unforgiving winter landscape. No witnesses had seen what happened that night. No clues had been found to explain their sudden disappearance. The only evidence was the charred remains of their parents, victims of the same mysterious fire that had claimed their lives. It was as if the entire family had been erased from existence, leaving behind only unanswered questions and lingering fears. As I delved deeper, I began to uncover unsettling patterns, stories of similar disappearances, unexplained phenomena, and rumors of restless spirits haunting the highways and byways of Pennsylvania. The more I learned, the more I realized that Ashley and Loria were not alone in their fate. They were part of something far greater, something dark and ancient that thrived on fear and sorrow. One night, as I sat alone in my office, the wind howling outside like the cries of lost souls, I heard it, the familiar whisper that had haunted me since that night on Route 30. "Remember us." I jumped up, heart racing, and grabbed my coat, the chill of the night urging me to take action. I knew what I had to do: confront the darkness that had claimed Ashley and Loria, to give their spirits the closure they so desperately needed. Driving back to the Miller's Rest area, the snow falling in relentless sheets, I felt a presence watching me, the eyes of the lost staring into my very being. The highway stretched out before me, a desolate path illuminated only by the pale glow of the moon. I parked my cruiser and approached the scene, the weight of the past pressing down on me. Standing at the edge of the highway, I felt the air grow colder, the whispers enveloping me in their mournful embrace. "Don't leave us." Drawing a deep breath, I spoke into the night, my voice steady despite the fear that gnawed at my insides. "Ashley, Loria, I'm here to help you find peace. Let go of your pain and move on. The whispers transformed into a harmonious melody, the sorrowful notes intertwining with the stillness of the night. The snow around me began to swirl, forming ethereal shapes that danced in the pale light. Slowly, the figures of Ashley and Loria materialized before me, their translucent forms shimmering like specters in the snow. "How?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "How can I help you?" They reached out their hands, their eyes filled with an endless sadness. "You must remember us," Ashley whispered, her voice echoing through the night. "Keep our stories alive, so we are never forgotten." Loria nodded, her gaze unwavering. "Only then can we find the peace we seek." As I stood there, the weight of their plea settling over me, I felt a surge of determination. I knew that their memories had to be preserved, that their stories had to be told so that their spirits could finally rest. With a heavy heart, I vowed to honor their legacy, to uncover the truth behind their disappearance, and ensure that their voices would never fade into the shadows. Driving away from Miller's Rest, the snow began to ease, the whispers fading into the distance as the first light of dawn broke through the clouds. The night had been a journey into the depths of sorrow and fear, but it had also been a testament to the enduring power of memory and the unbreakable bonds of friendship. In the days that followed, I continued my investigation with renewed purpose, piecing together the fragments of Ashley and Loria's lives and the events that had led to their tragic end. Their story became a beacon of hope, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there is a light that can guide us home. But sometimes, on the coldest nights of winter, when the wind howls just right and the snow blankets the world in silence, I catch a faint echo of their whispers carried by the breeze, a haunting reminder of the night I faced the ghosts of Route 30 and helped two lost souls find their way to peace.